Hey, Dan Harmon.
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase's stand-in, John.
Anthony Russo.
Oh, look at this. Hey,
Joe Russo.
Joel McHale.
Jim Rash was cast 10 minutes before we shot this scene.
That is almost not a joke, right?
No, I think we saw more actors for the Dean than any other role.
But when he came in and did it, you were like, "Oh, that's the guy."
Oh, yeah, without question.
Yeah, I mean, he was cast the previous day to this shoot on the set. We were about halfway done shooting the pilot, right?
Yeah.
And we've said this before in a different, but just Jim Rash is like a comedy magician.
Yeah.
Blood from a stone.
Yes, he takes things that were not wouldn't think were funny and makes them
He
funny.
gets some of the worst scripted lines imaginable and does magic.
makes them into funny.
This
If
musical,
you could take a
musical cadence to
dump
that. And it's
onto a laptop, onto the Final Draft software.
He is a groundling and a writer, so he hits his marks and he does this shit the same way if you want him to, so that you can edit him seamlessly. But he also he has impeccable comedic timing,
And he has a comedy head.
Yeah.
This was a
this
highly
is
debated
Joe's
shot.
first incredible orbit Steadicam
Steadicam shot.
which required the actors to start by standing still.
Well, we
And
had
then
to,
this is
ended up
probably what
working.
started leading us down the road to killing Steadicam shots on the show. But for pacing and timing, you always want editorial choices. When you're doing a pilot, usually moving fairly quickly, and you don't, or there's a lot of conversation happening on set, which kills your shooting time. And then sometimes you get jammed into making decisions that don't give you that pacing and timing that you need. But it turned out okay.
Yeah.
I like how I'm wearing sweats.
Yeah, that was a
We
big
love it.
debate.
That was
Yeah.
a huge
That was a
thing.
big debate between the studio and the creative team and the network. And some folks thought that you look like a bum.
Mm-hmm.
Other people thought it was hip. And I think we were on the hip side. And we ended up going with the hip.
Yeah, but that was the first and last.
Yeah, that was.
First and last appearance. And here's John Oliver. The
By the way, the
brilliant John Oliver.
costumes, the brilliant Karen Patch.
Yes.
Let's talk about her for a second. Really, for those of you who don't know her, does all of Wes Anderson's movies, a true genius in the business, and helped us really define these characters, really unique characters with some beautiful choices.
And now we got Sabrina Rosen.
Yes,
who's-
Sabrina has now taken over.
Who's amazing.
She's amazing as well.
Because I go in there and berate her about what I'm going to wear. I was like, it's going to be this and that, and I need you to go find this. She's like, all right, John.
Now, we've been really fortunate in that department on this show.
John Oliver here is, he's,
Yeah, we should talk about John for a minute.
oh my God.
This was our first time working with him, obviously on the pilot. He's a brilliant improviser, and he doesn't do the same thing twice. And you learn very quickly it's probably not a great idea to ask him to try to recapture the lightning just because he did something really funny. You don't ask him to do it again because he just does so many different things.
Yeah.
And he's not a fan of that either. I mean, he's really he's much more comfortable just trying something else.
Right.
You know?
I mean, you think about the mustard stuff and the finale when
Yeah.
you go,
I have a serious man
It was
crush
great.
on him.
I mean, this
me
scene
too.
had really great rhythm and pacing. I think when we were shooting this scene is when we really felt like we had something.
And this scene was used really heavily to promote the series. It seemed to
it's like, that can't be what is it? I forget it was, that was used so much. And it's like, that can't be a
What is it, Dan? I can't
uplifting
Inspiring
story.
journey.
Inspiring
That
journey.
can't be an inspiring journey.
Oh, the margaritas are here.
Oh, lovely.
I remember Chevy. This was the first time Chevy did his Chevy thing on the set. And it was I remember worrying about Chevy's a comedy legend, et cetera, et cetera. Do you want this guy coming on your show? Is he going to eclipse things? Is he going to try to murder somebody with an axe? And going well, hey, what would you do in a cafeteria? He's like, oh, I could do any number of things. And he starts doing all this shtick and stuff. And I remember being on the set and trying not to make any noise when we watched this and was like, wow, that's not how I expected that story to end. Like the guy just starts, he had 150 background people in silent stitches with tears rolling down their cheeks for
With
that.
a hot dog,
Making the
yeah.
hot dog. It doesn't. Maybe it doesn't translate to TV. Maybe you don't look at it and go, "Wow, that's TV history with the hot dog." But it was an interesting turn in the Chevy legend.
he did a bit that extended into like 30 or 40 seconds that I think is what had everybody in stitches. It was, you know, in a 20-minute show, it was just not plausible for us to use it, but it was brilliant. So you get a little.
It was like
school in
watching a
vaudeville.
magician. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the pilot. So we're all like, on one hand, because you'll hear us talking later in later episodes about how, well, we're just learning to work together and stuff. And like the thing about the pilot is you're working on it for a much longer time than you're working on the series. So the actual honeymoon triumphs and roller coasters and things, they don't actually happen until episode 101, 102, 103, 104, because that's when you're on a week-to-week schedule. And that's when all of a sudden you're starting to have arguments about like how to land a joke, how to edit a joke, because the time is of the essence. But this is back when we could collaborate and hang out and talk about comedy theory and stuff. Still, it's got its own like thing. Like we. I mean, I remember just sitting with you guys like till, you know, all night, literally all night, like doing one pass of this in the edit bay. And going it's hard to imagine, put yourself in that place mentally of going like, there is no such thing as the show. We have no idea what we're doing. We just shot all this stuff and like putting this thing together. I don't even know what my point is. Just trying to take you back to that.
Well, there's also like, and there was, because it's the pilot, it's like you want to get everything, you want it to be good. Yeah. So we ended up doing a lot of different takes in a lot of different ways,
that's the
because
key.
it was how is it going to be in the editing room?
Every line that Joel has, and even probably 10 times more so for Gillian, there's 1,000 takes, because we don't even know what the show is. We don't even know what the tone of the show is. Is it sarcastic? Is it playful? Is it smart? Is it stupid? Is it broad? Is it niche? You know, and Joel, is he warm?
Are we watering him down? Is he too big a dick?
Is she a bitch? Is she smart? Is she eclectic? It just,
I think you say skank and some of the other.
Yeah, it's just odd when you look at this version of Britta, and maybe other people see it as
even
no
Danny
different
just
at all.
showing up on screen here. I mean, that was a very complicated character to figure out.
You
Really
think about it, there's no one.
We had no idea what we were going to do with Abed. Was he a robot? Was he Was he Mr. Spock? Was he?
I always say he is like Mr. Spock or like Data, but not. He serves that same purpose, but he does not that they. I mean, but he does so much more in that, you know, with who he is, and it's such a complete character. Not that those guys were not in any way, but those guys were amazing. But he really serves that, and there's nothing like him on television.
There's somebody who tweeted a question that I think is really valid and interesting, which is when you remember the Abed who's outside on those steps, who does that thing of "Am I deaf? Can anybody hear me?" How different that is from the character that emerges that you're looking at toward the end of the series, but. I don't look at that as I look at that as development, and specifically in regards to the fact that Abed in this pilot, he's the character who's most excited about the pilot, and the reason he's most excited about it is because he's never been able to function as a member of a family, because all he knows is media, and so really what it is Abed's sort of like he's I don't know, you almost want to call it playing dumb in the early stages as he starts to reveal more and more about himself and get more comfortable with people. He starts to reveal that he's like Snoopy and Peanuts. He has
his tool set.
He has this otherworldly power because he's so on the ball in different internal ways. Anyways,
it was like 100 degrees during this.
Yeah, I remember. This was like our first day of shooting, right?
Like John Oliver.
So, yeah.
He lost 8 pounds. And
poor guy was in a trench coat
and a scarf.
I've always been struck with that, Dan, what you were just going on about, which is the, you know, it's like making a pilot is so radically different than making the series. It's like making a pilot is really much, much more similar to making a movie, you know?
That's what this is, and that's how we looked at it anyway, which I think makes it a good pilot. It feels like a movie. It feels like a Wes Anderson movie. Well, that's presumptuous to say, but I mean, it feels like a character-driven, grounded, semi-comedic movie.
Right.
Is here. Are you the board-certified tutor?
And then look at Chevy's wardrobe. That changed a lot.
It did that, yeah. I mean,
and
Yvette's hair.
Allison's changed a lot. Yvette's hair.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a growth to the characters, and you have some time to think about it over 4 or 5 months between the pilot and the execution of the show.
If you see outside behind Joel, this set that we're shooting on, this is actually a location shoot. It becomes a set on Paramount. They recreated this whole room. I hope this doesn't destroy.
It was at the U.S.
But you're listening to
It's like the
commentaries
Bank
of-
of America Trainee Center or something.
WAMU.
Abandoned
A
trainee
big giant
center.
building.
This
that
was during the
completely
recession
abandoned.
for you kids. Remember, the nation had just plunged into bankruptcy. I had a WAMU card in my wallet that was no longer. My bank had just been bought for a second time when we were shooting this. We were shooting the abandoned headquarters of WAMU, and there was a human resources sign in the garbage bin, and it was insane. There were paper clips on the floor. Anyways, but that has no bearing on it. But if you look in this pilot outside into the library, you see different carpeting, you see exterior, you see a slightly different design to the building out there. Very slightly tweaked when we recreated it as a set. Out here, this is LACC's campus. Thank you so much for letting us use you.
LA City College.
Yeah.
The original concept with Chevy was that he was sort of a Bob Evans kind of figure.
Yeah.
Say, heyday in the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
And his entire wardrobe was from that era.
And that's how Bob Evans dresses.
Yeah, we
Yes,
we
yeah.
repeatedly
You see
said
I think
Bob
we
Evans.
used some
in the-
photos of Bob Evans and just pulled articles.
In fact, Bob Evans was interested in the role.
Joel's costume was the soccer player, British soccer player.
It was Beckham.
Beckham.
Oh, yeah,
David
yeah.
Beckham.
I think we
Really?
found a photo of Beckham in a sport coat and sweatpants.
And
Yeah.
Yes.
And John Oliver's character was mainly Doctor Who, kind
Yeah,
of.
that's right.
And Allison's outfits
Allison,
changed.
I think we said like we wanted her to be like an Elizabeth Hasselbeck type.
Yeah.
you
Because
know,
in
who-
spirit, her character is sort of Tracy Flick, Reese Witherspoon's character from Election. But, I mean, I say that's not a ripoff of that. I just mean, like, in terms of how you're the archetype. In reality, she's sort of based on a couple of girls I went to high school with. But in terms of dressing her and in doing her hair and stuff, we arrived at Elizabeth Hasselbeck. Like, I'm kind of...
like a conservatism mixed with the sexuality. They wanted to like find a. But we didn't, we knew who Allison was, and she had a lot of sex appeal. We didn't want to, cloister her, so we're looking for a way to, make her this sort of. She's the antagonist in the pilot, really. When you study this episode, she's sort of she's the most out there character, the most aggressive in terms of her point of view. And then again, once you see what you've got, and everybody starts settling into their character, you start developing that, and she just grew into, part of the family.
Yeah.
But she's her character's a little extreme and a little insane in the pilot.
She was the last major cast member that we cast.
I think even she sat. I mean, the first day we met her was on the first day of the pilot.
Yeah,
It
you're
was
right.
Like, oh, hey.
We knew her the
She
least
wasn't at the
well
table,
by the
really.
time. Exactly. So it was an interesting process with her in this pilot, just sort of like a shotgun marriage. And
She's supposed to be the fly in the ointment in this pilot. She's the reason why Jeff can't let his guard down that much, because she's going to be able to sniff out a fake Spanish tutor when she sees one. She wasn't invited to the thing. She showed up on her own. She didn't end up being this like rule, like she was supposed to be the cop character, the buzzkill, the police officer. The cool thing about the natural thing that happened with that character is, as of Halloween episode, like you start to realize, oh, she's, the actors take over the character, and if you let that happen and keep a loose grip, you get beautiful things like the realization that Annie, is blossoming and is like any 18-year-old girl, is sort of like taking her sexuality for a ride. She's like taking it out to the streets to see what it can do.
I was going to point out here that the speech from Breakfast Club here.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
That,
talked over that.
no, but that happened on the set.
That was an
and-
idea Dan had on the set.
Yeah, and so Danny had to go learn that, and very quickly.
Actually, Edwin felt like you wanted a joke there, right?
Yeah,
And then
Edwin. Edwin said, "Yeah, the normal line there was a little flat," and this is back when I wouldn't go, "What do you mean?" No, I still don't do that. But
Edwin is one of our NBC executives.
He's terrific.
Huge supporter of the show.
He suggested that, and I sort of like, yeah, I had Seeger run out because we didn't have Wi-Fi on the set. He goes out, I said, go get the Bender monologue from Breakfast Club on your iPhone and like bring it in, and Pootie memorized it and did it. We did a bunch of variations of that
3
moment.
versions, yeah.
But it turned out that Breakfast Club thing turned out to be one of the funniest parts of the show because of Pootie.
And why was the choice to put John Oliver in safety goggles here?
and a smart car. We had a big debate over the smart car.
Yeah.
Was it too broad?
Well, they're
And again,
they're
that's when
all
you're-
over the UK. So
When you're trying to define the tone of a show, and you're just
It's a smart
Right.
car at the end of the day.
Seats with built-in ball warmers.
You know, bluffs this week are how your people lost the
all of his deliveries just stick in my head, John. Every
Yeah.
time he reads a line, it's got such a unique take on it.
God, I just have such flashbacks of so Joel's supposed to get heated in the scene, and then you have suits all over the place, swarming the set, and everyone's so worried that you're going to make an unlikable character. And I'm not digging on any of them. I'm not saying they shouldn't have been doing that, but it's just like it puts you in such, it's like you want to tell a story, you want your hero to get mad, and then you're like, oh,
But don't get too mad.
yeah.
But it's not just that. I mean,
I
this
remember
is really
getting
a
really
challenging
frustrated
character.
in that
you
scene.
know?
Yeah.
Also because I couldn't get the line, and it was 150 in that car, but I think I was fucking up the line.
I think this is one of the last scenes we shot, right? Right before we wrapped.
It was, yeah.
I did a little bit of lying to get
Didn't Chevy call us fairies? We're giggling.
You
about
mean
that.
daily? What, you
You know,
fairies?
What happened here was you see everybody in the background in the study room. Okay, so while we're shooting this foreground dialogue scene between Gillian and Joel, everyone in the background has to repeatedly mime and sort of over and over and over again. And it's I guess it can get to be a bit of a drag.
For Chevy. We were just happy to be working. He was a movie star, so he didn't have to do a lot of miming.
So really, this is, if I do say so myself, one of my finest hours. This monologue,
Oh, without
and
a
then Joel
doubt,
McHale.
yeah.
We wanted to, we made sure we got this in one take, even though we do cut around the table. But Joel McHale memorized this thing literally backwards and forwards. When I say literally, because he actually memorizes it backwards. Don't you?
I could do it backwards.
Just and
because
then,
I knew if I knew if this speech wasn't good, it was going to be horrible. It was
The whole show was riding on it.
Yeah, it was going to be a disaster.
and part of you dies. Just a little bit.
it's interesting because this is, he's bringing them together, and the character doesn't mean it, but then again, he's not lying, because the whole point of this character is supposed to be, and this is the only thing, casting Joel McHale makes this possible. The character doesn't hate anybody. He doesn't think that anybody's a bad person. He's too self-involved to care enough to judge anybody, and that's what makes it possible for him to just, on command, he can like the Elizabeth Hasselbeck girl. He can decide that she's a hero and tell you why, if that's what he needs to do to get laid.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. In that fight, the one motivation through the whole thing is, I might get in someoe's pants in 2 minutes after this.
It's interesting to
very
note, Dan,
powerful
sort of
motivation.
the thing that was the biggest struggle heading into the pilot was Britta's arc. Remember that whole 2 weeks leading up to shooting this, trying to define what he wanted, what she wanted, and and how to keep him in that study room with sort of plot.
Yeah, the Britta character has to shoulder all of the story because she's the thing that's motivating this character, and so there's no room for developing that character. Everybody else gets to go, well, I'm the kleptomaniac, I have Tourette's, well, I was on Saturn. She's just going like, you disappointed me, okay, now you didn't, okay, come back and you can have dinner. And it creates it plays hell with the character. We didn't know who she was, what she's thinking.
Right.
We had so many internal debates. Does she know that he's a bullshit artist?
Does she not?
When does she?
And even through the editing of the pilot, where there was certain subtleties that you could push forward or not that would identify whether she did know or she didn't know. And it was just spent a long time trying to grace that arc. But it's great to watch as we can sit here today and go through all these episodes and track how the show grew and developed and it starts to fall into a very comfortable space of pacing and rhythm and timing. And, just as a director, I sit here and I look at the camera work and it settles down and everything sort of falls into place. Mm-hmm. We always say, Anthony, I joke, is like somewhere around episode 6 or 7 of a first season, the actors sort of take over the set because it's now about they know their characters better than anybody. I can't really go in there and give a note about your character because you guys have thinking in more detail on a daily basis than anybody else about how your character feels or what they think like or what they act like. And it's just really our job to sit there and sort of monitor and come up with ideas for jokes or, and make sure we're just telling the story properly. But
then why do you micromanage everything?
Really?
I'm sorry. You son of a, I'm gonna
can we go back and God damn you.
No, but that was when doing that. I mean, that's how like the way you guided us during this pilot. We would be completely. I think it would just be very bland and weird if you guys were not there every step of the way, helping us and telling us where to, how. It was.
Well, it's the exciting thing about pilots. You have no idea what you're going to end up with, and it's a lot of it. 80% of it's casting. Who shows up. And you honestly don't know how people are going to do with their roles until they get there and they start performing, and then you make adjustments as you go.
We cut a line out of there where Britta says to Abed, he is not qualified to make that diagnosis,
right.
Which, we just cut out. But that should be obvious. He's not qualified to make that diagnosis. We don't know in real life who has Asperger's and who doesn't.
This is another genius Tom and Manish moment here.
Yeah.
The Matt and Kim.
Yeah. Really makes this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Do you use this piano
the story is
music
a little
anymore?
ridiculous,
we
but
use it. I think in 101.
If you play the beats properly, it doesn't feel ridiculous. I mean, the idea that he ever thought he was going to get all the answers to all the tests, it's just such a dumb thing to ask for.
Important lesson, my friend. You see,
nobody plays a better drunken.
Not since Dudley Moore.
Yeah.
I swear to you on my life, not since Dudley Moore.
Are people trying to teach me things at a school that has an express?
And he's sober.
Give me my keys.
well, no, I have to keep the car for the lesson. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Jeffrey?
Can't imagine, not to kiss your ass or anything just because you're here, but all the people that might have been tuning in for the car wreck effect of Ken Joel McHale act. If you're being familiar with you from the Soup, they must have been blown away because there's so many turns you have to take. There's all these quasi-dramatic, heartfelt things, and you're angry, you're solemn, you're self-pitying, you're narcissistic. You really. I guess maybe they had probably seen you in. Had you been in the what you call
The
it?
Informant had not come out. No, Spider-Man 2, the 2 minutes I'm in there.
I remember the casting process with Joel. It's not like he had to come in and audition necessarily, but it's almost more hectic than that, more intensive, because you're basically at that level. You're testing a bunch of different dudes that are they all have kind of claim to the throne, and you're I just remember being at NBC and showing them that Joel could do dramatic work, which
God bless you.
Even though it's a sitcom. He needs to be a character capable of dramatic scenes.
I'm gonna take your clothes off right now.
Watch it.
And it was this scene. It was when actually it was you're all. Oh no, yeah, the jacket thing. Talking to Troy about his jacket. That's the scene. I remember executives in the room at NBC watching it on tape and going, "Oh," just realization.
And in the test, I blew one of the jokes, and they're like, "Thank you." I was like, "No,
you blew one of the dudes."
Well, that was not during the test. That was
That was a dumb joke.
Take the tape back.
No, it's fine.
please.
It was. We could rewind. Aaron was the one that watched the Soup, right? That got you to watch it.
But
All right,
that's
good.
not, we didn't, your name came up and I was like, oh, I just became familiar with that guy. Okay. I wasn't like, I want the Soup guy.
You were, and then people were like,
your
Ryan
manager.
Seacrest?
Your manager is a genius. Russ Krasnoff called him and said, we want Bill Murray 1983 and the new Bill Murray or something like that. And your manager, you'd think he'd be biased, but he said, I got the guy. It's Joel McHale.
Oh, I think
so. If you share a manager with Joel McHale's with Joel McHale, that he sold you out that day. He did not mention your name.
Who did he say?
No, I'm
He
saying
said, "We're stumped." God, Bob, wish I could help you. Click. No. I wonder if that's my age or my. I have no idea. I was trying to figure out who said it.
End of the day, this is a beautiful performance.
It's one of our favorite bands, the
Yeah.
88s.
Who is
I had
this?
no idea.
The 88.
Oh, it's great. And you use them a lot.
We do.
Since then.
We like our in-house band. We love these guys.
I had no idea that Joe had a relationship with them. They were like my favorite LA band. Like I just love them.
That was great.
Yeah. And that was
Yeah.
And that whole episode was an homage to John Hughes, so we felt it was appropriate.
And how great is that? I mean, you can't see it now, but the look of the
Right.
theater, the architecture of that theater, the big
Right.
ramp going, it's great. Yeah.
They also did the theme song to the show, the 88. Just
That's
for
right.
Those of you out there.
Where do they live?
Yeah.
They live here in LA?
They're in LA. They have a studio in one of their homes, and we call them up, and they turn stuff around in like 24 hours, and it's genius.
Wow.
From the bottom of a margarita glass, thank you on behalf of all of us at Community.
Bye. Hi, this is Joe Russo.
Dan Harmon.
Joel McHale.
Chevy, you want to introduce yourself?
No, I really don't.
Okay, so this is the first episode after the pilot, which is always an interesting episode because a pilot is usually sort of a prototype for
Yeah.
a concept, but you haven't had a lot of time to think it through. You don't know where it's going to go. It's a very sort of limited
Yeah.
20 minutes of storytelling.
Yeah.
And this is the first time that the audience sees me out of sweatpants.
Yes, that's true.
The
And
whole
so,
audience.
You know, you're trying to figure out what's the show going to become? I mean,
Yeah,
it's a little
exactly.
bit.
I mean, if you think about it, we could have chosen anything. It could have been in a gas station for
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
first
wait,
episode.
you're right. When you
German
think about
submarine.
it. Right.
We could have recast
Do
people.
you ever think about it, Chevy?
No.
Yeah.
You know?
I just go there. Somebody gives me lines. I say them. What? No.
And it was the same in the 70s, except you didn't say
Are
them.
we? That's correct, sir. Wait a minute. Are we supposed to be talking during this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
We've been supposed
We're
to
going to
keep
tell
quiet
stories
this whole time.
and, give insightful.
Absolutely nobody can.
Now, Chevy, how many different mock turtlenecks do you think you wore?
Look at the size of that fucking stomach. I've lost about
This, I was
25
going to
pounds
say, this
since
was
then.
early on in the season when you were still
This is
heavy.
when we needed a forklift to get you out of your trailer.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
my trailer was a forklift.
That was Chevy. That was
Yes.
Chevy Improv.
Okay, so when do you want us to talk?
Now,
Right now.
Okay.
but not
That's
right
all
now.
being recorded,
Hold
just
on
so you're
just
aware.
a bit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're recording it
so
right
they
now.
They can
For
turn
what?
it on at home. So the people that really, really are interested in the show and how it was made, and
Well, I'm not.
I know, but
Right, but
for
they're
the
interested in
benefit of
you.
people who are, they want to hear you say something about what you
Okay.
experienced while you were working on this. Maybe
Notice how Joel has no lines. Now he has lines.
Yeah, now
He's
see?
happier.
There I am. Chevy, do you remember shooting this episode?
I don't remember much about the show, really. I've been home like a normal person.
Now, are you going to purchase a home here now that we're as big as Glee?
Are we as big as Glee?
Not even close.
No.
I've never seen Glee.
In
Maybe we
in
should
Thailand.
sing in our next.
In Thailand, we're huge.
Yeah.
Huge in Thailand. They've got a thing for Allison in Thailand.
that soda cup I worked on with the art department. It says "Yummy Tummy Stop and Go."
That's nice.
I
Yeah,
remember that. Yeah.
And I like how the
Go.
poor label got turned to the side so you can't even read it.
yeah, they're so used to doing legally clearable.
You'll notice actually there was a shot there as Joel went around the table that was a Steadicam, a tracking shot that followed him around the table. And typically, as you move through
Look
the
at the
season,
pimple on his left cheek.
you get less and less ambitious with
Yeah, as you
the
go
camera
through.
work. Everybody starts wearing down.
That's
The
not
Russos
upset,
love to
that's
use Steadicams,
leprosy.
which, as if you're a comedy writer, you know, is the best friend of jokes. Is
There it is
one
again.
long
Steadicam.
Steadicam shot.
This is it on Joel's left cheek.
No, that's now it's origami.
But at the same time, it
That
gives the show a
paper, Dan.
cinematic feel
Paper's so white.
that you don't get on other shows. So
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, the way we approach the show, the aesthetic for us is really trying to
Oh,
do
did you see that?
a movie
The
a week.
actual, that was the old school Chevy's card. There had the woman with the boobs.
Before they made
We
us take
actually
it off.
broadcast
Right.
that.
Wait.
It
I don't
slipped
see
through.
that.
And no, it's gone by.
Oh.
It's gone by, but
I remember saying then you can have her. I have less to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
talking
to make small
there we are.
adjustments.
There you are. There's some real nice.
And this is
The scene was reshot, remember?
Yes.
Yeah, we had to reshoot it. Yeah,
But because it was like it
was a long walk and
it was a
talk.
damn Steadicam shot.
That's
and-
where we
but-
decided to retire the Steadicam.
Where
But it also felt like an episode of ER. Like
Right.
like Gillian was very very upset and
Right.
like they were on their way to surgery and it didn't feel like the opening of a comedy. So we kind of lightened it up and did this. And Gillian's actually, in my opinion, she never verified this, but I think she's sort of sarcastically acting happy. But it actually worked. I mean it.
The great thing about
wow.
Steadicam is that it does give you a sort of cinematic feel, but
Chevy, let me just point out that
you got to edit to make comedy work.
I don't understand why I'm here at all.
it's just so nice to act with someone who's my height.
There's Ken Jeong.
No.
Am I looking at the right show?
Is he in a different?
Now, when Justin Lin would show up to the set, did NBC and Sony just cringe, Joe?
No.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
When Justin Lin showed up,
Oh, he cringed in what
because
capacity?
they knew that he was going to be the most complicated shots of all time for any show.
No, you know what? I mean, I don't think anybody knew that was coming. Part of the great thing about, like when you're a producing director on a show, there's this, like you're getting hammered a lot about being fiscally responsible. So when you bring in your big friends like Justin, he can, he's a very sweet guy.
Yeah.
But he also has a way of sort of being able to passively
Get what he wants.
and extend the amount of time and money that he needs to execute it. The paintball episode was, as an example, took about 8 days of
can't
shooting.
drive.
Yeah.
If I tried to do that thing in 8 days,
That's all I'm saying.
hell would break loose,
Why not photography?
It's lucky that Ken doesn't take longer
Yeah, I remember
when he has like 3 lines.
This was back when, in order to get the full
this
Ken
is-
Jeong, we would
that's right.
shoot him for like 75 hours.
We
in
shot 45 minutes of this speech, no, continuous. Like we didn't turn the cameras off; we just let them go and go and go and go and go. And then we sat in the edit room for about 4 days and cut it together. And then we thought maybe that's probably not the best way.
Unfortunately, that's what it's like when he's a doctor too. Hey, remember this?
I am a Spanish genius. In Espanol, my nickname is El Tigre Chino. Because my knowledge will bite her face off. So don't question Senor Chang, or you'll get bit.
There's Ken
You
Jeong.
can say something.
There's Ken.
Are you seeing Ken Jeong right now?
Yes, I am. I see him do all my old stuff.
As just to explain as a caveat that Chevy was actually 57 seconds behind us. He's in New York, we're in L.A.
which we couldn't tell from his normal personality.
Are we?
Yeah.
Is it happening now?
Or
Are
no, we
on
were
now?
57 seconds behind Chevy, so he
no,
was
I'm
ahead
having a bowel
in
movement.
the
I don't know what you
episode.
guys are doing.
And when
It's
we were
funny
talking about
because
certain
usually
characters,
Chevy's 57 seconds behind.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So we were talking about certain characters. He couldn't figure out what was happening.
That's
We're so used to him going, "What the hell's going on? What's with
Yeah,
you
I mean,
assholes?" that we
unbelievable.
didn't know there was anything wrong.
See, now we're going to see Starburns in a second.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I saw him. Oh, a good minute before you did.
And that's and that's what we're talking about. Is Starburns.
Right.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Starburns is Dino Stamatopoulos, who we used a writer because you can't ask an actor to sit for as long as we needed to initially sit him to test those burns, the technology involved. It's
So it was
space
all
age technology.
mascara painted
At
on
first it was, and then Dino eventually grew in a beard so that we could chisel a star into them.
I love it when he was like, "There's a person between these things."
I'm so glad I'm a part of this. It's like being Bob and Ray. What the heck? It's
I would
it's
say like now,
Starburns again.
I just want to say the first time I put this shirt on, which it was very small, and there was hair popping up of my pants. And
Oh yeah. Forgot
Pam,
about that.
the greatest makeup lady of all time, walked
She gave
up.
you a little shave.
She handed me the electric shaver and said, "You need to take care of something."
Oh wow.
And I
then
went
she,
to the bathroom and shaved myself.
Oh, come on. I saw her do it with her teeth.
That was a different time. That was for the pool episode.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, here comes the
and here's
master.
Chevy.
Here he is, everybody.
Chev, you're on screen right now, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good.
Oh, now you're
Unfortunately.
gone.
But you're still on screen, right?
There.
Okay.
Here he is
Now
again.
I'm wearing a jacket. because we realized how bad I looked on the other shot.
This is a defining moment for this character because he reveals that he's sterile, essentially, and that he chooses to characterize it as having super sperm that can't get a woman pregnant.
Because they shoot through the egg.
Yeah, that's right. That shoots through the eggs. Right?
I can't, but you can, so that's fine.
But I love this scene.
That's one of my, I love doing
my
this.
two favorite guys. Hemingway's Lemonade. I wrote all of this. Aren't I amazing?
Dan,
you are.
Wrote scripted this episode.
But I'm the slowest writer on our staff, so this took me a long time.
They put a 7 weeks behind schedule.
And it's
Well,
probably...
if you think it took you a long time, how long do you think it took Joe to direct it?
I mean, this was weeks, right? I mean,
this was
I mean,
like.
I think I had to shoot this scene twice because Chevy forgot his lines. Right?
Oh no, Chevy didn't forget his lines. This was like shooting The Abyss.
I never forget my lines.
No,
we did start this scene after a 13-hour day, and then we said, you know what, maybe it'd be better to just pick it up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because we were dead drunk.
Remember that, Chad?
At that point.
Yeah.
That was quite annoying.
Yeah, wasn't I?
Get rid of. All you have to know about her is her name. What is she, a water filter? I mean,
I love that line.
What is she, a water filter?
why don't we start with me saying?
I wish that had been actual scotch. One day, can we?
Actually, it was.
I mean, this is...
It tastes like iced tea.
It's interesting when you compare this episode to later episodes in the season, and you see the arc that the character's gone through, that Jeff Winger's gone through.
Absolutely. The arc of my character has amazed and astounded me.
For instance, he learned how to draw circles. Look at this.
Right.
What is this gimpy circle?
Wait till you
What
see
do
this little
who draws
trip.
a circle like that?
There's going to be a little trip
That
thing
looks
I
like
do
a
here.
pumpkin that's been on its side.
Oh, shucks, you cut it out. How do you like that?
Well, we hate ratings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a...
If Chev does physical
that was
humor,
another
cut it
reason we
out.
started retiring the Steadicam. Remember that shot, Dan? It drove you crazy?
Yeah.
Um,
This is back when we were all learning to work together.
yeah, and figuring out what
This
the
is
show is
back when
going to
we
be.
were like, we'll just go over to the college and shoot. It won't cost us any
The
money.
guy on that shirt, the Chicata Panecos guy, through no design of our own, just by kismet, like he is in Heat Vision and Jack for you super nerds. A pilot I did with Rob Shop. He's the guy that says that guy just disintegrated Jasmine, and I recognized him when he came in. We had picked him out of a photo book. Fascinating story.
There's a good
and he was there.
story to sort of illustrate the writer-director thing, which was, Anthony and I are fans of like letting things play out as naturalistically as possible, and we kept sending extras in front of the camera.
Right.
I also had a hard time with this scene just because I felt like the storyline was skewing a little broad, and I was trying to figure out ways to like just bring it down a little bit. And I remember Neil and Garrett, EPs on the show as well, when they first saw this scene cut together, they're like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? He's got extras walking on jokes. And I remember responding saying, well, hey, guys, that's cinema. So
What is this, David Lean? Good God.
But God forbid somebody walk in front of the...
Yep, see that? That's me.
In front of the camera during because you have to
What a
chop
nice
together
move.
these lines. Oh, yeah, there's your fall, you
Yeah, just a
bastard. Are you
little
happy
bit of
now?
just to show
just
that
rewind
I
that
had
again.
a little too much to drink.
And if you freeze this freeze a screenshot of this board in a wider shot. Dan, you wrote it, didn't you?
I wrote some of it. I think Chevy wrote some of it.
I think I rewrote
Chev,
it.
you did rewrite it. That's
did,
right.
yeah.
I think we spent about 10 minutes
Chevy,
writing some crazy shit.
in these, when you see him in
That
the
chalkboard.
episode where he's doing the school song, and in this episode, I'm sort of like we talked about writing up to the characters. I'm sort of like, I'm mocking myself because like Chevy is in all things. Pierce is in all things creative. Like he's his reach exceeds his grasp, and he sort of tries to cover it with a lot of pomposity and a lot of like venom and stuff. And when you see like circles behind him on blackboards and things, that's me making fun of myself for being kind of an a-hole.
This scene right here, I think,
love
is
this.
when we really
When those
started to
guys
discover the
nailed that.
chemistry between those two guys. Is that
Oh yeah.
their rhythm together was really good. They put in that little hand slap at the end. We started to go, these guys know how to work together.
But then we were stuck with these two fucks.
Right.
What? I'm right here. We're right here, Dan.
No, but this is great too. I mean, this is this episode. Like the story is so subtle.
This is your definition of friendship?
No.
but this character, you know, he's not Jim Halpert from The Office. He's an asshole. Like he's a shallow guy. He's being mean to
wears
Chevy's
douchey
character.
coats.
How dare you?
And yet you like
pray
him.
for a coat like that.
You're on his side, you know, and yet he's a very deeply flawed guy. And I mean, I remember seeing, this was one of the first scenes that we
Which
saw.
guy are you talking about, by the way?
Well, you're
talking about Chang.
you come to the table pre-refined. You're just Chevy, but
Yeah.
we didn't know if Joel could handle doing
Look
a
at
TV
that.
show.
Yeah.
There's a little humor.
Finger in the drink.
Yep. I'd stay with those things.
We had to digitally color
coming
in
up
that
is-
zero, right?
This was funny with the thing on the mouth.
It's so
Between
funny.
Donald and Danny, when they do the bad breath thing, this is one of my favorite lines.
I haven't watched this episode in like 8 months, and I'm just looking at sort of a lot more cinematic choices I was making earlier in the season than later in the season.
This is the night Chevy called me a prick for eating a hot dog.
That's right.
I remember. And I was so
in
excited.
front of a reporter from Time Magazine.
Yeah,
Well, it was like 2 in the morning.
I was
Yeah.
so excited. I said, what did I do to deserve this? Like in a past life.
We kept him around till 2 a.m.
Chevy
That's what we
Chase
did.
is calling me a prick. No, but I meant in a good way. I was like,
Oh,
how
yeah.
can I have
Actually,
this life?
I was in the last shot.
You were.
Yeah, no, we remember.
You were in the
Yeah,
last
excuse
shot.
me?
Oh, no, that was
Last
the
shot.
pilot.
That was the pilot, Jeff.
Oh. What's this show?
This is the one where you catch on fire and run
This
off.
is Modern Family.
That's correct, sir.
And then we let you go and we had the stunt guy do it again.
Oh, I can't wait to get back to this.
There's a darkness to this character that we bob in and out. And like Chevy in the beginning, I remember being understandably cautious
is.
about like, well, what are you going to do with this character? Is he a buffoon, or is he, you know, does he have teeth to him? How much Griswold, how much Fletch is what it kind of boils down to.
Your friend, so you have to go. You have to come out
It's a discussion that I happily don't like, you know, make a firm thing on, because what we created in the meantime in the last season, like kind of a new, unique sort of character. He's sort of the answer is sort of both. Like he's
No, Pierce is really his own guy, I think. There's no Griswold in him, and certainly not a lot of Fletch there.
There's a little bit. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, or there's a little bit of both, because he's a very like in the Christmas episode when he's teaching Jeff to fight. You know,
He's full of himself.
Yeah,
is
he's
the
got a lot of
you know.
backbone and a lot of teeth. Like and you actually get the impression that this guy has something to offer.
Yeah. We found out later, of course, that he had nothing to offer.
But it's different. It's different from like the guy who's like answering a banana and thinking it's a phone and stuff, and you just feel bad for him. It's like it's all of the above. It's like he's a real old school guy. It's little Archie Bunker, little Eric Cartman.
What are we going to do with Yvette's hair this year? There's so much of
Our
it.
instinct is to build.
More?
They're growing wigs right now in a
More hair.
laboratory.
I get it. Garfield's.
This is, everything was leaning on this last thing that they do with the Amy Mann song. And I want to give props to Eric Falkner, who I called, who's a Channel 101 guy, because he did a Channel 101 pilot that ended using that same Amy Mann needle drop. And so I'm really like cautious about like infringing on.
Right.
It's not exactly the same bit, but it's using that song.
Borrowing.
It's Magnolia, blah blah blah. So, but I called him and he gave me permission, blessing, comedy writer blessing, to use the Amy Mann needle drop for comedy.
And for whatever, that song was so perfect.
Yeah,
And
I knew it would, because MOS slow mo and the Amy Mann thing during a ridiculous, absurd, something you've been told is potentially anti-Semitic and racist, and like you can't see what's going on. It was a good way around the fact that otherwise these guys are going to be doing a Spanish play, so it's not going to be funny. They're going to be speaking Spanish, but.
And it's great to sort of talk about how this cast worked together. Dan had a bunch of ideas about what these guys could do. Props, put together a table filled with props, and then sort of just became a discovery process. Is sort of.
Then we got Allison involved
a couple
in it.
of real dorks.
Oh yeah,
That's how
whose idea
became.
was it to pull Allison up there?
We did.
That was you on the set. You were really excited about it, and I was like, I wanted to kill the Pocahontas thing, and it was like, again, learning to work together. Like I remember back at this stage of the show, it was like I felt like there were things we could do that would like permanently damage the show. This is before there were people flying through the air and naked billiards and stuff. We found our own tone. That's a combination of everybody's safe zones, and that's the important thing about collaboration is there's a unique thing you can find that's like encompasses everything, that doesn't destroy anything, you know. The mixture of everyone's sensibilities creates community. If it was just me, there would be no music stings, no, you know, everything would be very dry and
Here we go.
but anyways,
Oh God.
Very dry. I'm just gonna.
so this is like, yeah, I mean, very dry except for moments like this.
I think we did
you
all
got
of these
that.
twice. I think we just did some steady cam passes on this stuff. And
I was so happy about this flag waving, and I'm not kidding. I'm
Mixed-
so happy.
mixed with the fairy wings, where I don't even remember where that was. I'm trying to think back on. I wish I had good stories for.
And Chevy, you got really
discovered
mad at
all
me
this
right
stuff.
here. I was not there when I put my butt in Allison's face.
This is great physical comedy right there. The way that you die, it's hilarious. And then your head drops.
If we're
worked
doing our
out
job
perfectly.
right, your heart should kind of swell a little bit here, which Chevy hates. He hates the sentimentality of the show. But,
Right here.
but this
you were
character
like,
is
it's
like
too close. You were like, Joel, you're going too far. And I'm like, you're telling me?
Well, I had some beef with it. I can't even remember what my beef was. It had something to do with the fact that if the audience isn't just sitting there watching, then they're participating, and we need them out there like just judging these guys, because the triumph needs to be that Joel was willing to do something stupid, you know, not something that uplifted anybody. But it turns out to be such a minute thing, and you think it's so important when you're in the beginning stages of collaborating. You're like defending everything.
Well, what's interesting about television is that it's when you take the amount of time that you spend in a season.
Sorry, Chevy improvised this.
Yeah,
the
it's a genius line.
Did you say S?
Yeah,
Right.
it's one of the best improvs of the season.
That means satisfactory.
But when you take, television, you're doing over 400 minutes in a season of these characters, and sort of it becomes an anthology, which is, when a movie is a more specific period of time. It exists in 90 minutes, 110 minutes.
This is over before
you can
know it.
try a lot of stuff. You
Yeah.
can,
It's so short. It's
Right.
23 minutes an episode to get it all done, but then you have so much time to let things kind of.
Yeah, and I mean, I think about half the audience experiences shows on DVD now, and
Look at us.
or for the first time, and will spend 6 episodes, 8 episodes in a sitting, experiencing a show and getting that flow.
Hell,
Nobody
Chevy, by
wants
the
to
way,
hear
you're
you
in the
guys.
Chevy,
We don't
by
want
the
to
way,
hear you talking about that. They want to hear me and Joel talking.
but in the gag reel, Chevy, that show here is the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I stayed up all night writing this with Sergio, who is, I think he speaks some Portuguese. And so I kept asking him, well, okay, what rhymes with this, what rhymes with that, what rhymes with that? And like just writing this nonsense because I knew that these guys could beatbox. I'd seen him on a red carpet.
You've seen him on the red carpet do this, right? That gave you the idea.
Yeah, somebody
for
pimped them to do a rap, and I was like, oh, don't do that. Like, that's so lame. But they just jumped in and did it. They didn't give a shit.
Right.
And they were like trading off their beatbox. I was like, oh, shit, we can do
Well,
something.
that's funny. Thanks for having me.
Chevy, you got 17 more of these to go.
Oh, God, help me.
Hi, I'm Danny Pudi.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
Dan Harmon.
Donald Glover.
So this is the second episode.
That's actually a batting range or a what is that? You can see the net in the background.
Oh, it's a golf range.
It's a golf range.
Yeah, driving range.
Near
This
LA
joke got
City
dropped
College.
on the floor and shattered.
My schedule before the deadline. I heard this class was a cakewalk. Are you passing it?
You're supposed to say yes. Do you like Dane Cook? Yes, I do. Oh, so far, so good. So there's a version of that joke as written somewhere in the ether, and the director blamed the actor for it not working.
The great John Michael Higgins.
John Michael Higgins. He's awesome.
Yes, he is.
He's really good in this.
I
We're
really
lucky to
wished I
have
was
him.
in these scenes, by the way. I wanted to be
I
in his
know.
classes.
Close them and throw them away.
It's our Dead Poets Society.
I have so much fun watching the beginning of this series because it's just like the tone is even different, just like slightly. You
Yeah.
can feel everything. Like it's just like, oh, we found ourselves. Like I always kind of wondered that with like other shows where I'm like, how did they know when they were good?
Yeah.
But I guess that's kind of like, how do you know that
You're a lesbian.
sex is good? When, like, that you're a lesbian? What?
Yeah, how do you know?
It's called freshman year of college.
Yeah, and also, how do you describe what changed about the show? I mean, because you can't even say, well, it became a little sillier because it was always silly.
Right.
But did it become warmer? I think you throw out any attempt to actually define what changed and just accept the fact that the show finds itself. You know?
Yeah.
I love this bit.
Voice command. Voice command. Voice command.
Would you please use the buttons?
Okay, Grandpa.
See, this is a point you can already feel it. Like it's like the Gillian's character is being saddled with like she's supposed to be the cool one or something, and that makes you as the audience go, "Well, I'll be the judge of who's cool and who's not. I'll decide who I'm supposed to like." And it's later that we go like, "Oh, wait a minute! If like, what if you beat up on her? What if you make her Charlie Brown instead of like saddling her with status?"
Mm-hmm.
Just don't take away my leather coats. No. Do what you will. I'll be called an ugly lesbian until the sun goes down, but don't take my coat.
Keep giving her coats. You can call whatever you want.
I really enjoy that. Like, I'm sorry, I really enjoy Pierce calling you like gross names and stuff. Because there's something about that that's so funny to me when you call somebody because like Pierce obviously has a whole bunch of problems. Like so like
a whole mess of problems.
A whole mess of problems. So him like bagging on somebody who's very pretty is funny to me. I don't know.
It's also relieving though, because you wouldn't want to watch him like sexually harass everybody.
Yeah.
So you're you breathe a sigh of relief.
Like,
oh, he doesn't even want to nail her.
He doesn't even want to nail her. He's just like, oh, shit, everything about her. It's like, what are you seeing?
Maybe he's really seeing me in my true state. I don't know. Maybe he's a soothsayer or something.
He's a level 5 laser lotus.
This is really nice of you. The memo says 4 dreams.
That's very sweet.
Are we going to study Spanish or...
Turn your phone off.
Oh, boy.
Dan Harmon.
Apple.
Thanks for that check, by the way, Gillian.
Oh, you're welcome. I had to write that check very quickly, I remember.
Yeah, you did.
In order to get it done in time to rip it off.
There were no lines in between that.
29 seconds.
One of my favorite jokes.
Yes.
Thank you, boys. Thank you.
That's great.
Gotta texture that paper. Gotta make it loose leaf or something. In standard def, this is a white blob.
I can't stand the rain. Everyone's
Okay, now did Chevy's change? It used to be a drawing of a lady with boobs, and then you had to change it to just weird eyes.
During the pilot, it aired successfully, accidentally, as a lady with boobs, and then they watched it and went, "Whoops!" And
a lady with boobs? Just
because it's a lady without boobs.
Yeah, but I'm
now
just
it
like
says googly eyes.
naked boobs.
Oh, they were naked boobs?
Yeah.
Naked boobs.
Best kind.
Nice.
With nipples and stuff.
Yeah, because people might be turned on too much by seeing a drawing of boobs.
Why are you here?
To get a degree in business so I can sell my baked goods and whatnot on the internet.
You'll never hear Yvette talk like that again. About halfway through the season, she starts talking like Miss Piggy.
Again, that's when we found our show.
Yes, miss.
Only when we stop stopping our lives can we begin to start starting them. Ms. Edison here, for example, would rather write about what happened.
That stunt lady in the back who's gonna fall off the. It's like she's a pro because she started bleeding on the third one, and I was like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "Yeah." She kind of got mad. She's like, "Yeah, that's why they pay me."
The third time is when I do bleed.
She's like, I'm paid to get hurt and be okay with it.
Come on, stand on your desk.
It's really.
Can you imagine if your girlfriend was like a cute stunt girl?
Yeah.
What a weird combination of feelings that would be.
Yeah, that'd be so weird.
Much like your feelings about the sign language woman.
Yeah.
What's the feeling?
I was terrified she was going to land on a pencil because there were pencils in the desk.
Realistic.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the nurse, seize the day.
Day seizing.
Particularly the part about your husband not being.
Your homework.
I love
I
how
would say anything that was wrong with the show at this point is not wrong with the show because the characters don't know each other yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the dynamic, and so they're less warm stories that have to do with people sort of rubbing up against each other and repelling each other. But
I like to think.
it's a good show, you guys. Come on.
Stop bashing on it.
Jump on board.
We liked it as we were making it.
I loved
we
it. I
didn't
thought
have
these
any
were fun.
reservations about this
It's just,
episode.
here's the thing, critics.
Because really, we're pretending this is for the fans,
We
but
know
it's
you're
really for
saying
you.
change your mind. Just say I didn't like it at first. Now I get it. It's genius. I didn't recognize it. I'm only mortal.
Aren't people kind of doing that though?
Yeah, but they have to open their reviews with going like, well, at first it wasn't doing so well.
Right.
Yeah, come on. At first you were watching wrong.
Yeah, you just didn't.
You were watching wrong.
That was don't try to bring the mountain to Muhammad.
The beginning of the endless series of fairs, outdoor fairs at Greendale Community College.
They're always in full effect.
The only time I ever wore a watch.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not wearing a watch next season.
I always wear a watch. You're not wearing a watch next season?
No.
Your choice?
No, actually, like they kind of brought it up. I mean, like I don't wear jewelry, I don't like it that much, but I was like, oh, Troy probably would. But they were like, he's changed a lot. No ring and thing, right? And I was like, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I want to kind of overhaul everybody.
Yeah.
You're going to be half robot.
Oh my
to whom are you
God. Am I
speaking?
not already on the show?
Yeah, but it's the bottom half.
Iqbal!
Pillow lips!
Now, for those of you who don't know, this actor's first name is Iqbal, but for those of you who don't know what an Iqbal is, Google it. It's a really gross thing. I'm just kidding.
It's a ball that makes you go ick.
This is we had so many fun repeats after this scene. All the things he's calling people. There's one.
Should we go through?
There was when you look down at the ground here, there was 75 different colors of tape for marks and stuff because it's such a complicated. You can't tell watching it, but
have you? Has he said pillow lips yet?
No, I think that's coming like.
No, that's
later on.
Yeah, because I want to do the songs that we sing for each one of these things.
Iqbal is a favorite of the cast.
Yes.
We repeat his lines at least once a day.
Mhm.
He's made very few appearances. Oh, and those shoes were incredibly uncomfortable. I could barely walk.
I like Gillian's boxing pose right here.
Thanks.
he's one of many things we
obviously ready
share
to
with the
fight.
show Glee, which
Our rating success.
One of the Twitter questions.
Our European tour.
Is, do you guys hate Glee or do you all hate Glee? We don't hate Glee. We're jealous of Glee.
Yeah, we're on the same lot. Here's the thing, like people always ask us, like we're on the same lot, and like it's cool, but we're obviously like the dirty cousin.
Yeah.
Like it's just like that's what it is. Like we're a little grittier, and like people, and like they're fine and really sweet to us when we talk to them. It's just like
that's the luxury of a 2.0 rating is you get to take swings at everybody.
Everybody.
Because
Like,
you're a dirty little orphan.
If they took swings at us, you'd be like, why is that mountain beating up that tiny tree?
Don't
Like
they have a concert in Europe right now?
You never hear us taking digs at Vampire Diaries. It'd be gross.
Pillow
cruel.
lips.
Did he say it yet?
No, but this is a great little outfit. I actually had those suspenders when I was a kid.
You did?
I did.
I learned recently that Mork's first appearance on television was in an episode of Happy Days. I
You
never
didn't
knew
know that?
I
You
didn't
didn't
know
know
that.
No,
I
yeah.
didn't know it.
Oh. I'm 49.
I didn't know that either. Thanks.
Another thing that made me feel 49 is I wrote this. I wanted him to say Shazbot when his suspenders don't work, and Neil Goldman, one of the EPs, like he said, I couldn't remember what Shazbot was.
He still says it though, and I laugh.
I know. Well, yeah, because I came to my senses. It's like he's got to say Shazbot, but this really, I hadn't even thought about it for a second until that moment when he said, I don't know what Shazbot is. I was like, oh my God, you get old and that's how you get hack is you don't even realize your references are like even the classic references.
Yeah.
Now they're just like weird, dumb, like you're talking about Looney Tunes.
That's what makes me sad is that people don't watch Looney Tunes anymore.
I know.
I reference Looney Tunes all the time, and people but I was like, but that's one of those things that'll never get old because they're already old.
I still have a Looney Tunes Gangsta T-shirt at home.
Oh yeah, there's nothing like a black Tweety bird holding a gun.
What?
With a T-shirt.
I think I have the Tasmanian Devil with like his hat tilted to the right.
I made that joke on Thursday, and I thought that was like a more universal thing, but just like being like, oh, he's like, it's so, like, I forgot, Tracy made some sort of thing. It was like a black Bart Simpson sexually holding his black sister. Like, it's just like, that was something in my community where people just had shirts of like black cartoon characters.
What would happen if Tracy Morgan was doing commentary on this scene?
He probably. I haven't come through with either of that. Somebody
Tracy, what was your motivation in this scene?
Barbecue sauce.
That seems like more of a food than a motivation.
Yeah.
Look how short your hair is, Donald.
Yeah.
I know it's grown a lot.
You could even use a sneeze to drive home a point.
The scene had to get cut down. As we've said before, early on, you don't have that page count rhythm yet. You don't know how long your scripts can be. So you end up cutting a lot of stuff. Tell me more. This scene is a shorter version, and it just... See how that can is crushed in that last shot? Pierce crushes it at one point because he gets specific with Troy. Says, I know what it is. You used to be on top of your game, and now your life is a joke to other people. And he like squeezes the can, and it's really good acting from Chevy, and it's really cool. And we had to cut it. It was that or the birthday cake line.
There was a scene here too, Dan, that I think
Those
was
were
cut right after
professional.
that.
Um,
Well, I think
they
it was
were-
like cutting the bush or something.
Oh, you emerge in this scene.
We used to think that our scripts could be 31 pages long, 29 pages long. We've gotten down to the script for Paintball was 23 pages long because we were nervous about the amount of action, and typically we try to keep it 25 pages long, which is insane. I've never worked on a show where the scripts are so short. Less work for me.
What does your life mean?
But in these early stages, this is back when we're like, hey, 32 pages. And so we would have to cut 8 minutes out in the bay. And so all of these scenes, there's longer versions.
When he says the Bay, he means Oakland. So they have to fly. That's part of the reason it has to be so good and tight up front, because they fly to Oakland.
Yeah. I mean, they don't fuck around there.
Or you won't just fail my class. You'll fail life.
Ooh. Message.
It was very bright outside. I could barely keep my eyes open.
Now, what are you wearing there? There's another shirt pouring out of the bottom of...
Yeah, it's called layering, Dan.
Ah.
Drop the flower.
Okay, I really need to talk to you about Abed. I went
So
by
the
his
one underneath is really skin tight.
there. He's cutting.
Yeah.
Do something like that.
We
That's
gotta-
my skankiness. Can't be contained by only one shirt.
Subtle
Gotta
skank.
get the layers going.
I'm playing the role of his mother.
Abed is not normal. That's what you thought.
That was hard to hear. Thankfully, I didn't hear it.
No, you weren't there. The video at the end of this, I remember because there was a different ending for a while, and there were some other things, but like the video at the end of this, legit.
Yes.
Like I really like that. I was like, that's a good ending.
Look how skinny your legs are.
Yeah, that was one of those where they wanted me to highlight my legs.
I remember eating that and being like, I'm never gonna get sick of eating pizza.
Right, and then
you always do.
Then we had pizza.
Something
Just
that
like-
you don't really get the feeling of here. The concept was that, again, you're supposed to be tracking Jeff's encroaching phobia that this group is becoming a family. And he's the dad, and Britta's the mom, and I mean, does it feel that way? Does it feel like that's the joke that Jeff is this unwitting father figure? Not really.
Well, I can't really say because you were telling me that during the shooting of it, so I don't really have an objective view on that. Love him.
Yeah, he's funny.
Matt.
He's got a voice like this. Yeah. And it talks like this.
Apparently, he and I did improv together 15 years ago in Westwood. And he says his voice got that way
From
by
Boom Chicago,
doing
right?
like
Yeah,
performing
yeah.
for like 3,000 people.
He would scream and he lost his voice permanently.
I think it's done wonders for his career.
I think so too.
Yeah.
That's when early on we were like, wow, that was a kind of a dark ending to the scene here.
Yeah.
All part of the movie.
I think you are really weird, Abed.
So that's kind of a dad figure, I think, to say.
Yeah.
Certain kinds of dads.
This show's all about dad issues. It's a lot like Lost.
You're right.
I think
That guy was your dad?
That was
Yeah,
improvised.
That was
right
improvised.
There.
Fucking funny.
Okay, this is pillow lip scene.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah.
I lied to get you here because it's time to communicate.
This sweater should probably be retired on Joel. Kind of court jester action.
Where's Weezer?
That's another one. Where's Weezer?
Where's Wizard?
See what I did there?
I got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Ravi Shankar.
You should like Weezer. He should like Ravi Shankar.
They want and leave each other out of it. Is that your take? Let me give you mine. You and your pillow-left girlfriend got all up in my stuff because you wanted to be cowboys, and then you turned chicken when you found out it would take more than speeches and guided missiles. Interesting. I didn't see any Iraq metaphor, but what Iraq metaphor? I'm talking about your speeches and her guided. Got it.
My guided missiles.
Do you guys have a With Falafel as a Fallback song?
We
Napkin Man.
You need to let him make his own decisions.
Make his own decisions? Have you met Abed? You know who he
Obviously I-
is?
Yes, I
You
know.
have
Guys.
no...
He
You're
loves-
stupid.
I'm finished.
With falafel as a fallback.
Oh,
We did have a falafel as a fallback song.
Yeah.
This is a reshoot, this scene.
oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and
Oh,
it
yeah.
took like 8 hours.
We originally
Yeah.
shot the scene in the cafeteria.
So Dave Seeger, Channel 101, shot, or didn't shoot, put together this Abed movie and had some Channel 101 guys do the animation and stuff.
It's
Kind
like
of reminds me of Xavier, Renegade Angel, with the mouths.
Who's the mom in that, Dan? Do we know?
You just pick a photo out of a book that you can clear.
oh wow.
Just some lady.
That's painful right there.
With you, all I want to do is take care of you. Why will you not answer me?
Yep.
Super messed up. Now I got something. I just realized something.
What do you think, Dad? I think you are weird, Abed. And I think the wrong person just left.
That's not a nice thing to say.
I like the ending to that.
Yeah.
That was kind of a fun thing about this episode is that it was pretty dark.
Well, it was
I like
one
the
of those
implication that Jeff and Britta kind of didn't get it. It's not
Yeah.
again, and then you pan over there. Again, very proud of the petty characters I created.
But it was I like that just because it was the second episode and I was like, wow,
Right.
Like I just learned a ton, like about that.
I thought it was really kind of a bold thing to do early on in a show.
It was.
Is to kind of
But
go there and
that
really explore
kinda-
this character's
I
backstory.
felt, Dan, tell me if I'm wrong, but I felt like that's kind of like because you're learning a bunch. It's sincere and sad, but there's like the cool Abed at the end. Like, it's
it's
okay,
that.
still funny. It's
Yeah,
doing
that's
like
Seeger. I mean, he made those editorial choices. I kind of stood over his shoulder and made his life miserable, but he did a great job.
He did.
Some people,
There it is.
I remember back then it was like people were still reacting to things, and I remember justifiably so, like on Twitter, like a couple like Arabic people like going like, why'd you cast a half Indian guy as an Arabic guy? And I understand when you're watching TV, it's like, I understand why you're asking that question, and I support your perceived dehumanization. We're not that's because the character gets written as something, and then we scour the earth for the right guy for the part. And Danny's half Polish and half Indian, so we figure, hey, he can play half Palestinian, half Polish. Right. I get what you're thinking. You're thinking like, all right, what do you think Indian people are more palatable?
I think that there's also
and the truth of the matter is we can't tell the difference. That's what we're really
Donald
saying.
is the only one allowed to say that.
No, but I think it's not about that. And I think
So
that's
this is, I don't know if everyone understands what I was doing the first season by now or not, but the idea is to take all this stuff away from us. The will they, won't they. The purpose is let's have these two make out in the second episode for false reasons. And then he makes, spoilers, whatever, but the end of the season, suffice to say, we've gone everywhere a show can possibly go in an entire run of a show.
Yeah.
So what the hell are we going to do second season? That's the point. The show is a mockingbird. It masters the art of proving to you that it's a television show because it's a cynical time. And,
Okay, wait.
all right.
Oh, wait, I thought it was Biblioteca.
No, Biblioteca is the first one.
Yeah,
this
is the...
Some of you tweeted questions and you used the wrong production code. It's not your fault.
This was one of those days where we all walked away very sore.
Yeah, talk about the pain you were in the next day.
Because we did that for a long time.
Yeah, and we did a number of different takes. And the thing about crumping is it's never the same.
Joe Russo wanted to air a commercial instead of this tag.
Really?
He didn't think it was funny. We got in a fight.
We love you, DVD audience.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Nosotros
Hey, everybody.
Get ready,
This
they're
is
coming.
Yvette Nicole Brown. Stop it. Say your name.
Hi, Anthony Russo.
Dan Harmon.
Joel McHale. And Danny Pooty is on the other side of the glass. You can't
Pootie's
see.
here. Hey, Pootie.
Okay, so this is episode production code 104. What was it actually aired as? Why would I care about that?
This is social psychology. I think it did air 4th.
This was one of those episodes that was aired out of order. It was moved up, and it was a rushed post schedule on this.
Nevertheless, one of our favorites, Liz Kukowski, wrote the writer's draft, and it was it was early in the show, but it was a big milestone because it was like one of the first scripts that I just felt was almost ready to go. You know, and it was a great feeling that we can actually do this.
That man.
Eric Christian Olsen.
Eric
Christian Olsen.
Eric Christ-like old guy.
He's awesome. He's on NCIS.
Is he really? He's a cast member now?
I believe that he's
you have no idea.
A super guest star, maybe a cast member.
Oh, a
next year.
super guest star.
That's better than a regular guest star. He's very awesome.
He works a lot. So, look, we've been jumping all around today in terms of the order. We've been recording these commentaries, and it's like we're going back now to early in the season, and it just makes me think like early in the season, part of the fun is, one, we're getting to know the characters again, which this episode is very much about, this relationship between Shirley and Jeff.
Yeah.
Also, just seeing Eric there, it's like, I remember, like part of the fun of the early episodes too is you're casting. You're going beyond your regular cast and you're finding new people to come into the show. And it's like some of those people end up having lives in the first season that we didn't expect when we cast them. As
he was in
first,
what? 6 episodes? 7 episodes?
He did a few.
Yeah, would that we had the time to like actually spend even more time with that character, because it was like, the idea of him being a musical rival of Pierce's and stuff. Like,
This was the first episode that I actually got to spend time with Joel. So it was kind of like Shirley and Jeff. Shut up. Shirley and Jeff were getting to know each other, and me and Joel were getting to know each other at the same time. So it was good for me. Was it good for you? Be kind.
What part?
Hate you.
I was listening to
Hate
the
you
show.
so
I
much.
was gonna
Hate
see
you with a passion that seeds through my pores like Gillian's
John Oliver
skankiness. Like
is
that, Gil?
terrific.
It's a callback.
Liz Kukowski came up with the idea in the room, this very beautiful, subtle idea that the basis of Jeff's friendship with Shirley, which they wouldn't know about at first, but they would accidentally discover, is their mutual share of gossip. Talking smack behind people's backs. And I just thought that was such a brilliant idea, because it was really
we
spent
fun
these first 6 episodes trying to figure out how to. We wanted to spotlight each character and have Jeff's life become inextricably tangled in each character's life. And how do you do that with Shirley? Well, it was great to just embrace it and let the character say to Britta that he doesn't like the idea of walking around with her and talking to her and making small talk, and then for them to find out their friendship was first with Jeff's character. Jeff and Shirley were the first to really bond.
Does this mean
away.
that they can't they can't be together anymore, because they really are toxic together?
They say that. No, I think that. I think that the family actually grows together so much that it's sort of like a double-edged sword. It's like Shirley can go back to being Jeff's least favorite member of the family if we want, because they're all so
When
close
was she
now.
ever his least favorite member of the family?
Well, in this episode, in the
first,
beginning,
just
he's
a
saying,
little side note, I'd like to
I
point
don't
out-
want to walk with her.
I'd like to point out the coffee shop is called Hot and Brown.
Yes.
It was named after.
We were trying to. How do you come up with a new coffee shop name after 15 years of coffee shops and sitcoms?
Me and Pip, one of our ADs, we believe that that's about us, because we're both brown women, so we're both hot and brown.
Wow, you're able to turn it back to yourself.
Whatever.
That's great.
Also,
I mentioned
she's
Pip as
allowed to be
well.
racist.
That wasn't racist.
Well, no, it's not
Was
racist
it?
from you. It's like you guys get to have all the fun. I want to call people.
What if
hot
I
and
was just
brown.
like, yes, this is about black women?
Hot and brown is not racist. I think
No,
it's
it's
cute.
a strip club.
It's not. I think it's cute.
All right, John
Damn,
Oliver,
What?
amazing,
With the cutest
amazing.
dimples ever.
And he's like Jim Rash in that comedy flows out of him like a broken Roman fountain, where you go to these old ruins and they built fountains 2,000 years ago, and everything still works perfectly no matter what. It's still always coming out.
Yeah.
So true.
But unlike Jim Rash, they're both equally amazing, but in different ways. Jim Rash is like a machine. He'll hit every mark and every line exactly the same way if you want him to. So when you're in the edit bay, you're like, oh my God, it's so easy to cut. John Oliver, like Richie Valens in La Bamba, different thing every time,
Nicely
like
done,
all
sir.
filled with
Nicely done.
amazing, like making so many discoveries all the
Mhm.
time, and you don't even want to go near him to suggest that he redo something that made you chuckle, because he's just going to do something even
funnier.
Yeah.
Your chain? What? Community college Spanish teacher can't use 80 bucks?
Well, we're just.
I remember there were a lot of shots of like John Oliver's character kind of leering at Annie. And I remember early on going like, it makes me too uncomfortable. Like, I don't know if I was the most protective of, that idea that Annie's like this little girl, or, if I was.
Ken in the chair.
Ken Jeong, he is, we'll talk about machine.
This is great, this shot. Like,
That was the day the writer from Entertainment Weekly was here with you. We shot that outside. You remember that? He was right around that corner we walked from.
Wow. You remember things much better.
We shoot a lot of these shots on the Paramount lot, and you look in the background, it's another testament to our set people.
Short legs.
A lot of our exteriors are shot at the LA Community College. The architecture you see mimicked back there, and those things directly between Yvette and Joel, they mimic the architecture of LACC, and this is shot on the Paramount lot. We just haul out these things on forklifts. They create fake LACC anywhere we want on the Paramount lot.
Actually, right across from where I'm walking is the president of Paramount's office. So
Joel knows because he frequently visits.
Well,
there,
I have to use the bathroom there a lot. And I accidentally dropped my script ideas.
Nicely done, sir. Nicely done.
To every subject's breaking point.
How many times do we have to do that walk and talk thing?
We never got it right.
There's another character here.
There was a whole different
Eric Charles
No.
Nelson, who showed up in this episode that ended up recurring.
Right,
He's
right.
the guy in the blue
Garrett.
shirt in the back.
We ended up naming him Garrett, yeah. We don't know what his name is yet in this episode.
And he was amazing in the paintball episode.
Yes.
Explaining the
It's
preface.
still
That
going
opening
on.
is
Yeah.
And
Eric-
wasn't he the alien? He was the alien in Abed's.
Yeah. Eric Charles Nielsen is kind of a darling in the LA stand-up underground. You can see him throughout LA.
What Donald does in a second
Now,
is going to be
this
so
is completely
genius.
improvised by Donald. I think the script just said Donald, Troy melts
Yeah, I
down. or
love
something.
it. I love it.
On in there! I wasted all day caring for you! The Soul Train awards were tonight! You promised!
He just makes me giggle. Watch him
amazing.
crawl out. Please watch the animal when he shows.
It's like a bug that's in the back of a bug that's been stepped
It's
on.
one of the funniest things in the whole
That's his
season
little
of the show.
period on butt stuff.
Oh my goodness. It makes me happy.
Beautiful.
See how often Hacky Sack takes his shirt off? He plays shirts and skins in a game of chess.
Now, this episode runs longer than the others, right?
Oh, it
was
does?
the full-length one, because they actually, NBC let us supersize this one or something. Let it
Well, what
run a little
happened was,
longer.
again, this was early in the season, so we didn't yet have a, sort of a sharp understanding of the relationship between script length and episode length. And this episode ended up playing very long. It was like 8 minutes over or something. And we had a short post process on it because we were moving it up in air order. So I think they gave us that exception because of that. We were up against the wall and we had too much time to take out.
But the version we're watching on the DVD is the version that aired, right? It's not the syndication version that had to be cut down to 22 or anything like that.
Oh, he looks so sad.
Exactly. Because actually, I looked at this episode on my iTunes before coming here, and I just noticed there was a
You
shot
cheated?
missing from the iTunes that was just in here. So yeah, it's like
You kind of did
You
the
know,
Why
Pierce
would they
Hawthorne
chop
thing.
down the iTunes version?
I don't know.
You cheated.
I mean, there's no commercials on the iTunes version.
You can't prepare for the DVD commentary.
Oh man, how about is everyone enjoying those iTunes checks coming in?
Yeah.
Oh
I
man,
didn't get mine, did they?
What?
Yeah, you have. Okay.
how do you think I
12
flew to
cents.
Paris private?
I think Jeff really loves Britta.
Well, I remember
gotta
this
say, when I
scene
read
was
this-
a kind of a weird turn, like weird or not weird. Like I like the overall effect of it, but I remember thinking we had internal debate about it. The critics responded to this. It's like all of a sudden Jeff Winger is Jim Halpert from The Office. All of a sudden it's a rom-com. All of a sudden he's so devastated about her making out with a dude. I think that Jeff Winger is very, very, very like inexperienced with actually like kind of liking girls and stuff. I think he's gay. No. I mean, I think he's like had a very crass sort of like collector mentality about women. Like he needs that validation, and once he gets it, they become disgusting to him, and he moves on. And I think that Britta, for whatever reason, like I think I like looking back on the whole thing. Is that's what's indicated in the pilot too. There's something about her he's got a big crush on. He's scared of her. He likes the dirtiness, the grunginess, the eclectic thing. Like, I think he thinks that she's the type of girl that he's supposed to be with.
Did you think that scene went too far?
No, I didn't, because you're privately, like, you got your head against it. In the edit bay, we tried to mitigate it a little bit so that you're not like, oh God, oh woe is me. But I like the fact that privately you're actually really bummed out that this one got away. I don't know. But I do recognize it. I just think it's worth noting that it's like your paths can take weird turns. Like, all of a sudden your character is exhibiting like behavior that
I remember reading the script and feeling heartbroken. I was like, oh, could she?
Well, that's the other thing, is how could she? She's rolling around on the lawn out there. It's like that, but that's what I really like that about the Britta character. How odd she is. How she reminds me of, like I've said, so many of my ex-girlfriends. Like, kind of, she's not Annie at all. Completely different reason for being attracted to a girl is that she's like a tough suitcase you throw over your shoulder and take across the world.
And here's John Oliver.
Gives you ringworm.
John Oliver doing a tour de force.
Nice.
Like, who thought
she's like a mattress full of bed bugs. She just want to roll around.
You're done, sir. You're done.
Feel the world.
You're done. I love that they start taking notes on him. Genius.
Thank you.
Stop writing! Put your pen. Give me that. Get out! Get out! You bunch of dogs! Get out!
This is me grinding my axe against doctors and therapists and things. I hate people in white coats because they're always telling me I need to come back in.
Oh, Annie, why? Not bad.
He's got his Indiana Jones whip there.
No. Cutest character ever.
Britta said that you did a lot of community service.
Ultimate Frisbee at the Senior Center. It is amazing.
And what makes Frisbee ultimate?
Man.
I remember being very nervous about what I had to do with the making fun of him stuff because I just didn't know how to do it physically.
Well, you figured it out.
Well, I'm not really a physical
People want to know
comedian,
about the nipples. Are they prosthetic? They are.
They're fake.
They are.
Tiny nipples.
We came up. Liz Kukowski, I think, had the idea in the room about the guy. Maybe John Pollock too, in the room about this guy. Seth Meyers' brother is an actor. Who actually apparently has really tiny nipples. The idea was we were going to cast him, but then we just had auditions and stuff, and we had the technology to make nipples small. So
what was weird is you go into the makeup trailer, and there would be a little pile of differently sized nipples, and you thought, what horrible thing has occurred here?
Well, we ended up, I mean, that's part of, we ended up that's just a makeup job around the sort of outside of the nipple.
Well, wasn't there a prosthetic?
No, there wasn't
prosthetic on there.
No,
that came later.
we didn't use it. We fitted him for a prosthetic, but we didn't have enough money on our meager TV budget to really make the prosthetic work properly. So we had to go to the low rent.
Can we have a new character in season 2 that has special nipples? So we use prosthetics.
Nipples, yeah, absolutely.
Just start
like extra long.
Building those now.
I really like the scene. I like the two of these guys on the couch together.
After
Not having sex?
Focus groups, like, we were so used to thinking of Britta as like, well, she's like this other like part of this wacky ensemble of misfits, and then you have like focus groups say the oddest, most simplistic things that
gave me something.
they go like, well, we like her because she's the normal one. I was like, at some point, like, well, I think you're missing the point. But then, well, listen to that. Like, you like the way these two are together. You don't necessarily endorse a will they or won't they between them, but they feel good like siblings. They feel like when they hatch schemes together, when they're hanging out, kind of rubbing up against each other in a dry way. That's what we like about Jeff and Britta. I think.
How often did this how many times does something like this get focused? Grouped?
Yeah, I was about to ask. You focus people
early
more than we'll ever know.
Well, yeah. They ask us if we want to know. I'd say early on we do.
Do they do every episode?
No. They take a handful and they do their thing. You know, it's to me, it's like you can draw good feedback from a fire hydrant. I mean, you could they scatter chicken bones on the floor
fire
and
hydrants
go
fight fires, Dan, so that they
but
do.
To be fair, NBC never, sort of misused that information. They just sort of shared it with us.
Absolutely.
It was very sort of open in terms of what we took away from it.
Yeah, we are not the victims of a lot of creative compromise. I will say that. I'm not just being a company.
And this is where Allison just walked in that day because she was auditioning for Dukes of Hazzard 2.
the preppening.
It is the preppening.
The sensation you're feeling is the preppening.
Welcome to the country club.
That's right, laugh it up. You guys want to know what they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Danny.
I heard you with my own ear. Binoculars.
Pierce, we are not making fun of you.
Calling me hacky sack and ripping my six-pack abs and my moist hair.
Maybe
That
looks
face
good,
you
though.
made, it's pretty obviously Annie.
Okay, this is definitely still part of the
I
experiment.
forgot she made that
We were
face.
not making fun of you.
Yeah.
We're making fun of Britta's boyfriend, Vaughn.
Oh, good. Well, in that case, but if we're gonna do something,
This is a great shit hitting the fan scene, which becomes a staple of Community. Like I like it's hard to engineer these.
No worries, no worries. And he always says hello 3 times in a row. Hello, good evening. How are you? And look, he wrote a poem.
The end of the second act, you want
So we done in like an hour?
disaster on some scale.
Guys, you met
I felt bad for real about it.
Yeah, I did too. That's
it
what's
is rough.
great.
Yeah.
Another great thing is like I've said in other commentary and other episodes, writing up to the supposed villains until the point. In this scene, Vaughn becomes the most likable character.
Yeah, he
in the scene.
does. It's so sad.
You always follow your pity. That's why when we talked about the Britta character, beating up on her to make the audience like her. People don't get that. They think that means you don't like her. No, you like Charlie Brown. You like Job. You like, not from Arrested, Job from the Bible. You-
Nice clarification there, sir. Thank you for that.
Job with a J. But in this scene, like this guy gets beat up on immediately. You like him.
Yeah, you like him.
And you realize that our crew, kind of like the Cheers gang or the it's like Seinfeld family. It's like, wow, no, they're very, very bad people. Kind of, they're flawed people.
he's crying. Now he's barking.
He's crying.
This scene right here, this was hard doing with you, Joel.
Well, this is when I told you to fuck off.
No, not that
When
part.
I could not get my lines right. I
Oh,
was
is that
like,
way?
"Oh, fuck you."
No. And I didn't know you that well. So I'm like, is he really saying that to me? But no, there was a scene where we had to walk from the gate to sit down. And you were like, the script said that we walk. And I said, we're supposed to go now, Joe. And you said, make me do it. I was like, oh.
I did?
Yeah, you were like, you were like telling me as an actor to actor, like, you better act better to make me want to walk over
I
there
did?
with you.
Wow,
Yes.
what a
And I
jerk.
was like, he's mean.
You mean
He's mean.
right?
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
No. But we didn't know each other well yet. And I was just like, oh
see,
my God.
I just tell jokes and do crap like that when I don't know people.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, I was so
I'll
scared.
just
I was
say it.
terrified.
It doesn't.
He'd
I
call it
didn't-
a defense mechanism, but it's really offensive.
Yeah. I didn't even see.
The
I
best
didn't.
defense.
You don't remember that? I was like, Joel,
I
we're
had
supposed to.
no
I was like, we're
idea.
supposed to be over there now, and you were like, make me.
This is a
I was like,
great
oh.
early moment to be on your 4th episode. Turned out to be our 3rd or whatever it is, but to have this kind of chemistry between characters, this cute little moment.
We're about to kiss, I think.
I love when you open the zipper.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
when are we
about.
gonna
This
kiss,
sort of
Joel? When is Shirley and Jeff gonna have their moment? Sloppy eights.
This is one
I have
unfortunate
to
thing that we had to cut
few
out of the
more,
really
but-
long version of this is John Oliver comes back to this scene. She gives him the DVD set. John Oliver comes back, says to Annie, "You're brilliant. You're brilliant. I would love for you to help me with my stuff." And she says to him, "No, I'm going to go hang out with my friend and watch this." Did it get cut out? or-
It got cut out, but yeah,
Yeah,
no. The other beauty of it was it really paid off that whole experiment storyline,
Yeah.
and that he has this epiphany that his meltdown over Abed actually confirms his theory of the
Yeah.
Duncan principle.
Like Anthony said, which is truly one of the things like that your show just is going to get better over time because of that whole, like he said, the calibrating of how long your scripts can be based on what the style is. That every production is a new family. The unique combination of all the people, their styles, the editing styles, and all these things. You need to come up with a page count for the script that's going to require the least amount of like killing children being jokes, children being storylines and stuff. And early on, you're just making like, it's like you're shooting movies that have to be 20 minutes long, and you're flying blind, and some tragedies happen.
But that was a great lesson because I always thought that was one of the funniest scenes John Oliver had done.
Yeah.
And we had to cut it, so it's like, yeah, that's a hard lesson.
You got to put it in the extras.
Whenever you hear cool needle drops like this that you like, it's usually Joe Russo, who has 1,000 million songs in his iPod.
Yeah, and you walk up to the, you'll walk up to the World Video Village, and you'll be about to ask Joe a question. He goes, "Listen to this."
Yeah.
What would you think of this song during this?
You
I'd be
guys
like,
have
"It's
great
really
Joe
great."
Russo impressions.
Mine's more like this. Like
Do
I
yours,
picture,
Dan.
That's what I was doing.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
That
sorry.
wasn't your best. You did
Listen,
a better
when you
want
want to
to
do a steady
there
cam
it
shot,
is.
listen,
Listen, guys,
look.
this is what it's gonna
At
be.
the end of the
all right?
day,
We're gonna come in and we're
you
gonna
do
hit it.
You
And
get out the steady cam, you pull it across, you rake it up down the alley, you do it. You
Get him, we
out,
get
you get
him, we
out,
get
the
in,
sun
we
comes
get
up,
out.
it goes down, you're still shooting, you're done.
I got an impression.
You guys
of
all
him. Ready?
You guys all need to work on it. I know.
yeah,
I know
Anthony
all
would
that.
know how
Here's
his brother
mine.
sounds better.
Here's mine. You guys want to go to New Orleans? $5,000. You in? You guys in?
Who's in? Come on,
Let's
Yvette.
go.
You can
We're
drink
going
water. You don't have to drink. You can drink water.
So this scene was shot at 4 a.m. on
Oh,
Saturday
so
morning.
late.
I remember this.
I think I went to New York. I just drove straight to the airport.
Matt Jones
And the
played
episode had to
stoner.
lock Saturday night at like 9 p.m. So I was up a straight 36 hours from
Yikes.
Friday till Saturday night.
Yay!
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Hi, I'm Dan Harmon.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
I'm Andrew Guest.
And I'm Chevy. I can't even get it. Joel McHale. Hey, here, watch. Yeah.
John Oliver came on his 1 week off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, this is the first time we've seen him after the pilot.
John
Yeah.
Oliver.
See the Luis Guzman headshot over there? What do we say about this episode that hasn't been said by scholars and historians?
Wikipedia.
Andrew Guest and I wrote. This was we wrote a lot of this episode on the set.
This story went through a lot of changes at many stages. We could talk about the whole Born to Leave aspect. There was a whole other storyline we were trying to incorporate.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about this John Oliver character. This originally in the story, there was a thing going where he had just had a paper published.
Unbelievable.
About called "Born to Leave," which was a paper that had figured out why women always leave men. They have no control over it.
Right. It was clearly his own axe that he was grinding in his paper.
Cheers, MASH, Faulty Towers, Taxi, whatever that was. A lot of people didn't get that, but
they didn't.
No.
Yeah, I remember on Twitter a lot of people going, "I don't get it."
The hard way and Q&A. Yeah, Luis Guzman is on a private jet from Hollywood because he can't wait to have that conversation.
There's a friend of mine that I loosely base Abed on, who one of the personality traits that he has is he's a very credulous guy who believe almost anything you say. And I remember one of the stories that he told me about is that how one of his friends had convinced him that Lindsay Lohan was coming over to clean the apartment. So I was coming over to party with them, and that he therefore needed to clean the apartment and buy them a 6-pack of beer. And I was like, wait, and I was like saying to the friend that was doing this to him, I'm like, how can you do that? And he's like, he believes anything. Like, and I was like, is that true? You believe anything? And he's like, yeah, well, I don't know.
He couldn't help it. He wanted to fight it.
And he came in and read. He read for the part.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Well, maybe you should spend 5 hours sculpting that in your face. All right. Last night I graded your tests. I'm sure you want to know how you did, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not going to tell you until I find out who did this.
What is that?
That was the first time Starburns talked. That was
yeah.
his first line. My name's Alex, dude.
An entire network shuttered.
Yeah. There was a whole exchange between them. It was really funny. Like, there's a longer exchange where he's like, my name's Alex, dude. Yeah, well, maybe you should have carved that. And like, hey, why don't you just teach? Oh, why don't you shut up? Like, nobody cares about you. And it's like a great dramatic scene between these characters. Network hated it. Everyone always hates everything.
Have you explained
That's
who
true.
Starburns is already in one of these? Who Dino is?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did, yeah, in his first appearance.
He's so funny.
That also Ken did a lot of Andrew Dice Clay impersonations during that day.
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny to find out that your friend of 15 years or so, like, to this other guy. Like he
The
just looks
cultural
like Andrew
touchstone.
Dice Clay.
Right. That's the reference point for.
I never perceived Dino as an Andrew Dice Clay type.
Shirley's hair is really different. It is evolved.
We slowly are building Shirley's hair like the Elephant Man builds that cathedral. So over
right.
time.
So 60 years.
We're going to put windows in it, and then we're going to move our pillows and die in our sleep.
I'm not trying to look like I'm not. Well, I may be a genius, but I'm not.
We should talk about this episode.
Now. I was trying to see which one it was. Well, during the silence.
Well, through the first 6, we were dealing with each character and Jeff, right? And this was Britta's
This was
episode.
Britta's thing. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Yeah, first 6, the idea was let's focus on one character per episode. Have them each have a little story. Pierce was first with the Spanish play. This is Britta's episode. This is where we find out she cuts and runs. That's her thing. Right.
Yeah, that's my thing.
That's her thing. She's a skank. She cuts and runs.
Yeah, I'm a skank. I'm a skanky cheating hoe.
Oh my gosh. You are selling yourself very short.
No. This is what the people want, right, Dan Harmon?
Gosh, cage fighting.
I know it's what I want. I don't know. I'm still negotiating with the people. I'm learning something new every day.
This isn't a table.
I love this part.
That's funny.
Remember when we used to study Spanish?
Aw,
Look
They
at
love
that-
each
look at
other.
that grin.
Look at that little
Look at that
smirk.
grin. It's
There's
like
love.
the poster for the first season.
Supposedly,
Oh, you.
if we've done our job on the DVD, one of the special features is the original scenes from this storyline. There's 2 scenes with Pierce behind the piano when Annie comes in, and so one of the bonus features will be to take a look at those original versions of the scenes, which we'll talk about when we get there. But it's all teed up by this idea that Pierce is, as I had mentioned previously, he's a sort of mockery of me, my writing workflow. Is to shut myself in and procrastinate and yell at everyone who comes near me and tell them I'm a genius, even though I'm not.
I would say you're a genius.
I
Thanks,
agree.
Joel.
Not
You know
in
what?
the
You guys are going to get
wardrobe
3 more
department,
lines in
Oh,
the next
geez.
episode.
Wait, I agree too. Me too.
but- Oh my
Andrew,
gosh.
you're
It sounded so bad. She's bright red. Her
Because
neck,
she just screamed.
does your neck turn red when you scream?
Yeah. I bruise very easily as well.
Let's see.
It's not that easy to get human beings to turn on each other. Turn on her!
The extras really enjoyed throwing things at me, I have to say. Some of those hit me with a lot of force.
We had a debate about that in the edit bay. I felt like that beat should happen faster, like a Simpsons beat. Like Joe, who sometimes loves like crazy, like broad comedy, like he has this rule about like he didn't want the paper to like fly in immediately.
fast.
Turn on her. But
Well, it's interesting. I mean, finding the tone of the show and what works with it, you know? That's a thought.
This is the battle of the 2 awesome coats. This is where these coats go at it.
Who wins?
You improvise? Did you improvise that line about the dirty bum, or did Andrew? Did you write that? Or
No, that came from the floor. I think that, I mean, not the floor, the writer's room. They brought it up.
Yeah, that's what we call it on set.
Yeah, the floor.
You mean
the dirty floor?
You mean me? No.
It seemed very Joel McHale, and this was early on in the series. Of like, there's Jeff Winger, who is loosely based on an amalgam of friends of mine. There's Jeff Winger, who is the voice of the dorky writer that created him. But then there's Joel McHale coming in, and like by the time you're watching this DVD, the character is really very much Joel McHale. With probably an extra emphasis on the pomposity and the narcissism, the shallowness,
Or a dumbing down of that.
or
Just a turning it down.
But that was like, because I remember that moment, like the dirty bum thing. It's like, well, that's not something a protagonist says.
Right.
But then realizing that we've successfully created a very flawed character, and you got to commit to that. He's very full of himself.
So you guys I don't even remember.
There was an issue. We had a couple jokes that we were trying to do there, and Neil came back from the writer's room with that joke that they had concocted. The brilliant writers, and this story originated from Hillary Winston. Pitched in pre-production in the first year. She came in almost with fully formed Britta cheating storyline, the A story. She sort of had with her.
Yeah, and we at some point all together, I think it was I don't want to take credit for something that didn't originate in my head, but I always had that sort of like pool image in my head that the idea of having to do a trial next to a pool.
Yeah.
But I at some point that gained traction with other people, like Joe Russo, for instance. If he says we're going to shoot next to a pool, it doesn't matter if that's going to be really expensive or difficult.
We're going to make it happen.
Unlike Dan Harmon, he's like, let's
able
do
to
that.
pull those
It's a good
strings.
idea. That's why it's important to work together if you think differently, because if you have a unified front, because look at this. Look at this pool.
Long Beach.
Yeah,
That was a long day.
Long Beach.
That was a long day. And
In Long
Allison Brie was there for 16 hours and worked
And-
for like a half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
She did nothing.
And she's cut out of the
Yeah,
episode.
she got cut
Yes.
out.
Because I came to the set with my laptop and I said to Andrew, I don't think these scenes are working right. And he's like, okay, all right. Look, Andrew's you wouldn't think he was a writer if you saw him on a bus. He looks like the protagonist of Blue Mountain State.
Yes, he does.
But he's a very, very able-minded writer and a very positive guy. And that was my first experience with on-the-set writing, really. It's like coming in and going, I've got a real bad feeling in my stomach about these scenes. And so all these pool scenes, like Andrew and I sat down on the bleachers and we went through them with our laptops, and the first AD was printing them up on a flash drive, and
Which was pretty intense because we'd already started shooting, and we had to figure out, we had to shoot something because we were all in Long Beach.
Yeah, it's not the way you want to work. It's not the way to stay on budget.
And that man did that dive about 30 times.
He was one of those.
Okay, so these scenes, you can hopefully see them on the DVD. There's original versions of these that are I wouldn't say much, but they're darker. And that's the reason they were reshot, is because NBC, not to throw them under the bus or anything, but because these things just happen, maybe they had a valid point, they felt that these scenes were, in their original form, too dark. What I was trying to do is like find the Pierce character that Chevy could be happy with, that I could be happy with. Because I remember he would always show up and go, I want to be Fletch. I want to be Fletch. I was like, well, you're not Fletch. You're a buffoon in this show. Like, the joke's on you. I warned you about that. But and he was like, I want to be sexy and Fletchy. And I was like, okay, what is the happy medium there? Well, it's a guy who, like, he's angry. He's not getting what he wants out of life and stuff. And so these original scenes, like, he's very abusive towards Annie, and then she gives him a dressing down in her comeback. In her final scene, she tells him, you know why you have 7 wives? You know what? Because everybody that gets close to you, you shit on.
Right.
And that's why, and now I'm one of those people, and I accidentally thought you were a decent guy, and now I'm out of here too, kind of thing. And that's just the way it is. And she she's his first friend, and instead we have this Malcolm in the Middle.
Not that Malcolm is not a great show.
No.
We love that show.
Andy Bobrow,
Andy Bobrow
one of our
comes
writers, works on that show.
Oh.
It's fantastic. If you're watching the show and you work on Malcolm in the Middle, we really want to give you props for
It's a great show.
inspiring that scene that we just
Okay,
watched.
Ken Jeong's calf is spectacular. You'll notice the human being posters in the background in his swimming form. I get great joy out of that.
The art department did a hell of a job on this. It was crazy.
There were large cockroaches crawling around this entire
Huge,
pool
the
area.
biggest cockroaches you have ever seen. They were huge. They were extraordinary.
That was my idea to crawl up there.
Adorable.
Thanks.
It was my idea to add the thing about your boots, because at the time I really wanted to.
You were upset about the fact that I was wearing heels.
I have a problem with dishonesty, and I felt like if your character's short,
Yeah.
but it's like, why would Britta wear high-heeled boots? At the time, I was like, she's supposed to be this character that represents practicality and honesty and all this stuff. Like, why is she stumbling around on these stilts?
That's just because I'm not good at walking in heels. The stumbling thing was happening.
Right, but I wanted to address that and make it part of your character.
Yeah.
But it was also, in this episode, we were addressing Britta really for the head-on for the first time.
Yeah.
And it's one of those...
Seeing
she
her
was
be flawed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's going on? We were talking about boots for a while.
I'm getting cross-examined.
These act breaks were all reshuffled in the edit bay. This is even though this is one of my favorite episodes for a million reasons, it's one of my least favorite for sort of political reasons. I don't know, post-productive reasons. It was just nothing but conflict and second guessing and overcorrection. And the act breaks that was supposed to be an act break, the scene you just saw, and then in the edit bay they just reshuffled the whole thing. And when I say they, I mean we. I mean it's not like there's an enemy outside the camp. It's just the whole thing is just sort of a mess. You're getting your you're trying to get your foothold. You're trying to learn to work together. We being the network, we being me, we being our own people. It's like there was too much, not enough confidence.
Well, I will say for Joel and I, watching Ken Jeong, Jim Rash, and John Oliver improv for 16 hours was like being at a comedy show that never ended. It was just like incredible to sit there at that table and watch them.
The
this
comedy
scene,
power.
I love this scene.
We wrote this too, right? Like just sort of on
that day.
Oh my God.
It's like we just knew that we
And
had
you
to
had
get
like
them
10 minutes before you were being thrown out of the
Yeah.
pool.
Well, and with your big dramatic scene,
Yes,
which is
we got
coming
about
up.
2 takes
That-
per shot on that scene.
Yeah, these were all done. This scene and the one.
This one right there. Yeah.
This is where they were.
You did this like 2 takes,
Yeah.
Gillian,
Yeah.
and I walked out of there going, "See, it's fucking brilliant." But I was drunk at the time.
Well, I think that actually
there's a bar
enables
at
you to
the
see my
pool. It
brilliance
seems
more
dangerous.
clearly rather than clouding your vision. So
It gives me
keep drinking, my
skank
friend.
vision.
But that's
but it's really like this was like people like I think now if you look back at the scene after 25 episodes, you go like, oh, I get it now. After we've done all this pounding on you, your character is like you're the joyless one, you're the humorless one, and all this stuff. Like looking back at this episode, this is so great, and your performance is so amazing. It's like you're a crazy person, kind of. Like you're too real. So when you're on Gilligan's Island, you stick out. Like you seem like Charles Manson to all these sitcom characters.
But you guys didn't have a lot of time to do this. I mean, we were in the clutch here because we'd had a 16-hour day.
Yeah.
They didn't even light this barely. You know, Joe's standing there with a camera and he says, "Okay, now your big scene."
Yeah, we did. We really did about 2 takes.
Yeah, 'cause this went way longer than they
This
ever-
gets turned into an act break, and it feels really awkward. That was supposed to be the comedic thing of like, she's crazy, what? And then keep going. And it was really fun and funny. And
But if you could have heard all the stuff she just told
I'm just going to nail myself to this cross.
I'm just waiting for
Oh, yeah.
Leonard.
Yes.
Leonard to drown.
Yeah, upcoming, we have the first appearance of Leonard.
And
who
almost the last.
I get credited with almost drowning. That's the legend now.
It was amazing to watch 2 people swim out with him, prop him up until they called action, and then watch him sink about 5
Yeah, they're
inches.
like, let him go.
The story is that Leonard did 20 takes of this busted line. Apparently, he nailed it on the first take when I was in the
Dan
bathroom.
was away, yeah.
And I came back and kept asking for one more take. And the first AD at one point is going,
There he is.
He's going to drown. He's an old man.
See, look, he's eating water.
And then we used his first take, by the way. He did nail it. That's Richard Erdman. That's his name, right?
Yes.
If you IMDb him, he was in Gunsmoke. He has had shows.
He's directed Dick Van Dyke episodes, I
He's
believe.
a museum of television history. Wait, that sounds, you can't call a human being a museum. He's living.
He was
like,
Marlon Brando's roommate for a time when he first moved to LA.
We should be saluting him when he shows up on the
He's
set.
incredible, and he's always in such a good mood.
He's like, oh, wait.
He's so happy to be there. He's always wearing a terry cloth bucket hat.
And then if you adjust him, he goes, and then he grabs the actress's asses. No, I didn't.
But we love it.
Yeah, you're honored. You're
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's like Dick Van
Dick
Dyke.
Van
damn it.
Dyke touched that hand. Slap me harder so I can absorb some of the power. I loved this. I loved watching Pootie shoot that. He insisted that they draw his eyebrows in to give him a more alien look.
He
which
looks
I
like Chainsaw from summer school.
Stop doing this right now.
Whoa. I'm not an alien.
Have we talked about the fact that Donald almost always wears stripes?
No, I never noticed. This scene was reshot too, and I'm not even like it was because the storyline seemed implausible that Donald actually believed he was an alien, so we changed it to Donald is put off by the amount of.
It became a very complicated idea. Again, it was early in the season. We were finding tone. You know,
Troy could believe that someone was an alien, I think.
yes. Now we know Troy well enough to probably go for that storyline.
Yeah.
You know.
I think what happens in the beginning of TV seasons is, or on a freshman show, is everybody has the correct feeling that it's their job to save the show.
Right.
And so you have a pile up at a four-way stop with your collaborators of like, well, wait a minute, you're all right. Everybody's right. It is everybody's job to save the show. But the problem is you got to do it with everybody.
That's
You got to signal and you got to gesture and then sometimes still you step on the gas at the same time. It just naturally over time everybody learns to what the show is because you see it on TV 22 times.
You get to see what works and what doesn't.
But early on, you think you're fighting. You think you're writing the Constitution, and if you do it wrong, there's going to be an amendment in there that makes dogs blue. You know, and everybody's Thomas Jefferson.
Chevy loves playing the piano.
Yes.
Very good at it.
Very good at it.
Put him in front of one and he's a happy man.
Mhm.
Yes.
You can shoot scenes quickly and
But not in front of a keytar.
I should, in spite of being what I call the watered down versions of these scenes, we have very talented writers whose job it is to water them down. Liz Kukowski wrote, I think, this monologue that's based on her own life about the cheerleader thing, right? Didn't she?
I think that might have been Hillary as well.
Crap.
Or a combination of the two.
All right. All women are the same to me.
Yeah, well.
True.
But
aren't they all the same?
cheerleader thing? I love specificity. I love backstory. I love that stuff. I think that's really funny that you learn all this stuff about her. How did the Bruce Hornsby thing originate?
How did that? I think somebody in the room got the name of that song wrong, and we said, "Oh God, what if Pierce thought that was the name of that song or whatever?" And then we sort of.
I remember.
Somebody said that's just the way it is, and we went, "Oh well."
We wanted to create as like a runner that he plagiarized Bruce Hornsby.
Did you? We
School
tried
Song.
to get Bruce Hornsby.
Yeah, and we offered Bruce Hornsby's supposed to come up in the finale and deck.
And then the line was supposed to be, "Hi, I'm Bruce Hornsby,"
and this is the range.
Then in the range,
and
would be
hold up his fist and punch Pierce. And Hornsby, if you're listening, you got a second chance, man.
We'd still like to have you on. Oh my God!
Why wouldn't he come? Is he busy?
I would like to think he's bashful, and I'd like to lure him into.
Is he still touring?
Please do that Donald for Spider-Man campaign with Bruce Hornsby.
Yeah.
Bruce Hornsby
Get him
for
on the show.
Spider-Man?
Luis Guzman posed for the statue.
Oh yeah.
How much does he get paid every time we show the statue?
I don't know. You have to work out a very specific deal with it. But yeah, Luis Guzman, thank you for your likeness. And I originally asked Mark Hamill. I got an awesome letter from Mark Hamill, who said simultaneously, I can tell the joke would be on me, so I don't want to do it because I don't yet want to resign my entire identity to
being Luis Guzman.
Yeah, well, Luis Guzman is a character. I don't whatever.
Right,
but
somehow it signified something else to Mark.
But he really wrote your letter.
It really made me love Mark Hamill. Few people can say no, I don't want to be made fun of without coming off like a dick. Yeah. And Mark Hamill still is like, I love your show. It's awesome. Like, paid me all kinds of amazing compliments and like was.
Did you say? I mean, it's a reasonable. It's a very good answer.
And revealed an incredibly high IQ about like he's like, well, I know, I get what the gag is with the idea of Mark Hamill being in the middle of the
community college.
Thank you for listening to us talk about
and now
television.
Luis Guzman knows he was second.
Oh.
Hey, I'm Allison Brie.
She plays Annie.
I'm Joe Russo.
I'm Joel McHale.
I play a director.
I play Jeff Winger.
Dan Harmon.
Donald Glover.
He plays Troy.
I play Troy.
We are here to talk to you about some of the amazing things that happened to us
on Community.
The show.
I just want to point out we've been
Feminism in
talking
You.
about sort of the arc of your hair over the course of the season. It's another episode with really interesting hair. It's very short.
Very short.
Very
This means
Still
early
trying to
on.
grow.
Yeah.
Mine was very short too. I'd like to note, in case you guys haven't been talking about that. Let's bring it up.
No, we were just looking at your boobs.
You mean very?
No, you were. What else is new? You mean today or
Yes,
or
today.
in the episode?
In the episode.
There's
This
Jeff.
is one of the Dean's in the pilot, but this is really him like interacting with the group. And I remember I just fell in love with Jim Rash.
Yeah. Was this the first time he came into the study room?
I think so.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
like how he comes in and immediately he's like, "Oh, there's one of every kind of you."
kind of you. Like,
He's got some
everybody's
great
so
lines
aware.
in this little run he does.
Yeah.
It might not be the first time the audience saw him in the study room because this episode actually aired 5th or what?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was a little.
Yes, that's right.
This line coming up here is one of my favorite lines all season. It's the animals line.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The way he does it
Their whole lives.
when it comes up. It's incredible. Is that this? No, that's
It is.
different. That
No,
is.
it's-
Yeah.
There's also been an evolution of Shirley's hair. Is anyone discussing that? Like that, everybody's hair grew.
That's a more private
Oh
topic.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Their whole
lives.
I really knocked that line out of the park.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, great writing.
And Y2K preparedness.
Ooh, well, aren't you found money? Troy, all of you.
That was pieced together through 4 takes.
Yeah, that-
around. How about you?
Troy isn't interested in football anymore. Getting injured in that keg stand was the best thing that ever happened to him.
And that's because all the other efforts have been a little more conservative than that plunge neckline, I think.
No, this was still in the kind of gross Annie, big sweaters, pants. I might even be wearing
Cloistered
pants.
Annie.
The khakis.
I love my awesome coat.
If you change your mind,
Sorry.
the field is always open. Oh, figuratively speaking. You know, Wednesdays and
Is that the
Sundays
code from 101?
No. No, it's not.
Now let's meet the minimum requirements.
Wow, this is really different from the last episode.
This is
just like
early
looking
on.
at it. I know, but it's
true.
just
The
like
earlier stuff you can.
it's crazy.
It's
Like,
like a whole
there's like a different cast almost.
Oh, yeah.
If you watch the other DVD special features, you know that what this scene was really about.
I'm familiar with the concept. If it's important to Shirley, I'll go with her next time.
You can also tell it's older because Gillian's hair is now more blonde.
One of the
Everyone's
first things
hair.
I sat down at the table with the writers when we started the series. They weren't on the pilot. They had watched the pilot. Now we hire the writers. I sit down with the writers and I go, so all right, let's start talking about the characters. What about Britta? And Hillary Winston, who wrote on this episode, one of the first things she said was, that's not a character that I would want to be friends with. Instead of going like, well, let's correct that. Let's make her more likable. That's when we started going down that road of like, well, what does that mean? And let's make that part of her character. Like, well, I wouldn't want to go, I wouldn't trust her to go shoe shopping with because I'd feel like she might be judging me, et cetera, et cetera. And Hillary Winston, throughout the first season, going from that conversation to the finale, which she also wrote, ended up becoming one of the biggest allies that character had, and it's sort of like the evolution of it. She was there every step of the way, sort of helping save that character. It's the word "save" in quotes. Anyways, this episode makes me remember those days.
This is like one of my top 5 of the season. I love this episode. I think what I like most about it was I feel like we really started to understand the how to piece the characters together into A and B stories, and how to sort of jumpstart group problems or issues that would then resolve at the end of the episodes. I also love her in this. I wish we had brought her back a couple of times.
Yeah,
I think
she's
really great. Character's really fun.
That's Hillary Winston. Hillary Winston, the writer.
She's brushing her bangs like she often does.
Just gotta brush those bangs. Did this in a oneer. I remember just waiting for them to finish that oneer. Oh, I love that story. And then, and after they finished it, we shot a very emotional scene in the bathroom, which will come up again later. But I just want you all to know now that while they shot this scene, I was preparing for that other scene. DVD commentary gold.
Yvette is kicking ass in this scene.
Yeah.
I love Yvette in this.
She's Charlie
so great in it.
Chaplining it.
But I'm not going to mention it. You know why? Because she was too aggressive about getting us to mention her.
You know what? I take it back.
Yeah. Let her.
Gillian's
You know
kicking
who's really
ass.
good in this shot right here? The sinks. The sinks
So
are really
porcelain.
amazing. So porcelain.
And that's also a foreshadow. Foreshadow? Yes. For your character who fixes it.
Oh,
And I
right.
also
on.
think it's a foreshadow for my character in the backpack in the Chicken Fingers episode because she goes, I am a robot, Britta does. I am programmed to like things, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I do it later.
I guess that's kind of a foreshadowing.
I love
The
this.
robot thing.
I love this story, how he helps
Yeah.
him.
I love this office. I love this character. I love his little tie. I love his bald head. I love his. I love his mission to save society.
Is the joke in here when he goes like, "Oh, not white," and he goes, "So black"? Like, that's my favorite
Yeah, because
joke.
they're not black.
It's like,
it goes
well,
from-
not white or black.
I like when it goes from seal to seal's teeth.
Jesse
chart.
Miller wrote that line, the seal line, and I almost deleted it from the script because I felt like it was just too. Just reminded me too much of like '70s Wisconsin racism.
Right,
Where he would
right.
talk about the black students and like it was just too creepy to me. But then we read it at the table read and it got such a huge laugh, and I was like, okay, well,
Been near a laugh for.
Well, I
think I'm
guess we're
projecting
reading this in
mine.
Wisconsin.
It's crispy. I was thinking about the 4 disembodied heads, and I thought, where's the heart? Where's the soul? Where's the different poster design? You know?
Also, we could talk about the fact that, Dan, was part of your strategy early on to give an episode to each of the characters, or give a B story to each of the characters, and this is Troy's episode.
Yeah.
The football episode.
I like this episode.
When is he in the episode? This is his episode.
Whoops. He's in like 2 or 3 minutes of it.
I love the.
But I thought like maybe you did this on purpose. I thought you did, but like it's just like he doesn't talk a lot at the beginning or like until like you start messing with him, because like I always thought it's just like he doesn't know anything real. I mean, like not like he's dumb, but he's just like he doesn't make decisions, which is kind of what this.
But we don't know. I mean, this is back when the character slowly became you, which just became you being funny, which now we have to dimensionalize him in the second season. But at this point, we were still like, okay, we have a really talented guy playing this just dumb jock. So it's like you're in this little box. And so that's really more of the explanation. It's like, what's he supposed to? I'm afraid to have him talk because I don't want to make a lot of decisions about this guy.
Oh,
we want to like make that box bigger
No,
before
yeah.
he starts doing all
Before you know it. Well, I like it because you're not. Well, he never plays football again, which is so great. Like, it's just, it really is. It's just kind of dope. It's just like this character's like the football jock, and he's like, now he's eating a big cookie. like that's pretty awesome.
It's like Abed took the place of football in Troy's life, and now he just hangs out with Abed.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting is early on that you hang on to these things, because it's what you have for the character and it's sort of how the character was conceived. We can even talk about how that character was cast, because initially it was written as like a dumb, white high school quarterback character. And as we were watching people come in and audition for the role, we it just wasn't doing it for us because we felt like it was getting too stereotypical and we'd seen it before. And so we opened up the concept, and we had seen a Derek comedy video about 6 months earlier, and Anthony and I fell in love with Donnelly. Did this bit. It was the hip hop. Do you like hip hop?
Oh yeah.
Video, which is just genius.
One of my favorites.
Go YouTube it. It's hilarious.
I think.
And so it's sort of just finding a really talented guy to come in and play this character. The character was more limited than Donald's talent, and so it was sort of a journey to figure out how to, open the character back up and grow him over the course of a few episodes.
Community college. Really? Name one. Who's your favorite?
Your character has really changed, but even though I wouldn't even call it a box of this dumb jock. It's just like it's changed so much, and you've taken all that and used that to your advantage.
Well, the nice thing is that with Troy and Annie, we have the excuse that they're 18, so the characters can grow because they're at a time in their life when you were different.
By the way,
from
there's
one
a
day to the
pregnant
next.
linebacker in Monday Shots. Sorry, there is a pregnant woman wearing a pregnant.
So this run here, then back and forth, I proudly wrote this and sent it to the set. These guys were on the set shooting.
At
getting
7
into
in the
it.
morning, he wrote this.
And we felt like we needed something,
All the lines that we got that day, the scene later
Yeah.
too with Jeff and I, everything we got that day when we got there.
Yeah, right here.
This is like the first day of like actual real shooting I ever had, and I remember it being like really hot, and really hot in there, and like it was in the valley, and you're just in those sweatshirts, and I was just like, oh, acting, like
this is gonna really take a long
this
time.
is gonna take a long time, but and also those lines were new.
It's crazy. It took us 39 takes for you to hit that guy in the head with the football. And then we realized afterward we probably should have just done it with a digital
With a digital
effect.
camera, yeah. I
It
remember
would've-
I was like
it would've
icing
made it
down.
a
I was
lot
crying because I had to
easier.
ice down my arm and just. but we
What's
were gonna
weird
do
is that
this.
you kept throwing it through the uprights. You were overpowering it every
Yeah.
time.
I don't know. my dad's Danny Glover, and he's friends with Joe Montana, so I used to like.
Joe Montana?
Joe Montana. No, not. Did you think I said Joe Montana?
Yeah.
No, Joe Montana. Like the
from
actor.
House of Cards.
Yeah, from House of Cards. Oh, such a great thrower.
So you're Danny Glover's son?
Oh yeah.
Is that why they call you Predator 3?
Yeah. Well, that
Sorry, that got cut out of the thing.
You're a sexual
No,
predator.
that got. Oh, it did.
Register.
Predator 3. I'm not Danny Glover's son. I know
You're
because I know nerds
Barack
will be
Obama's
listening to this
nephew.
and they'll be like, I knew it, but I'm not.
Keep that bone. Listening to a story about a stranger pissing me off and taking a stranger.
Well, I mean, you guys have the same last name, and I mean, I could go on.
guys look
about the
alike.
similarities.
Everybody
You're
goes straight to
both
Danny
white.
Glover. Never Savion. Never Crispin.
Never
Or-
Crispin.
Never
thought
Crispin.
that
Or
too.
Christopher, the lead singer of Living Color.
Yeah.
Never go to him.
I
But
don't
he's
remember
related
him.
to Danny
There's actually a
Glover.
lot more to
Oh, he
this
is?
scene that got cut out dialogue-wise.
I love it when
Brenda does a
racism's true.
monologue. She reveals that she got boobs before the other girls in
Oh,
school.
and then there was some great Bruba. They called me Bruba.
They used to call me Bruba and
Britita.
Britita. It's a little insight into her character. Why do women not like her? What she was perceived as sexual before the other girls.
And we shot this scene like last thing, and they were like, "You guys have 20 minutes to do this whole scene."
Oh yeah.
Pat was there with his arms folded.
Yeah.
I wrote these politically outdated fight raps for Donald.
I just love
as a way of saying to him, "We'll have more for you in the show as we go on."
I love the second rap. It's just like,
I like that you really
Views, because your views are wrong.
Because
It's the way you
it seemed
enunciate it.
obvious to me that they has been like in school when I was rapping it, they were like, that's got a little too much attitude.
Sing along. Your team's Al Gore because your views are wrong.
I just love you went to this
got a little-
conservative
very
high school.
Conservative high school.
Serious.
Serious. It's like obviously there because I can throw footballs good. Right.
There's the little backstory
Little
there with
backstory.
Annie's little run. It's very well done, Allison.
Thank
How
you.
fast you did
Jeff
that.
said you say that.
Thanks.
I had to get used to the fact that, like, I write. Did I just make that sound? Like I would I write
we
like big long things for people that are only you have to read them really fast. And I started over the season started realizing that
Short
this
them up.
shorten
Thing.
people's
Shorten
lines.
them up.
Yeah.
What's the thing
The
you
prop department did an incredible job with that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
The art
This is where they're
Setup.
designing our mascot.
Yeah.
And they're trying to make it most politically correct.
And when you were talking about like you originally like kind of having like you're like a stereotypical like white dude, like kind of lughead for like the quarterback character, it made me think just like how many compliments I've gotten, or just not I've gotten, but like the show's gotten on like every time like I talk to somebody and they like the show, they're like, and I went to like community college. And it's just like there's like the people there are just like it. Like as far as like there's such a diverse like everybody in the back. It always kind of looks like exactly. I mean, exactly what I would think a community college hallway looks like.
What are you trying to say?
I don't know. I'm saying I have preconceived notions. What are you saying, Allison?
Good. I'm glad that.
Therapist is going to think twice before he makes fun of my job.
There's a line in this bro that was back there. It's like Joel's line. I think not being racist is the new racism, which sort of sums up Greendale for me, or rather the dean's like administration. Those are little axe that I've been grinding for a long time. Is this idea that being racially obsessed and like trying to overcorrect for it actually turns you into like it makes you notice differences and all this stuff. And like the dean is like trying to create this perfect world, and I knew we could draw a lot of stories from that.
Pictures of me, okay? Horrible pictures of me.
Let me just say here that in this scene, you go over your dialogue and all that stuff, but you'll see in a moment that, Allison, you actually made me feel bad. I felt terrible.
I think I agree with Donald that this was one of the first episodes where there was like a lot of dialogue for me, some good story going on. Meanwhile, we're jumping out of the bushes. We got the rewrites for this 20 minutes before, and it was sort of like, this is really real now. This is the moment
We're in the
when I have
trenches.
to make it happen.
I remember, Dan, you rewrote the whole speech and gave it to me, and I basically was like, I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't. There's no way I can do it.
Oh.
And this scene also would little did we know it would be used for many Jeff Annie fan videos, even though
there's only so many shots of you guys looking at each other.
it's true. This is a fan favorite, I think, of me like turning away.
Because I can't go on. I'm making up a song.
Let's do it. There.
And don't bother trying that thing that women do where they walk away and make the guy feel like crap because it won't happen. Yeah.
And then they just do that.
My
look
favorite-
There. Joel's look right there.
Shirley, will you please come to the bathroom with me?
My favorite one of those videos that they made is one where like you guys like they have those and then they show me and Gillian like turning away, like black away, like turning away, and I'm like, when did I do that? I don't even know what episode.
There's one where you're in black and white, right? It's like she's remembering.
She's remembering like how badly I treated her.
The nerdiest thing about this is that we've all watched all of them.
Yeah.
We can reference them all. Well, I think my favorite is.
Believe me, if you're out there and you make those,
we have
People
seen
send
it.
them
You
to me
are
on
our
Twitter.
heroes.
I always watch them. Here's the scene we shot after that amazing oneer earlier, right, guys? It's coming full circle.
And I must say,
it sure is, Allison.
Sure is, Allison. We were all thinking that.
Allison
finally
could
here.
cry on
for that
command
reveal.
as good as anybody.
I was just telling her this the other night. Like,
It's
her
like a
crying is so spectacular.
Turn it on and turn it off. I don't know if
what. And I know that's such a lame
good
actor
thing
thing.
or
Like
a
she
bad
can
thing.
cry really
Thanks,
well, but
Joe.
like. It's believable. I don't know what it is.
But it's
I
just
hate
like-
to have you as a daughter or a girlfriend
Oh, I just always get everything I ever
because
want.
you would get
No,
whatever
I'm
you
kidding.
wanted.
What's that line
Thanks,
you came up
guys.
with, Dan, about the Disney eyes?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's just like they're gonna be big and glassy and they'll flutter but never close.
Right. I didn't come up with all
Joel
of that. That
added
was.
the flutter but never
Yeah,
closed
that
because
was-
he's witnessed me
that's
doing it
what
a
I've
number
seen
of
her
times.
do it so many
I thought that was
times.
the brilliant part of it. Yeah,
My
I didn't write
tools
that.
are
I was like, they're
revealed.
never gonna close. They're just gonna barely flitter. I just love this is the football team.
Look how old that dude is.
How is that guy gonna
It's
get
like
a chin
wizard
strap around his
beard.
beard?
He's a wizard.
Football in high school. A life of disillusionment and depression begins.
Took us like 2 or 3 weeks to figure out the end of this episode. I think we went
And
back.
that guy in the red hair is great.
Yeah, that guy's
We
really
shot.
funny.
Yeah, I just ran into him at a party.
He's in the finale.
And I promised him I'd write the second season around him.
It's kind of my
I was
Oh,
really drunk.
wow.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Dan, you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
People say, what kind of community college has pep rallies? And I say, I can't hear you. I'm making a TV show. Can you come back later with your documentary crew?
It's become fairly obvious that they spend their money in the wrong places at this school. Like, I don't see why people are like, what do you mean? Like, how's another dance? It's like, have you met the dean? Like, they spend all their money on the wrong things.
Things weren't that great out there. You should try.
Yeah, we did have some struggles with the end of this episode. There was reshooting and rewriting involved, but we came
redid
around
this.
to it. And
We redid
again, as I've said
That-
before,
That scene stayed the same.
Joe
This
Russo
one
with his
stayed-
needle
stayed,
drops, the violent films.
This we
This
shot
we
later.
shot a couple of weeks later. Sometimes you have to cut an episode together, understand what it is, then you can assess it and go, all right,
See
look, I
what's
think I think we
missing.
missed here. Let's go back and fix this story point.
Well, and because it was still early, like we said, wasn't this one of the
This is the third one.
third episode that we ever shot? So even though it aired later, you know.
We're doing a lot of. I mean, yeah. Obviously, you guys will notice that as the season goes on, the days get a little shorter, and everybody gets a little crisper and cleaner at their stuff. And there's a lot of discovery that goes on in the first 6, 7 episodes of any show, reshooting and because you have no idea what you've got until you get in the edit room and start cutting it together.
Right.
Did you say days get shorter? When is that gonna happen?
No, daylight savings. Stop.
No, that was
They get shorter in the sense that we know how long they're gonna be.
That was never Abed in the
We just started
costumes.
enjoying them
People
more.
early on thought that
Oh, yeah,
was
people-
supposed to be Abed.
No, it's always the same guy though. I love that guy.
Sometimes changed for one
Except
time.
the debate episode where it changed, and I went to Joe and I was like, no. No, get rid of this
Oh, that's
new
right.
guy.
Well, that guy was a lot beefier. He
Guys,
was like, he
listening
had
to this
more
commentary
muscle.
right now. Like, oh man.
It was totally me. It was my fault. He was too stocky and buff, and he was really confident.
Yeah.
The
He
best thing
was.
about the human being is like he kind of hates himself.
Yeah, he does.
That's the great thing about human beings.
He's a
Yeah,
very
that's the
Charlie
weird thing
Brown
about all
character.
human beings.
This is a good collaboration between Joe and whoever originally wrote this thing. The idea of moving this thing off into just weird Twilight Zone and then just letting it drop.
Just
Like,
letting it drop.
What I like about a lot of the tags is it cuts out just as the joke starts to happen. You know what I mean? Like the thing that makes it weird. Like you're not there for you're gone.
Yep, done.
Thanks, everybody, for
Wow.
watching
Thanks.
Community.
That was another
Bye,
great
guys.
one.
That was
What an
great.
episode.
We killed
Let's
that.
go watch Glee.
As you know, all faculty at Greendale are required to give extra credit.
This is Joe Russo.
This is Joel McHale
Dan Harmon.
and the
Chevy
great
Chase.
Chevy Chase.
This-
I talked over Chevy's own intro.
I think this was a sort of a watershed episode for us because it was an experimental episode. It was very ambitious. And I think it pointed to I think Paintball is a direct descendant of this episode and the ambition and the experimentation that was
and
played
the
with.
same director.
Exactly, and I think part of what Anthony and I like to do when we're working on shows is find
Work on other shows.
really interesting.
Making it impossible for everyone.
Sometimes on set.
Yeah.
Playing a Rubik's Cube, developing another project.
Is find like really interesting directorial voices, people who know how to tell stories, people who know how to work the camera.
People that can look at their phones and direct.
And
shots.
direct.
No.
Justin Lin is a buddy of mine from film school. We went to film school together.
I didn't know that.
And
Wow.
and that's how we know each other. And then we've been in touch all these years.
Justin Lin,
and
who did Fast and the Furious, and he's doing the new Highlander.
He's a brilliant director.
He's doing these huge, awesome action movies.
He's a very gifted visual guy. And what's great about getting directors to come in who are insanely gifted is that they're going to leave the show with some sort of visual language that you can then use and sort of expand on, your dictionary of what the show is.
Yeah.
And he just killed this episode. I mean, it's just a fantastic episode.
He cares so much about every shot. He
Yeah, that's
really-
the thing. But I mean, I hope that Justin won't get pigeonholed as the guy that does the, action crazy episodes for our show, because he really lands the comedy too. And you see regular scenes like this or on the study room table, he does, every bit as good a job, if not better, than anybody else who's just sort of a TV comedy director.
He's a storyteller.
Yeah.
And, he understands the narrative beats and what the characters are thinking and doing and their motivation, and he finds a way to let the camera express that. And he's a very expressionistic director.
There's a scene in the episode where Slater and I break up, kind of, and I have to we get back together, and I don't want to be the boyfriend, and it was just straight back and forth, and helps. He was
That's
amazing.
her.
Yeah.
There she is, the beautiful and awesome Lawrence DeMille, who is here with us today.
Hello. And that's the introduction of her character, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
She is awesome.
She's fantastic.
I loved
Great
working
job
with
for us.
Chevy.
He's also famous for his French sauce.
My name's Lawrence
It
DeMille.
really wasn't that much work.
She can literally talk over herself.
She can talk over a lot of things.
Well, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to drink a glass of water while I do DVD commentary now.
Starting over. Hey,
I sound like Butters.
I'd like to, Mr. Winger. You're tall, you dress nice.
Yeah, I think
She's
what
also the only woman in our cast who's
a
appeared on
woman.
the show who is over 5'6".
And is
true.
over 18.
Oh, hey, awkward. How small is this campus?
Bastard. It's fine.
You know-
I don't care.
It's disgusting the way men.
Well, Chevy,
I just like to say this. The girls are the best actors on the show.
Agreed.
yeah, because they,
The guys are the best clowns.
Danny and Donald
Although this
are-
guy's getting pretty good.
that's profound.
Thanks. Thank you.
it's profound, but in a weird way, he was saying women aren't funny. Did you notice that?
No.
He snuck that in there.
I didn't mean that at all. Didn't mean that.
No, well, I'd say I would go out on a limb and call Gillian.
That's
was that?
Leonard's second
That's me.
appearance.
Leonard.
Yeah.
That was Leonard's second appearance. We used him in 105 at the.
He began to appear in every episode.
Yeah, and it was. It's a funny story on 105. We'll talk about it when we do 105.
Oh yeah, Leonard. I almost killed Leonard.
Dan almost killed Leonard in a swimming pool. He's an 85-year-old man in a swimming pool.
Which is why in this scene I was trying to adjust him
when we get to it.
Because Leonard goes, ooh. It's supposed to be like a studio audience, you know, from the 80s, like, ooh, when she does her burn.
By the way,
and
this
he was just
girl-
going like, ooh. And I would try to adjust him when he'd go, and I thought at first it was because he thought I was a PA or a homeless guy, but I think he recognized me as his murderer, his attempted murderer.
Chev, are you gonna talk about Allison?
I was.
Go ahead, sir.
I just think she's really good, and she's beautiful, and I really think that she could be just a huge movie star too.
I
think she's just a
full
lovely
agreement.
girl, very good actress. You know, both of them are. I mean, but all three of them. But she's got something very special. You know, a little Liz Taylor to her or something.
Yeah, and she's got such a good head on her shoulder. She's such a good, down to earth person.
Well, she like so many of the
really smart.
Yeah,
and a very nice person.
The thing about Allison that really, I don't know, one huge notable thing is how, because this show is such a weird, it's a half hour long, but there's no laugh track, and there's no, so you're sort of walking this tightrope, but Allison has this sort of like, she can be sort of over the top, but still tonally grounded. And I don't know how to articulate that, except to say that she's sort of, she can kind of start crying for a joke. You know, and she can do a double take and then start like sobbing and stuff.
And you believe it.
That's sort of a, you know, when you have a comedic weapon like that, that's makes or breaks your show. I think.
Yeah, it's a very difficult character to play because
she's very secure in herself. I think as a person probably, and that's why she can just do whatever. And she looks terrific, and she knows that.
And now I'm going to say that with Gillian in that chipmunk costume, might be the cutest thing that's ever happened on television.
Yeah.
Well, sort of. It's the strangest costume I ever saw.
It was Gillian's idea. She wanted to be a squirrel.
Wait, it isn't the strangest costume I've ever seen. That's coming
This
up.
is the longest shot of anybody doing nothing in a sitcom. It was really, like Joel just walks in and stands there for 20 minutes.
Looks at someone. Look at her.
I know, but I can't tell what that is on her back.
It's a tail.
I know.
It's because you're so rich, you've never lived in an area with any rodents in it.
That's why it only took me an hour and a half to drive down here.
Chevy lives in a flying saucer orbiting the moon.
Here we go.
And he bathes in diamonds.
This is brilliant.
The internet lit up like a Christmas tree after this performance.
But this is if you on the DVD, go watch the blooper reel for this disc, and we have every exchange that these guys had as these characters during this moment.
So funny.
And it's really funny.
Yeah.
Like because sometimes you just let Donald go.
Now we're talking.
Look at you, man.
Now we're talking.
See, that's the
Chevy. This was so funny.
And that's the gift that a guy like Justin gives you, is that little push on the Steadicam, just a transitional moment that, you know, in 20 minutes you got to squeeze that stuff in.
Look at that Mark Singer hair.
Do you notice that costume has no pectoral muscles? It's just one long. It's like the lower half of a huge costume.
I loved it.
It's like a human
giant stomach.
It had absolutely no biological connection to humans.
This is a great joke. I don't know. I think John Pollock, Tim Hobart. I don't know who in the writers' room, you know, struck on that. The Harry Potter Urkel thing, and it's one of those small things.
I love the size of that pill case.
Pills.
It's such a prop.
I remember Dino texting me from the set and going, "I can't. I'm in a scene with Chevy Chase. What has happened to us? What has happened to our?"
This is where Dino slips me. What is it called?
Ecstasy.
Not acid. Ecstasy. Yeah.
We never call it by name, but I think he's. Yeah,
It's probably that.
Probably
right?
ecstasy.
Why couldn't we call it by name?
I don't know that we couldn't.
I have no idea, but I can tell you, any one of them are poison. I'll tell you.
If I do, may I?
Here, take this. Give anyone that shows up their stupid credit.
You going to the faculty party? Make me your +1.
Give it up, Winger. Professor Slayer doesn't date students. Or married Asians who drive mopeds.
Give you $20.
I'll bring the hog around.
Oh, look at this. think it's working.
That's a good impression of what starts happening.
That's what Justin told me to do.
The teeth grinding and the best ecstasy televised ecstasy depiction I've ever seen is season 1 of Spaced. I think it's episode 6.
Yes, it's so good.
The
with
guys
Simon
going
Pegg.
to they go to a rave, and it's like they never actually even show them taking E, but it's like so accurate. And that was '99. Like they were. There's a huge advance in the depiction of ecstasy trips.
Really, it was like the Matrix of ecstasy
All
trip.
right,
They had
okay.
developed a
Jeez.
new technique known as teeth grinding.
I have no idea. I never took this stuff. That's nice.
We shot that at.
Holy good God.
We shot
Chevy's
that
seeing the show for the first time.
That's correct.
I'm gonna go. I don't want to miss the news.
News.
I don't like to look back at my work.
I don't either, except this show. I don't usually like watching stuff that I wrote, but I love this show.
That's great blocking
Can I
in
say
this
that?
scene.
That was great blocking.
I love how he uses space.
I'm like the Mission Impossible 3 commentary. I guess it's just them sitting there going, "That was a good stunt. That was good. That was a brilliant shot. Thank you."
I don't know how you did that.
Not me. I could do this all night. I love you. That's when that stuff's kicking in. That's when the pill is kicking in.
Why are you asking us?
Well, I think I was directed to feel that at that point.
Did you put in Donald's got that run coming up when he runs in and he says Pierce is tripping and then he did
all of them, every take. Yeah, there's like 9 takes.
Glover is truly one of the most
He's a machine.
gifted improvisers we've ever worked with. It's very difficult to improvise on story and make it work. And the guy has got a writer's brain and he just figures out how to insert himself in a scene in the way that he's advancing the story and getting a joke out.
Yeah.
And not just, helping his character.
Whoa.
But this is great. 'Cause Gillian wanted this costume, and you don't usually listen to actors when they have ideas because they're crazy people. But when an actor says, "This is what my character should wear for Halloween," then you go, well, okay, then you had that idea, then maybe your character had that idea, and it's like, it can be more specific and weird. And when I saw her on this set, I was like, oh, I get it. Daddy didn't take her to the zoo. That's what her character's about, because she looks like she's in pajamas, and she's talking to this tall cowboy. And I learned so much about Britta from letting Gillian choose her costume and watching her get activated in it.
Pierce took something and he is tripping balls. He is touching people and dancing weird. It's like grumpy old man, but not hilarious. Okay.
Yeah. If you see the blooper reel, he will do it. Did he improvise all those?
Yeah. There's one he goes, "It's like a coon, but way more gross."
Ripping the antenna off Professor Slater's car.
This is, all these moments kind of dovetailing. It's just it's fun to do party episodes because you do get to kind of like bop around and stuff. That's Chevy's idea to call the owl Abe.
And the camera angle on that, with it shooting up like that.
Yeah.
He's meowing. He's hugging. I tried to give him a note on the kind of dancing he should do. And
No, wait, there was a note about
me.
meowing.
Yeah.
Somebody told me that meowing might be a part of that.
Well, I wanted you to meow. I thought it would be funny.
I just don't understand it.
I just wanted
It helped, though. It helped me get into it.
And you were very
I guess it's
polite
based
about
on-
grinding on the women's studies department. I remember he wouldn't hump her. We wanted him to hump her, and he
When
wouldn't
I
do
was
it.
in 8th grade, there was a kid who started meowing in the middle of music class. And the music
There's a
teacher went,
line
"Who's
you cross."
meowing?" So I put this-
The trip's going bad now.
Yeah.
And look he's about to draw.
Pretty hot.
Another improv.
It's like looking at the rifleman suddenly. Joel.
Those guns were real, and I'm not kidding, and they just didn't have the firing pin, and I was in heaven.
Oh, God.
Because I got to play with those guns.
This is the
a week.
famous scene.
this is
Yvette
famous.
Nicole Brown had to come up to my office because originally, as written, I had her character trying to take a crap in the drawer. And she came
Give
to
me
my
a
office.
break. Really?
She came to the office.
It was awesome.
And she wanted to talk. She wanted to chat, and I was like,
would've been
What's the
great.
problem?" Yvette's now in the sound booth. She's outside the sound booth, and she's pacing like a tiger. So she's a
trying
very
to get in the door
image-conscious
now, Dan.
person.
She's trying to get.
But the story, she came in and she's like, basically, it's like here's something a white creator, EP writer doesn't think about, I guess, like her character, maybe. She says it's not about her representing black women, it's more about Shirley's character and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. We had this big, long conversation. But I like it that she didn't take a crap in the drawer. Because it frees us up for season 2, where I have this whole thing about her having diarrhea the whole season.
But see, that
would have bumped.
To me, that is empowering. She's in the other room right now, so she can hear this.
Well, she's in the other room for a good reason.
We want to do this runner with her, which her character takes giant shits
in drawers,
and they call her Moby Duke.
Right.
And they're like the size of footballs, and she. So and that
Isn't
would
this
have
the
bumped.
spin-off
It would have
series?
bumped.
It's like that's when.
And now we can do it. Thank
Actually,
you,
there's
Yvette.
very, very nice acting going on this.
Yes,
See?
there is. No, this is
That's not a tale.
Chevy, you said you don't like the sentimentality. What about this scene? Have you ever seen it?
No.
Well,
is it sentimental?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not watching it.
Well, guess what? Part of
Well,
our
there you
show
are.
is its
That's
heart.
not sentimental.
And Britta
There we go.
is bionically strong. I mean, that was
Yeah.
it's a subtle thing we've been working on.
It's
Yeah,
like
that's like, is
it's like
that a metal
iRobot.
Right.
trophy?
rips the head off with
Yeah.
one hand. This is all Lynn again. This was his idea.
It's called the doggy cam, right?
Strap this cam onto Chevy.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Did Sam Raimi invent this cam thing? Where you run through the woods?
They used to use it for those
Evil
reality
Dead, I
shows where they would go through the haunted houses. And
Yeah.
This is the best act break in the history of television. And we were feeding Allison lines on a green screen going the Sputnik stuff and the Beatles stuff, and we turned and Chevy had been listening to us on the headphones in another room, and so we were basically doing a bunch of old jokes. And then we turn and he's standing there in the doorway, and he goes, I knew the Beatles, and I was at Woodstock, and you guys can go fuck yourselves. He was like really mad, but he's dressed as the Beastmaster.
I don't even know who the Beastmaster is.
Mark Harmon, 1980.
What's it, Mark
1981. Yeah, Mark Harmon.
No kidding.
Mark Singer.
Mark Singer.
UCLA quarterback.
Can we rewind?
We should rewind because that's going to hurt the soup credibility.
People
We
are
got
gonna be in real
back
big
up.
Mark Singer, star of the original
Mark
V.
Singer. Yeah.
Boy, nicely done, Joel.
Yeah, that was. I feel like I've said something horrible.
The Beastmaster
I remember
had a
some
smallpox
controversy around this
vaccine
as
where-
well, wasn't there? Around this
Once
this
again,
moment,
the amazing
right?
Lawrence Simile.
Chet Chang Dr. Ken couldn't. His line is, "Here's something you've never tried," and he leans into whisper, and then he starts doing all this crazy shit with his fingers, like he's
Right.
miming putting a thumb in your butt.
Right.
It's like, come on, it kills the joke to be extra funny. Like sometimes you need to set up the joke that comes next. That's something Chevy doesn't get either.
Oh, you know what? We forgot to mention Mexican Halloween.
These guys just want to be so goddamn
on
funny
Yahoo,
all
that
the
was
time.
trending like 3 the
Now,
day
on
after.
Google, it was
or
the
Google.
next.
Oh,
it was number one
Oh,
on
was it
Google.
number one Mexican
the next day,
Halloween?
Mexican Halloween.
And who made up that phrase, Dan?
I'm sorry, you guys are wrong. I know that if you left the camera on me longer, you'd get the better of it.
Mexican Halloween was just something that was in the script, and then I added the tag of like the sexual position thing because it sounds like
one.
Pretty hot outfit. Wait, is that harassment when you say it on a DVD?
No,
the Robin Hood.
He also did a bunch of these.
I thought you were talking about Donald's outfit.
That's hot too. Though.
Oh, he did do a bunch of these. Yeah. It's just his read on the line.
Drugs.
He just adds that little something.
Donald's a very shy, a very funny guy, a very smart guy, but a very shy guy who would never deign to like inject his own like comedy unasked. And so throughout the season, you can see the character gets funnier and funnier because it's basically Donald feeling more and more permission from us. He's not a cocky guy, so he's like. So he just gradually he gets the idea, he gets the hint that we're like, dude, just make the show funnier than it was when you walked in the door. We want you to do that.
Oh boy,
Chevy, this was you were awesome in this part.
Yeah.
It's a giant set piece that we had built on the construction stage, and we had to test it a few times.
This was actually right around the time when I started thinking about paintball because I was inspecting this rig with Justin, and we started talking about how he was going to shoot it collapsing, and I started to realize that Justin Lin reminded me of a lot of Channel 101 directors. He had a very, very keen ability to juggle comedy and action, and I thought, wow, could we actually do episodes that were all action that didn't just have these like action elements.
I remember exactly what I was thinking when I did this scene here.
You were thinking Justin Lin doesn't know anything about comedy because that's what you said to him when he tried to direct you.
No.
He came out of the set that Chevy says, I don't know anything about comedy.
The also though, just doing a set piece like this is the first time we're starting to like step out of the show, and I think Halloween gave us a permission to experiment with the boundaries a little bit, and you know, just having a chair fort collapse, and you know, Danny doing something, you know, that an action hero would do, but playing it as if it were part of the world of the show.
Yeah, I mean, this is again, your heart should swell a little bit if we're doing our job right, because I don't know, it's not because you feel bad or good or anything, it's just because everything just works right. And then this VO that he does about how he's a bat and he's at night and all that stuff, we took Danny aside into a vestibule. He improvised it into a boom mic.
Yeah.
And we used the improv basically uncut, first take. It was supposed to be placeholder, but I told Danny, just keep babbling about darkness and light and get your dichotomies tangled.
This shot and the next shot, Justin had about 45 minutes to get both shots. And
also, I'm sorry, to answer one of your Twitter questions, I saw, when did you start considering an option to do the shipping with Annie and Jeff? That shot there, which so many of you have made animated GIFs of, where she's so giddy to be dancing with him, and there's a romantic undertone to it. And there is the answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe, the shot.
No, and it's probably 20 minutes to get this crane shot, and just watching his brain work and the way he orchestrated those things so quickly. I mean,
And this was shot right before day was about to break.
And then there's a chapstick.
For a second, we toyed with doing the community logo as a spotlight in the sky over his head, but I think we felt like it was too much. This is all improvised. You were just sitting there on set with him, and we were just kind of riffing, and then he would say stuff.
I thought you were there too.
Yeah.
You were shooting this part, right? Or is that against? Is that illegal?
I was not there, David.
Well, he was playing Bejeweled, which is he was there.
Yeah, we just had him improvise, but it's cute. It's this friendship. It's you know, these guys are the Cheech and Chong of the show. But
the gingerbread man shit is like.
Well, what am I of the show? Just the old guy?
You
are the
asshole.
anchor.
Right.
Anchor.
You're the coach.
You're the Gandalf.
So from now on, we'll refer to each other by our Spanish.
Hey, I'm Danny Pudi.
I'm Dan Harmon.
I'm Lauren Pomeranz.
Joel McHale. Yes, I almost choked in this scene.
There's something gross about the kid because can you see a little paper in your mouth?
Yes, and
that's gross.
Paper. He would land it in my mouth and it would go in my throat.
Buenos dias, winger.
You were tired.
I was truly.
That's actually Joel really being tired after a long day. He can nap anywhere.
Yvette Nicole Brown has a drinking problem.
As evidenced by this scene.
Listen to inside
Look at that
joke
smile.
that none of you listening to this will have makes any sense to you. But Yvette is on the other side of the soundproof glass, so
And
there's nothing she
she's
can
powerless to what we're saying right now.
Have you ever had anybody in your life that you can't, like, they're very sweet, but they reward you so much for being mean to them?
Yes.
You can't stop pushing
My
the button.
family.
Oh.
Dan has been tweeting about how drunk Yvette is getting during these DVD commentary sessions.
Yvette is kind of a teetotaler. She doesn't really drink.
She doesn't drink.
She doesn't. She basically doesn't.
She smokes a ton of pot, but she doesn't drink.
But it's natural. It doesn't count.
She doesn't smoke pot. Once. Oh, there she is.
There she is.
There she is. Old drinks a lot.
The good thing is you're the creator of the show, so
what can she do?
I'm what's known as a tastemaker.
That guy's outfit's very funny. Did you guys see that? The guy playing hacky sack?
Yes, I know who that guy is. He was pretty weird.
Vaughn. Oh, the guy with the tiny nipples you did it with.
Oh, God. Hi, Vaughn. Can we talk sometime? I'm really sorry about how things ended.
I had talked about when we did the Liz Kukowski episode, you know, the thrill that comes with getting a writer's draft, that you really don't have to change that much. And it's hard to define what that quality is. I mean, it's not joke for joke or anything like that. I don't know. It's just like there's certain draft writers that are more compatible with you. And Lauren Pomerantz is so happy to see her because she's not on the show anymore. We haven't seen her in a long time. But she's
we miss
very,
her.
very, very quiet person. She almost never talked in the
Shut up,
writer's room.
Lauren.
Yeah.
And I knew, I had a feeling she was going to write kick-ass drafts, and she did. And this is one of them. I really like this episode a lot. And one of the things that I like about it is what Lauren brought to it.
She's mouthing the words "thank you" right now.
Yeah, she's actually signing it.
One of the things you can't do as a male writer without overthinking it is moments like this, revealing that Yvette.
You sure you don't want a piece of that?
Revealing that Shirley wouldn't mind getting a piece of that.
What's he doing? Oh, I know exactly what he's doing. My ex-husband spent 4 weeks doing that after his innocent mistake of calling me Valerie. That boy's living in his car.
So, if Lauren Pomerantz ever stops being under the thumb of Ellen DeGeneres and she's back out in the market, snatch her up for your
We'll take her.
staff. She's a good draft writer.
Thank you, Dan.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's such a knee-jerk reaction when you start talking.
I said too much.
Is this how you treat the writing staff? Hey, Dan, I was like, shut up.
It's funnier when the person isn't nice. So what's Gillian wearing? Let's talk about that.
Yes.
Apparently nuclear war has happened.
It's Mad Max.
I always go back to the legend of Billie Jean.
Oh, I'd like to be there when the band finds out.
He zinged him.
Ooh.
Oh. Curiously, I think she's wearing the same thing as Pierce.
Yeah, she is.
When it
She
cuts over
could be
to him.
in Rent.
Living in your car, living in your car. You are living in your car.
Not a good secret keeper.
Sorry, I'm not good at
This is the commentary. We just explain the joke.
Yeah.
It's like, doesn't it look like she got that shawl at an aquarium?
It's a very temporary issue.
A lot of, you'll notice when it cuts to Yvette, you'll see that there's if you very, very slightly, like there's a difference in lighting and stuff. A lot of her stuff has to be shot like Jan Michael Vincent whenever she's sober. It's like Airwolf. You know, you gotta pick up those shots when you can.
She's outside literally, guys, she's pounding against the glass.
She's powerless to us in this
There's
booth.
nothing she can do.
God, it feels good. We can say whatever we want right now.
You gotta stop laughing.
We have 18 minutes left to do this, guys.
There she is in the background. She wasn't supposed to be in this scene. She just wandered in.
I'd love to.
Really?
Sure.
Thanks. Later.
What episode? Where did this go in the order of all the episodes?
Was it 8?
Was it 8?
Yeah, it's hard. It got shuffled a little bit.
The condo board's trying to bluff me by listing my place.
This is back when still you heard Gillian on the commentary. She talks a little bit. I asked her, like, what happened with your character from your perspective? And she was kind of hit the nail on the head talking about, like, well, she was basically policing Jeff still at this phase. And we don't need a character to do that. Jeff is pretty self-destructive in his vanity, and everybody tends to police him. And we started having a lot more fun with Britta to just sort of start dumping on her. And at this point, she's supposed to still be like kind of voice of, I don't know, practicality or moral compass. And
There's a silver lining here, isn't there? You're attracted to bums.
Good night.
I laughed at my own joke. What a jerk.
It's a funny one.
I'm a dick.
Being towed.
Things are
I
going
almost
downhill
broke
fast.
my ankle right here because they put all that green stuff there to just show brown cover, but there was big holes. And I stepped in one of the holes one time, and if I had flung my body forward, it would just snapped it like a branch. Thank you.
there's a lot,
I have a
lot
hard
of
life.
ADR in that moment.
Was
that
there-
that it seems to me, if I'm not
And by the
mistaken,
way,
is
one of the
dedicated to
funniest
making
things
sure
ever.
we don't think you're gay.
Danny jumping up on it.
Because you turn your head and it goes like, I'll race you to the, I'll race you to the bunk. Because originally it just goes me too and runs over to the bunk and lays there, which I thought was really funny. But then somebody in ADR somebody wanted to add the ADR of like, me too, race you to the bunk. Oh, I win. And I'm pretty sure the only reason I add that stuff is to make sure Abed's not gay. Congratulations, television.
That's actually one of my favorite jokes right there. Did
Which
I say
one?
anything in my sleep about farm animals or Brian Williams? I love that joke, Lauren. Thank you. She said you're welcome.
Here is the first introduction of the Lucky Charms.
Yes. Bowl number 1 of, I don't know, 7,000?
Oh my lord! It's like that commercial, that SNL commercial, colon blow.
Jeff's hair and his facial reactions right here are actually as a result of the cereal that we ate that day.
Now, were you disturbed by the incident on set with Yvette Nicole Brown in this scene? Was that happening far enough away on the Paramount line?
This was on the other side of the lot, I think.
Yeah, but
we felt it.
But we were on lockdown at that point.
Yeah,
yeah.
There was we could not
So
walk
hard.
out of the building.
You try to seal off stages for audio purposes, but when someone has the DTs and they start shrieking about spiders,
This was the
that
next
aren't
day is
there.
when they started checking everybody's pee, right?
Oh yeah, well, and not because not as a test, but because someone had peed all over Paramount, and they were
Yeah.
trying to figure out who it was. Well, guess.
Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing.
It rhymes with
And
Gillette.
we're right next to Glee, and they're just this shining example of success. And when you have one of your cast members literally running around your workplace, whizzing all over it's really weird.
Yeah, they're all clean and sober over at Glee.
I need a few more shakes.
Okay? Is it keyboard? All right. Now, if you'll excuse me, Pierce's band is playing.
Man, I didn't really, this is a great episode.
Yeah,
I gotta
there's a
tell
lot of
you.
fun stuff
I
in
don't want to Bruckheimer the commentary here, but this is a great episode that
We already
made.
talked over your favorite joke, and we already talked over the jumping on the thing. Damn it.
Well, I mean, there's a joke every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
How
it's
can
true.
we
That's
ever
nothing you can do.
talk?
Well, wait till Yvette gets in here.
Yeah.
Well, it's that then it just becomes about, it's like Dudley Moore and Peter Cook just sit back and.
Did Ludwig write this music?
Yeah, who wrote this song?
Yeah.
Who did the music? Was Ludwig,
The music was Ludwig? Yeah,
but the words were yours.
Me and Dan, I think.
Great. This is a
Yeah,
great one.
Lauren did a first pass on the song, and there's
She's
a longer version of the song. That's,
And she's a GDB became something we said.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was
all the time.
That's all Lauren.
I like how quickly Joel here just
I like how quickly Doug. I mean Danny.
Doug O'Donnell, Steven.
Used and insulted me. Unless you count Cop Rock.
He basically is holding up this bowl, or you're holding up your chin with the Tupperware.
Oh, so much Lucky Charms.
How many Lucky Charms? Actually, we switched from Lucky Charms to some Trader Joe's cereal.
They switched us to an organic alternative to Lucky Charms.
Yeah.
Which was worse.
It was horrible.
Way worse. I mean, Lucky Charms is wonderful to eat, but after a box and a half, you might kill you. I remember we began to feel hot.
Our faces were tingling
strangely
at this point.
sweating.
Yeah.
I mean, but it would be like if we ate an entire cake, we'd start feeling the same way. But it.
Hey, there's our Pavel. He's our Polish buddy. He's actually Polish.
Blita! I'm getting little Blita, getting little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of like the song.
I like how you are for peace and Short Circuit too.
Yeah, what is the piece?
And Back to the Future's on the door, too. There's some great art department posters there.
And
Last time we saw these guys, they were performing, then they teleported to the rehearsal space and just kept going.
By the way, in that scene, that was originally not Pavel, it was
Take
Fafumbe.
it easy, Chevy. Take it easy.
Fafumbe.
Sometimes it's funny to just play a keyboard.
I miss Fafumbe.
Take it easy.
Fafumbe! Remember Fafumbe?
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
And then for a while, there was a name on the door.
There was
like
a name
just
on
as you
the
walk
door.
through that
Yeah.
hall, it just always said Fafumbe.
Fafumbe. We've never seen Fafumbe,
No.
but he's a mythical being that lives in Greendale.
See the guy back there on drums?
Yeah, who is that guy?
He recurs as the. This is
Vaughn's.
pretty funny. Every time I make fun of Chevy, but he brings this stuff to the team. He's just sort of like he casts a wide net and it catches a lot of fish. The guy on drums, you see him playing triangle when Vaughn does his Annie song.
Yeah.
Any song.
Garfunkel joke. Nailed it, Harmon.
Why? I don't know. Maybe because when I put on these skinny jeans, my ass looks like a baby pumpkin. Or maybe because I'm not a small.
Did you write that, Lauren?
I did. Jack only knows 3 power chords.
My band, my song. You want that, huh, Pierce? How do you like that?
Get on the horse.
It's supposed to be saying "get on your high horse" and get
High horse? You say high horse?
Get on you.
Defend my honor?
Huh?
Totally. Do it faster.
Oh, yeah, totally.
All right. There we go. I like speed, man.
Yeah.
Every joke you do quick, that gives you 2 more jokes you can do. That's how I say it.
Funny way she shakes when she gets cold, and she'll feel like the luckiest girl in the world.
Right. I couldn't have done this without your help. You're really nice. We should have hung out more in high school.
Remember when you pretended to be my backpack?
If you're listening to this commentary and you called me at home to recommend we pull this entire story from the episode, and you know who you are.
Who? Drunk Dow from a vet?
I guess you were wrong.
My appendix is bursting.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting ready to see Patton Oswalt.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The amazing Patton Oswalt.
Yeah, there
There
it
he
is.
is.
The nurse. A male nurse.
That guy,
You guys are sexual partners.
his bones must be hollow so they can fill it with funny.
Yeah.
Because
Funniest people around.
it pours out of that guy.
Thanks for bringing me here.
Why don't we have him more in the show? Why
Yeah.
haven't we gone to the emergency room more?
Anything wrong with
Come on, Dan.
I want to in the season 2 premiere. How's that sound?
Nice.
Where does it hurt?
Everywhere.
Okay, we have to quarantine you. We got to get you to a safe distance.
My date's on the East Lawn.
East Lawn, perfect.
Great.
Okay. Wait. This is a date? Oh, yeah, you need these.
Nice.
Ready to go.
I do like how he handed him 6 of them.
Yeah. And they all unwrapped. Those are the ones without the holes that
Wait,
we
it's a
reveal
date?
later.
Go all the way.
Yeah.
Typhoid Mary of herpes. I'm kind of the Hawkeye around here. So. Are you seeing anybody?
I think Patton did the Hawkeye thing. He kind of he riffed that on set, and we.
This is Joel's so hilarious in this. Watching him make this someday.
Oh my God.
This was a joy.
This was hilarious.
I love this Abed line.
Word, may I have a word?
It's the sudden revelation that Abed has his eye on the bigger ball.
Yeah. It's always been here.
Never had him, don't want him, especially now. He's got a real Phil Spector vibe going.
He's like E.T. He crashed in my place, and we're friends now, which is great for me, but it's bad for him. He needs to get back.
What am I supposed to do about that?
Use your lady parts.
Abed!
Don't be naive, Britta. The charge between you two is keeping him going. Tell him you'll make love to him if he takes a shower and finds a nice place to live.
Wearing a lot of gray there.
Pavel's making babka.
That is a
Babka
good-looking Sunday you made.
There you
It's
go.
not bad.
With the bowl of milk that is your sexuality.
Man, you deteriorated, Joel. Look at this. Was there a hole in your
This
boxers
is
here?
yeah, there was.
Yeah. Several, right? That vending machine. We crawl in later in the season.
Yep.
Lauren, let's get to know Lauren Pomerantz.
Shut up. This right here, your physical position, I laughed out loud at the first time I saw that on this couch. I don't think you ever leave that position.
What do you drive, Lauren?
My car?
Yeah, what do
Mini
you-
Cooper.
Will you shut up, Lauren?
I was wrong.
It's pepper white.
Real possessions are important.
It's pepper white?
Mm-hmm.
The Jeffersons wore than that.
She's a quiet writer.
Well, do good.
But a good one.
What about that sport where the British people ride the horses with the really long hammers?
Jeez, you are way out of your element here.
Yes, and I do not believe a single word I am saying for me. But for you, maybe you're one of those rare people.
Short Circuit 2 being advertised.
What else is on those walls? Stand By Me. There was Kick Splasher.
What was it? Vibes.
Vibes, that's right, with Jeff Goldblum.
and
Yeah.
Cindy Lauper, directed by Ken Kwapis.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ken Kwapis, office director, office pilot director, right?
And outsourced.
Yeah.
Italian faucets, handcrafted.
These look like... Wait. I made this notch to indicate optimal cleansing temperature for combination skin.
What
There
kind
was
of person is that obsessed with
That was the
faucets?
result of a 3-hour
Yeah.
brainstorming session of what mark could be on faucets to make a vain person realize they were his. And we went through like all these this dent is from the belt buckle of the mayor's daughter, like all this kind of weird stuff, you know.
I beg your unbelievable pardon.
Look at all this work you're doing.
So comfortable. It's so comfy.
And you will willing to admit.
I was doing this all for Abed. You were the worst.
By the way, this dorm room was like 3 times the size of mine in actual college.
What would be the worst that would happen if the Brita character didn't have to wear stilts? Would she? I mean,
it would just be harder to frame the shots.
Did you ever see that show?
Because I'm always wearing
where they fight the aliens. Peter Dinklage is in it. What about the train station manager? What's that movie called?
The Last Station?
Yeah. Wait. I don't know. Dinklage, right?
Yeah. Last
like
Station,
you
right?
can be tiny and do drama and comedy.
I don't think so. I'm just disagreeing and I have nothing to do.
Man, we have some great concerts at Greendale.
They're going to put most of these vests that you see Chevy in are now in Planet Hollywoods around America.
Yeah.
Do Planet Hollywood still exist?
There is.
There's, yeah.
Where was
Vegas
I?
is one. I think Lake Tahoe has one.
Yeah.
You still love
like that there's
Planet
a couple
Hollywood.
cities where
I
they
think
still-
like London still has one.
London has one? Oh.
Is there one in Hollywood?
No.
No, I don't think
No,
there
it's
is.
gone.
I used to collect shot glasses from Planet Hollywood. That's something you should know about me.
As
Lauren
like,
Pomerantz.
Did you hear that? Lauren Pomerantz comes through.
Ironically, you collected them?
Nope.
Oh, my Lord.
Straight up honest.
Quite sincerely.
Wow.
You catch a tiny bit of. You catch some Annie booty,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you do. Right there.
I mean,
Well,
it's,
I
it's
missed
this
it.
I feel
very,
like-
very dangerous tightrope we walk
I
with
feel
her.
like wardrobe was coming
Whoa,
through
there-
after every
that was
scene.
it.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think. For me, that was huge.
I know, sweetie.
It's actually a really sweet scene between them two right there. I like that.
I think a lot of the Annie.
Bam. Right there. Yeah.
We
Who-
wrote.
now, who's that guy?
Lauren and I wrote this. This is the guy. This is KU. Our what Joe calls our in-house rapper. Every rap that you hear that's composed, it's original thing, and he performs it. And this is his, his screen debut in our show. Like this is the time you see him, and there's a tag with him. But and poo poo in my pants and poo poo in my heart.
I wanted to have here. We had rehearsed a little conversation in Polish.
Yes.
And
This is where we taught
never
Joe's
made it.
Polish.
I was so happy about it.
But we did learn Fajna koszula.
Fajna koszula, nice shirt.
I have a hard time not crying when I watch this exchange. I'm not gonna do it now, but when he says you're a huge nerd, I always my cheeks get really hot and red, and then this, like the idea that, well, we kind of crapped on the guy, but the idea that, of course, that's so key to Pierce. Lack of redemptiveness, lack of change can sometimes be heroic.
Yeah.
Especially in the face of bad luck and even justice. It's nice. Shot's a little long. Come on.
No.
But thank you, Lauren. Great episode.
Because there's jokes dying in the, come on. Gotta use that time for jokes.
She's a GDB.
I wrote an original version of this rap that it was like more like a juvenile's version of Badass, where I'm gonna shoot you with a gun, a special gun where the bullets are little tiny guns that shoot explosive bullets, like all this stuff. And KU said, it's really ill, man. You got great flow, but it's too tough, man. It's gonna bum people out.
Well played, Pierce. This isn't over.
Thank you for tolerating us.
Let's go out to my car, Danny. I'm going to give you that quilt.
I got to get a quilt, guys.
So then the guy says to the housekeeper, make sure she's dead.
This is the debate episode on
Of-
Allison Brie.
I'm Joel McHale.
I'm creator Dan Harmon.
Oh.
And I'm Joe Russo.
I'd like to point out that Allison did not wear pants to
I have little
the
shorts
DVD
on.
commentary
Can you not
session.
see them
No, I
under
cannot.
my vest?
No, I don't see them under the short vest.
I always like to appear half nude at my commentary sessions. The audiences don't know, except now they do.
Actually, I have a Twitter question from somebody about this episode.
Yeah.
It is something to do with, did you guys know how awesome it was going to be when they kissed, or did you find out by accident? And I'm going to say we
Let's
knew.
wait. It's premature to talk about that, Dan. Don't give anything away.
It's not. Oh, right.
Well, we could set this episode up with that, saying that this is this episode that started us on a path towards the finale.
Pivotal episode in the character Annie Edison's life, I think.
Yeah, and there's interesting chemistry that we discovered, and I don't remember where I read this comment online, but somebody nailed it. It may have been the AV Club or Sip and Wall or somebody that processed it and said what makes Annie so attractive is that she is Jeff's opposite, and and just sort of identifying characters that have
the opposites attract.
Why the chemistry works so well is that.
So everyone that thought it was her boobs, you were wrong. You were oversimplifying.
I thought it was the viral videos that started after this episode.
I just remember getting the script for this, and I hadn't read it yet, and Gillian came up to me, and she was like, "You kissed Joel in this episode," and I was like,
That was Jenny Flack.
What?
And
These are,
there's a lot of Channel 101 guys, my homies, in this video within a video. Jenny Flack is playing Britta. Chevy's real stand-in, what's his name?
John.
Who's awesome.
He's been Chevy stand-in for like 20 years.
Kelsey Abbott plays Annie. That dude's LeJon Stewart.
And this was shot by Dave Seeger.
Right.
Who Dave Seeger? How did you? He walked like Chevy.
We gotta put something on
Dave
the
Seeger.
outside of that
I cannot
paper.
wait for the day when I'm begging Dave Seeger to put me in his movies.
Yeah, super talented.
We will all be
kid.
working for Dave Seeger one day.
Yeah,
but he'll have the same haircut.
Let's just between Jim Rash and John Michael Higgins there. The amount the improv level of those guys is
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
When we were shooting the debate stuff, it was like, I was just saying to Jim, it was one of the most fun episodes to shoot it was just us standing in between the two of them on that stage, and they were just going at it all day.
So funny.
That was your idea, Mr. McHale, correct?
Which one?
The juke out
yeah,
right there?
Yeah. To fake. No, I fake him out right here, right?
No, you just did it.
Yeah,
that was your idea. And we
Rewind
kept thinking you wouldn't let it. It wouldn't
I wasn't
make
gonna
it.
let it live. I thought
you
it was
were
too
like,
sticky.
no, it's too sticky.
Yeah.
But it totally worked.
That was the best juke I've ever put on anyone in football or basketball all year. That was the best one.
And we caught it on camera.
How did Higgins come into this episode? Do you remember? I mean, it was sort of.
Yeah, he just that was it. He just pops in.
No,
as the
but I
debate
mean, just
coach.
in the writing process, I remember there was talk about getting Higgins back and how would we do it, and then it seemed to work that he was the debate coach. And
how do we? Is he coming back? I hope to God in your brain somewhere he's coming back. Dan.
Anything you can do to get Mr. Higgins on camera.
Yeah,
he's great.
I don't know. I found out he's a communist.
What's wrong with that?
That might be a dated joke.
No, I don't think so. Let's
talk about Chevy here for a second, because Chevy does deserve props for being as old as he is, and every pratfall that Chevy does,
He does it.
over the course of the season is Chevy.
There's no stunt double, and usually he suggests it or will add one if there is maybe not one.
And when you're his size and
Everyone.
weight, that shit hurts.
This story is based on a true story from my sometime writing partner Rob Schraub, who had the world's worst hypnotherapist try to help him gain more confidence, and he fell down during the hypnotherapy session and hurt his leg, and Rob pretended to stay hypnotized because he felt sorry for the guy because he was such a bad hypnotist.
And yeah, his body. I mean, when he's in the morning, he's a little stiff, and you're like, oh, no wonder this guy has been falling on camera for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
For the last 20, totally unintentionally.
And there's no pads, nothing. I mean, the guy just Chevy just missed the chair and went into
There's some in the
Exactly.
outtakes you see the outtakes you see when he falls back on the chair, and Gilead like screams out because he actually wasn't written to fall. He was just written to lean back, and we all thought he really fell.
Oh, is that really? That's why Britta's scream seems so.
So it seems so real because it was real. We were terrified.
Yeah, if you watch the blooper reel, you can see that the Chevy doing that first one where Gillian like freaks out.
So great. Who's that guy in the upper right-hand corner? Is that another character?
His head was really prominent there.
I just like to point out that shirt I'm wearing. There's a lot of debate about that shirt because it says in the script that my socks had to match my shirt.
Which is coming up.
Yeah, this was a tricky joke.
See,
well, it was kind of
Oh.
I don't know, man. I was mad about that joke because he should say, no, I'm not vain, and then put his foot up on the table.
Right.
And like reveal the sock. And
There's no
then,
time for that. There's no time.
Yeah, no time.
What up, happy people?
But that's the kind of thing. That's what writers and directors. That's why collaboration has to be a default thing, because you never know how your brain is going to be thinking differently from a director's, because they're knuckleheads,
And then
and
they
so
didn't
are
think
you.
that I was going to have to wear that shirt the entire episode.
But then you were trapped in the shirt.
Trapped.
This
I like
was
the shirt.
this was a crazy sequence. I think we shot this over the course of 3 days, and
It was
I went
supposed
a day
to be
over.
like, it was supposed to be a day and a half. But then remember, we were on lockdown. We shot at this high school in Hollywood, and there was a shooting.
Right.
And
We got locked
then
in
we
the
got
gym.
locked in the gym. Yeah, we were on lockdown, but it didn't matter because we had so much stuff to still shoot there.
This is one of my favorite characters of the season.
Yeah,
He's
somebody asked
amazing.
on Twitter.
This guy's amazing.
Or Simmons
Aaron
going
is
to
an
come back.
incredible job. Yeah, I mean Simmons is. To me, it was the concept of the show. I remember, Dan, when we first were talking before we shot the pilot, and you were saying it's this concept of this character having to go back to school where, there are 17, 18-year-old kids, and, he's dealing with people half his age, and it's sort of having to sit in a desk. And I felt like Simmons represents the quintessential antagonist for a guy like Jeff Winger, this snotty, highly intelligent, arrogant.
Yeah, Twitter username Signal TV. Might you bring back Debate Team and Simmons for an episode in season 2, City College Revenge, perhaps?
We always wanted
sure, yeah.
Simmons to come back.
Yeah, wasn't there
I feel
talk
like
of
there
him
was
being a
always
love
talk-
interest of someone or something?
Me, of Andy,
Andy.
because if you'll notice, although I don't know if a lot of the stuff got cut, but while we were shooting this episode, we were having Annie play with, like, giving looks of being turned on when she's like hates him / loves him. Finds him sexy,
That's
because
right.
he's
I think
so
we
good
did
at what he
ultimately.
does.
We toned it back a little bit in the cut, but there was supposed to be a
lot of like, oh.
Yeah, and then we thought it was getting confusing once the chemistry worked at the end, and Joel's reaction was sort of a set-based discovery to the kiss at the end of the show, and then that
It was
sort of
just
dictated.
it was just Joel's natural reaction to
I think it was acting.
And then
these,
I was
it
really
was.
these lips.
You had onion sandwiches.
No, I had this great lip plumper on, and
I thought that was swollen from some sort of outbreak. So
This is a
who
great
was the blonde woman?
character-defining moment, because you're getting a glimpse of Jeff Winger, what he used to do, and that blew the world away, and how he thinks he's so. And it's just interesting to watch him fail while not necessarily doing anything wrong. But he's just not playing by the same rules as the world he's in right now, and yet you can picture him in a courtroom pulling this crap. And like getting somebody off a DUI,
right?
But then you find out, nope, nerds and type A personalities and coaches and clipboards and things. You have to humble yourself.
Show up and do the work.
You actually have to debate.
You have to make out with Alison Brie. Otherwise, you're just not gonna
win. You're not gonna win unless you do that in
Realize-
life. It's just a good lesson. to
I
know.
got emailed by a number of church groups that showed this episode to
Really?
students. Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Because of because the is man inherently evil debate.
Oh, jeez.
Oh wow.
And the church is a big fan of Allison.
So that's a good
Of
example
course.
of something that I
And her
nitpicked.
boobs.
Like I took my hands off the actual
This-
script for this episode.
was so
and then there's
great.
this too.
This was
The
a very tricky joke.
gay
It's-
basketball team. I remember being in the edit bay with Joe and going like, "Come on, man, like for real," and because I had decided at a certain point, like, okay, I'm gonna kind of like let this one go because I'm overworked and like people are getting mad at me because I'm nitpicking stuff, and like if we're gonna collaborate, like I should like loosen my grip, which is another way of saying I passive aggressively like boycotted this episode after a certain point, and it turned out great, which was a slap in the face to me. But I remember
You
being
were
in the
you were
edit
hoping
bay.
for the downfall of this
Yeah,
episode.
exactly. I wanted this to be a piece of crap. No, but I remember being in the edit bay with Joe and I was like, oh, come on, man. I mean, I said I wasn't gonna like be that involved with it, but the gay basketball team. for reals? And we're just going back and forth about like how much gay basketball team and how gay and
My
The
problem, I
mustaches
wanted the
really
gay
made
basketball
it.
team to be awesome at basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Well,
should have
that's a
been
good
just
idea.
awesome at it.
It was too
And-
complex a joke to pull
Okay,
off.
here.
Can I say,
in
okay,
5
They
that-
should have been
Here we
like
go.
fucking dunking
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
Kick that. Was a big shot lawyer. Now he's a loser.
Lay off Simmons. Jeff didn't understand the rules.
Yeah? What's your excuse, 8 points?
Dude, leave her out of this.
Little Annie Adderall was an outcast in high school.
That's it. Dude, we're gonna debate the living crap out of you. We've got some preparing to do.
I liked you better when you were smoking.
I'm so
That hallway scene for a while was all people had to draw on to make their Jeff Annie shipping videos for because Jeff kicks the trash can.
Kicks the
or whatever.
can in slow-mo.
Yeah, for a while, people only had a couple shots of you guys turning your heads and looking at each other to draw on
It's
to make their
true.
videos.
And they did a damn fine job.
Yeah, they did.
They
great.
did.
Very limited material. Very limited material.
Congratulations, YouTube editors. We love you. You're
I forget to
our
point out that poor Yvette has to put on that wig every morning.
She has a few different ones. They're all named Shirley.
It's in one of those chambers like
She
Darth
would
Vader
hate
has
that we're
in
talking
Empire.
about it right now. But this episode spawned one of our favorite lines to say all the time to Yvette, which is, "I'm gonna die by werewolf." I'm gonna die by werewolf.
Oh. There's the foreshadow.
I love the wig, the cheap Annie wig.
I know, because
It's
we
so
cast a
good.
redhead, Kelsey Abbott, as the fake Annie.
Here we go.
This scene, it came out of a specific conversation, and I feel terrible because I don't remember the conversation, but I do remember sort of talking about, like, you know, Dan, I mean, what...
I remember the conversation
I
between the
remember-
crew. The crew was like, let's shoot this as long as we can.
You should have
I
seen
just
the
remember-
editor's cut of this episode.
There's so many
the
specific
scene was 20 minutes long.
conversations
It was-
about my boobs during this.
you know,
shooting
we
this
got to give
scene.
props to is Andrew Guest, because there was a good rewrite of this on the set, this scene
Mhm.
that Andrew put together, and
so that it didn't cut because it seemed like it was too quick.
when we
that Annie
started,
was like, "You're right, I'm
yeah,
wrong."
It was remember when we started this scene and it was moving too fast, and we thought, you know what, and all that sort of chemistry stuff was just being discovered as we went through this episode.
Like I would say still though, like
yeah.
with the music sting and slowing it down for the hair, like just have it be a casual thing. Like this is why I sometimes am not so welcome.
Yeah,
because I
It also is that when you wander onto set, you look a little like a hobo.
I look like someone might, someone's car might get stolen
And
or
then if you
peed
go,
in.
you go, Dan, and he doesn't look. You go, Dan, nothing. Dan, and you go, ha! And then
Yes. Okay.
The
I
crew-
like to throw stuff away, but that's why I mean. When I watch this episode, which I love, like I always remember like watching the sound mix of it and how great it turned out.
Oh boy,
I
The
like,
boob reveal.
Oh boy.
yeah.
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt
The
that.
crew has never been
Sure.
more quiet and more. I'm not. They were
Attentive.
so quiet.
We did it again and again.
There was no
screen
rush.
captures
There was no one going like, "Hey, we got to do the next setup." There was
Yeah.
nothing.
But there was a version where it started on the master shot and you saw some cleavage, and then it punched in on the cleavage with Joe's face next to the cleavage, and then he would do a double take to it.
It's just, there's never been so. I want people to know that it really took. It was a lot of specifics in terms of boob location near
Yes.
Joel's shoulders and
Lot of-
face. Like how close is the cleavage going to get?
That shot was stolen from the previous scene, and then we changed the color of her shirt in post.
Because it was hard to
Really?
land the
it
idea
was
that
really-
she's
Right.
pretending to be asleep and listening to him. It's hard to, these subtle things are hard to kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something. Yeah,
I didn't know you did that. I didn't know you had to change her shirt.
Yeah,
That's
we changed
interesting.
the
Because
color
it
of
was
her
a
shirt.
different day.
In
so she
post.
had to be
How much did
wearing-
that cost, NBC?
Thanks, Allison. We're gonna fight.
It was a different day, Dan, so she couldn't be wearing the same shirt. It's television. People don't
Physical
wear the same
jokes are
clothes every
just,
day.
they require the most heavy lifting. You got to dig them out. You're not quite sure how they're going to work in the edit room sometimes, and what your coverage is. And it just was one of those circumstances where we weren't sure whether she was awake. or
That's why you're
not.
coming back to direct all the episodes in season 2, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you have anything else going on.
Joe got like 4 series picked up, and he's shooting Avatar
guy.
too, so it's gonna be busy. Chevy and another mock turtleneck.
Okay, here we go again.
Like, oh.
I love this
No, it's
slow pratfall. I really love
He
it.
had to find it. He found it.
He did. He found that on the way. I mean, it was sort of Chevy just said, "Give me a drum here and put these instruments there, and I'll figure it out."
So great.
I mean, my goal would be if we brought back this character, we have this phrase in the writer's room, right up to the characters. Don't let there be any real villains. People can be villains to each other, depending on their circumstances. But we need to go back to this guy, if only to unbreak that rule and reveal that this guy is not just an asshole. There's some reason why, you know, that like create a story where you understand what it's like to be that guy.
Is that perhaps the moment that started the Donald crying is hilarious shit?
Yeah, well, yeah, he cries a lot in this. Yeah, I remember early on it was like, oh, you know, we would get the note, just be careful to guard Troy's like sort of
his
football masculinity. And it's
Who
like,
said
give me a
this?
break. Like, what's funnier than Donald Glover crying?
Crying.
What's funnier than
That
Donald
hopefully
Glover?
was some very adept executive going like, tell Dan that he should do this, and he will do the opposite.
That's from the great Franz Wickmeyer. Mine was just from a simple desert handyman named Jesus.
And then for this debate stuff, for this debate montage, we went back later and shot a few weeks later on like this crazy rig in the. It was crazy. It was like a ladder and a platform.
This was all done at a gym in Hollywood. We couldn't go back to his very expensive location.
And
Right there,
that,
that shot,
this
that
stuff.
shot. These are all done on our stage over at Paramount with a very tight backdrop. That
Like
Why
we were
were we
like we were
8
like
feet?
sitting
We
on
were
a
8
chair,
feet
8
in the
feet
air.
Yeah.
We had to
Why
climb
were we
a
so
ladder.
high in the air?
We
Sit
had
up
to
on
get.
this chair.
We were trying to get the right perspective with the camera because everything was shot
From
from a lower
under.
angle.
Oh, right. See, this is why you're professionals.
Or great set.
Oh, that was an on-set joke too. That
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Again, that was part of that chemistry discovery as we were sort of
Simmons is
going through
finished.
it that we decided to like keep playing with that stuff. And
Wait. He's going off.
these kinds of jokes are always tough because, you know, when you go this big and physical,
Yeah.
you're never quite sure whether it's going to be hilarious or ridiculous.
But reading it in the script, I think we were all just like, oh no, they
Yeah.
didn't.
As part of, I think, what was made this first season so much fun is a really adventurous group, and we like trying a bunch of different shit and seeing how far we can push the edges.
So absurd. You hit the brake and fly off his chair 10 feet into the air.
But kind of actually, this makes him not a villain
Yeah.
because he's so dedicated to winning.
He hates me, yet he caught me. Man is good.
He's so committed to the role.
Dedication
He
to
was
the
great.
craft, yeah. And Gillian really did put that cigarette in her mouth. It's a big commitment.
Oh,
painful.
poor guy.
Oh.
So he dropped him.
Peter Ellis
Is evil.
pulled this song out. He's a genius.
I
needle
love the
drop.
song, and it's everywhere now. And I credit it to you. I
Yeah.
remember you showing. We listened to it, and you were like, "This is the song that's going to play here."
Where did Peter Ellis
And
find
now
it?
I see it everywhere. It's in an HBO thing now.
Yeah.
Peter Ellis is one of the
commercials.
editors on the show. He's a genius. This guy's credits include Friday Night Lights and True Blood. And,
wow.
you know,
The
it's just-
guy Simmons, the actor, and his
Look, there's the look,
and
Joel.
his friend
Like
is
what?
those guys are both
Good
from some troupe, right? That people are fans of. I apologize, I don't. But I wish I could give him a
Oh,
shout
there was
out.
it. I'm a dabba werewolf. Sorry. Sorry.
This was.
He was making a point before.
This
I
was
just like
sort
to
of
say
another.
that.
I think this was another on-set rewrite. This was just sort of. We were just trying to figure out
Right.
how to
Well,
wrap
this is
up.
good. Yeah. The dovetailing of all this stuff,
That's
this was
And this is
particularly
again.
brilliant.
This is Andrew Guest was there for this.
And then we reshot. We added.
We were trying to
added the
figure
scene
out
at the end
how,
with Joel and
you know, how to dovetail all that stuff. And you know, we got forced out of the gym at a certain point. We knew we had to do it in the hallway, and
Yeah.
it was supposed to take place in the stands at the end, and it just turned into An interesting wonder because we were out of time because you had to leave, Joel, if I remember correctly.
For what?
Your other job.
Some soup thing.
You're in porn, aren't you? Isn't it?
The head pat. People
Never
love
has a
it.
head pat been more.
Oh, and that was
sensual. Loaded. It was
that was an
loaded.
added scene. That was
yeah, that was added. We shot it later, like a
we
week
shot
later.
That later. Again, it was just we're just sort of very organically discovering that chemistry and what was working and.
But we're always on schedule.
Yes, we are.
We never went over. That was what was.
We felt like we needed a button at the end of that episode that just touched on it one more time. And,
Do you hate doing this? Donald is so funny.
Yeah.
That's Donald improvising.
I saw him on a red carpet doing a rap together. Somebody from E or CNN or
more
God
on that
knows what,
later.
like just asked them, will you do a
Dan,
rap? Oh, we're over. We're done.
Dan, shut up.
Shut up. Good night. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ken Jung.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
Dan Harmon.
Donald Glover.
This is our environmental episode. The Ben Silverman NBC legacy is to do Green Week, Green Day.
Yeah.
And so every sitcom every year since it was incepted does a cynical bit about. There was a line cut out of here that I really liked, which is something about what the hell was it? If I like it so much, I can't.
I know, Dan. If you liked it so much, why
don't you marry
Green
it?
Week is a celebration that corporations and the government have finally realized that the environment is something individuals need to rectify.
Yeah.
Figure it out. I like that.
So that does make me mad, by the way. Like most pollution is pre-industrial waste. Like, you know, there's a lot of things that the guys that are making most of the money can do to clean up the earth before you have to feel anxiety about your aluminum can.
Yeah.
Enough of that.
It eventually comes down to what we do as
I remember this.
individuals.
I remember how
That's very
exactly
true.
how I felt.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
This was
that shirt looks really pretty on you.
Yeah, I love because this was the first like kind of A or B subplot that I was like a major part of, and I was really nervous before this week because it was the first time like something was focused on my character, and I was like, oh my god, I want to screw this up. I was so nervous this week, and it's for me personally, it's one of my favorite things I've ever done. This episode was great. And there's something subtle here. I'm so glad they left it in. The ring, the wedding ring. Yeah, it was just of course, no one noticed and no one cared. But
now
for me,
they
it was
will.
Because it showed I was having a problem with the marriage. Yeah.
We call Ken the master of subtlety.
Yeah. I think subtlety is for losers.
That's what we call him around
I think
set.
subtle is for the weak. That's my comedy mantra.
I love that your character is one of the few, like the classic sitcom sense that like if he opens his closet at home, he just has all those Havana shirts, like different colors.
There's no irony. There's nothing subtle. He has those flea market shirts there. He has nothing else. There's nothing deeper than that.
20 pages on ass kissing. Due on Monday.
This Monday? The rarely used hallway.
The rarely used hallway,
outside of the classroom.
It's supposed to be
It's like an outdoor space.
It is very warm in there.
Yeah, it's 'cause
anytime
there's
we've
lots
ever
of
had to
lights.
be in there, it's about 100 degrees.
Yeah.
Oh, Seth Gordon directed this episode.
Seth Gordon.
Director of
Four Christmases.
and The King of Kong. A really terrific
He's done
documentary.
Office episodes.
Yeah.
Really fun dude.
He's a good guy.
Very tall. Taller than
tall
Chevy.
guy.
The tallest director we've
The
had.
tallest.
There's something coming up that Annie does that really.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
It was like an improv that I did. Was like, oh, it's not gonna get in, but like, it's one of my favorite moments.
I was always thinking like, oh, it's everyone likes it because of how silly it is. That's what I was like, oh yeah, the Choo Choo Train is awesome, and then I found out I was like watching the animated GIFs and going, wait a minute, you jerks.
They like it
boob
because
jiggle?
of their perv.
Get
their
away from my
perv.
daughter.
I know.
I know it is.
I thought that way too because there are a lot of pervs on Twitter going, I love that GIF for bad reasons.
Yeah, it's.
Go Tongue Chang. Guys, what makes you think I can convince Chang of anything if I can't even convince you not
This is
to make me
awesome.
sweet?
Jeff does raise a good point.
I just love that classic. Wait a minute, you are convincing.
I love the banter with the cast when you guys overlap each other. Yeah, Jeff does raise a good point.
We do a good mumble.
We do have fun mumbling.
The best murmur of any sitcom.
Yeah.
Jeff, how do you think you're gonna keep pulling a C in that psycho's class if he keeps assigning this much work?
Because I have you guys.
Here it comes.
There it comes. I know we're all
Everybody
quietly
ready?
waiting.
Eh?
We're channeling our inner perv right now.
I'm not.
Except Gil.
Really?
There's not that much
I know,
jiggle.
that's what I think.
There's
It's
not
it's
any
not
jiggle.
even.
There's no
There's
jiggle.
no jiggle.
I agree.
But you have to understand, Allison. At some point, she cried. I mean, she's a
Dude,
TV
oh,
thing.
oh,
Like people,
dude,
like
dude,
every
dude.
frame
Oh,
of
dude,
her,
dude.
people
Dalmatian,
like
Dalmatian.
obsess over.
Yeah.
This Dalmatian thing.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Oh, Rob Schraub sent me that clip on YouTube. My sometime writing partner, Heat Vision and Jack co-creator Rob Schraub sent me that YouTube thing, that
The
Dalmatian guy.
genesis
That's an
of the
actual
So I just
entire
wanted it
thing.
in
I didn't know
there.
that.
So
Okay.
we put that bit together, and
didn't
then
realize
somebody at the network or the studio was like, "That's weird. I don't like that." And so I just
It became a larger and larger part of the
It
show.
made you do it more.
it's not because I want people to have to experience things they don't like that they're paying for, and it's their money.
Yeah.
I want to show them that sometimes things that they don't like I get desperate to show them. You remember those things that you didn't like? Look at these things that what they turned into, so that they then go, oh man, I shouldn't not like stuff.
It's good for the
I mean,
network.
like-
If the network doesn't want you to do something, they should do reverse psychology, and you say, "That's great."
But
Dan."
come on.
That makes me nervous as
But
hell.
I'm sorry.
That's
that,
great, and
that
Dan's
stuff,
like, "I'm not going to do it."
That
anymore."
is so amazing. Like that. I'm sorry. That line is hilarious. It's just
This
like
better
I
not
hope
awaken.
this better not awaken something
but
in
then
me.
Jim Rash's
It's
mouth
so funny.
gets crooked at the end. That's what sells it for me.
Because the second that happens, you're
Yeah.
like, something's definitely awakening in you.
I'm gonna go down to Donald more often with the scripts and stuff before
Yeah.
people start feeding back. I'm gonna check in with Donald.
Yeah.
I mean, Donald, at this point in time, if you're digging this DVD up in a time capsule, Donald Glover is 25.
I'm 26. Actually.
26.
Oh.
26.
Forget it.
It's lame.
But he's quickly. I mean, I've seen his stand up 3 times now. I've been drunk every time, but he's becoming. It's obvious we have a bit of a tiger by the tail here. That we're wasting a star's time with this show.
Oh.
Donald's gonna be something.
I'm gonna be doing.
We're all gonna be working for
Carnival
him.
Cruise Lines. Like,
I texted
so
you.
fast.
I texted you, Donald, one time. I said, just don't forget. I was very nice for you from the very beginning.
no, I have to say,
That's the
Ken
only
Jeong
reason
has
you're
been
nice to
extremely
people,
nice.
Ken.
I said, you better give me Asian
If we're
Man
gonna
number
be,
2 in your
if
movies.
we're gonna be blowing each other here, I
Yeah,
gotta say that
I
this
know.
is the
It's
most.
I know,
This is like
no one wants to hear
honestly
that.
the most fun I've ever had doing anything.
Me too.
Like I seriously, like Community is like the most fun. Like
Oh,
it's
I thought
just.
you meant just kissing each
Oh,
other's
just kissing
ass.
each
Like,
other.
You know what I love?
we should be focused
now
on
that
this.
we're on the
shouldn't we?
subject,
yeah, I
okay,
guess.
we're on the subject of Donald, who's in the scene. My favorite stuff in between takes is when you do Obama and then you're hitting on Yvette, because that drives her nuts. It drives her nuts when you. Hey, Barack Obama's here. Hey.
I can't even.
You be a vet,
I'm sorry, I
Ken.
can't. Yeah.
Hi, Barack.
As we stand here on the I can't do it.
I'm sorry.
I can't do it. I'm laughing so hard.
Wait, can we talk about, Ken, how you were like a little boy on Christmas Day when you saw your office for the first time?
Yeah.
I've never seen a person more happy for a set.
This was really this whole thing was this whole office and the velvet painting behind it was
And the way it's lit and
the
stuff,
way
it's
yeah,
really
yeah,
beautiful.
The set designers they just outdid themselves.
Oh, they're the.
You know,
They are the best.
They are legit the best. Like the little jokes they
the
do.
little
like,
jokes they
the
do.
little jokes are so
Yeah.
funny and like so cool and this and
Look
like
at every little thing.
Can they
that
tell
do.
that it's you as a matador? Yes,
Yeah,
now they can.
there you go.
There
Thank
you
you,
are.
Gilly.
15
LT
years
Gray.
from now, whatever medium we're recording in or
Yeah.
presenting entertainment in, you'll the technology will involve being able to click or touch
Yeah.
anything in this room and like zoom in on
Buy
it and
it.
read
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But if you were to do that now, our art directors, our prop department, any of those things in that room, if you were
Shout
to
out
zoom in
to
on it,
Natalie, Rhonda,
it's
all
in
you
perfect
guys.
compliance with the tone and IQ of the show. It's always on. I've never worked with an art department like that ever, where they're like doing writing that is on par with the show on the flyers in the background that you have no chance of ever reading.
Right.
You zoom in and sometimes I read them and I go, oh, that's a good idea.
yeah.
In the paintball episode, Natalie actually had them, or Rhonda actually had engraved LT Gray or something like that on the
Well, I
gold
told her
plated
to do
guns.
that.
Okay.
What about
Nobody's gonna get
Wow.
credit away from
Wow.
my clammy fingers.
Wow, Dan getting credit for that.
She's a good prop master. Leave it at that. Somebody asked via Twitter, tweet question, about the mashup, the song that we're going to do in the third act of this thing. As I recall, it was a very last minute thing. I'm sure Seth Gordon has a clearer memory of that, because I remember getting on the phone like the day before shooting and singing the song. There was we needed a third act, and I came up with the idea of doing this because that's what I remember from American Tail. And there was a Fievel reference in the script, so I thought we should. Oh, sorry, getting a little drunk. We should we should dovetail these stories and do like this musical thing. So you're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really.
That's the answer to your question. Me. Always me.
When
If
in
you're
doubt.
smiling when you're asking, Dan Harmon's doing the tasking.
There we go.
Very good. And you say you couldn't ad-lib with Donna Glover right beside you. That was...
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. Oh, now you've regressed.
Now you've regressed. Racism.
Racism.
Wow. I don't know what's going on.
Yvette's different.
That was a call.
That's what you should say like that? Just go straight to that.
Black lady.
Black lady. Let's all talk about it.
Hair, wig,
Oh.
Okay, can we be honest? Like,
Captain Robertson.
we're not even that different anymore.
Flag.
Like the Indian kids are the new black kid. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it.
Yeah.
Like
I know.
that's it's true.
Well, you know,
It is a new
NBC
black.
clearly agrees with you.
Yeah.
do you know they have black gay people now?
No, they don't.
No.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up,
Just
Dan.
when you thought-
Shut up, Dan.
Old. Alberto, usted es feo. You are ugly. Thanks. Shakira. Y tu Paco. What's hoy? Ustedes están sucios. You are dirty. Still formal, but plural. Because while both are dirty, neither are my friends. Okay? And on another subject, hope you guys are working hard on your essays, because that's going to be 30% of your grade. Jeff already turned in his essay. Great job.
Thanks.
As soon as you turn in your essays on Monday, there's going to be a big-ass quiz. So study hard. Class dismissed. Dude.
You didn't even bite that apple.
That was a joke. That was a joke. I pretended to bite, but
Yeah, that's right. Like the Chang character, it was an acquired taste.
Yeah.
But this guy's nuts.
yeah.
How many times has Joel McHale been fondled?
A lot.
There was one take where, and I knew it was unusable. I just couldn't resist myself, but I just kept fondling him, touching him.
Now, so you have firsthand experience. You can answer this question. What happened to his pecs between now and paintball when they become a shelf? A
Yeah.
G.I. Joe shelf.
3 words, Joe McHale, HGH.
Joe
He,
McHale's just like a good-looking
Joe
dude.
McHale's a good-looking, very
He's just like a
fit-
good-looking dude.
I mean,
and I'm not saying that because I'm a little drunk.
There are two different kinds of There are two different kinds of tones: tonal of the show and tonal of Joe McHale's pecs.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
His pecs are very hard.
He's like,
he's a Paul
he
Rudd
could have been
everyman.
Captain America, no
and then
doubt.
he becomes.
He's Paul Rudd with pecs, and yes,
Yeah.
and Paul's a friend. Hello, Paul.
I think I like being talked to that way.
He's using fake outrage.
There was a version of this.
Oh, Cherry Daiquiri. We made a mention of Cherry
Oh,
Daiquiri.
yeah, you did.
And we did that on
Oh,
purpose
right,
for
right.
Gillian's sake.
There was a version
you.
of that I always laughed at, but they didn't use.
Yeah, choke callback. It was a.
My illustrious
Yeah.
pre-community days.
I still haven't seen it, by the way. I
Good,
feel like
you're not allowed.
it would be almost incestuous if Joe McHale was nauseated smoking cigars.
I didn't know
could
that
not.
you're supposed to be taking. Because I smoked the cigar once.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that it was supposed to take a long time to smoke them. Like you're supposed to like
Yeah.
slowly do.
Yeah, you're supposed
I
to
did
slowly
it. I
smoke
did
them.
it. I smoked a whole cigar in like half an hour.
Did you throw up?
Dude,
I
that's
threw
horrible.
up. I turned green. I was like, why am I so sick? And I was already drunk.
Maybe Joel did.
Oh wow.
And those aren't real tears. They were Pam, the makeup artist. I'm not that good an actor. I'll just say right now. She squirted fake tears in me.
Those
So,
aren't real tears.
Those aren't real tears for.
folks.
Yeah, those aren't real tears.
I'm not
Allison,
that good an
even though
actor.
Allison Brie coached you for like a month, right?
I actually I worked with Alison Brie for like 2 months, and
She's
I
the
disappointed her
crying
miserably.
queen.
Alison Brie would cry even in like the Spanish 101, like during the boat scene. She was spewing out
Yeah.
natural tears.
She's good at
She's
it.
very good.
All right, there's got to be something to talk about related to the production of this episode.
Shout out. Well, you know what I always want to give a shout out to is Jim Hawkinson, the DP, who just, I think, does an amazing.
Yeah.
This is a guy, people don't know this. He innovated that fast camera technique in Arrested Development, kind of like the really fast, like documentary feel. And then I remember talking to him here, and he was very drunk, and he told me, I'm kidding. He said, I want to flip it and just do a classic rock.
Yeah, well, good. I was going to say, Jesus, I don't want
He flipped the show. He flipped it. He's like, I want to stay ahead of the game because it's almost tacked to do that style now. And
no,
he said,
it really is.
It really is.
It really is, and he really found figured out that people started around Arrested Development. It was crazy. I remember around that time people started just shooting it that way because they were like, that's important.
Jump cuts.
Yeah, they're like, that can take the place of jokes.
Yeah.
And it's like, that doesn't take the place of jokes. But what I love most about Community is like everything's very traditional in an unconventional way.
With all due respect to all of the fantastic shows that preceded us, and they are all so great. Please observe that 30 Rock and Community don't have voiceover, and Community does not do whip pans to flashbacks. The characters cannot turn and talk to the camera. I'm not whining. I'm saying, like, for the uninitiated, just we pride ourselves on that. It's difficult. It's a classic four-wall narrative.
Yeah,
the camera is a fly on the wall. These people are real. It's hard. It's hard to
do. I think it's not a slam. It's not a slam on any other shows or anything like that.
Not at all.
I swear.
He loves doing that, by the way.
He does. He does that in real life.
Yeah.
But it's hard. Like I'm always like freaked out reading the scripts at the thing because I know how hard it is to tell a story without having somebody be like, and now I'm angry because like it's so hard to
shortcuts.
There are no shortcuts, and that's terrifying to me. So I really thank the writers and Dan Harmon for doing it.
And it's noticeable by the public. My brother-in-law, who's a huge fan of the show, he doesn't know anything about the business. He said, visually, on the Thursday night block, your show is visually the most striking. And I always thought that was an amazing compliment.
It looks more like a movie, and that's 90% of that is on Jim Hawkinson. 10% is on the extra chip we have on our cameras, which Russo brothers fight for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know a chip from my wiener.
Yep.
And so and I also wouldn't know a fight to pick from a hole in the ground. If somebody told me, that's too much money, blah blah blah. There are guys on this show that know their doo-doo and fight for it, and as a result, our show looks more like a movie than other single camera shows.
I think the Russo brothers, Joe and Anthony, they're genius. Joe Russo,
really good.
he went to when we went to New Orleans. He said something that stuck in my head. He was like, "Guys, stay three steps ahead." And it's just like, wow, that makes all the sense in the world to me.
This ending thing is a perfect, I think, it's our show to the nth degree of just like this is a like
I want to say
a lot of shows have like music endings kind of thing, but like we did it our way, and it's sincere.
I'll always look at this as a cautionary tale, and I'm always killing everyone's buzz because I always know what we could have done. But Seth Gordon, you were there. I wasn't.
Yeah.
Like he had to rush through this stuff, picking up these shots of you guys singing and stuff. If I had been on the ball, if I had not had the crew behind schedule, if I wasn't calling people last minute and going, guess what, we're going to do a music mashup thing, if I had had this idea a week earlier, we could have done something with this sequence that would make you cry.
Yeah, actually, this makes me cry.
Actually, this does.
Well, then you're weak. You're a weak person.
We're me and Donald are very weak. This actually gave me a lump in my throat. This was
somebody tweeted me.
But I feel like I owe
I'm
Seth
crying.
Gordon
She was like, I'm drunk and crying too.
And
it's very sad.
This is
and
Andrea D'Olivia. She's an amazing actress and playing Senora Chang. My first kiss ever on screen, and she was really guiding me through that.
Tongue?
So. First tongue kiss. No, that was Mikhail, and then this was...
I couldn't believe that this stuff was possible.
This was amazing.
In basic cable, you don't have access to music rights like this. I want to do more stuff like this.
Did there. That's just...
That guy who's standing up there, our marketing teacher, he was cast as the dean at the table read, you guys may recall.
I remember.
And Ben Silverman recast him. I'm not dissing Silverman.
No.
That's easy to do. I mean, like people, he makes an easy target. I liked the guy.
Right.
He came to the table read and he was like, It was a diversity thing. He suggested we go back to the drawing board with that character, see if you can get a person of color to play the dean. Okay, we'll do it. We ended up still that we scoured the earth. And we just that's how we found Jim Rash.
Wow. Jim Rash
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Jim Rash
Isn't that
Very
odd?
diverse.
I can't imagine
He's
anyone
representing
but Jim
short
Rash
men.
being the dean. at
He's
this point.
representing weirdos.
But that guy was awesome. That guy, I can't remember his name.
He's awesome.
No, the guy, the tall guy I'm talking about, the marketing teacher.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine what actors go through. Like you guys, like that's
Rejection,
just like showing up at
rejection.
table reads and then finding out. Okay, well now
rejection.
Gillian, by the way, got her job at the table read. Like she didn't know.
Oh,
She
really?
thought she was coming to a table read. She didn't know she had the part. And we told her at the table read in front of everybody that
And I
she had
started crying.
finally been. I started crying too because I was like, oh God, we gotta get this chick in the show.
That's awesome.
Because
That
look
is
at her.
beautiful. Look at her. Look at her right now.
Oh,
You're
face.
awesome.
Look at her.
Yeah, a little key necklace I'm
Lips
wearing.
look like a coin purse. One of my
Yeah.
favorite lines between. I think our characters.
Troy-
Me and Gilly talk about that all the time. Senior Chang and Britta truly hate each other. There's nothing.
There's no love lost
There's no
between them.
complicated. There's no layers. We just truly hate
Is
each other.
Troy and Britta gonna get together? I think that's what everybody keeps
I
asking.
think people want that.
I think people want that.
I don't know why,
think-
but that just grosses me out.
I remember on an ad lib on the statistic.
I can't put my. I'll explain later. Cut the tape.
That's fine.
I gotta
Can
talk
I
to Troy
just-
about something.
I didn't know
No,
that they were shooting then. That's why
Yeah.
I just jump in the dance sequence.
Okay, that way you jumped in.
I didn't know that was the only coverage we were going to
I
do.
remember
of
there
the
was an ad
dancing.
lib I did where like Troy, don't you get it? You and Britta obviously love each other.
Yeah,
Just
that
hook
was
up already.
awesome.
We're so sick of the tension in the
What
class.
I love about it is that the actors sort of like I love that Britta, her waking up with Abed, and like that there's an Abed Britta thing going on in the second to last
Yeah.
episode. That like I've said before on other episodes, there was a deliberate attempt to create a spectrum of ages that could make you always like you can't rule out any pairing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonny.
This is Hillary Winston, writer.
Allison Brie, I play Annie. There I am.
I'm Dan Harmon.
And I'm Donald Glover. I play Troy.
I'm gonna try to answer some Twitter questions and we didn't have a lot for this episode, so I'm gonna pepper general questions in here and quick answers whenever there's a lull.
Yeah.
Sex ed episode.
It's pretty good.
Who is your favorite cast member? You know you have one. Donald. Seen right here, being very fun.
Wow, that was awesome.
This is really awkward.
Really awkward, but
Allison
awesome.
right
I mean,
here.
It's
awesome
only-
for me. I'm sure if I was like anybody else, I'd feel awful.
It's
But...
maybe only awkward for me.
Oh yeah, Hillary's not on the show, so
I brushed my bangs in this episode.
No, you
No, that was the
brushed your
last
bangs in
one.
another
Oh, it was?
episode.
Did you guys
or
see
is that
it?
a returning character? I did not know.
Bang brush
Brusher girl.
How long does it take for an episode to go from an idea pitched to a finished script? Hillary, do you know that? You gonna say a month? No,
yeah,
a month.
yeah.
That couldn't be. Yeah,
I think a month
The
is-
answer
that's
is a
fair.
month, but but you do so many. They all overlap, so you're sort of like you're breaking one story, and then at the same time you've got another writer's room and stuff. But the actual bill to a law process from idea to what we're shooting, basically a month's work.
Yeah.
in every stall.
Did you guys talk about me brushing my bangs in that other episode?
We
Yeah, we
did. We
totally
did.
did.
You're like, that's Hillary. She wrote that.
She loves brushing her bangs.
I was really fat then. Look at how in shape I am now.
Wow, you look
You do look
amazing.
great.
What are you doing
do.
tomorrow?
You might not be able to say, "Oh, here's a
We
title
did that
sequence."
catch knowledge in post.
You guys think that's an
love the
ugly title
title.
sequence?
I love
I don't. I
it.
really like
I
it.
think
It's
that the
growing on
paper
me.
needs to be textured.
Textures a little bit more.
I need some loose leaf.
I love that sweater on Chevy.
It looks like
yeah.
paper from the movie The Science of Sleep.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Like kind of that
Very.
claymation animation,
Yeah.
stop motion.
Has anybody talked about how the theme song is about a lynching?
What? Has anybody
Speaking
talked
of
about the
which-
fact that Dan Harmon likes to sing the theme song at every table read?
Yeah.
And it's always really cute.
Give me some cream. Give me some hope to pour out a steam.
Are those even the words?
I love that.
No.
Okay.
Someone said, tweeted us, I love that racism does not compute poster. Who made it? Our art department did, but I wrote it. Are we
Did
going to
you?
be able to
And you
buy
have a
it
T-shirt.
anytime soon?
You gotta wear one.
Rob Schraub made me a T-shirt out of it.
Yeah,
'cause
that's.
gave him the
I think
PDF.
that's a cast favorite too. That poster, racism does not compute.
Yeah, I remember the first day we were like, oh, that's really kind of funny and awesome and something that would be there.
We take turns taking photos of each other with it.
People have pointed out the irony that, of course, racism does compute all too well. That's the problem. That racism is, in fact, over computation, an attempt by the human mind to categorize and reduce
that's the problem with racism. It's that it
very, very calculated.
Very calculated.
So we're just. It makes a lot of sense. Is that what we're saying, right?
Yeah.
We need to post racism makes sense, but it shouldn't.
It
Racism
shouldn't,
totally
yeah.
computes.
Well, it's-
Don't overthink racism. That's
Well,
what I should say.
racism is reducing people to characteristics and then making and then make it so that's it computes too well.
It computes way too well.
You're
That's the
over
problem.
computing.
Oh,
Slow
wait,
that,
wait,
slow
wait,
that
wait.
brain down, Einstein.
Oh my gosh.
Stop
Can I
hating
just say,
black people.
all right, Harmon, can I just
Sorry.
say that don't eat the crab dip line is another like cast favorite. Like that's one of the lines that's quoted constantly on set, except they didn't use the take
the one
that we all
that we all
quote.
love.
So for weeks while this was in post-production, everybody would be like, don't eat the crab dip. What?
And then we
that's
used
like our
yay,
big
yay.
cast quote, and finally the episode aired, and we all watched it, and we were like, yay, yay.
I made this big poster that said, "Don't eat the crab dip." What?
We literally have T-shirts that
My
say,
wife was
"Don't
there.
eat the crab dip."
Did you ad lib yay yay or did I put that in the script? Because I used to say yay yay all the time. Did you
You put
ad-lib
what
that?
in the script?
Yeah, what was in the
Yeah.
script, and then they were just like, "Go crazy," down. It's like,
Some
yeah,
different-
it was in there.
That's pretty crazy.
That's what people do when they say to go crazy.
Well, if you're looking for this stuff, you've come to the right commentary track. Slight error here. Like, if you were a real cad, if you were like Sam from Cheers, wouldn't you put the women's names in your phone so that you could remember?
Remember them.
It's a handy mnemonic device.
But I don't think he knew ever.
Right.
I think that
he's such a cad that he
just
like
doesn't.
banged a redhead at a car wash.
And the next day,
Yeah.
he saw
Ran
the
it.
number and he was like, "Oh, I guess that was that car wash redhead. I'll just type that in here so I can remember."
Right.
That amazing bang.
All right. Okay. Good. Glad we came up with something.
maybe her name was like Sarah, and there were tons of Sarahs that
I
I slept with. They needed
always-
identifier.
I always thought her name was Redhead at Car Wash.
Twitter
I thought she was just,
question.
Oh, that's
Like
her
her
last
middle-
name.
Yeah, her
at
last
Car
name is Car
Wash.
Wash.
Twitter question theme song. Do you make up the course titles at Greendale, or are they actual community college classes? Yes. Ah ha ha.
Yes,
the yes
which?
joke. Do we make them up? But you would be surprised if you
How
Google
similar
it.
they are.
The kinds of classes you can take at a community college. I've seen something like international fragrances and cosmetics marketing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
My college had the study of UFOs, and it was a regular college. Well, it was an art college, but it wasn't a community college.
My old boss, Greg Garcia, took a class at Frostburg State that was called French People.
Oh, okay. Can I say
Wow.
something about this scene? Okay, so so this reference that's about to happen right here
Oh, right,
is
yeah.
actually based on a true story from my life, which was recently published in a book that you could buy, and then was widely misinterpreted online. But prior to any of that, the writers thought that it was a really funny story and decided to mine me for details, and so this detail about Madonna's erotica and not seeing a penis even though you're having sex with someone that turns out to be gay is a true story from my life.
I remember.
How is it misinterpreted?
Well, I think when
Just overreacted to, given that it's just a story from a young.
well, because I had it put in this book called Worst Laid Plans, and it was performed as a UCB show, which was all meant for comedy.
I was looking at that book yesterday.
It was all meant for comedy, and it was embellished a bit for comedic purposes. And online, it was sort of like, when it's taken out of context, when it's in the book along with 39 other stories that are about like sexual mishaps, it's funny and I think it comes across. But when it's just singled out on like a sex website, it's quite graphic of a story. And I
Alison
think
Brie turns man gay.
It was like Alison Brie's confessional, like Alison Brie comes out as super slut in college.
Well, I think there's a lot of attention paid to anything about you right now because you're clearly the new Mary Ann from the new Gilligan's Island. And I mean that.
So they were like, what? She's confessing that she was like a big whore.
Well, you are a big
exciting.
sex freak, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what
I
you
am,
wanna...
but I didn't mean to confess it then.
Right.
I was kind of
You're just not ready
waiting
to
for my
confess.
novel to come out.
All right. Why is Jeff Winger the only one who says Star Burns while everyone else
It
says
is so weird. Why does he do
Can
that?
I say
It's
something? Because he thinks that Star Burns is
No.
related to Ken Burns or Star Jones.
True story. Joel really doesn't grasp
he doesn't
that
grasp
he
that
says
he
it
says it
wrong.
that
And
way.
when we shot the chicken finger episode, I sat with him and coached him on how to say it for like
Starburns.
15 minutes, and he still doesn't do it right.
I love this
He
Wheel
can't
of
hear
Remorse,
it.
by the way, that the production department
Oh
did.
my gosh,
it
this
was really
whole-
funny.
The whole STD fair, I think the production department
They
did a
did
great
such
job.
a
The art
great
department.
job.
There was actually caricatures of each of us
With
with
STDs.
STDs.
Yeah, with STDs.
Like with herpes and syphilis.
Mine was awful. I didn't like it because like I was smiling, but like there's just obviously I have like crabs. And I'm just like scratching them, and I'm like got a big smile. I don't like it.
Just this morning when I was
She was really awesome.
Yeah,
by the way.
she was
really
great.
sweet.
Donald, maybe you can answer this
Okay.
from Twitter. Any Troy Abed post-credits ideas, tags, in other words, you had that didn't work out? If so, what were they and why didn't they work? Did we shoot any that we didn't use?
That we didn't use,
or write any that we didn't shoot?
I honestly don't think so. I think we used them all. I mean, like in the
I was
Halloween
most worried
episode.
about the crossword puzzle one.
Oh, really?
I remember reading the script, but I think you guys kind of saved it. I don't know who wrote it, so I'm not digging on them. Like, but like I'm saying, I think you guys kind of saved it on set, right?
Yeah,
that happened
Sharon
a lot
Lawrence
with
was
those
great.
tags.
Sharon Lawrence is
We tried to make
amazing.
it
She was awesome.
clear what it was for.
All right, back to this episode.
I love them together.
The
They're
Dean,
really fun.
again, Jim Rash's brilliance just. We could talk about it in every episode,
I
and this is a
know.
great one for him with
He's
all
so
the
awesome.
sexual stuff.
This
It's
was one
so
of his
funny.
best
That's a good answer to this Twitter question. What was your favorite discovery during the production of the first season? Jim Rash.
Jim Rash.
Jim Rash, period.
Jim Rash. He's so awesome.
Jim Rash, that time he got his period.
Right.
That was so weird.
You know, he wrote the next Alexander Payne movie.
What?
And he doesn't tell anybody.
Wait,
Are
is
you
this
serious?
true?
Yes. It just shot in Hawaii with George Clooney, and he wrote it.
So awesome.
I know he's Jim Rash
Again,
is
Jim Rash
not only
is
a writer.
brilliance.
Lots of comedians are writers and actors are writers. Jim Rash is a good writer.
Yeah.
and a great
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy.
It's a little creepy.
Donald, you're a writer.
Oh my gosh.
Donald was a writer on 30 Rock. That's why he's funny. Allison,
I just write
She
only
wrote
writes
sex
Yeah, she
stories.
writes
gay
books.
romps.
So
Or
I loved-
slash fiction for
I
the
loved
internet.
Over the
slash
Top.
nonfiction.
So you love
Oh, yeah.
that story, huh, Dan?
I
Over
haven't
the
read
Top
it.
was one of my
I've
favorite
heard
movies.
the story.
Over the
We
Top is
used
awesome.
it basically for the thing.
I know.
I love the story.
One
Allison
thing
thinks
that
that I, because I'm like Santa Claus, that I don't want any of the elves being sexual. Sorry, go ahead, Donald.
No, I was just gonna. It's not even at the part yet, but I was gonna say a lot of people ask like, "Oh, the slow motion in this part," but like, there's right here, we're just moving in slow motion.
Yeah, that
yeah,
was
it wasn't
super
filmed
funny.
in slow motion.
It wasn't
Yeah.
filmed in slow motion. This is just us.
And Ludwig did this music. It's so great. And look at Danny's face.
This was. I feel like there was one summer on HBO where this was on like every 4 hours. You know, this movie. You know,
the
because you
time.
used to get that booklet. HBO would send you a booklet in the
Oh,
mail.
yeah.
Like, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
And the do 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 do, and it would go through the HBO, and
Yeah.
then it would be so exciting.
I like that Annie's wearing gloves.
I
like, she's not going to
know.
leave fingerprints anywhere. And this was a fun scene. This stuff was fun to shoot because it was like, we see all the girls together. It's just 3 girls. It was not since the bathroom stuff with the crying. This is the first time they're like getting into trouble and talking
The
about
one question we
penises.
have for on Twitter for this episode specifically, please explain the giant hole that the dean had put in his door.
Oh, there was a lock
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, there was a lock there, clearly. See, look, what
Somebody
happened?
tried to break
Somebody
in.
tried to break in once, got
So
that
they had to
Blu-ray DVD player, and they
reinstate- they had to
snapped
put a
the
new lock on.
I mean,
Also, there's no doorknob. Like somebody
that's-
took the
yeah, they
doorknob
took
out.
the
They
Yeah.
took the
Yeah.
doorknob
Yeah.
off,
Lock
and then they
and
had.
doorknob.
That's why the padlock is there.
So, you're asking that question to try to snark us up, but
My favorite joke.
What?
I love that joke.
Is that considered big?
Oh yeah.
And
No,
Shirley says
yeah.
no.
And
And
Britt
then
is like,
Yvette says
yeah.
yes.
Sometimes just straight up stereotype.
Yeah, but it
It's
was
just
just,
funny.
it's just a good dick joke.
It was so innocent.
We
you know,
just
it
we
was-
just saw
well done.
Craig Kakowski. That was his first appearance. Brother of Liz Kakowski, no longer on Community, but one of our best writers for the first season. Craig Kakowski. Then you'll see later. Inexplicably promoted to an officer of
First
the
he was
Denver
just
Police
security,
Department.
and then he's a cop. Anytime we need someone in uniform, it's him.
Go get us another round.
You know, you are not what I expected.
How many actors did you go through for each lead before finding the ones? That's Twitter. I had 3.
Three
what?
Three for each. 3 for each
Oh, 3 for
role.
each?
For
For
Donald,
each.
we looked at Danny Glover. We looked at Kanye West.
Oh,
and,
wow.
You
yeah,
couldn't get Kanye. The offer was too low.
Crispin Glover.
and Crispin Glover. And then we were like, wait a minute, we can't, because they all passed.
I will take articles over. We need to talk every time.
But we decided to combine Danny Glover and Crispin Glover.
That's the way to go.
Yeah.
By
I would actually be really, really excited to see who you guys saw for the role. Like how different it was going to be.
It was a
Because we
lot.
saw Jim Rash's, and it was amazing.
Oh, the alternative.
The alternative
to
Oh
Jim
yeah,
Rash.
yeah, including
Oh.
George Takei.
Yeah, and that was utterly amazing because like it wasn't bad. It was just different. It's just like a
Yeah.
different thing. Like it was like
Yeah.
it was like seeing an alternate universe.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine your characters being anybody else now, you know,
Right.
at all. It's so
Yeah.
weird, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
But it will cost you $200.
Was it a conscious decision from the beginning to never show anything off campus? Absolutely, and a very difficult one to maintain. My writers hated me for the first 12 episodes. 'cause
Really? Was
would-
that a big issue?
We would break episodes. Well, because it's easier to tell stories if you can go to a restaurant or
someone's
something,
house.
or someone's
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
So and then for the first 6, I would say 6, not 12. Like I would be like a real buzzkill and like hear a pitch of a story and go like, it's cool, it's really good, but like, is there any way to keep it all on campus? Like, that's why there's all these picnics and dances and stuff.
Yeah.
But after a while, we just got in the habit of it. It stopped being an effort at all because you start seeing the show and you realize the merit of that. It creates an insular environment. It's a more protective womb for the tone of your show. Now you're watching this, and maybe the second season is on the air by now. You'll notice that we are in the second season. We don't need that anymore. We can let that rocket booster go, and that's what's going to be really cool. You may not notice it consciously, but the show will feel like it's growing, and that the characters are becoming more real because you'll start to see dates that they're on and apartments and stuff.
Right.
Can I say
This
that's
is
Liz?
Liz
That's
Kakowski.
Liz Kakowski,
the
sister
writer.
of the security guard,
She's
and one of our
very
she's
funny.
our writers.
Yeah, we miss you,
And there's her
Liz.
brother.
Liz wrote 104. Well, I don't know which episode it was. Though you'll hear me talking about her script on the commentary for that. It was one of the first. Liz wrote this great draft early on when we really needed it. We were behind schedule. I was a mess up, like inexperienced showrunner, and Liz just cranked out a nice draft of her episode that got us briefly back on schedule before I could screw it up again.
And we shot this scene. It was like 3 a.m, and we were all so exhausted. But Jim Rash kept improving the funniest
Oh,
things.
so funny.
The names for his secretary.
Yeah.
He improved that, and he was like covering that. Let me use your shawl or to cover the naked thing.
Yeah.
It
There's
was
a lot
so
of outtakes
funny.
of her, just because he just keeps cracking Yvette up. But it's like it's just people
I love that she's
laughing.
part of it. Yeah. And at one point we had that woman say penis too, which I don't think you see.
What,
Yeah.
what did he say her name was? I missed it. Maybe if we were talking about it. Did it say, do you remember that part when
forgot.
Jim
It
was
was
like,
Is
it was
it Siobhan
like-
or something?
yeah.
Like,
it's like-
I also like. I know this
Desiree.
is jumping
Yeah,
back to like what we were
Desiree.
talking about before, but one thing I really like about
I'm a turtleneck. Whoop-de-doo.
yeah.
not all of them look like
meanwhile-
giant thumbs and turtlenecks.
They all look like that to me. To me, Allison.
Oh, okay.
They, and also, I'd like to say, what a graphic like that. The mannequin must have, from the back, it looked like it would be a normal mannequin, but in the
No.
front, it
I
must have
think it
really just
was.
No,
been
they really
slamming.
they dug into it like they. carved
Twitter question breakdown. When did you decide that Jeff and Annie were going to get together? Episode 6.
Didn't we already talk about that? Oh, after the debate episode.
well,
But you didn't
yeah,
really decide it after that.
Episode 6, Halloween, the last shot, you guys dancing together. I was
Really?
like, okay, well, this is going to get out of control.
No way.
No, I'm not kidding. Yeah, that's when we started talking about it. Really, what you gave him a look in the pilot that made me go, "Ugh, that's good." Like you know, the idea was from the beginning that we wanted a cat with an age range that would complicate things sexually. That made it really possible for everyone feasibly to nail anybody.
Oh, I like that.
So that there was a difficult social dynamic. It's harder to just, maintain social order in an environment of unsheathed penis and rampant nether regions.
It's just everywhere.
All right.
So Hillary, you said that Donald and Danny were actually going to race during the filming of this episode.
We really wanted to do that. It was just too late, and we needed to move a lot faster. But I think that Donald and Danny need to race in real life.
Could I also say something about these condoms? Danny brought some friends to set from out of town, and he was going through props and like giving them souvenirs, and he found some of the condoms, and he was like, "Oh, here, guys, take these Greendale condoms. They're awesome." And then he was like, "But don't use them."
Oh my gosh. We spent like $5,000 on condoms for
Really?
this episode. Yeah.
On Greendale condoms.
Yeah.
Did Jim improv that line too, where he's like, "What was it?" He's like, "I'm winded. Donald, help me out here."
No, there's a part that he's walking 50 feet. 50 feet I ran.
Yeah, that's on the gag reel.
That's awesome.
Somebody
this was a
asked,
sweet moment.
"Oh, do you want to watch it in silence, or should I do a Twitter
question? Made me laugh so hard.
Crew cast is nice in real life to those of us who have met them. Do you have a good time, or was that for the show?" First of all, way to sneak in the fact that you met the crew and cast. That's really what that question is.
Name dropper.
But it is remarkable, as in needing to be remarked upon how much everybody gets along and how friendly and sweet everybody is. I don't even care if that changes. We had a great first season. Magical.
Jeez,
well, now we can start hating each other because we know what we're doing now.
Yeah.
But
Totally,
I don't think
I
the show
already
would have been
kinda hate you
possible
guys.
without these guys being like so inexplicably humble, given the talent. That includes this knucklehead here, old Donahue up here. I mean,
Old Donahue.
he's
just saying a lot.
He's a real nut bar and has his share of mood swings and things, and but I mean,
You feel like it feels like the show. You're just like at the end of the day, like we're really
We
close.
love each
Like I really
other.
miss him.
it's kind of his point to be unredemptive. That's where the Pierce character and the Chevy Chase career intersect. Is like, this is a guy who refuses to go gently.
I say things other people won't say, and that has value. Like it's just like it's true.
Yeah,
like
totally.
it's very true.
Yeah.
But his decision to do the show, and it was very much his decision. I don't mean that to say it wasn't mine. I mean he wanted to do the show. Like he read the script, liked it, and that's a weird decision for him. And it turned out to be really important. For this character is Pierce is he's our Cartman. He's like a staple.
Oh, and here's a nice moment.
I
He's gonna
always
add her name.
With him and Pierce, I love those. There's something about them that I just feel like, I don't know, maybe it's a dad thing where I immediately, but I get really like kind of choked up. Like this and the one where, he is telling him about like the girl. And he's like, "Oh, you can let it out. She broke up with you." He's like, "No, it's okay." And then he just breaks down.
Yeah.
I legit get sad. He's like, "Is it supposed to hurt this bad?" Like it's so sad.
Yeah.
Receptor proton cannot be quantified for individual species.
Oh, this one's pretty simple.
Oh, but so sweet.
There's a story being told in the tags throughout the year. Troy was this quarterback and prom king, and and all of a sudden he's got his first real friend because he never had to earn a friend before.
I remember you being very specific, like the writers being like, "Make sure you say a glass of water," because I was saying like, "Could you get me some water?" It's like a glass
That's what
of
I
water.
know, 'cause that's
it's perfect because it's such a little kid thing.
It's code. It's anti-vaccination code.
Hi, this is Yvette Nicole Brown.
This is Dan Harmon.
This is Joel McHale.
This is Adam Davidson.
Are we going to start by talking about how much I don't drink? Should we do that first?
I think because the episode we talked about you drinking is so far away from this episode.
So horrible.
It's
If you listen to all these
nearly
commentaries, I'm the only person in the cast and
impossible.
crew that does not drink, except for Gillian.
Let me try
Gillian.
to
This
clear
is-
things
How
up.
dare you, Harmon?
Yvette, drink.
Harmon, it's not funny.
Wait, I'm trying to make
It's so not funny. Let's move on. This is comparative
now, isn't
religion.
it true, Dan, that you
All
had
right.
to, all right.
This is truly one of my favorite episodes.
Oh, Jim Rash.
I know I've said that a lot, but what can I say? It's a great show. It was a great season. This is another of Adam Davidson's triumphs.
Yes.
This was the
how he
first time
became-
working with Adam?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
And,
true.
This was my.
Adam directed one of the greatest short films, I will say, of all time, called The Lunch Date.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's where they found you, but
You won a huge
Central
award, didn't
Station.
you?
Yes, and in fact, Chevy Chase was the presenter of that
Was that
award.
an Oscar that you won?
It
for
was an
that?
Oscar.
And
He won an
Chevy
Oscar.
and Chevy Chase presented it. With
Yes, when I reminded him of that during this episode, he said I should give it back.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised he didn't go. What are the Oscars? What?
I remember there being
I
a
like this episode too.
big discussion about the bracelets, like making sure they were in the right direction for every take, continuity-wise.
Here is the awesome Anthony Michael Hall.
16 Candles.
I'm so that he agreed to do this was so great.
He was so committed.
He, like, the night before, he agreed.
Oh, really?
He-
I didn't know that.
He drove straight from Vegas to set.
Oh, it's awesome.
The only Twitter question we got for this episode specifically is this the only time we'll see Anthony Michael Hall? Is there a rule where you don't reference Chevy Chase's movies? I would love to have this character back and figure out what's going on in his head.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say
Yeah,
it'd be
he
a
played
bad
right.
idea to get so meta that you're referencing. I don't like to break the fourth wall. I don't like to even vibrate it. A lot of people think that's what
I like
that's
a
what
vibrating
we do.
fourth wall.
This is one of my favorite parts.
Very happy.
Anthony was so cool. He held up panties for all of us to take pictures with him from a la 16 Candles.
He was really nice.
He was a really cool guy.
And
very good actor.
Very good actor.
Great
So
actor.
committed in
All the full
every
credits.
moment. That he was so great.
He looks
And,
good too.
Was the mustache real?
Let's put some loose leaf texture on this paper for his second season. That's my.
But it
I
was,
love
the
the
mustache
full
was very
titles.
douchey and therefore
Oh, it was so
a
good.
must-have.
I love when we get to see the full credits. It's not often.
Originally, when we first sat down to think about this series, we thought that this point, which is right toward the end of the first production order that you get, we were thinking that this would be the point where this Jeff Winger character would finally cave in and become a member of these people's family. You'll see in the Halloween episode it happened so much ahead of schedule by virtue of the chemistry that the cast had and the fact that we were kind of like making a good show with some lovable characters, and so this episode still it's a vestige of that fact that originally we were like, okay, this is the episode where once and for all Jeff Winger like loves these people and accepts that he's here at Greendale with these guys, but really it was just reiterating that.
Yeah, well, it is the first time where I put myself in harm's way, physically, if that's in it. Yeah, I don't know if I do that again.
But aside from the bully, this is a family episode. It's really unprecedentedly like this is like Walton's Mountain in a good way. The conflicts are generated by virtue of the fact that these guys are together, and now they're just figuring out these fundamental differences. This doesn't happen in regular families. Everyone's a different religion.
I loved Shirley's arc in this too because she starts off really judgmental.
Here's my favorite one.
Wait,
I'm
go.
agnostic and was like, boo, loser. Make up your mind.
I'm born again.
I liked her journey because she starts off really judgmental and then by the end she realizes that love is love and it doesn't matter.
Why are you spoiling it?
They've seen it. If they're listening to the commentary,
Oh,
they've
you're right,
seen the
you're right,
episode.
you're right,
Joel
you're right,
McHale.
You're right. It's true. It's true. But this is the alternative ending.
Oh, is it? Is it
This
new?
is where we all die. in
We
the
all
fight.
die at the fight.
What else do you believe in? Blood transfusions?
This is a type of Christian.
I love that line.
Yeah, but we don't celebrate birthdays or Christmas, and we can't drink. But it helps.
So you're like a Muslim. Assalamu alaikum.
Shamalama ding dong.
Well, don't we have
I love that it just talked about, the taboo subject of people's religions.
We
and
take
getting
out
it
every religion in
on the
2 minutes.
Yeah, and yet in truly a very
sweet.
Well, yeah,
careful,
because
warm.
each person has the right to sort of shoot their own religion in the foot. You notice that we don't do a lot of ringing doorbell jokes with the Jehovah's Witness. He
said it himself.
Is his
Yeah,
own religion, and we treat it as if it is an actual one and not the butt of a joke or something.
Right.
I think that's important.
Ken Jeong, once again, kicking ass.
This character
So
is
ridiculous.
in hyperdrive in this episode, but she never really came back, did
It's
she?
her
She
favorite
sort of snapped.
holiday. Baby Jesus is important to her.
She
It's
said, "Yeah,
exciting.
she's drunk."
She's not drunk. I hate you.
Oh no,
all.
the character's not drunk.
I hate you, Dan Harmon. I do not drink, everybody. Good Lord. I love that parallel you guys drew with Gillian and through the whole episode.
Parallel.
Saying that it's like that dancing, that fighting
just
is
the
like,
runner,
yeah, I
Gillian's
love it.
runner joke that it's
So good.
homosexual
It's
is
through the
so
whole.
funny.
It's so good.
The wardrobe department spent a great deal of time coming up with the concept that both antagonists would wear gray and black.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I
I'm
didn't
just
notice
kidding.
It. Oh,
But that's what they're supposed to say in commentaries
Gullible
like this, right?
party of one.
Like
I
this
put them
all
in
a
gray
message.
and black because that's the world they're in right
It's
now. The world
symbolic
of
and
violence.
symmetrical.
gray and there's monotone.
There's a whole thing that we
monochromatic
shot
tones.
that's
The yin and yang.
really funny that had to be cut out because there's just no time for it. In this
I
scene,
love it. I'm
Dean
sorry.
Pelton comes riding by on a sleigh outside.
Yes, you
with
cut
sparks
that.
flying from the dry railings, and he's just being Mr. Winter outside the window.
Every time Ken Jeong crosses his legs, it's just genius.
Now, this scene was a first. When I watched it again, this is something very magical about this. This is just the boys hanging out, being boys, talking about boys stuff. And Chevy's character is not so Griswold in this episode. If you only ever saw this episode, you'd think a little more Fletch, a little more grandpa with some teeth, like something to teach people. He's apparently the only guy who knows how to actually fight a little bit, maybe, or at least fight dirty.
Am I giving too much away if I ask? Wasn't this the episode that you told me like late at night in a feeling of euphoric something? You wrote the entire cast about how wonderful.
Oh
they were?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you
did.
wrote that beautiful email.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right.
It was the editor's cut, or not even the director's
I
cut.
still
You're not
have
allowed to
it.
see that, by the way.
Is that true? It was
I'm
an
gonna
early
call the
cut.
DJ.
Usually in early cuts, it doesn't even look like a TV show. You know, you still have to go in there and have all kinds of arguments and stuff. But watching the rough cut of this episode, I was weeping with joy, and because it was like, oh my God, we did it. We got to home plate. We created an ensemble TV show. We made these people a family in one semester.
Harmon is very sentimental. He tries to hide it behind beer, but he's really
All right,
sentimental.
let me point out here that you'll see him staple a paper to his head, right?
A
You'll
real
see him.
staple.
And all right, so when you do the reverse of this, he's not on camera, but he stayed to. There you go.
Oh.
Awesome. He wasn't on camera for when we're doing our reactions, but he decided to do all the dialogue. And every single take, when he was off camera, he would staple that thing to his head.
Not
he
with
would
a real
No,
staple.
but he would smack himself with the stapler, and he drew blood.
Holy.
What a voice.
Thank you, Adam.
She kind of knew Annie was coming in and sort of played up the Lord
And
stuff.
this is hilarious. How you?
I was so nervous about
This
this.
is so great how you did
I
that.
didn't want to disrespect,
Too late.
any religion. I felt so
You know
bad.
what's so disrespectful is your sweater to people's eyes.
I like my sweater. It's
There's a
I
little.
like how everyone has their religious sweater according.
Well, Annie wore it because Shirley asked everyone to
Oh,
wear
right,
it. That's
right.
the only reason Annie has
Yeah,
it.
we missed a thing, or it got cut out. Where I could wear my Hanukkah sweater. The epaulets are little mezuzahs.
Yes. That she had one is kind of shocking, though.
And the epaulets are indeed
I love
little
this
mezuzahs. Yeah, we're writing a line here. I mean, these. She's trying. She doesn't know.
Yeah, and neither did Shirley. Like, they just were naive. They didn't know.
Yeah, there's no, actual
Animosity, yeah.
hatred.
Donald
Donald Glover killing in this.
He killed him this.
His Forrest Whitaker stuff.
it's this scene. This is where I actually stopped it and emailed the cast to go because here they all are in the little clubhouse with Britta sitting up there. She's not telling Jeff what to do. She's just sitting there. She's just skanky Britta, like watching. And
Hey, at least you get called a skank.
She called herself that as a joke. That wasn't, you know.
And then Grandpa comes in, and
here's where I really hurt his shoulder.
Oh, did you? Because you hit it
He goes like, "Come on, Joel, really hit me." And I went as hard as I could.
It's in the bloopers. He punched.
Oh.
Not only did you hurt his shoulder, you punched the glove into his face.
Yeah. It's my favorite line from Donald in the entire series coming up.
Cool. Well, that foxy black girl thinks it is.
Ow! What are you doing? Why she have to be black?
Why she have to be black?
I wrote it. Everything you really love, I wrote it. Time I accepted it.
So true.
Idiot.
Oh, this is awesome.
He meant we were fighting. It is hard to think of another word.
And I did not write that. I think that was John Pollock and Liz Kukowski mainly a team up. It's so funny.
December 10th. This is the most important. Well, thank you, Dan. I laughed at my own joke again. Way to go, jerk.
Will you be there? Or will I have another family letting me down?
I told him not to fight.
Yeah, nothing like nothing like the actor.
I don't know what that is.
Completely different people.
I swear, you're defaming my character, sir.
I have two.
Don't like it.
Can you stop talking over your own dialogue?
Who cares? It's mine.
Ugh.
How many of those did you eat?
Why do you hate me and Jesus?
How many
Not that
brownies?
many.
Why do you hate me and
Nothing
Jesus?
compared to.
Why do you hate me and Jesus is one of my favorite lines ever said by
That should be
Shirley.
on the back of the community sweatshirt next year.
It's
Why
a
do you
loaded
hate
question,
me and
really.
Jesus? Right, because even if you hate the person, like she clumped the Lord in with her, so you can't really just hate Shirley.
From anyone, but I would also never stand in line for it.
There is the bag that Shirley's holding in many of her scenes.
Every
is
scene.
filled with bottles and bottles of. I think it's. Is it McClellan's?
No, it's not that nice.
It's just. I think it's. Mostly,
I think it's passport scotch.
At
I
one
think
point,
it's
she
called.
switched to vodka because she felt like we couldn't smell it on her.
I was so busy watching the episode, I didn't realize you guys were saying I
Yeah,
drink.
She didn't realize that when you
again.
sweat alcohol, it stinks.
I hate you guys so much right now. Nice shot of me walking away, by the way, Adam. Thanks for that.
Found in applesauce. That's nice. Oh, what is that interesting smell?
It's a traditional Muslim dish.
Looks delicious. I'm guessing as a woman, I won't be allowed to eat that.
That's pretty funny. I didn't write that.
Horrible. Who wrote that?
I don't know. Somebody awesome.
Where should I put my Buddha incense holder?
I'm pretty sure that's a bong. Where's
That
Jeff?
probably needed a punchline, right? Didn't it? Seems like there was. What are those? It seemed like a little-
And the music stopped.
dun dun dun. That seems like a bong.
Music
Yeah,
stopped.
fuck it. What's for dinner? It
was like real life.
This is the part where me and Danny laughed for like 20 minutes because every time I came around that corner and started to sing, I kept laughing.
Jesus is a friend of mine. Come on, everybody. Jesus, you don't know it?
And I don't think that's the best take. I think it's the only one they could use because we laughed through every one of them.
So then it was the best take.
The less laughing wasn't my best singing performance, I don't think, Mr.
But if it was
McDowell.
laughing, it would have made no sense.
I know. Why
Would've
do you
been
do these
crazy.
things? Why
I'm
do you
just
do
curious.
these? Why
Just
do you do
curious.
these things?
I love your earrings.
You do not. You
They're
liar.
great. They could wave a plane down.
Danny knows a thing or two about guilt. Am I right, Jew?
Whole word.
Jewy?
Horrible.
You would never catch a Jehovah's Witness saying Jewy.
Tell it to the birthday cake you never got.
I like that his way of evening the score is to attack him. Just to make him feel bad.
Just go.
He's not indignant about his own religion. He just wants the other guy to feel bad.
Tell that to the birthday cake you never had.
To make everything wonderful.
Guys, are we really gonna let religion divide us like this?
Now,
I think there's one
is
thing
Britta a cat burglar in this?
that we would all like to have Jeff and
It's weird. Sometimes there's just odd little straps and things. You weren't here for.
She looks
the
like
second
she's in the
episode.
movie The Fifth Element.
What about
right
that
now.
sweater you wear in the Abbott episode where one sleeve is purple and the other
Yeah,
sleeve? You look
yeah.
like a court jester at a Ren fair.
that you've lost forever. But if you really want us to be your
Shirley's
second
just
family,
hurting everybody.
then you've got to start treating us like one.
She missed her family.
Supporting us when we do things that you don't agree
But can't you tell by the music that that's what it is?
It's true. That's the music we use to force you to.
Don't you feel right now, everybody?
There's a lot of electricity in the room there too.
I don't even know Gillian that much, but I'm in love with Britta.
Aww.
Slowly.
Yeah. She's one of those characters.
Gillian,
yeah.
like,
by the
as
end of the
Joel
season,
has
it's
said, Gillian's sort of like a bag lady. When she
What?
when she hangs out, like, people don't even recognize
No,
her.
they don't recognize her.
Because I'm getting in a fight no matter what they do. I'm telling you right now. Look, you show. Ah, check them out. Ah. What's up, dude? No backup today? Huh? Looks like Grandpa and Weirdo couldn't show up to get their teeth knocked out, huh?
Can I ask you?
Are we in Colorado?
All right, we don't want to. Yeah, we are. We have to be for legal purposes because we
Okay.
said we were. But at a certain point,
We're not.
well, we just sort of surrendered to global warming.
I love his reaction there. I love his built-in reaction of just like, whoa, what's he doing?
I was really worried about you through this whole scene, Joel.
Why?
Because I didn't want you to get hurt.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I know you are. You are now.
This coming up, the fight coming up. Adam, there was like an hour left in the day, and I was like, "This is impossible."
43 minutes.
We
or
got
something.
one
Yeah.
take. One take of the big brawl.
It was so. I was like, "There's no way this man is going to get this shot."
Also, coming up is one of the prime examples of writers and directors, and like the sometimes when a director decides to do something as a writer, you go, what are you doing? You're ruining the show. And then sometimes a director just does something, and I'm talking about this moment coming up shortly, where you go,
I hate
well,
that,
I never would have done that in a million years, and it didn't make the show any worse.
The guy's doing flips or something?
What? This is... Yeah.
This is really odd. Why?
And who would think for a moment that we'd be able to beat these guys?
We did, though.
How could we beat a bunch of cage fighters?
Because we're a family.
Who does that ever in a fight? But so many people go, I love that, or whatever. I mean, even if you hate it, the cool thing is it's so odd. Like, just throw a little odd thing in there. And Adam Davidson
so much fun.
does that every episode he comes into. He tries to find a little odd pieces of
And
paprika.
Adam does, as you were saying in the last Adam episode we just reviewed, Adam knows, Adam's really funny. And so he knows great.
I never said that.
What? You did too. You said he was really funny and said great joke.
Oh, that's right. No, yeah, I went on a riff of
You
director
did.
jokes. Yeah.
Yeah, Adam, you have to go back and.
What episode is that? I'll
You'll
listen
have
to the
to, yeah,
commentary.
you'll have to.
The drunk
you'll have to
episode.
listen to it. I talked about how much I like directors.
Who wrote the carol? Dan, was that you?
I did, yeah. I stayed up all night writing it. I overthink lyrics. I think it's because of my Emmy for lyrics.
Daytime Emmy. Oh,
Not
sorry, no.
Daytime.
It was a real Emmy.
Prime time.
Prime
Little
time.
guy named Hugh
Daytimes are real,
Jackman
too.
performed the
I love-
Oscar
So now I
intro.
feel
I
like
loved
way.
all of our
I love
our
how the
injuries.
Christmas episode ends with everybody beat up and
The
bloody.
injuries looked great, though. They look so real.
It's a metaphor for.
I will say this one thing.
I like
if
how I look like I have jaundice.
If I could change one thing, it would be I wouldn't like right at the very end when he goes Mary and sort of like there's an emphasis on like Shirley comes around to the secular thing. I would change it to like the rest of them kind of let her have her Christian Christmas, because the truth is Christianity may not have a right to rule our country, but they sure know how to make a Christmas. And like they're the McDonald's of Christmas. And to let them have it right at the end, you know, would have been it would have been a more ironic choice than the sort of like traditional, like as of the last 20 years, it's like, okay, everybody always learns the lesson to be more secular.
Well, you're going to get
But I
to
don't
do
think
another Christmas episode,
I don't think she
right?
turned from it. I think she just realized that she can love God
She's
and
doing
still
them a
embrace,
favor
yeah,
by
still embrace
being
their
more compatible
faiths.
with them. But
that sweater's doing
she
her
does
no
that,
favors.
but then Joel maybe should have said Merry Christmas. You know, like to you. The way if you meet a Klingon, you go Merry you know, you don't bother to
Speak
like
Hebrew to a Klingon?
anyways.
4 times before you punch me. Some people
You'll get to do another
The
Christmas
show does
episode
not
this
hate
year,
you
though.
for loving Jesus. That's what I want
Oh,
you to know.
yay. That's good to know.
And thanks to all of you for showing up and having my back
when we fought those fly dancers.
There was this whole thing with the network, like we couldn't show certain people drinking because
Oh, really?
Oh, they were underage?
Oh, because
Really?
they'll fall off the wagon.
I swear,
cut with
I
the
do
pop.
not drink, everybody.
It's
Dan
like
Harmon.
showing a red
This is
flag to a
This is your
bull.
favorite episode.
I love this
This
episode.
ending. I mean, I burst into tears watching this.
I got
was
to sing a
it was
carol.
More, I was bursting into tears because I have a TV show, a real one.
Oh, I love
here
this
we go.
This is great.
I
Christmas
love this.
Troy.
Oh, Christmas Troy.
Super duper
Well, I love
hardcore
that jacket,
fans might
John.
not know that Troy says this nose smells like special drink, and he's doing a reference to the Joel sleeping in his car episode where Abed refers to special drink that he makes.
I love they're just game for everything. I just love it. Sing it, Donald. Oh, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Hi,
Oh my
I'm
God.
Dan Harmon, and with me is Allison Brie
Hi, I'm Allison Brie.
and Joe Russo.
Hi, it's Joe Russo here.
Who directed this episode. And Joel McHale is late.
Can I not go back and just comment on Yvette's bosom as she ran in that opening shot?
The
Because
shot was specifically designed for her bosom.
it was the bosom shot.
Actually,
We do a lot of shots that are for animated GIF files because we know you're making them.
They do make plenty of them. I'm a fan of the bosom, but Yvette doesn't always,
So this is the Jack episode.
Right. This is sort of typical of Community. It's like we're making fun of the idea of stunt casting. We're also making fun of the idea of rebooting your series, overcorrecting. The character of Joel has over the break decided, oh, I'm too much of an asshole, which is sort of a note we were getting internally. And yeah, but I love that shot.
Jack just appears.
Jack was just in the background. Yeah, and here comes another great shot of you see Jack. It's really funny to me.
What's interesting is that on the show we do really embrace concepts like if we're going to alter a character, you really push it to the forefront in a very
Right.
postmodern way. And there was always jokes going around that the way to sort of, make Joel's character more accessible was to Hawkeye him.
Right.
And so we really manifested that in this episode by giving a Hawkeye runner
Yeah.
to he and Abed.
And it's not out of like jaded sarcasm, like because nobody wants to watch a show about the writer going "fuck you, don't give me that note." It's like it's an embrace of what's really going on because then that way the energy feels more real. That's always been my philosophy.
Well,
It's
and the
like-
character needed a growth arc. It's a TV show, and it's a long season, and you have to track something with the character. Otherwise, he sort of falls into a static state, and you can get bored with it. And this show is called Community. It's about an organism that sort of grows and changes. And
This is the writer's idea, sort of I think I wasn't in the room, but maybe John Pollock came up with it. The idea of like doing flashbacks and establishing that Jack had been there the whole time.
Yeah.
That made us laugh a lot.
This one on the call sheet was listed as the greatest scene that's ever been shot.
talk about a GIF, right?
Indeed,
Yes.
it was.
That's my screensaver.
The crew members were giving us dollar bills when we finished shooting that scene, and we threatened to kick them out of the room. We were like, "Look, we let you watch.
How many
Behave."
times we do that?
Not too many.
Yeah.
No, but people enjoyed watching us hit each other and ooh and ah.
I think I felt awkward about doing it more than twice, as if then I would really be.
Well,
You
once
know,
we were in
was
the
it showing my
tub, we
hand?
were all wet. We
Was it
couldn't really-
actual? What was it? What was the substance?
It was bubbles. It was like a ton of bubbles and like foam pad. But it felt really fun to fall into. I think we were a little nervous about it. Once we did it, we were like, we could do this all day.
Oh, this joke I had to fight for really bad. Like, the fact that it breaks up his rhythm with the,
that's
with
right.
the title
That was very-
sequence.
very
It's-
controversial.
People get scared of incredibly funny, awesome jokes.
But people loved it. That I loved. I died with that because it is that.
I would have quit the show. Some jokes are too funny, man. Too smart.
Jack was so great when he came in. He was so cool with
I love this look
everybody.
on his
We all
face
were
when
really
he-
nerdy.
Yeah. You know, we
with
had
him.
good story to tell is that with Jack, we had one day with Jack, and we had 11 pages with him.
Oh
so
my
it was
gosh.
it was a crazy day with 3 cameras and 2
Yes.
sets, 3 sets running back and forth.
We had shot all of our like half of all the cast reactions to him the day before, and we were doing the other half of them
That's right.
after.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
So he just had to do everything he was going to do.
Yeah, we
in
had to
one
get everything
day.
where Jack was on camera, either a piece of him or his face directly. And then we saved some reaction shots for the next day, and I think I just sat there with a pair of sides.
Yeah,
and
Joe
the
stood in
pale-
for Jack, and we couldn't keep a straight face. It was so funny. You did a really good Jack.
That's a sad attempt.
Now, this is kind of an odd thing. Jeff, for one episode, has been rebooted as the editor of the school paper. And this is the danger for writers listening of TV writers listening of building an episode around a joke. And there's a very funny joke here. The concept that is Jeff sends the kids out for pizza and beer and stuff under the auspices of it's for a story. The joke stuck, and everyone kept laughing at it so much and kept wanting it. It was sort of, this whole newspaper office was built by the time we were having debates over whether or not this story was working and all this stuff. And it was sort of unceremoniously mashed together. But I no pun intended. But I will say this episode as a whole is like is a real miracle of collaboration and stuff, because I remember staying up literally all night with Neil Goldman and sort of like trying to figure out how this story, which has on its surface absolutely nothing to do with the idea of a new guy in the study group, how is it part of the same theme? And
how did it weave into the fabric?
Right. How is it one episode? And it has something to do with Jeff having decided that he's going to be an easygoing guy. And, it's a really, really nice episode. I really like it.
Yeah, the relationship between Jeff and Abed is really nice in this episode, and it sort of, pushes forward the concept of Abed as this god figure, or this character who has all this knowledge, even though he is socially inept.
That girl whose scene we talked over is an actress from Mad Men. She also does bikini shoots.
And birthday parties.
Also there was a cameo by DC Pearson, who's part of Derek Comedy.
That's right.
And a lot of the Derek Comedy members make cameos in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this actor playing the fake teacher? Oh, this is the best. This character is out of his mind.
That was a professional actress.
I mean, that's the
there was
way-
one that got cut where he slapped her ass.
On the way out the
yeah,
door.
I like that one.
Well, that's a great thing about Ken is never the same thing twice. He's a constant improviser.
Yeah, it makes it really easy to edit.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to not include the part with him eating the brain, you would find that you had options. I love that the character had a rap composed for him.
I like the jacket.
He just walks out.
Chang.
Oh, we specifically wanted like a Ghostface Killer kind of
feel to it.
building, like.
And that's our in-house rapper, by the way.
Yeah, Kustu. What he calls himself a couple different things.
Really?
Yeah, we have an in-house rapper. He does all our rap songs.
Oh, I thought it was Ludwig.
KU
Composer.
KU makes a cameo in 107 at the end. He does the rap about
Yeah, he does the poo-poo in his pants and poo-poo in me heart.
So KU has a rap in this episode in 107, and in 112 there's a rap as Donald walks into the dance class. That's KU.
All my boys and all my peeps.
And then we reprise that in the finale at the Kegger. That's the song that's playing over.
Oh yeah.
This is a
that
great
is
joke.
so-
This is
yeah.
worth talking about.
That was really inspired. Like the inspired. That was really inspired, says Dan Harmon on the commentary track.
In October, there was a free Tony Braxton.
We can't talk about it for too long because we're talking over the whole episode. But it was just we'll talk about this in other episodes. I'll also talk about the things I'm talking about and whether I should be talking about them. But
This is great commentary happening right now. It's
the idea
commentary
of
gold.
everybody marking Britta, everybody in the ensemble marking Britta as the humorless character is another example of, like we said at the top of this, taking things that you feel like that if you're being noted on them, like if people are saying like, well, this Britta character, like some of the female focus group people are saying like, well, I wouldn't want to go shoe shopping with her. I think you get these weird comments, and then instead of overreacting to them, to embrace them, to make them part of your story. And because Gillian has this very self-loathing, very like real energy, and to make her like the member of the sitcom that the part of Gilligan's Island that just doesn't belong on Gilligan's Island is like takes her from being looked at as a bad thing to being looked at as the best thing about the show. She became my favorite character when we decided to go, yeah, she's Charlie Brown.
Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, fuck you, Allison.
Where does Annie rate on the chart now?
She's second favorite, right
Yeah.
under this guy, Jack Black, my favorite character. I hope he comes back. I hope they put him on Mad Men.
Yeah, he would be great.
No, but I love.
I still get messages on Twitter after this line where
I
he
just like that
says,
face you made when he's miming squeezing your boobs.
yes, anytime sexy things come out on the internet about me, I get messages on Twitter that say, Annie's pretty young. We try not to sexualize her.
Right, yeah. That was kind of a mislead. Well, it's not a mislead. We did try not to sexualize her. Well, we realized what's sexy about her is that she's forbidden fruit. So
Love that. Gotta love that.
You know, it's interesting, Dan, is what you're talking about earlier with sort of Britta and the Hawkeye thing. And that probably, you know, we're doing the commentary on these things out of order. This might be a better comment for earlier on the disc. But the thing that's very different about television this year is Twitter and the way that fans respond to episodes immediately.
It's true.
And, you know, and this is a young group. Dan's a very tech-savvy guy. And, you know, you can get a really visceral response to your characters in your show immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
You have to keep in mind you're getting response from Twitter people who might not represent
The
America.
rest of America, but
It's true, but
you're
a lot of
getting
them love the
feedback.
show.
you're
I'll
getting
tell
a
you that
voice.
much.
Yeah, you're getting a voice that you know that is in St. Louis or
Right.
you know.
You're watching them react in real time too, and in a way unlike a dial that they're being told to turn in a research facility, which neither pretends to try to simulate a living room nor succeeds in doing so. With Twitter, you're with your friends, you're eating popcorn.
Hold on, sorry, I'm getting a call from actor and star Joel McHale. Hey, Joel, we're in the
Put him
middle
on
of our
speaker.
session right
I'll do
now.
my impression of
Put
the
him
other
on
side.
speaker.
Hello, I'm
we
running late.
We started without you. Where are you?
Well, the traffic. I'm working on my Joel impression so I can write better for
You trying
him.
to find where this place is? It's right in the code. It's like right when you turn in.
Yeah, well, I'm.
It says 6838 and it's got like a pretty. It's like
It's
an
right by where
ivy
the
gate.
address is.
Yeah.
There's nobody here. There's just a chair.
Oh yeah, just park your car and come on inside.
Just
leave
leave
it running.
your car.
I'm leaving the car here.
All right.
Okay.
I'm leaving
Good
the
work.
car.
Good.
You
Good
damn
work,
dirty
soldier.
apes. He's got a little Charlton Heston to him.
He does.
This is a great scene. I mean, the thing is, what we discovered like halfway through the season. I mean, not that you should have to discover this, but we just didn't think it would take this long. We didn't think it would happen so quickly that we would have this family. But these scenes where you have these guys. Just like, you know, they're little rascals having a meeting when they're, you know, in the Christmas episode when they're teaching Joel to fight stuff and scenes like this, it's like, wow, we really got something here, and it's not because any of us are talented except the actors. It's like we just cast the right people and you just stick them in a room together, and it really humbles you. To realize that that's what TV is. Like, it's just a box with heads on it, and the heads are lovable or they're not.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Joel McHale. Jim Rash is so great in this scene.
Have we started again? Oh, geez. Is that really what happened?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
crap.
that's your intro.
This is what happens when you're late.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, take a second to talk about Jim Rash. I mean, Jim Rash was like a last-minute casting on the pilot. We just couldn't find a Dean type that
hadn't been done before.
Wasn't
Are you
stereotypical.
going to do Ned Beatty? Are you going
Right.
to do Gordon Jump from KRP? Are you going to, you know, what kind
Animal
of authority?
House. I mean, what's the
Louis De Palma, all these authority figures that you can either love or hate. And then in comes Moby. With this energy that's just like, wow, this is a really modern but timeless archetype of this guy.
Dan,
with this-
you said it when Jim squeezes comedy where there is no comedy.
It's true. You're like, he's a writer's actor, that anything will be written and he just makes makes it jump off the page.
Yeah.
And
he's
he
the
adds-
writer's favorite. I mean, because, yeah, it's like you get a 10% boost on your paper airplane. Like, it goes up. It makes you look better as a writer.
And he had a really difficult job in the pilot where he's got to deliver the opening comedy speech of the show with a lot of pipe in it. And we cast him, I think, the day before or 2 days before we
Cast
shot.
him on the set
Yeah.
of the pilot.
And
Wow.
And then he just turned into this incredible character.
I mean, you guys are okay, too. Like, you look at this
Thanks.
scene.
I think that shirt is the most terrific part
Yeah.
of the scene. There he is.
Oh,
Jack
we've
Black.
already seen him once.
Ah, dang it. This is the first time
twice
I've seen
before.
him.
Anyone tell Buddy he was out?
I guess we thought you would.
My lord, my lady, you missed my apology song.
My lord, my lady. I like that. Just weaves himself right in.
I am so sorry about
It is a great concept, though, that I think you guys came up with for a big stunt like Jack, is to have him try and usurp the group or get his way into the group.
Right, and also to have his personality be big, and weird in the way that Jack is. I come from that school of the Sam Christensen school of that actors have essences, and in other words, there's gas pedals they can stomp on with impunity, and there's other things we don't want to watch. Jeff Goldblum talk about fashion, maybe, but we do want to hear him talk about science. I don't know. That's really specific, but Jack Black he's lovable but crazy, and so we thought, what if you had this teddy bear join the group who's he's gonna snap? You don't know if he's gonna kill you or not.
And he did. Did you already talk about that? He did this entire all his scenes in one day.
Yeah, it was
Great. Never mind.
By the end of the day, though, that was an incredible day. I mean, the guy did 11 pages in a day, and
Just like Chevy.
Yeah, we were moving him around sets. And he was exhausted, but he was a fucking trooper, Jack. I mean, that was really.
Shall we?
You get used to. I've been friends with Jack since we did Heat Vision and Jack in '99, and you get used to having a famous friend that you can pull out like a carrot. But you forget, because they're famous and they are a carrot, you also forget that the reason they got there is because of how fucking talented they are. Yeah. And like, then you're on set and it's like people are, the script supervisor, the boom guy, like people are like, who have never seen Jack perform on set are like, holy shit, this guy really hits his marks, both physical and like performance-wise. Like, he's really interesting to work with.
And this is an example of like doing 10 pages or 11 pages in a day. I think we shot this like 7 or 8 times. We couldn't get the pants thing right.
Those are Jack's real underwear. Those are the underwear
One
he wore.
time the underwear came all the way off.
Yep.
We had to.
You saw it. You saw it.
I
right?
did not see it. I didn't see it. I was looking down. I was in character.
And I have to say, he doesn't seem like that big of a guy, but he is, and I'm not joking, he's mostly muscle. He is
He was
dense.
dead weight just then. He really made it.
He had
made
his
it hard
arms
for you.
outspread. He's sort of a Christ figure in this scene. That's for the Joseph Campbell fans.
And that was all Jack physical comedy stuff that just came up on set. I mean, the concept was that we was going to drag him out of the room.
Right.
And there was a trail and
pants coming down and
there was a trail of pubic hair.
Yeah.
Because the table is
I
not.
like how you looked at me like,
because
know.
you saw it. You're right there.
I blew it away. I just, when it kind of drifted towards Gillian.
You blew it at Gillian.
This is a great scene. There's a line at the end of this scene. I got in a huge, what I would call a huge fight with Edwin Chung. If you're listening, I'm sorry, but like there's a line at the end. He goes,
Edwin's at NBC.
He goes, what's in it for me? And then Allison comes in and he does a scene, and I just wanted Jeff to like go and take a drink of his martini.
Barked orders when the choppers came in. If he didn't, people died.
Then there's this line where he goes, I guess that's what's the upside or something, and I just eat back and forth with the emails because it's like, well, no, we need that line because I keep going, or what? We won't know that's the upside. Like if you and I kept saying like if you write apple on an apple with magic marker, it actually becomes less like an apple. It doesn't make it clearer.
And in fact, now you've got magic marker all over your apple.
And that's what the network has to deal with sometimes at random things over something as stupid as one line.
Can I I just say something about Danny Pudi in this scene because it's a testament to his amazing acting and transformation into Abed that he was so sick when we shot this
that's
scene.
right, he was throwing
He
up.
had a crazy fever.
Yeah.
We were doing all this office stuff in one day, and like as the day progressed, he just got more and more sick, like burning up, could barely stand up. And then you watch it, you'd never know. I feel like these are some of the best Abed scenes in this episode.
And you would never know that I have such a paranoia of sick people.
That's true, and you were,
that
like,
I
hand
did not want him to touch
sanitizing.
me or to breathe on me. I was like Howie Mandel.
And yet the camaraderie between you both comes across.
I got dengue fever after this from him.
Listen up. We outnumber this guy 6-1. Annie, you...
Chevy loves his mock turtlenecks. There's nothing more he likes than his talking about what he has to wear.
Wait, you're saying he doesn't like them?
He hates
They're
them.
too hot.
He
Anything
hates them.
that- yeah.
The interesting thing is, Chevy in his old age has developed a pause in between his lines for comedic effect.
Yes.
It's
a
I mean, he's just venturing into
pregnant.
sort of
It's a
new,
pregnant
it's a
pause.
pregnant pause of,
But pregnant in the best way.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, sometimes
you don't wanna
Chevy
abort
even
that.
looks pregnant.
not in a line,
Chevy, I'm
not
kidding.
in a line
I'm
searching
kidding,
way.
Chevy, I love you.
It's not in a line searching way. It's more of a comedic resonance.
It's a line
Yes,
owning way. It's like
absolutely.
Robert Duvall. He's like he is the character during those pauses.
Welcome to the group.
Yes! You will not regret this.
Here comes the greatest reunion in TV history.
Yes, which none of
Orchestrated
us were
by-
there for. None of us were there.
Joe Russo worked with Owen on Yumi and Dupree, so this was like between Joe knowing Owen. I mean, I worked with Owen, but Joe really worked with Owen, so we were able to. They weren't shot at the same time. The idea of doing this gag is like that we were just
They're
able to
shot
scrape
2
it.
days apart. I think
It's true. We were all like, "Oh, are we gonna get to be there when Owen was there?" And I got in, and they were like, "You're about an hour too late." He was in and out in like an hour. Wasn't
No,
it?
he was here. Pip timed it. He was out in 29 minutes.
29
That was my
minutes. Came
promise
in,
to him.
makeup
Yeah.
ready.
And Joe tried to get him to do the tag
the
in the
shot
Starburns role,
and
and
left.
he's like, "Listen, man, you gotta you called me in for a cameo, bro."
I can't.
The way he trots off there, his last little look.
So his Jack's exit was pieced together with Owen on separate days.
I love that too.
to
That
fight for it. I had to
ending.
fight for it.
Oh, it was so great.
I have to say that a lot of older people that my mother-in-law knows who saw that were they felt like, oh, they did one for us.
Yeah, and yet you would think I was doing one for like the year 2050 to hear the panic about the joke.
Nobody speaks Latin anymore, Dan.
I was the only moment in the entire season we heard ourselves out and did that rap one more time. We just felt like
Which rap? The
Yeah, but no, I think that's
kidding,
funny.
I'm
There were
teasing.
other- like, wait a minute. I think we've seen that
Another
rap.
shirt that Chevy loves. That looks like developing film.
This has been Joel McHale, Allison Big. Oh. Hi, I'm Dan Harmon.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
And I'm Danny Pudi.
And welcome to the shot that took 3 hours to get. That swirling shot took many hours.
Felt like a Las Vegas security camera. How about us? All eyes on the
It's
sky.
great though, and then the first thing, of course, that happens is people want it out because it's weird.
Yeah.
They're like, it makes me dizzy. And I'm like, why don't you go talk to the actors who had to do that shot? I think it's a great shot.
I think it was fun because that was Justin Lin's contribution there.
Yes.
So it was a twist to the study room scenes where we normally have the cameras positioned in the same places.
Yeah, you're right. It was a great way to enter the episode.
I think that was when I said that I called Chevy or Pierce, which I thought was very funny.
Oh, we all were afraid he was dead.
Yeah, this is a great moment.
You thought I was dead, didn't you?
No, I did.
Yep. I did, though.
Absent from this DVD is Justin Lin, who, if you've listened to the other commentaries, is emerging as the superstar of season 1, most notably because of the paintball episode. But this is a great episode, too. Justin is not just like awesome for the stuff he does in the paintball episode. He's great with character, great with the actors. The actors love him. He lands comedy. Everything. His timing is he's a great guy. I wish we could just tie him to a stake in a basement and have him.
Get back here, Justin. He's somewhere in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we're getting the Fast and the Furious 4. And the Wolf, what is it? No, Highlander. Highlander reboot.
Yeah.
We're all pretty upset about his film schedule.
Know. Congratulations, Justin.
Yeah, you're booked for the next 3 years. Yay.
Good for you.
Oh, well. We can do it without him.
There's the cootie catcher.
Cookie catcher?
Is it a cootie catcher? Is that what they're called?
I thought you said a cookie catcher.
Cookie diet?
So you can hear this. This is the original rap that I think Joe and I sort of accidentally wrote in the edit bay. Just sort of like
Joe
trying
Russo?
Yeah.
That's great.
I think it was in the edit bay. Like somebody said all my boys and all my peeps, and I said like to wear nightcaps when they go to sleep. Like, it's such an adorable thing to say. But anyways, is that KU? Did he do that? I don't know.
Now, Donald learned a much longer dance than what is shown there. He learned, like, I'd say a solid minute of choreography, and that was originally supposed to be on Broadway.
Yeah. I remember we were rehearsing in the stage that was formerly where Rosemary's Baby was shot.
We had a terrific choreographer on this episode who...
yeah, they did Bring It On and a couple other things, right?
And he taught Danny, Donald, and I all of the dances.
And Donald has, I think he's got like 5 years of ballet experience, so this is one of those...
Yeah, he went to an arts high school, I think, where he...
Right.
Well, you have some dance experience too, Gillum.
Yeah, this story for Donald's character was an attempt to help grow that character outward so that Donald Glover, who is multi-talented and incredibly funny, wasn't just boxed into this like football player kind of character. Like we wanted to quickly like get that character like bigger, have more dimensions to him and stuff, or at least for the first season, maybe not more dimensions, maybe just more territory he could be one dimensional in. But second season we'll maybe dimensionalize. This scene, I was there on the set, it was late at night. Jim Rash, who is a machine, a writer's favorite, this line, it was hard for him to land, and by that I mean it took him 3 takes or something, and he was so hard on himself and like apologetic. And Jim Rash is such a like perfectionist, and he's usually so
he's amazing.
He gets things in 1 take, and then there was that incredibly long line which almost got cut, but
well, he also makes it so much fun for us on set because we just sit there and laugh at him.
It's one of those characters where we'll read something in the script and it's kind of funny, but then when Jim Rash does it, it's hilarious.
That actor's name is Twink?
Yes, Twink Kaplan, playing Madame Leclerc.
Yeah, she did a rap for us on set that is on the cutting room floor. She is a trooper. Like she showed up to do just like pickup shots, and we had a rap written for her on a napkin that we handed her, and 5 minutes later she was freestyle rapping on the set. Like, and we didn't use it. But it was because it didn't work. Not because she did a bad job, because it wasn't what the episode needed. But it's crazy that's what actors, they're nuts. You can make them do stuff. And they sacrifice their time and energy on the altar of episodes that sometimes have no respect for their humanity. This is a great scene between these 2 characters, although you don't need me to say that.
I'll say it too. It was fun to see this combo.
Yeah, I really, really, really enjoyed getting to do an episode with Donald because we had never really gotten to work together on the show, and I am in such awe of his talent, and I was really excited to get to be paired with him.
We were trying to pair everybody up in different combinations for the first season. You know, try to, number 1 for the first 6, do stories with Jeff bouncing off of each one of you in different combinations, and then like in the meantime also like pairing up the other ones in random combinations, putting you in jars and shaking it.
Lauren Stamile, do we pronounce, is it Stamile or Stamile? Stamile is terrific, lovely, gracious, always wonderful to have her on set. She's a lovely, lovely person.
And this was like the first episode where she really kind of comes into the family, where we have to all really acknowledge their relationship. And this is also a fantasy that I think everybody who went to college wanted to do. to experience.
She is
Not me.
She's sort of designed on some level to be Britta's worst nightmare. I will reveal now.
Ooh, I didn't even know that.
The exchange, they have the PhD, GED thing. It's like, on one hand, Britta thinks that she's running from a sort of powder puff girl, but that's really the thing that you think that you're better than, and then there's this secret fear you have that you don't reveal to anybody but yourself. That, of this woman who's not your mother,
Yes.
who's not a doormat, who is very activated, very smart, a sort of
Put together adult.
what do you call her? I can't remember. I'm so out of touch with the tabloids. Jennifer Aniston, Brad Pitt, and what's the other ones?
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie to your Aniston. You know what I mean?
Oh,
wow. Okay.
It's too competent, too sharp, too callous. Even you pretend to be callous.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't be telling you this stuff. It'll affect you.
Yeah, don't.
By
Stop.
the way, this was one of my favorite jokes. It informed my character so much when I asked her if she likes macaroni or if she cooks macaroni.
And it also became something that we repeated endlessly for the rest of the
This
season.
is where, Shirley really declared her love for pepper jack cheese.
Yeah, you can hear her in the background. That's why I had her say holy macaroni and pepper jack in the finale, just to make my girlfriend laugh, because Erin, my girlfriend, we were watching this episode. You just keep hearing Shirley say pepper jack over and over again in the background. Like, she really likes pepper jack.
Oh, this is where the secret
This
almost
is my
comes out.
mom's favorite shirt my mom's favorite outfit that I ever wore on the show.
Did she comment on your outfits after every episode?
Hey, Martina.
There's some great Allison Brie moments in this scene. Like, she's playing support, but it's funny. It's like her reaction to you taking tap, like, and it's like clear. You wouldn't think it, but Annie is clearly part of the guard that's going to make it hard for people to take dance. Like, she has, like, here, the Barishnikov. She's got an inexplicable opinion about his masculinity. It's funny.
I love this scene for another reason too. Is we're away from the study table and we're like condensed in this little nook right next to each other in very uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah, and that's something I want to. Sometimes it's hard, like with guest directors come in and they want to try different stuff, and sometimes you have to be the killjoy and say, no, sit them around that table. That's the Cheers bar. That's our show. That's the Star Trek bridge. But then it's like scenes like this, you're so glad that it's not around the study room table, because they're a family and they're having like a family meeting, and there's an irony to it.
We're also in a different order too, because we become so accustomed to, like, I have Joel on my left and Danny on my right to be sitting in different combinations.
Right. And Pierce is on Twitter.
And Pierce is trying to put his phone into a pocket, which is sewn shut.
I think he pretended it was a razor a couple times too.
I think this scene was written after the fact and inserted into to support the
later.
story.
Yeah.
I still can't tell if we needed it or not. It's a good scene. I don't think we lost anything for having to put it in, but I know that we had fun with it. Having needed it, we knocked it out of the park. I'm on Corona number 3 for those listening.
Gilly and I are on coffee number 2.
I'm on coffee like number 5.
Bam.
Oh.
I like Britta's look in this episode too. The sort of, I don't know. It's probably a drag for you. Don't they have to make your hair look extra kind of like wavy or something like that?
Yes, they curl my
Good
hair.
move, Donald.
Matt Dannon curls my hair every morning.
I mean, mission accomplished. We can experiment in season 2.
Really? Is this official?
It's not official. No, it's not, because it's not just up to me. But I'm just saying, I was the one saying in the beginning of season 1, like, no, make it kind of like wavy and textury, because I was scared that your sort of flawless Nordic, like, good looks would just be sort of like a blank canvas. Like, when you came in for the audition, you had this sort of like weathered Elizabeth Shue, like young, like you said, you were sick and you were wearing like a sweatshirt that was hanging off of one shoulder, and your hair was like sort of had this texture to it. I thought I remembered. But
yeah, that's true. Well, I was so excited because my sheet for the audition said, "Do not wear makeup," and
Did it? Wow.
Oh yeah, it said very specifically not to wear makeup. I showed up. I was the only person out of like 60 girls that was actually not wearing makeup, but I took that in stride.
Wow.
Anytime you tell me
If you know
don't wear
Gillian,
makeup,
that is a gift to her.
yeah, any chance I have to not wear makeup, I will take it. So I was very pumped.
Okay, now this scene, there's this thing on the internet, like people show the YouTube like matchup with this scene and something that was part of some Funny or Die thing that, you know, you see this a lot with like TV. They go like somebody ripped somebody off and they do this thing. I've seen it, just for the record, for anybody who's curious. But I believe me, I'm way too cocky to ever rip anybody off.
First question.
I didn't write the writer's draft of this scene. I know my writers wouldn't rip anybody off either. Like, why would you? It wouldn't make any sense. But if you watch the thing, I recognize the similarities. It's like a sketch. The guy's basically doing the same premise. So basically what it is writers, like, you know, you hear like it's sort of ripped from the minor headlines, like this practice of having to inform people about relationships at work.
Yeah.
Well, writers are going to tend to take certain ironic like circuits, you know, in getting their jokes and stuff. And so there is like it's like a sketch that you can see in Funny or Die. There's a guy behind the desk, and then there's two people that are informing him, and you know, voila, you can create the effect of going like, look, we got ripped off. Believe me, it bums me out. I'm sure it does bum anybody out when there's like when that kind of thing happens.
Yeah.
But
well, you know,
I swear as a Boy Scout,
calculus was invented in 2 places at the same time, as was the telephone. So, you know,
this is when
stuff happens.
Everyone gets a ranking here. Joel's number 2. Who's number 1? Did we ever discover that?
Well, he got his ranking in the earlier scene.
Oh, that was before.
Commercial break.
I love this scene. I wrote this scene. I took Jim Belushi to the streets in this scene. And nobody ever acknowledges that. That's my favorite thing about the scene, is that they both individually use Jim Belushi as a yardstick of mediocrity. And Jeff comments on it the second time. Boy, that guy's really taking a beating in this conversation. I think it's funny.
Let's get back to it.
This is Lawrence Demille at her best. I in this writer's opinion, like this show is. We did a lot of different tones in the first season. This scene has the tone of like, I don't know. It's like it could be in. I don't know. I don't want like almost a dramedy kind of.
Yeah.
It's a relationship show, and it's like it's a good conversation. It's got a nice pacing to it, but it's very, very grounded in like there's two grown people talking about their relationship.
It barely means anything, and it grows on what's there over time.
Boy, that guy's really taking a pounding in this conversation.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah. That's it, folks. That's my writing I was talking about earlier.
Wheelhouse.
That I liked so much. But she's also, it's like Lawrence Demille at her best, and this character at her best. Like this really represents like she's got him over a barrel because she's so low maintenance that she's wrapped him around his finger.
She's not giving him any of his normal excuses to bail from a relationship.
Yeah. He's used to looking at women like these liabilities, and all of a sudden he's the liability, and it kind of like it sucks him in. And then the mislead with the door. That's good.
Bam.
It's like she's in charge now.
Okay.
The big shame is that we weren't able to organically play out this relationship because, and it's not her fault. She was awesome, but we did the guest cast thing with McPhee for Family Day, which required
a breakup.
Slater dump Jeff very quickly, and it was sort of unceremonious. And then that character jumps off the radar. So that's called the dangers of guest casting. Which sometimes is a fantastic idea, but as I learned first season, I think you have to be careful about it. You have to keep it away from anything it could possibly affect. I think there's good guest casting, like it's like, you know, Danny DeVito in The Simpsons or Paul McCartney or something, where you have them come in like a stranger, affect the life of one character, and then drift away. You don't just throw them into the pond and let the ripples go all over the place.
All right, we learned these dances over an hour and a half, 3 lunch breaks in 3 different days. So I practiced endlessly.
Did you get to wear the teapot before the actual dance?
No. I tried it on the day we shot this.
By the way,
Annie's reaction.
This was in our cafeteria. The set design built this whole stage in our cafeteria in like 2 days.
It's beautiful, I think.
The flowers are dying.
Those are my favorite lines.
Yeah.
Is Pierce being bewildered by this nonsensical.
Did we already talk about goobers?
You know, get them while they're gooby.
Yeah, that was one of my
a lot
favorites.
Of people's favorite.
Oh, there it is.
I remember going to the edit bay over and over again about this scene and being so scared that none of this was going to play out. The story wasn't going to be told. Like, you really lose touch so quickly. It can be a really scary thing. Like, trying to figure out how to tell a physical story like this. She's transfixed by the hands. She's in a tap loop. He's bailing her out. I don't know. To this day, is it a story? I have no idea.
Girl, there we go.
I just like Donald's breakaway jeans.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a pair of those.
Play something modern.
What are you doing here?
Being a friend and a man.
That was an improv.
Yeah,
I
you
have
said
very,
holy shnikey.
Yeah. I have very few improvs. I try not to.
I had a big debate about that. The edit bay, like I was walking around going like, has it been long enough since Tommy Boy
that you can say
holy
it?
shnikey
I
is
think
not?
You can. I also threw my hat and nailed the piano player in the head on about 4 separate takes. Totally accidentally.
Oh, did you see? Yeah, did you see the shot? Did that play already? Yeah, she cast her hat aside,
Yeah.
and you see there's a completely different pianist, completely different gender pianist,
Yes.
who gets nailed with the hat.
The woman refused to duck. Yeah, I mean, they told her you can avoid the hat, you know, because I had hit her several times in a row. She refused to duck, but was very horrified that I kept hitting her. I was throwing it blind. I just have incredible aim.
Yes, you do, and you warned her. That's all you
And
do.
I'm wearing a unitard on national television, which
And Twink, may your rap rest in peace. Thank you so much for doing it, but we didn't need it.
It takes a lot of hard work, but you could always take a class.
Pass. Thankfully, I really did take tap dancing classes in college, so.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, you look so pathetic. You make
I do look like a girl from a Robert Palmer video. Wearing like more makeup than I'd ever worn up until the Valentine's Day episode where I had. Apparently, I had too much red lipstick on. I think we can say that now.
Is that when you looked like a coin purse?
And my mouth looked like a coin purse.
Yeah.
Where's your date? Didn't she want
I thought this was a really sweet moment. This was one of the first, I think, of the season where it kind of ended on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. You actually had a big part in that. I mean, if I can handle having a...
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want to power your show with a will they won't they or a soap opera. And believe me, at Community, we don't sit and like plan years in advance and go like, oh, we're gonna do this thing, because that's not how life works. If there is anything to be enjoyed about like these relationship macro stories, it's their uncontrollability, their unpredictability, their back and forthiness. Who cares and who knows how that's going to turn out? Sorry if that's disillusioning for anybody to know that like we sort of play it by ear.
I think the thing about it is that like it's nice to be a girl on a show and not have your sole purpose be in relationship to a guy.
Yeah.
You know, that I'm not completely defined by whether or not I want to be with Jeff or he wants to be with me. You know, that we're a group.
People think that that's a what's her name?
That's Kate Nash.
Lily. They think it's Lily.
Tyler.
I think it's Lily Allen.
Lily Tyler. It's not Lily Tyler.
Lily Taylor.
It's not Liv Tyler.
Evangeline Lilly?
Some people think I look like Liv Tyler.
It's Kate Nash.
Yeah, it was a Kate Nash song. That was one of those that I downloaded right after the episode because I loved it.
This is like a tag that it gets to a point where you're overwhelmed with like, oh, we need 25,000 tags. We're behind schedule and stuff. And this crossword one, I don't know who came up with it, but I was like, I don't know, man. And then they were shooting it anyway. But the thing that really saves it is all these little ad-libby things at the end. I love misleads. I love...
Yeah.
Go team.
Go team.
Thank you.
Thank you, people of
Thanks,
community
guys.
fandom.
Good night, everybody.
Missed you at lunch.
Hi, I'm Allison Brie.
Joe Russo.
Andrew Guest.
Dan Harmon.
Donald Glover.
Gillian Jacobs. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Gillian.
What? Clear your throat before you come
Who's
in.
got
here.
a
It's
cigarette for
disgusting.
me? That's Joel
you've,
McHale.
You've heard some of us talk about favorite episodes and in varying degrees and stuff. The Naked Billiards episode is fantastic. I don't know. We got a bunch of ones. Obviously paintball, but this little diamond that Joe Russo directed it stands as like the perfect like little equator of what we're capable of, because nothing extraordinary happens in this episode. It's a episode about relationships, jealousies, betrayals, loyalties, things, and you shot it in 4 days, and yet people talk about it a lot as if it was paintball or something. And the third act set piece is them looking around the table at each other. And it was, it's great to know what the show is capable of, like on the map.
Yeah, this is on the human level. This is a very character-based episode.
Yeah, Hillary's boat episode ate this episode. It was Anthony and Hillary shooting on that boat in that stupid garage. We lost all our days. We had to cut back scenes, move them into one location.
And that's what brothers do for each other.
Yeah, exactly.
They give up days on their episodes.
I guess, but the rest of us just have to suffer. Doesn't seem fair.
But you know what? I'm always a fan of like less time, less money, you do better work. It always happens that way.
Did we only shoot this on 4 days? I didn't realize that.
We did.
Yeah.
Hey, Britta.
You know, everyone talks about his nipples, but his feet freak me out.
Britta!
Hey.
Hey. Can I ask you something?
Ooh.
Oh, yes. I still don't know if that's his first or last name. He's sweet, actually. I mean, you must have thought so. He has a sincerity I found attractive in a simpler time. Would you, I haven't,
Dan, will you tell the origin of the pure storyline in this? Because this comes from.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
It's a friend of mine. I can't name any names, but a big like TV comedy dude started having video nights over at his place, and he started inviting people over. And then one of the guys came, and he was like this guy who had these nights took my friend outside and said, "Do you realize what's going on in there?" Because one of the guys he's like, "We got to do this movie next week. We got to do this movie next week."
It got competitive, and there were people telling jokes.
And then he brought my friend outside and said, "I'm not doing this anymore. You realize what's going on in there?" Like he came prepared, and it was true.
So it comes from real life.
Yeah.
People, who want to make jokes at movies. We think we all do it.
This is great. Look at Gillian's face. She's intense, and then she puts on this face because she's manipulating Jeff's, Freudian desires for Annie.
Well, this was I thought this was a really cool transitional episode for Gillian and her character, and also for me and for Annie, just in terms of, Britta's kind of lightening up, like turning it into a snake. I thought that was like a pivotal moment in terms of like Gillian being silly.
It was great.
And people connecting with her on that level, which they never had before, because Britta's always like Debbie Downer kind of before this. And then Annie is like officially, even if we had been subtly doing it before, this is the first episode where, even hair and makeup, there were notes about like, we want her to look.
Sexing it up.
Yeah, let's sexy it up, but in a hippie way, because she's getting into Vaughn. So that's like the subtle.
This episode was part of the chain of the master plan of sexing up Annie.
I heard you, Joe, talking during the finale DVD commentary about the discovery during debate, and this was sort of the intermediary step between debate and the finale.
But but it really threw me for a loop, because I remember being like, Vaughn?
Yeah.
Vaughn?
This is also like
we
the
were
episode.
dirtying you up, dude.
It's true. Annie had to get her feet wet.
We had to refute the 18-year-old argument. We thought we'd do it by getting her with somebody else first, so it didn't. So the stink wasn't so strong on Jeff when it happened.
Well, and there was a version of this story that ended with Jeff and Annie moment that we realized we didn't need.
Mm-hmm.
But
this is Derek Mears as the kick puncher. He's a Channel 101 guy.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Awesome. He also plays Jason Voorhees in the new Friday the 13th.
Really?
The reboot.
Who does?
Derek Mears, the kick puncher.
Oh.
That's Dave Seeger, who shot the kick puncher stuff.
And he also shot the other Abed
He's my
videos.
assistant.
He shot the tag of this episode too.
Dave Seeger's becoming an in-house director on the show.
That cyber thing in his head is like CG. It was tinfoil when they shot it, and we decided it looked like tinfoil.
Two-faced,
So this effects.
we were making fun of trauma movies, but it looked too trauma.
Yeah.
This episode has one of my favorite tags.
It looked too shitty for trauma.
Yeah, we wanted to see Troy and Abbott's version of it. That should look like tinfoil.
that should look like tinfoil.
And it's awesome.
So
I love
it's
this
really
tag.
awesome.
That was CG.
This is also one of the first times we got to see Senior Chang just hanging out with the group, and we sort of explained it.
Chevy
but we also
improvised that, by the way. I'm sorry.
no. Yeah. But everyone loved that energy of him just being one of
Chilling
the
out with the
gangs.
group.
hanging out.
One of the
in
dudes.
his tuxedo.
This is also the episode where they started sexing me up too.
Oh,
True. Look. That little glance you just gave to Abed.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
That's
that
the
look.
start of
The
it.
will they, won't they?
I'm
That
not giving
really
away
works.
anything for season
They're
2.
just like, okay, we really need to sex down, like really show some penis. You guys
Just
said.
a tip.
You just need to.
Oh,
If you look
see,
closely.
this is like super hippie Annie. But then you'll notice that they had to sex Britta up too because she always wears pants, and now she started wearing dresses because she was feeling competitive.
You know what we thought? We just said, look, we're in a television medium. We have really attractive girls on this show. Hey, let's just sell. You know,
It was a
tits and
sexual
ass.
arm
Let's
race.
Get
It
some
was
viewers.
like
Let's just get
USA
some
and
viewers
Russia.
in.
He's using Weave.
Let's
This is
sex
the
up
this is
our
Joe's
female
trip to the
characters.
wardrobe department
And
one
Troy.
afternoon. All of a sudden, Britta's looking. I have no objections either, but
TNA.
there was no meeting.
sells.
I could kiss Joe though because there's a scene I could just kiss him. Though. That's the shot. She was, Vaughn had her arm around her in the cut that I saw, like playing guitars. She's all snuggled up to him and stuff, and I was like, oh man, like that's too far, too soon. Like they should be wanting to fight against that. So I'm emailing him like, just bother to ask, be the douchebag guy, EP, and go. If you have a version where they're not, and he did, they shot multiple versions where she's not all snuggled up to him. That's good directing.
I learned
for me.
After Dan took out the fire hose.
We've
2 or
all
3
learned.
times.
This is
You see
great.
that
So many
once.
people started responding to this. Like, this is basically like when we talk about on other episodes, Britta and Jeff. Is there chemistry there? Yeah, but is it sexual chemistry? I don't know. What does that mean? Like we like to watch these two like be petty together.
Well, that's the thing. If you go back to talk about sort of why the Jeff Annie thing works, the Jeff Britta thing is they're very similar characters. They're both sort of self-involved.
Yeah.
They're both very flawed people. They're both
Shallow.
Yeah,
They're
have
huge egomaniacs.
They dress cool.
But they pretend
It's all surface.
It's better because they
Right.
pretend to be on
Heroes.
opposite sides.
Oh
So-
yeah,
like, it's
because
just
they
like
both want to be heroes
Yeah,
of
they
a
both
different
want
kind,
to
but
be
they're
heroes,
both
but
just.
different.
I'm right
They're
here.
just alike.
But when they connive, it's fun to watch because they both have very
just-
similar agendas. And
I just want to say, in what just happened, Joel was saying the dirtiest, grossest things in my actual ear. Like
That's
the
true.
grossest, awful things.
There was
about
there
Annie.
was some funny ad-libs from
It's
you
like,
too.
you know,
on
like
that.
when a girl it's like really gross.
Thank you, Joel.
No problem.
You improvised this boner line after they walk out,
Oh,
which
yes.
we did never
People love
believed
it.
actually could be on TV, and I
That's-
felt
And-
like a kid
and they were
before
like-
Christmas.
Donald Glover
Wait, here
putting more boners in TV
Yeah.
than
I like that we're backing away like Jean Reno in The Professional in the opening scene. When
This
they
is TV
switch
magic
blades.
too. We're actually resetting Donald's brain to perceive the
Weirdest
character of
boner.
Annie as hot, so that we understand
And
he's human.
Derek Comedy,
Oh,
ladies
Derek
and
Comedy's in this.
gentlemen.
These are my buddies.
Derek Mears.
from high school. Oh, and Derek. That guy's name is Derek as well.
You know what's fascinating is that we were like, look, let's this group is so talented. Let's get these kids in here. Let's get. I'd love to give them a shot. Let's get them some screen time. This is gonna be a big deal for them. And then we put them in a scene with Chevy.
I love, like, Meggie. I gotta say, like, Meggie is not an actress. Like, she's never been an actress. She's like a producer for Derek. In everything we've ever put her in, she steals the scene.
I know,
Because she's
adorable.
so funny. It's just like, I'm not trying to act. I just want to get this over with.
Yeah.
It's that dry.
It's just that
Well,
dry.
this exchange is
Straight
great.
man.
You guys get. I love this exchange because it's like you rarely get setups off of punchlines.
Yeah.
It's like, he likes gay jokes, and it's funny that he likes that. He likes gay jokes.
Yeah.
I said we write great jokes.
Don't flatter yourself. He's such a dick.
He's such a jerk.
Donald, you were very sick when we shot this.
Oh,
Do you
I was
remember?
so sick when I was trying so hard. I was
It's
like
funny 'cause-
sweating and like you can see under my eyes, like they're puffy.
Yeah, there's a lot of different episodes where somebody is
Is
sick,
sick.
but this is the first one you can actually tell.
I thought we were gonna have to I was worried that we might have to reshoot this
Yeah.
because his voice was
My
different.
nose
really
was
deep.
like really
Yeah.
deep. My nose was clogged. My voice was really
I
deep.
think it gives you a nice kind of easy vibe.
It's true.
That-
You're
because the cold
you're,
medicine's
There's just
on.
part of sexing up Troy.
You know,
exactly.
I may have had a costume
Succeed.
conversation, but I did not approve the choke collar.
Oh,
Well,
I think the choke
I think that's in
collar-
the script.
That's what makes
That
it the
was not me.
hippie.
That's the milestone there. That you.
But this
push
is Joe
past-
Russo fantasy Annie, and not mine, right? I mean, you wanted to hippie her up, like
Your
you
hand.
that's you foxing her up. Like
Yeah.
I like her. I like little schoolgirl Annie. Okay, I gotta. I mean,
All the fantasies are going to start coming
Yeah,
out now.
yeah, Dan,
It's
what
a
else?
little
Well, I like the
weird.
choker because it reminded me of choking a girl,
Oh,
and that's my kind of
Donald.
fun.
This
What?
is
What is
not
going
right.
on?
See,
I
this
thought
is
we were
not-
all talking about
collar,
things that are
but it
important
just
to
didn't
us.
go over.
You don't actually say
Jim
the
Rash
things-
and the Dalmatians was also part of my fantasy. We, sometimes you strike gold, sometimes you don't.
I mean, I never want to lie to you.
Poor
And,
Andy.
and Donald's T-shirt is all messed up. It's
It's true. And Donald's going to improv another really good line at the end of this scene, which is another favorite of mine. And those ice cream cones are really mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
You're welcome.
are they? Oh, I thought Crisco.
Hey.
Nope.
No, the mashed potatoes.
Delicious
is the
mashed
best part.
potatoes.
Boop.
How upset they get over that ice cream spit.
Annie's been devastated by his.
That was one of my favorite lines that you guys. Now he's a baby.
Yeah.
Like I love that. Like, well, he's a baby. Like we can both agree.
Tell me how you feel.
Jeff and Britta did what now?
You're even hotter when you're angry. Let's do this.
You can hear it right there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of the cold right there.
Red Shoe Diaries.
Red Shoe Diaries. That was it.
Is your character
And then the
43?
butt stuff. You added the butt stuff too.
You must have been watching Red Shoe Diaries when you were 2 or 3 years old.
Red Shoe
That's how
Diaries.
he went to
They would
bed. That's
play
how
it.
his parents
My
put him to
mom
sleep.
would leave on like Cinemax.
Oh, I get so when,
And I would,
when
like,
your character was
sneak in.
6, that was his
Oh,
first
me too.
encounter with.
Sexual awakening.
That is legit. That and Dream On. I used to like sneak and be
Oh
like,
my
oh,
God.
sex. Like
This is a good watershed scene for that relationship when it started to like blossom in a, conspiratorial way.
Yeah.
These characters. It was really nice to watch these two together, just sitting on the couch having that conversation.
We're cool and mature of you. Oh, and since you're both clearly idiots, I should probably let
This
you
might
was like
be
the
one of my
little-
favorite jokes of the season coming up here.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks for taking Ugly Annie out of the palm of my hand.
And here it comes.
Get with me.
Gonna hit it out of the park in 1 second.
Hey guys, thanks for eating all the macaroni.
Shut up. Nobody even knows what you're talking about.
Now here it
Wait,
is.
wait for it.
I did eat all the macaroni. It's messed up that he knows.
it's messed up. That's what's it's messed up. That he knows.
I think that was Dan
Leonard.
Harmon.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Dan Harmon. Yeah.
Dan Harmon, ladies and gentlemen.
God. It's messed up that he knows. That's what it's like.
That's how we talked in Milwaukee when we. Man, that's messed up.
You know what's great about these scenes is they were shot in, I think, about a half a day, maybe 3/4 of a day. But it was great to do a really contained runner where you just have a bunch of characters sitting in a room. We didn't have to move the cameras around that much.
Because there was a boat eating this episode.
Yeah, that's right. And you can just let
in a reverse Jaws.
this group go. I mean, that's the so the blessing of
I love how
casting.
Yvette has her Shirley has her purse still.
No,
just
that's
Every,
clutched.
always.
And Chevy takes his pratfalls very seriously. This was something that he wanted to get right, even though it almost broke his back.
Time to change the channel. This guy's gonna be begging for change. He keeps making movies this bad. They should change this movie to something good. This movie stinks. We better change his diaper. I can believe it.
Okay, obviously something strange is happening here.
Making jokes during a movie.
Yeah, but you're doing it with the speed and determination of the incomparable Robin Williams.
I remember you got your balls busted on that line.
I know.
And there's a little anger in your eyes, I see.
And I'm a tenured professor sitting in a beanbag chair.
You're not a professor.
Shut up, man.
Fine! You got me. I did a little advanced work.
That's kind of the precursor to Chang getting fired. Is these scenes? Is that
Did you know that?
Seeing
Did
his
you think
chemistry-
about that?
I mean, it was just kind of watching these scenes. We all sit in the edit bays together, and we give notes back and forth, and sort of a time when we assess what's working, what isn't working, and what we can do in future episodes. It's a great chemistry he has where, he's a psychopathic character, especially when he's in a position of power in front of the class. Take him and you turn him into sort of a person who's not in a position of power. when he needs something, and he becomes a different shade of that character, and it fits into the dynamic of the group in a really interesting way.
I just got so sick of like having to write like, you know,
Those monologues in front of the class?
Yeah, just like moments with him in front of the class. It's like, okay, we've done that. I mean, they're some of the funniest moments in the series, but I can't do anymore.
Right.
We can't think of anything more to
He's
do.
he's like the chameleon of the group as far as like he will turn his back on anything. Like I love the fact that like any situation he's in, he's like, I'm surviving.
He'll cut bait.
Yeah.
Any moment.
Like
yeah. He has no loyalty.
everybody else has loyalties and he's like, I don't. Like
So we constantly, the production code for this episode is 115. So we constantly internally, for the rest of the season and probably well into season 2, we will always be, we say 115, and what we're talking about is a scene like this specific scene where you believe the characters are real, the comedy is coming at a fast pace, there's nothing exploding, there's no pies hitting anyone's face. You're doing the same series that can do the paintball episode, but look what else we can do. We got an elephant's trunk. You can knock over a tree or you can pick up a house key. And so we say 115 when we talk about subtle family, like, and this a set piece that Jeff's about to say. I mean, as you probably know, otherwise why are you watching it with commentary on? Maybe we're more than a family. Maybe we can all be sexual together. That's a bad summary. They all look around the table at each other and having teed up the concept that each combination of shot is like somebody considering the other person for a moment in some way sexually.
But it was also came out of us of the real dynamic that we found between these actors and characters.
Right.
That this is a truism, as far as these people go.
All right, maybe we're not a family. Maybe it's more complicated because unlike a real family, there's nothing to stop any one of us from looking at any of the others as a sexual prospect.
Abbott's down for anything.
I like that Annie and Britta goes on for so long. We really consider
that's
it.
for the internet. That's for the crowd.
I remember Yvette getting really mad because I didn't give her enough of a good look.
This is a little thick. Come on.
Don't take it away from me. I like
But
it.
it's only thick in retrospect because it's like had we not gone there, we could have sat on that for a whole nother 12 episodes. But and also this was a time when we're getting a lot of response and people are like, oh, they can't go there. She's too young. It won't,
Yeah.
And we're like, well, we are going to go there.
We always have that debate. Is the point? Like we always, if they're were they looking at each other too long? Because we didn't want to tip it. We wanted to keep you tantalized. The idea of Annie as the one thing you thought we couldn't do or shouldn't do.
Yeah.
This is again some of my favorite stuff of the season is Vaughn's musical.
Yeah, this song. Where did the song come from? Ludwig.
And then
Joe went in with Ludwig. You guys
Ludwig is
and
so
Eric's
great.
voice is
Ludwig's
we
amazing.
called Dan on the phone and we were sort of playing pieces of the song that Ludwig was composing and Dan was writing lyrics and sending them back and forth. And we just put this thing together in like half an hour.
Did an incredible job.
He's amazing.
Such a great song.
Ludwig co-produced my album.
I used my my mental illness as a dowsing rod for good stuff because I have an inappropriate emotional reaction to stuff. I mean, I knew my cheeks got hot and I started crying when I was hearing this over the phone. When it picks up, when
right.
when it kicks in, the little drum kick. And
if we're doing our job, your heart should swell a little bit in your chest despite yourself.
Yeah,
it's part of it's a good point to talk about what one big conversation we had when we were doing the pilot just prior to shooting the pilot was, a lot of single cameras right now embrace a very cynical tone and of something perhaps started with Arrested Development was this sort of very acerbic.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And Seinfeld.
No hugging, right?
Yeah, it's anti-emotion, it's anti...
perfect strangers.
Larry David is so funny being... And he's actually not... He's not a cynical voice, but he's so funny being cynical.
Yeah.
You all of a sudden you have like this this dark age of like complete, like everyone's saying to everybody,
Sonny with a
stop
chance.
talking, stop being human, stop.
Right.
I don't want
Yeah.
to hear that. That's the punchline. Shut up. Oh, don't go there. You take your shirt
It's
off.
so
I don't
lame
want to look
when
at
you're
you.
being
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
We said
Yeah.
let's go back in another direction. Let's embrace an older sensibility, and that's why we started using John Hughes as a reference. He mixed intelligent comedy with human emotion, and
And every show that got picked up and made a splash that year, Glee, Modern Family, namely, like it was, we were a part of some kind of spontaneous sort of decision to do that. This is post-ironic, post-cynical.
I teared up when
It's
we
a
were
great
shooting this.
shot. Oh, so did I.
That's
I love
'cause
that song.
Chevy was yelling.
Oh my god, one of the best. This is one of my favorite tags. Abed as a woman is so.
I
great.
came up with names for all these guys.
No matter what
What
wig
are
you put on
they?
Danny,
Rastan.
he looks like Andy Dick.
The one on the left.
It's a giant chef hat.
I remember him being like, Donald, this is really heavy. Like, this is really heavy.
was this improvised this last line, or was it scripted? I can't remember.
This stuff?
The sex
Oh, the
scene?
last line was
Oh,
improvised,
It
wasn't
was
it?
improvised, yeah.
Andy Dick.
The only thing within reach of my fists is humanity.
Thanks for another great one, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Watch Community 8 o'clock.
Community.
Thursdays.
Season 2.
Hi, I'm Danny Pudi.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
Dan Harmon.
Joel McHale.
Chris McKenna.
Yeah.
We love you,
Loves
and
me.
because we do, we are going to talk about this television show.
We love
You-
this show and we love you.
You've chosen to listen to us talk over an episode.
That
of
means you
Community.
are our favorite kind of fan, one who is out of their mind, obsessed with the show.
But
Thank
we love you,
God
and this
for
is
you.
a Valentine's Day episode, so it's a love theme here.
There's the lovely Lawrence Tamile.
You can see a longer cut of this episode on the DVD somewhere. Go find it. The reason it's this one that you get an extended cut of is because this one by far the difference between the cut that we were happy with and the cut when we had to cut it down to time was like 9 minutes.
Wow.
It was like half a TV show's worth of stuff that you missed. So go check out the extended version. Although this edited version, no slouch. Don't stop watching or nothing.
So there's two versions of this episode on the same DVD, plus the DVD commentary.
Yeah,
You gotta
believe
watch
me,
it
there's a
3
lot
times.
of features. The person that's listening knows.
Do we have to do
by now.
commentary for both versions?
No.
Whoa.
No, but God forbid. I know, your job's real hard.
Look at that. There's the drunk dial.
That was the. This is one of my.
Now it has arrows. That's safe.
This is Gillian's favorite human being actor. There was an imposter, not an imposter, but there was a really beefy one in the debate episode.
Yeah, we couldn't get a real
We
guy.
couldn't. Yeah.
This is Billy Love. And this is not me, by the way, as the mascot.
That was probably cut. That's in the other version, right? There was that joke where.
Yeah. Where they say it's Abed. And yeah.
Inflection is so interesting.
That big bag, the bottom, is that for me?
Anything in there for Troy? Troy Barnes? Barnes, comma, Troy?
He had a really good series of improvs for that line. Are any of those anywhere in the?
No.
Okay.
They weren't that great.
Okay, I've been told I look like Michael Jackson when I wear aviator sunglasses.
No.
Yes.
You look like Kim Basinger.
If I had it my way, that's what that character would look like all the time, not just when she's supposed to be hungover. That's Britta to me.
Yes.
Kim Basinger now.
That's hot.
I think it's
like
very
that.
hot. It's roughed up.
That's my kind of woman.
Yeah.
I'm not
There we
being
go.
sarcastic. That's got my number.
A girlfriend from my anarchist days was in town. We drank.
And Gillian, you were ill.
Yeah.
And then you said.
Yeah.
Were you sick that day?
I don't know. I'm normally
I remember the day you were
fighting
sick.
something off. I did become very sick.
It was the day. I know which scene it was because
Okay.
you killed the scene. You nailed it, and you were terribly ill, and they sent you home.
Oh yeah, I was shivering in like a chair.
Look at
so
that.
much subtext, so much intrigue, so much of what the kids are calling BCI. That's booty call implication.
Never heard of that term before that.
I had not either.
I don't know if there is such a thing.
Oh, I thought I was like, I'm already out of touch.
That was just like the high school episode.
Justice. Having spent the year denying her attraction to me just to be alternative, Britta called me.
This marks the first time I've worn burgundy in the show.
Really?
It's a common theme with all our wardrobe. Donald wears a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, people on TV have a lot of clothes.
Yeah, well, I don't think I've ever worn the same outfit twice.
And you have put jokes in the show about, and shut up, Chris. You've put jokes in the show about how many jean jackets and leather jackets she has. An endless supply of them, I think was on,
Yeah.
This, we really got to texture that paper. Gonna put some loose leaf on it.
How many DVD commentaries have you mentioned that?
Yeah, I got to remind myself. I'm
you know,
37. My brain is a
Gillian was
sieve.
covering something up right there.
Feelings.
Why'd you decide to sit up front that day, Gillian?
Because Adam Davidson told me to.
Okay.
Wow.
So
You just listen
Ken
to anything
improvised
the director
that
says.
botty motion. Comes up with stuff like that on the
Another-
set.
yeah, another
Believe it
valuable-
or not.
Ken is a genius.
Yes, he is. Another valuable Spanish lesson.
People want to be able to buy that doll. People want to be able to buy that.
A human
Really?
being?
Yeah.
Oh, we should do.
We should sell
Why isn't
human
that
beings.
the NBC score?
NBC store.
NBC scores.
NBC, go to the NBC.
To the Peacock store.
NBC.com, you find all kinds of swag and
There's an
merchandise.
MSNBC store in
There
one of
is?
the airports
Well,
that I
that's just
frequent.
I've seen
news.
that too.
That's just news clothes. You don't want to buy that. You want to
Dan's
buy
been doing. Dan hasn't stopped doing commentary.
I'm doing
He
drunk.
walks around just doing drunk commentary on
Cosby
everything.
Terry. Right now, DVD Cosby Terry.
Here's the sound room. We're
That
doing
big
the.
shirt
Is that a
needs
Gordon
to
Gartrell
be
shirt?
Toned down.
Shut up, Chris.
I don't know where they get Ken Jeong's shirts, El Tigre shirts, but they're
Oh,
fantastic.
you know that doll was very expensive, actually. They had it made, and they were really worried that Donald was going to break it.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm moving the mic a little bit.
And in that situation, I go, make 2 dolls.
We don't have the
Then,
budget
yeah,
for
we don't
that.
have enough. They like literally a little bit.
Look at them eat that gristle.
I like that. I like the transition from the previous scene to this scene because it's not what you're expecting. It's you don't expect you're going to keep tracking the story of Chang being a lunatic, to follow him to the cafeteria. It's the little things that make me happy.
That was the 9 minutes we cut out, was just him eating that steak.
Yeah, he goes home. He makes love to his wife.
It's probably a good
This was
cut.
a much longer
Probably a good
scene.
cut,
Why
Chris.
was Chang eating like he had a brain injury?
Did you see how he held the
character is
fork?
so
He held the
diagnosable.
fork like he was going to
So
stab
funny.
someone.
Also, like someone was going to steal his food at any moment.
Yeah, it's prison eating right there.
It's prison
He's a
eating.
crazy character, and we got big plans for him.
Oh.
Do you
He's
think
the
this
character?
Are we just having a conversation that we would have on a couch outside?
Yeah.
Is this
Yes, it's the same thing.
Well, what do you want from us, man?
I'd like another beer.
I like
You want to
hungover
talk
Brita.
about does
You're
anyone know
welcome.
what the key grip was doing during the scene?
Oh, this kid.
Oh,
This
that
kid's funny.
kid.
Probably gripping.
That's Chevy's stand-in.
Yep.
John playing.
John,
That's-
who actually went to my high school in Chicago. Very strange.
Is he Polish?
I know he's actually Irish.
And that's the kid from Tropic Thunder, which
Yep.
is what it says on his headshot. Not afraid. He's not afraid to
And
use
it's-
play
Ooh,
his bass.
Pavel, the return
Yeah.
of Pavel.
Pavel. I like
You got a few choices for hats there.
Joel's. Yeah, we did. We had Privers. What else? We had?
Kick puncher.
Kick puncher hat.
This is a good team up, Joel and Abed. And Joel, I mixed their names up liberally. It's a credit to us. I pat myself on the back for not. We knew it was a good team up because we did chemistry reads and stuff early on with these specific 2 characters, but we didn't just lean on that for the entire series. We wanted to create an ensemble show right away. So you get a little nibble of these 2 working off each other. And when you do, it's a Ritz cracker.
I like this little bit here that Joel improvises. I try to stop him. He wants another run.
One of the focus group guys, when we tested the pilot, referred to Abed as Kumar Light.
Oh,
And,
what?
But he liked him. It was a positive thing. He's like, I like that guy, the Kumar Light. And they all had backwards baseball caps on. But the guy said one of the most interesting things, like, you never know where you're going to get inspiration from. He said, I like that guy, but I don't want him to be Kumar Light. I don't want him to be a sidekick. I don't want him to fetch Joel's golf clubs throughout the show.
Yeah.
I want to know that he's his own guy.
Who was that guy? That guy needs to be an
a
executive.
genius
Yeah.
fratty douche. Just the Isaac Newton of teak house rushers.
Well, that's great because we see Abed stand up for himself more and more as the season goes on. In the episode, we were trying to set him up with the girl with white Abed, and he goes, "You guys are the ones. I'm trying to adapt to you because you have a problem with me. I don't have a problem with me."
I like that. Well, the role has been written so well, in that it's even in this episode here, Abed's driving a lot of the action.
He's in charge. He's Snoopy in Peanuts. You know, he's got his own shit going on,
and he's okay with it.
Here we go.
No one likes you.
I was aware of this before this show happened.
There was a mannequin.
Okay, guys,
Hey.
this isn't. You're not
Gillian,
breaking
you just
any
thought
news
that
to
just
me.
walking around, strangers
Who wrote
looking at you.
vacuous mannequin face?
Dan Harmon.
Guilty.
With her Jodie Foster severity?
Yeah.
It's no news to Gillian or me that the harder you push on her, the more you give her the Job treatment, the better she's going to be, the more likable she's going to be. Before she was in a sitcom, she played junkies, strippers, and whores. And she's good at being weathered and having bad luck. And it took me a while to catch on to that. But once I did, cha-ching, a gold mine, Cosmetary.
Shut up, Chris.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I love how
You can't just laugh.
we both just agreed to
That's
go
what
in
Dan pulled me
to
aside
spend the
afterwards
whole
and
night
just
here in
laughed
this
at
scene,
my-
and you're just like you're completely willing to go there to get to this believable drunk dial.
We'll get really
We'll do
drunk.
whatever it takes to get there.
Now, I think you guys should tell the audience about some of the things that you did in this upcoming montage that didn't make it on the screen because it was hours and hours.
This was a lot, and it was very much like we had like one take with a bunch of different things. I mean, it was just
Because
kind of,
there was so much liquid and cake.
how many ho-hos did we eat this day?
I think we ate 3 ho-hos.
Three
And
ho-hos.
this mark, for whatever reason, Dan, somehow whenever Danny and I are in scenes together, we eat.
Yeah.
And it's whether it's ding-dongs or here, I mean, there's more come up. But
Sublimated
when
homosexuality.
we ate those, when we ate the alphabets, I mean, I love alphabets, but
that
after
was-
a
Oh,
box,
Lucky Charms, yeah.
Lucky Charms, that was it.
We always walk away, one of us kind of nauseous, and one of us, our faces are
This is the
tingling.
relay race.
This was
yeah.
fun. Here's our buddy.
Why are you doing push-ups?
Why?
The
Why
most-
would I be wearing a
Because
back?
that's what he does.
Why did I have a sword coming out of my back?
All of that
There it
stuff
is.
can be
Still not
explained
ready.
with the answer for fun, but push-ups, I don't.
Have you been to a fraternity? They'll get drunk and work out.
We actually cut a bit there, and you see I'm actually
you
in the
can see that in
distance.
the extended cut.
I'm wearing a Breakfast Club outfit,
Yeah.
and it's Judd Nelson.
There's also a whole extended thing with Starburns in this part.
Oh, yeah.
See it all.
Starburns.
You can see it all. Go to the special features and click on it. You're going to love it. It's a stroker.
It's a stroker?
That was my impression of Bobby Hollander, who was a porn producer in the 80s.
You
They were
don't,
waiting
you don't
for
need
it.
to say
Yeah,
that.
I don't need
It's
to
like,
explain
doing
that.
it's like doing a Sinatra impression. Everybody knows.
I love it. It's a stroker.
Chris, shut up.
Chris McKenna, this is your first episode you wrote, right?
Yep.
Shut up.
Chris
Shut
McKenna came on
up.
late in the season. I'll always remember 116 because it is my Valentine to Chris McKenna. It's when I fell in love with a writer on my show because he called me at 9 p.m. to ask me like questions about like the edit of the episode he'd written, and then I officially crossed the threshold where there was finally somebody working on the show who cared more than I did, and I
Really?
could finally go to bed. And I got a week of sleep
So why do you look homeless still?
because that's how I
And
roll.
Chris looks
Wow.
like he's at a country club.
This is one of my favorite openings here. I love
and
this.
Adam had the joke of which you'll see in a moment.
Twitter question.
Twitter question here. You'll see. We'll reveal that I'm in a drawer that Joel put me in, and we had to reinforce that drawer with a couple 2x4s.
So the person that asked how much you had to reinforce it.
This is Adam's joke.
Yes.
It's like you're wearing 2 masks. And
It's a mask on a mask.
Yeah, mask on.
I thought it was great.
And I'm in that drawer. There's 2 2x4s underneath reinforcing that drawer.
Because of that, I would have died. You would have killed me.
A lot of you wonder why that's a big deal, that's Adam's joke. What you don't know about Hollywood is that for a director to make a joke, it's like an ostrich making a spider web.
Not easy.
It's a miracle, and it needs to be pointed out.
And celebrated.
They, more often than not, are there to
Okay.
Did I place
Moving
you
on.
in the
Yeah.
drawer?
Dip your joke
Danny,
in acid.
Danny, did I place you in the drawer? Did you
Joel,
climb?
Joel,
Look at that nice
I
horse
think you originally
that
put
you're
me in that
resting your
drawer.
head
I
on.
think we were looking for funny placement in this scene.
Yes.
Do you like
guys want to hear
boas?
some director
Much
jokes?
like
Are
Love
we-
boas.
Yeah.
knock knock.
Who's there?
A director.
Director who?
I don't know, because I'm a director.
Ostrich.
Explain it to me.
Spider-
What do you want to do? What do you want to say?
What do
New leather jacket, purple.
What do you get when you cross
New
a
leather
director
jacket,
with your
nice.
script?
What?
Half of your script. These are director jokes written by writers. Obviously, they're biased. We're different tribes.
Women's sizes run slimmer. I'm sure you're a 12 everywhere that it counts.
She's hiding something.
Ooh.
You look about ready to marry Courtney Love.
Should we strike those director jokes?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's not about Adam
No.
Davidson's one of my favorite directors.
I like our hangover here.
I'll say that so we don't have to strike that stuff. I'm just being a dick about it. It's fun to.
Ooh, I like
Why
your
did the director
Java
cross
mug.
the
I know.
road?
That was the biggest
Why?
coffee jug ever.
He thought it looked cool. Certainly wasn't to further the story.
Oh well, you could try.
All right,
yeah.
these dance sequences take about
All right,
20 hours to film.
There was a bunch of background people. They're like, okay, who wants to dance? A bunch of background people raised their hands, and that was like just
Their
going.
downfall.
Who would like to be skinned alive? Because they did the electric slide for
The entire scene.
12 hours.
And that was Adam's idea. Now that's the counter to my director snobbery. Adam is one of my favorite directors because he comes in and he wants to take a scene that otherwise doesn't have any kind of element like that to it, and he tries to figure out how to make it dynamic.
Yeah.
That makes this different from the 4 other dances that this season had. They're doing the electric slide. It's just that simple.
Lauren had to be taught the electric slide for this scene.
which
Pick it up
shows
very quickly.
her age in that she is a young person.
My mom was there for this day of shooting. I remember it was her first time
did she walk
visiting
it out?
set. She walked it out totally, and she stayed till wrap, which was like 2 in the morning.
That was incredible.
Oh, that's great.
My brother-in-law Richard, though, I think has the record.
How long was he there?
He stayed for a Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah, this was a
Oh, that's
Saturday.
right.
Oh.
It was my mom, Chris McKenna, and Adam Davidson at the monitor.
If you don't know, we
Talk
call
about
it
my mother,
Fraturdays.
Chris.
She was awesome. She stuck around for this all night.
This guy's a writer?
If you guys don't know what a Fraturday is, we start shooting usually Fridays around 4 p.m. and we'll
No,
finish.
I know. You don't have to continue.
Got it.
Oh.
I thought it was some cool, funny thing that you guys had adopted, a tradition where you guys all like ice each other, or, like get tattoos on your ankles.
Who's gonna ice Chevy first?
Oh, yeah. There he is.
There he is.
Senior Chang once again going 150%.
Every time Ken is on screen, you're like,
feel
what
it.
is going to happen?
Yeah.
What I love is pretending the character's real and imagining how crazy you would have to be.
There he is. Oh. No.
These two guys will be cast in the next Rush Hour.
or Disorderly.
Which one is Jackie Chan?
They went shopping for the same trench coat, though, is what I love. Oh, yeah, the matching.
No, it's
next
Jackie
Rush
Chan. He's
Hour.
very physical.
Like, I know those jackets are supposed to
Do
cover
you
up what's
understand
underneath.
the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Listen, man.
Nobody understands the words that are coming out of your mouth. I tried to
that a
rip
Chris
a
Tucker
Donald
impression?
impression.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, man. I wonder what Troy is wearing under that trench coat.
Oh, there's going to be a really fun reveal.
Why would you wonder that?
It's not like
It's like Automan.
It's not like
You
we're
can
trying
see
to
the rim of
hide
it.
something.
Yeah, we're not.
There's nothing being hidden here.
Is it funnier if we see it before the jacket?
Yeah,
This
I
point,
don't know.
they've had the coats on
Turned
so
out-
long, they should just be
We
wearing
should have
thongs,
never
right?
shown it. Just kept the
You
jackets
hear
on.
that venom between writers and directors? There's no director
No,
here.
I was
That's
just like
why
seeing
we're-
it. So like, oh wait, you can see the
Oh,
costume.
now it's more
Pretty
blue.
ladies.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day, ladies.
My mom would
No,
wear
I'm
that.
definitely not blaming the director. I did think somehow, oh, you can see
Burberry.
Of course, they have Burberry.
Troy has
They have
money.
$1,200 raincoats on.
You're gonna see more of that when they're living together. Everything's gonna be Burberry when they're living together.
There it is.
Troy's not resisting.
Donald Glover's like crying dancing
Yeah,
is
cry dancing.
just the cry dance.
He
is
wants
amazing.
to make sure that he meets the requirements, but he doesn't have to like it.
He reminds me of you in some of the movies you've been in, Gillian.
Thanks.
Looking for someone?
Wow.
Yes.
Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
Got a lot of compliments
Look
on
at
your
that.
makeup in this.
A lot of my friends on
Really?
the A team were complimenting you as well.
Gillian, I don't say this a lot, but I look good in this too. I mean, you look spectacular.
Thank you. That
You
took
look like you're in a Robert Palmer video.
I often do.
Yeah.
I like her in the sweatshirt.
It's my vacuous
I don't want her to
mannequin
be
face.
dirty.
I like her in
I like a tom
sunglasses.
girl. I like a piece of luggage. Just throw it around and depend on it and put your stuff in it.
Gillian, did we reshoot this?
Yes. Well, we didn't reshoot it. We realized that we had some coverage that had not been shot on the first.
Yeah,
Time through.
the plug got pulled early Saturday morning, I think.
Yeah.
At the end of this scene.
You're worth it.
Sorry, just chaperoning. Enjoy the dance.
Wait, Michelle.
Jeff, what's left to say?
What if he farted
Dan.
there?
Well, Dan, that would be stupid.
And she was like, I
Dan,
said
you wrote
say, not fart. So one thing that might be confusing to the DVD listeners is we do commentary out of order, and I am on my 900th Corona.
Wait,
Even though
okay,
you're
can we
just
talk
at
about
Valentine's
what the
Day.
hell phone is that
I am
would
at
have?
Memorial Day.
That's not a real phone.
I have remembered all three wars. I am at a tailgate party. I
think that's a
I'm
Sony
pretty
Ericsson.
sure I'm in Wisconsin right now. I don't know where I am.
See, Dan, you're doing a lot of the talking, whereas Chris, shut up, has a Red Bull, an empty Red Bull next to him, and he said 12 words.
I'm like David Milch. I have a kind of Manson ranch of people who are terrified of me. they're all geniuses. But
is it a website?
Yeah.
Where people talk about you?
There it is.
No, the Manson.
Boom.
And then
the electric slide continues.
Chris, say
Me and
something.
Troy
McKenna, what do
getting
you
it
think?
on.
What do you think
Yeah.
of this?
Any
Do you
thoughts
like the
about
script?
Oh, yeah.
This
Troy
is
and-
when I
and
fell in
Gillian.
love with the show.
There it is. Yes.
Chris
yeah.
wrote that fade out. See that fade out? Chris wrote that.
Chevy enjoyed wearing this outfit, I believe.
yeah.
I think he had a good time with it.
I think he enjoyed dancing too.
He acts
Yeah.
like he goes on these little things, like these little tears, but not emasculating his character. And then you put him in a pink dress, and he hears the boom guy laugh, and he's good for a month. Because here's what he likes more than masculinity: attention. Is it too much? Did I go too far?
Yeah.
All right,
No.
Scratch that.
Be
I
mine.
love you, Chevy.
Happy Valentine's Day. All right, look at that.
Yes.
That's a way to open an episode.
Grease too.
This is Anthony Russo.
How you doing?
I'm Dan Harmon.
Joel McHale.
Danny Pooty.
Yay.
Hey.
This is one of my favorite episodes of the season.
I really
for
enjoyed this episode.
Many,
I liked
many reasons.
Glad I was able to get the coat from Hellraiser.
I like that joke right there, just counting the bagels that
Yeah.
fast.
Very nice.
Drop them on the floor.
They're called bagels.
This is
one of my favorite jokes.
Yeah.
The bagel run is
so great.
This is based on the fact that I actually pronounced bagel wrong. Me, Dan Harmon.
My wife, actually, this is Danny Pooty, also says bagel, so we
Wait,
had a
who is
great
this?
time.
Who is that?
This
Oh.
is Danny Pooty.
Okay.
People make the mistake of thinking it's a regional thing, and I don't think it is. I think it's like some odd, because they would assume it's a Wisconsin thing, but plenty of people from Wisconsin ridicule me to no end,
No.
including
They're
my
like,
girlfriend.
oh gosh, you say that so wrong. Oh gosh.
This is a great drawing, by the way. I wish I looked like that for real.
Abel did that.
Oh, Abel drew that. That's right.
Obviously, it's a girl who has a crush on Abed. This is so romantic. It's just like the Notebook, except instead of Alzheimer's, Abed has.
This sort of repeats the formula, if you will, of it's not necessarily all self-contained like the cadaver episode. Like there is one sort of like outside. There's outside characters that are influencing the group, but at the same time, it's got this. It's sort of like the pottery episode that Anthony also directed, where you were peeling Joel off and having him have his own sort of struggle with his vapidness, his insipid, his shallowness,
Assholeness.
while the family deals with a sort of Walton's Mountain kind of story.
Yeah, we're not the brightest class. Takes us a little while to get out of there.
That's classic Ken Jeong improv. Throwing the book on the ground.
There's the beard.
There it is.
Kind of tips the joke. I don't know. But you don't listen to me.
I do like this kind of beat just between Ken and Gillian, just the relationship and how they're just always fighting each other. I kind of enjoy that.
I may have been thrown off by Britta's pronunciation of the word bagel.
How do you pronounce bagel?
I don't.
Come on.
Bagel.
Ugh, you're the worst.
I love the Annie throwing Britta under the bus there, and like the sibling rivalry that they have.
Now we have a genuine sweat hog sitting there behind you.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Carter!
Yeah, look at that.
Down to the boots. Who actually gets dressed up to play pool?
Well, the scene that's coming up, that's one of my favorite things about the episode is the scene that's coming up when he's shooting the pool. Like, when I was watching it, I realized, like, how successful we had been at creating a character that is so deeply flawed. If you described this character on paper, if you said, I ran into this guy at the mall, and then you described his characteristics, you would go, what a douchebag.
Yes.
But, and we see that character, we see the douchebag in TV all the time, but we're never identifying with them.
Yeah.
And Joel McHale brings this flawless likability to everything he does, to the point where his other famous job is standing in front of the Kardashians and going, I hope God strikes them dead, and everyone laughs.
But how could he get the lightning bolt through her ass?
See? You love him. You love him. If I said that, you'd hate me. And so you have this result. It's like you love. You, of course, this is a great archetype. It's the flawed prince. You know, he needs to learn to be less
flawed prince with the pig nose.
Probably be total gibberish to them.
Jeff's unprecedentedly right about this. Abed, when we find this girl, you're going to approach her just the way you are, because that's good enough.
Yeah, and then you can take her to a nice deli and treat her to a bagel.
Watch Chevy too.
Yeah, it is.
Chevy there.
Chevy's there.
Swinging.
And now the absurdity of a gym.
So I remember when we watched the edit in the edit room when Dan watched it for the first time. Right here is where he starts laughing and he goes, "What a douchebag!"
Yeah, yeah, that's what. And I was so happy because I was like, "Wow, we've really the star of our show is this. He's not Jim from The Office. You know, he's not just." Every man by virtue of, you know, lack of flaws and stuff. He's like, he is a character.
I
And this
wonder
guy,
if this wonderful actor.
God, his voice is awesome.
Like,
You all have to wear the proper equipment at all times. So, suit up.
we had a
John
debate about
Krasinski.
this
I wonder if John
this was so
Krasinski's
close
gonna
to being
watch
Ice
this show.
Cube.
I love The Office. I love you, John.
Yeah, John Krasinski and your family, any other Krasinskis out there in America, we love you.
The gym teacher was almost Ice Cube, which I think might have been awesome.
He almost
Ice
agreed
Cube?
to it?
You're kidding me.
Well,
Really?
I don't,
No,
when we say almost, we kept debating about
we
it.
almost agreed to it. I don't think it ever got to him.
Right, exactly. He would have said no anyway.
There's Carrie Weed reading Pride and Prejudice. That's a nice little theme we got going on in this episode. This is one of my favorite little bits here.
Over there and do your thing.
I get to kind of bring in the Twilight moment here.
I love this part.
Even though
I love the setup, just like great. I mean, it's just so
Yeah, I know. It's such a sitcom, such a classic sitcom.
Mm-hmm.
But it does the thing where it's like, yeah, we're gonna go even further.
Yeah.
We're just gonna keep setting it up.
Well, also we're gonna reapproach this theme. You know, usually you're learning to be yourself, and it's ducks in a barrel, fish in a barrel. Of course, we tried to be somebody else, learn to be myself. The characters are learning that good people sometimes are other people.
See, I don't really know if that's a vampire or more of like a lizard.
I would say it's like a gargoyle.
It's so fun. But this is. I remember when I read this script. There are two jokes.
I can't be here. I'm a two-striker.
The two strikes.
I love that. That's so
It is
funny.
such a hard joke. It's so dark to see Abed sort of approaching this woman in a sort of quasi weird way, and to see Pierce go start to sweat it.
I have two from Felon.
I actually didn't mean it that way. I really meant it in a Greendale way. I meant it within the world of Greendale that he's twice been reprimanded for sexual harassment on the Greendale campus. I didn't mean he's raped two women.
I didn't think it was literally a two-striker, but just the reference.
Yeah,
is really
short
devious.
shorts. There we go.
There we go. I haven't worn those since
what, 84, 85?
And now here's the thing:
Monica's
because you have a flawed character, you're able to tell this story, and you actually now you believe you can see how difficult it is for him to play pool in shorts. And you pitch these stories, and sometimes they don't make sense to people. But look at
this was
guy.
a hard one on the pitch to sell.
You're not in uniform.
Look at the poster above his on the back wall. It's a poster about himself.
There's also framed
there's
shorts.
Our amazing art department.
Yeah,
again,
our amazing art department. They have framed short shorts on the wall too.
His voice. He's this guy. What was his name?
I'm comfortable in my own clothes.
Jeez.
Oh, we don't remember the actor's name?
Sorry.
Well,
Blake.
So now
Blake.
Oh yeah, I can't remember his last name. I feel like an
He's
idiot.
incredible.
He's amazing.
Well,
and he's
Blake Clark.
He's a Blake Clark.
Yes.
He's a prince too. He was a
So
gem.
great to work with.
This scene is great. I remember sort of pacing my living room, driving my girlfriend nuts, trying to figure out because.
And then I got to the script.
We decided that we wanted to do naked billiards for some reason, and we couldn't figure out what the justification was. Why would these two end up stripping their clothes off playing a game of billiards? And it was just one of those things that just pushing a boulder. Like you just eventually we kind of got there. It was just every day more debates.
Exactly.
Does this story make any sense?
Oh, please. You're the one with the rules about clothes. And by the way, I could kick your ass all over that table.
Oh, is that a challenge? Huh? Because if you play me in pool, you play me in shorts. And if you can't do that, my point's already made.
That's the key.
I don't have anything to prove to you.
I don't have any words I can say out loud correctly.
Stupid. Pool in shorts is stupid.
Manatee, thy name is... His name. This first day I didn't catch it.
Great.
We know that normally you wouldn't approach a girl, but if you don't...
This was a fun scene. Kind of terrifying too. Thankfully, Anthony was there.
Joe
and some other
Russo
people.
had said at one point something that we tried to stick to, which was when we did an episode at one point where they were meeting in this storage room, and he said that should be their clubhouse. Somehow it's subtly different from being in the study room. It's where they have secret meetings. It's their Little Rascals clubhouse.
Here's Pierce's other whopper.
Because I can't think of anything more frightening than a half Polish, half Arab virgin in his 30s. One way or the other, that story ends with an explosion.
That was the first time we declared that I was half Polish too, by the way.
Yeah.
But you'd already
Nice time for it.
It explains why you
I already
seem
spoke
more
in
Indian
Polish.
than Palestinian. Which is
Yeah, this was terrifying because obviously Alison Brie is on Mad Men, so I was working my impression on her earlier
this
in the
is
week.
amazing.
What are you reading?
Pride and Prejudice?
So you're familiar with two sins. How about a third?
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at Donaldson. There it is.
I don't think we're allowed to smoke in here.
And you picked the wrong outfit. Didn't you?
And establishing that Annie's
I love this bit right here.
What'd you think?
Weird.
I remember, we had a nice, our wonderful composer Ludwig did this very nice Mad Men cue there. And I remember, this, when we were in post, somebody had dropped the cue and it sort of it was dropped in right before you started the impersonation, and I watched it and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's like Danny takes us there. Not,
cool.
it's like that, and it's just I just bring that up because it's like a lot of the choices we make is sort of like rhythm like that.
Yeah.
It's so much more fun to be brought into that moment, obviously, by you than the music.
Before every one of these scenes, I was behind that wall over there with the tape recorder trying to work on my John Hamm impression.
It was awesome. It really was.
Whoa. That's a good Jeff. How'd you do that?
This is Jeff just wandering in. This episode has a lot of Welcome Back Kotter feel to it. Like him wandering in and chastising them.
Jenny.
And your point is?
And his little fit that he throws.
This was tough too. I just wanted to do the hands. I wanted to make sure I got his hands down.
You got a little great moment. Bang.
Damn.
Hey, why aren't you in billiards class?
Because I don't look cool in shorts. Because I'm not cool in shorts.
They love it. They don't care about Jeff at all.
I just love Carrie Weedy here, who's wonderful, was always reading Pride and Prejudice in this episode. Everywhere.
Well, what's she supposed to do? Start reading Farewell to Arms?
The Abed guarantee. See what happens when you hit on girls as Joel McHale?
Yeah.
Jeff Winger?
Look, that's the beauty of this episode is just these very strong comedic concepts. You know, naked pool, white Abed. You know,
I was watching on Twitter. So many people thought this was Andy Samberg.
Yeah, I had people tell me it was Andy Samberg, and also
that's because it is.
What? Wait a minute. I'm here to tell you guys that was actually me. That was a 2-hour makeup job. 2-hour makeup job. And actually, I had to go get fitted for color contact lenses 3 times. That's where I learned I have abnormally large irises.
Oh. Yeah, and that makeup had to be tested and tested.
And that makeup hurt after a while,
Danny
right?
spent more time in a makeup chair that week than probably what?
Robin Williams in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Mrs. Doubtfire. But thankfully, Pam, our makeup artist, was there, my savior that week.
Hipster. I mean, do hipsters walk around wearing...
See, I think she screwed you. Left you in that chair.
Joel McHale at the table read for this episode accidentally said $3,000 jeans. Sort of inadvertently revealing that $3,000 jeans exist in his world, which created the meta laugh on everyone's part of like...
There's only a couple places you can get them, but...
Does a hipster wear $3,000 jeans?
Whoa! Everyone was like, my God.
Get out of bed this morning.
Hi.
Abed. About yesterday,
Oh, yeah. You guys must be pretty upset.
why would we be upset?
Well, I know how important it was for you that I get a girlfriend. So when Jenny went off with White Abed, it must have really hurt.
Ah, it did.
Jenny's boyfriend is a white guy that's almost identical to Abed. Name is Joey, and that's why the sketch was in Troy's book.
I always cracked up during that line. Yeah.
Surely.
No, we just want you to be happy, right?
Yeah, I know. Everybody wants me to be happy. Everybody wants to help me. But usually when they find out they can't, they get frustrated and stop talking to me. Or they trick me into buying them ice cream and then shove me into a clothes dryer. Which I didn't want to happen with you guys, so I want to make sure that you felt like you could help me. The truth is, lots of girls like me because, let's face it, I'm pretty adorable. And my aloofness unconsciously reminds them of their fathers, so...
I'm not saying that anybody on this show as a character is diagnosable with any particular condition, but I am proud of the fact that there's a certain community of people who do have a certain developmental disorder who watch the show and who love Abed for very specific reasons. And the thing they like about him is that he's not R2-D2. He's not to be pitied. He's not adorable. He's in his own way flawed. And but also like the coolest guy in the room in a lot of ways. That it causes him a lot of problems in other ways. And like I'm really, really happy that that particular group of people watches the show that closely and identifies with the character. And I strive to keep it. Abed's a very unique guy, no matter what. He's not going to follow some list of symptoms of anything.
I love how that scene ends too, by the way, with Gillian crying, just crying over us torturing over the word. The way she says bagel.
That's an amazing shot. Like that's we talked about in other episodes. You talk about writers and directors not seeing things the same way, and like sometimes you have disagreements and things like that. And like half of the time, the director is seeing stuff in a way that the writer can't see it. Like so to reveal Jeff that way. I never would have imagined it that way, to follow the character and then come into frame when Jeff with his little little thighs.
How many episodes has Leonard been at this point?
I don't know.
So great.
It's so great how he just pops up in chairs in the corner.
There's like Leonard in this episode, he goes where the heat is. Like he's a pack animal.
Yeah.
If you
that guy.
A lot of people think that guy's a werewolf. That he's the
A
werewolf
guy from a 1920s magic poster.
They think the show is ingenious enough that's the werewolf from episode 109.
Or it actually goes with Werewolves in London, this song. Joel, were you really good at pool before this episode?
Was I good at pool?
Yeah.
I played a lot of pool as a kid, but if you hit the ball hard enough,
sometimes looks like a trick shot.
Putting this side of the table off. You all right? Oh, okay. There you go. See that? There you go.
That's for the ladies. And Jim Rash. Dean Pelton.
Our music supervisors got Werewolves of London for a lower rate than you would normally have to pay, I think. It was a favor because of connections that they had, so we should give them props.
Yeah, thank you.
And Manish and Tom, our music supervisors, are great contributors to the show.
So here we have the creative challenge of how you get two guys to get naked to play pool. It was just beautifully handled. Like, you actually believe it. You follow it.
The turn you guys wrote in it is brilliant. Is that I go like it's really your problem. It's
Right.
not mine. It's so.
Yeah, the logic is completely backwards here.
So, in reality, if you were Joel McHale, you would have less problem taking your clothes off.
There we go.
There it is.
Please don't let the spray tan melt off.
It's making me gay just watching.
This is.
Blake's
I
body
love the
is-
shot of him. Did they show it already? Him doing this.
Yes, right there.
That was all him.
He's mocking
Great.
You know what, Jeff? One of us is
What's great about Community that what makes it my favorite show is that all of this stuff, we're doing naked jokes. It's something that would be at home in like a Will Ferrell or Ben Stiller, kind of like a modern kind of comedy. But none of it has a cynical tone to it. There's no jokes about like, oh, I take off my shirt and then, oh, that's too much information. I don't want to see your gross body and stuff like that. It's nakedness is still funny, but it's about humanity.
It's about humanity.
Nice.
It's funny to be naked, but it's not. Nobody's getting punished for being naked.
I just like to think that the two men have strength to rip their underwear off like that.
Easily.
Near
Yeah.
impossible.
Amazing.
It was weird to have conversations about the breakaway underwear. I was like, do you want the breakaway on now?
So here comes
Here's a bit of genius.
Anthony really.
This is Joel. Joel did this while we were rehearsing the shot. Right
Yeah, but the shot
there.
moving up.
Oh
like-
my God.
Great shot. I just want people
I
to
was
know
like,
I'm
when I
looking
saw
at the
him
balls.
do that during rehearsal, I was like, I couldn't believe it. And I remember when Dan saw that in the editing for the first time when Joel does that, I heard Dan go like this. Television history.
I also like the shot that of Annie like
peeking her out,
reluctantly
peeking out.
looking through her fingers. That's something that I don't think that women ever get turned on by, which is just a man's
sphincter.
Yeah, the actual hole. Usually, I think it's a buns thing. I think for women.
The O-ring.
How many
Look at
times
Blake here.
did I do that, Anthony?
This is
What's
great.
that?
I
The
have
leg up?
I think this is the 8th person I've kissed on the show.
All right.
Jim Rash.
I love how Britta does not
she's not-
look at me.
She has a spear of men's chests.
How excited Jim Rash is.
This is my Daniel Day-Lewis wrapped in the American flag.
Could you introduce me to your friend?
Wow.
The nice thing is
Frank
that,
Manning,
you know,
the shot there. That was
Frank.
a nice shot there, dude.
It didn't make it the first time. Let's just say that.
But it was important that in the previous scene that Abed already established, look, I get plenty of play, so that didn't feel contrived the way you would normally mistreat a character like that by going like, oh, well, God says he gets a pity.
How can I be Brown Joey?
Yep, you're just Clay Aiken.
There we go.
Eric Stoltz.
This is one of my favorite tags.
So this should get an Emmy.
Yvette's head will explode if we don't give her credit for saying.
This was Yvette Nicole Brown's idea that we should play Bert and Ernie.
Now, who was that?
And then I'm not really sure, but she's a lady that's on set a lot.
Okay, whatever.
Then Anthony, I was on set. They were shooting this. We kind of walked through it, sort of wrote the script with the two of them on the fly. Came up with a chain of events, but Donald, in the middle of a take, did this thing where he breaks character, does this.
So,
thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for watching.
Hey,
Haven't seen you all day.
My name is Dan Harmon, and this is Yvette Nicole Brown.
Hi.
And that's Joel McHale.
Hi.
And this is the writer for the episode, Carrie Dornetto.
Hello.
And we're doing DVD commentary
And
on
of
this
course,
episode.
the great
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase.
Chevy.
It's great to talk
Chevy.
to all of you. I'm in my hospital bed.
Chevy.
I'm here. I'm watching.
This is the Family Day episode. There's Yvette. Wow. Is she something?
I hate you.
Oh, I love
I hate
it.
you so
Go
much,
ahead,
man.
Why is the
grabs
camera
the
spending
camera.
so much time not on it? There she is.
There she is.
Oh, she's magical.
You know what?
Oh, my Lord.
Thank you for all
Yeah.
that
Wow.
fake praise,
What
you
did she
guys.
do?
During the pre-roll,
Oh.
Yvette came in, hijacked
amazing.
the commentary.
Yeah,
talked
she
about
was just
how
like, you guys, this is where we're supposed to say nice
The
things about
previous
each other.
DVD
All we're
was the
supposed to
Halloween
do is be
episode,
nice and
it was my big scene with Gillian. And they talked about diarrhea the whole time.
There's
Look.
I
Glover.
just don't think
That's
that's right.
because you were supposed to take a dump in the drawer.
I refuse to take a dump because black women would not have liked it. There, I said it.
Really?
There it is.
There it is. I
That was-
admitted it.
Hey, wait a minute. A lot of people wouldn't have liked
White
it.
Thank
women
you,
would have
Chevy.
loved it.
Whoa.
White women would have
Yeah.
been real happy.
They were like, why isn't that lady take?
Why didn't she take? No. Okay, let's talk about this episode.
Yeah. Why
I can
isn't?
think of many
I
races
wish
that would not
this
have
would
liked
just,
that.
Thank
the
you,
camera
Chevy.
would
Thank
just
you.
sit on Yvette while everyone else was talking.
Joel, stop it. Let's
I'd
talk
like-
about
I'm in the-
basic genealogy
It's my
written
French
by Carrie.
army coat there.
How did I get out of this shot?
I like
love it.
that one.
I do like that one too.
And do it.
Guys, sit. Shirley, I don't need to cry. I'm fine.
Jeff, where are
Yeah,
you
where are
from?
you, Chevy?
Oh yeah, this is when
In my trailer, I hope.
Chevy's in New York.
Let's see if I get. I'll try to squeeze in some Twitter questions.
Oh,
if
do it.
there's-
That's why we haven't
About
heard from
Family
Dan.
Day.
I'm willing to answer anything that doesn't involve a computer.
With every girl on campus right now, and all anyone will feel for me is sorry.
Ew, not anymore.
Your heart's desensitized, Jeff. You're like a machine. It feels no love, just sex. You like the booty. Bootinator.
Woo!
And that's the real woman.
A Star is Born.
That's it.
Carmen, I can't believe I even said anything. Don't say it unless you mean it.
All right.
There's
Shut
the
up,
girl.
Joel.
There's Catherine.
Catherine McPhee.
Catherine
A lovely, beautiful,
She's a
talented
sweetie
Catherine
pie.
McPhee.
Yeah.
She was
You
great.
remember her from?
American Idol.
Well, you're too gorgeous to
Wait, is this the reshoot when they had to
No,
tuck her hair
that
under?
is the reshoot. That's
We
where
re-
she actually long
Yeah,
hair.
she had
Yeah,
long
that's
hair
right.
by then. They had to tuck her hair under to
Yeah.
make it match the
Why
later
did we
scene.
reshoot this?
Because
So
it was
that I would
towards
look
the
better.
end. It was like
We
the
wanted the
last.
study room instead of the cafe.
Oh yeah.
It was in the cafeteria.
Oh, is that what-
Originally, yeah.
See, look at the
Oh,
different.
look at Chevy.
You can see the kind of change in her hair color. In the next scenes, it's all blonde.
Yeah, and also it's longer. They tucked it under.
And
with some
Chevy's
other
hair is all
things.
blonde.
Yeah, yeah. We wanted to make sure it was
wait,
clear
why
they're
isn't
family.
Yvette in this scene?
Joel,
I'm wearing a toupee, by the way.
you are not.
Where?
On the back of my head.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Carrie, would you shut up?
Carrie, what do you
Damn.
think about black women?
Don't.
I like
oh
'em.
wait. That's Tyrella and Kwesi, my boys.
No.
Big deal.
They
Where
were
are
real-
you?
They
in
were
this
awesome.
scene?
They were so cute.
They're awesome, and there's
Oh, that's
Iqbal.
Ahab's
I
son.
just wanna let you know
I mean,
that-
that's Arab's. I mean,
That's Abed.
Yes.
Abed's
That's Iqbal
father.
Thibault.
He went on to a much more well-watched show
What?
Well,
called Glee.
he's on Glee.
Is he on
No.
Glee?
He's on Glee.
Does
Yeah,
he
we
sing?
discovered him and then we handed him off to Glee because they needed help.
Here's. I just want to let you know, Yvette has a cast list that
I
she
do
asked
because
for
I want
before.
to make sure everybody
She's
gets credit.
staring.
I want to give everybody
Oh,
credit.
this lady is played by.
That's
Troy
Emily.
Barnes.
Shut up.
It's
That's
all right.
Emily. She played Abra. I can't pronounce Emily's last name, so I'm not going to try. It's a really beautiful name, though.
What who's playing Abra?
Yes, she was awesome. And she was like
I
teaching.
like Je-
She was
Chevy was
teaching.
good.
She was teaching Danny how to say.
No, I
the
love
words
that
in
line.
Arabic. Was it?
I like this part
When
where
your
I'm
hands
trying
are
to
up
block
there.
him from looking at her.
Chevy, how much did you hate that shirt on a scale of 1 to 10?
Which shirt?
The one,
The
you're
one I was
wearing.
wearing?
The one you're wearing.
I hated everything
I love
because I was so overweight.
Oh,
I
okay,
just
there
hated
it was.
everything.
I guess apparently somebody on Twitter pointed out that Dino basically mouthed the F-bomb in that last shot.
Oh, did he?
Oh.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. I
he
missed
said,
it.
he said
Oh, Kid
what
Whittingham
the
directed
fuck?
Yeah,
it.
and I was thinking about Yvette then.
Joel McHale, I swear.
He ate his twin.
You got one more.
Oh, yeah. He ate his twin in utero.
yeah.
Andrew Guest wrote that, right?
Yeah.
Came up with that line. It's like one of my favorite lines of the season.
Hey, if you want me to write, I'll write for you
See,
guys.
Catherine
Make
Terra's
these things
different. You
better.
can see it now.
Would you write an episode?
Episode? Episode?
Oh, no. You can write 5.
right, Carrie and Dan?
Yeah, Chevy
Yeah.
can write, sure.
An episode?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that? I liked that. Did you hear that?
What'd you say? What'd you say,
It was
Chevy?
about her mother. Wanda was the wrong woman.
Yeah, you improvised that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Was it Wanda?
It was a great delivery, Chevy.
Your sure looks like a pond on a television with
I don't
want to
know from some young up-and-comer who's wearing boots the size of...
boots that you wanted to...
Oh, remember those pair of boots you got him? What did you do with those boots, Chevy?
I'm wearing them as you speak.
Chevy, not true.
And that's it. It was just like an old coal miner sitting in a pair of boots.
This was the scene with the pig mask line that.
Oh yeah.
This was the hardest line.
Wait,
next
what
to
line
that,
was it?
The pig's mask line.
But it's not in
It's
here.
not in here though.
No, I know, but
Why don't
we-
you say it, Joel? Say the line.
I never got it right. I don't
Say,
think.
get it right
It
now.
was
Say it.
I don't want to do the thing or whatever. I'd say it's a
Pig-
oh, crap.
a
I'd say it's a
pig's
fake mustache from a Three's Company episode, but Pierce's involvement puts it one pig mask from a Saw movie.
How
Yeah,
did you
I can't
remember
believe you
that?
remember that.
It's amazing.
Because
Oh,
I
yeah.
wrote it. And
You have a good memory.
speaking
There's
of
my
black
agent.
women and
This
how
is
the
Fran
show
Bennett. She's
treats
amazing.
them.
How did you remember that name?
Well, the list is in front of me.
Now, isn't she was Allison's?
I thought she was Was she
Gillian's?
Allison's teacher or
Which-
Gillian's
yeah, who did she
teacher?
teach?
I think she taught Gillian.
She was my agent back in 1967.
Oh.
Chevy.
But I like how she's like an acting teacher, and the part
Ends up
the part is like
smacking Gillian on the ass.
just smacking her old student on the ass.
She's amazing.
Wait,
Look at
she
that
really was her
face.
teacher?
Yeah, I think it
Oh,
might
She's
have
like,
been, been
very
Allison though at Cal
renowned.
Arts. Maybe it was Allison at Cal Arts. That's what it
all right.
was.
But she's really well
Yeah,
respected.
yeah,
Sorry.
This
Bennett.
storyline I thought was a huge triumph for the Britta character. You know, like I had so many people tell me, okay, now I get Britta, who I expected people to have difficulty understanding because she's like supposed to be, you know, what we in LA call a Silver Lake kind of person, like somebody who's just, you know,
Hipster in Seattle.
hip and
Capitol
liberal
Hill.
to a self-destructive fault, and you can, you know, the sort of it's so intent to prove that she's open-minded, that she engages in all kinds of odd behavior.
Yeah.
And Carrie and I were on set, like kind of refining that storyline right while we were shooting it still, and we finally, I thought we got to a great place that.
Yeah, I love that one, and I thought I was surprised that we got to be able to do that. The switch thing in general, I thought it was pretty amazing.
I thought it was
Yeah,
quite
I
accurate
thought,
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
one
thought
of those
people wouldn't know what
things-
it was because everyone's like, "Oh, you don't know what a switch like," because I'm from the South,
Yeah.
so but I think about half the people knew what a switch was, and if
Yeah.
you didn't, you get it pretty quick.
I also thought,
and everyone saw Old Yeller.
Yeah.
Of course, how could we forget this scene with the
In
lovely
Little House on
Yvette
the
Nicole
Prairie.
Brown?
She's saying she's old enough.
Yeah,
Dan Harmon.
This is, yeah.
In this scene,
This
a lot
is-
of people talk, and Yvette Nicole Brown like is going through an internal.
I promise you,
Oh,
I
I
want
love-
you to stop. Honestly, you
Yvette,
wasted
you
it
know
on
you
my
brought
tour.
the- you know you
wasted
brought
it,
this
no.
on yourself.
You wasted it on my tour de force performance.
Speaking
in
of
the
wasted, will you
Halloween.
stop talking over your performance?
No, actually, I remember this. I felt really bad for you here, Shirley, getting yelled at.
I know,
You're like sad.
You know what I think? I really do think Shirley has a problem with not being with her boys enough, and so for someone to yell at her and tell her she's a bad mom, I think really bothered her.
When I cast Yvette, I don't have that power. When we cast Yvette, the reason I liked Yvette is because she did a very, very big performance in her first audition, and then something that you sort of like don't say to actors a lot because it might offend them or they might not understand what you mean. But I took the risk and said, like, well, if that was like the multi-camera version, that meaning like a sitcom, like a with multiple cameras, like that you see with the laugh track kind of thing. What would the single camera version be, like the movie version? And she did the same scene, but it felt like I was watching a Wes Anderson movie. And so when somebody's that versatile, you just hire them on the spot because that means you can do whatever the hell you want. Also, you have to use Chevy Chase.
Thanks, Dan Harmon. Dan Harmon was actually my champion from the beginning. The first thing he said to me in my
Did I
audition.
fill your little tank?
You did. My tank
Your
is
little
full.
Yvette tank?
I am full. There are tears spilling across my face. But the first thing you said to me is, "Let me show you to my friends."
That was her
That's what you
first
said.
makeout scene,
Yeah,
wasn't
that
it?
was her first
Yeah,
makeout
she
scene.
was nervous. I think she
And she
nailed it.
Yeah.
Why are you here, Jeff? I go to school here, remember? There's a Pictionary tournament in the student lounge.
Sounds fun. Is Jeff joining us?
I don't know if you can you?
I can't.
No, come on, stay.
Stay.
I can't.
Maybe I shouldn't either.
Look at her hair change. I love stuff like that.
Chevy's hair changed.
Chevy's hair changed too. Chevy's hair is shorter.
No, her hair is
Catherine's
this-
hair is longer.
So somebody
'Cause it
asked
was
on
tucked
Twitter something about the light in this scene,
Oh.
and somebody I was obviously very tech savvy. Yes, it was post production. This is a very dark,
was dark,
shot.
yeah.
Oh, they
were-
made it light in post?
They shot this
It was
under
shot
the
like-
gun.
Yeah.
And it was practically pitch black, and some genius digitally just.
That's why Gillian looks like a vampire.
Well, that would
and
be
Donald
Jimmy.
looks like he's
I
Norwegian.
think there was only like three takes or so.
How could
like,
you even tell that they
It wasn't a lot of
changed it?
takes.
Like
this
you have
one.
to be really tech savvy.
I don't know who actually on the digital side. Chevy's mentioned Jimmy's name. Jimmy Hawkinson is our DP.
He's
who,
awesome.
Gives
Not
it
as
that
great as
cinematic
Yvette, but
look.
he's awesome.
Joel, I promise you. Cut it out.
Get ready.
No, he gets light. He understands light, and I'm sure he was behind that.
Surprised that you lost them.
They're playing hide and seek.
Man, I had to make me a cappuccino, and now it's like
Well, they don't
want to
walk. Yes,
I know, but
they can bring him in,
Yeah, we're in the middle
They
of a
can hear us,
session.
though.
We're in the middle of a session.
and you're performing right now, so you're right.
Oh God, Mikhail.
oh,
You look great in
it's
purple.
like
Thanks, Chevy.
it's like we tapped into an acting tree, and the syrup is just flowing into a bucket.
I want to apologize to everybody listening. I'm really sorry.
Yvette, is your hair growing through each scene?
That is the bad wig. I wear some wigs that are good. That was the ratty bad wig.
How long do the wigs last?
Wait, you wear a
The
wig?
wigs, yeah.
You wear
the
a wig?
The wig is identical to my hair, but it's so because curly hair, you don't know what it's going to do every day,
Right.
so we just slap a wig on. But most of my hair in the front is out. But that was the bad wig. Like that one is like rats.
You have more than one?
Behind, yeah. If you go into the makeup and hair trailer, there's like a whole
Really?
rack of Shirley's. Yeah, we call them Shirley's.
I love this scene.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
because of what Pierce draws.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing about that.
Oh,
Like,
cappuccino.
I think Carrie, didn't you come up with the
Yeah.
swastika thing? We don't want to like gleefully. Did you come up with the swastika?
Well,
That would be
of course
me.
not. But
And the
horrible,
vagina. Carrie,
I do love
horrible.
that this show was bold enough to do it.
Well, that was
Is that
another
yours?
thing that I was worried
No,
we
it's mine.
wouldn't be able to do. That and the switch and the race.
Joel just hit me.
You asked for it.
You swatted my hand.
I was
Yvette
happy
just
that I was
leapt for
happy
my
that
cappuccino.
that Chevy got to
I was gonna
say
give it to
vagina
you.
twice. And,
Did I?
Yeah, you said happy sideways vagina and
But I love.
smiling.
Oh, I
See,
did?
Like it goes, I mean, this is so. I mean, the way that the joke crescendos.
Thank you. I mean, I wouldn't like.
How did
just
this get
hideous.
through?
I would-
How
I would-
did this
I would have
get
made
through?
this. I
It
would have
was
made the
4 in the
swastika
morning.
like not like so swastikist.
Well,
you know, like
swastikist?
swastikish.
Oh, I
like I would
wanted
have
it
made
to-
it a little more like
Windmillish.
kind of like like halfway
But just the way,
between, like-
but the way that it happens, and then the way that Ken, Ken does this is it's awesome.
That's
also, I
Tom
would not
Yee.
have had Rabbi Chang wearing that scarf. Like, I just we start to take on a little bit
It's
of a.
we're on guard.
Who's this guy,
We were
Dan?
on
That's
Gardner's.
Liz
Bell
Kukowski's
Beverly.
brother.
He is great.
He's awesome. He's great at improv.
Notice
too.
he's been promoted to police officer from his first appearance in the
campus security.
sex
Yeah,
ed
yeah, yeah.
episode where he's campus
I love this joke. Is it?
No.
I love that people return on our show. Like once you do it one time, you're almost always asked back. I think.
I
that's
love
great.
that this woman is waiting for
Yeah,
Britta
yeah,
in an
where's
abandoned
she?
classroom.
In the switch. I just wish Shirley was in this scene.
Shut up. And Tom
This
Yee
is one of
played
my-
Rabbi Chang. Everybody, that was Tom Yee.
This is my one of my favorite scenes,
Little
like
leg.
all season,
Shut up. I
it's
tried
just
to get it in. They were talking.
the moment she takes this leather jacket off, not only does she look good, but also like you all of a sudden you just get it. Like this character, you stop trying to figure out who she is and start just feeling sorry for her, which is the start to a relationship with a parent. I remember my girlfriend walking past when I was watching the rough cut of this, and like during this scene, going, "Oh my God, I get Britta now."
Yeah.
And to
Anybody
have
that-
Donald
Donald's
sitting
reaction.
there crying,
Donald's
you're like, I
reaction.
don't understand you.
I don't understand.
And my
Britta.
desktop wallpaper in my office is somebody made wallpaper.
Oh,
Whoever made it, thank you. It's this, and it says, "I don't understand you, Britta. I don't understand you at all."
Oh, that's awesome.
Donald does the best cry that I've ever seen on TV. It's just so. His cry is just genius.
Look at the.
There's like where
acting
else
teacher.
on TV where is that if that tableau happened? Nowhere. We only did
It's a
9.
great show.
We did 74 takes of this.
Oh, this.
It only took me one.
Well, you only had one in you.
Hi, Chevy.
Sure, laugh at that joke.
Hi, Chevy.
Did you just imply you jerked off to the?
Hey. Wow.
Don't
do
mind
not
me. I'm on a
condone
bus
that.
on Madison Avenue.
No.
Great sound.
I love that. It only took me one. Chevy's really funny. It's contrary to, the world's assertion.
That's not the world's assertion. Is that a paper or the actual world?
Now we reshot
It's World
this
of
scene.
Warcraft.
Dan, why do why do we have to reshoot this?
We added. Well, it was.
Oh, because sex twice with her?
We should put on the DVD. I don't know. I mean, it's like nobody shoot. The Russos shoot amazing. Like they bring that cinematic. There's something indescribable that they bring to the stuff they shoot. So if they reshoot something, it's gonna be better. But at the same time, I defy in a taste test TV comedy is TV comedy.
Yeah, there's an improvisatory, extemporaneous quality to comedy, which is mine. Which is sort of part of how I do it. Then, like Steve Martin likes to rehearse, and things get better, And with the Russos, there's basically shoot as many as you can, and one of them will be the best. And they're all the same.
Yeah, Chevy likes to get home by a certain hour, and
like
that
just
hour is 2.
It's
p.m.
2 p.m. That's nice.
Make you feel like a bad friend, and you wanted to feel like a bad friend because you want to be a good friend.
You really suck, you know that?
Go get you and your brother some ding dongs and calm down.
What's up?
Oh, Ave, did your family take off?
Yeah. Thanks for distracting my dad while we helped Aubrey get back in her burqa.
Well, if a young lady wants to go in a bouncy house, she should go. It was a noble thing you did.
Oh, I didn't do it.
I can't believe nobody shipped Shirley and Abed. I think this is a really great dynamic.
I do too. This
and
is
his
one of the,
age has never been defined,
This
and
is one of the
Shirley's in her
best
30s. So it's, it could work.
It reminds me of when Meryl Streep
like when
was
you guys
with Kevin
improv'd
Kline.
after. Did you say that's
in
going on
Sophie's
the?
Choice.
The macaroni improv.
Oh wait, what
Right.
happened to the?
What
oh wait,
the
maybe I missed
heck?
it. Were
I
they
like
in the-
Ken Whittingham. I thought he did a great job.
Did we
with
talk about this episode at all, or did we?
Yeah.
We did.
Got the,
I never saw it.
That woman was.
Chevy, you've never seen
what's
any
this
of them.
woman's name
Fran
again, Yvette?
Bennett. That's Fran
She's so
Bennett.
good.
Isn't she great?
Yeah, she's great.
She has a great face too. I love her face.
And that was Chevy's outfit from.
Is that his outfit from when he dresses?
No.
from the lady
the pantsuits.
I do want to say, Catherine McPhee was awesome in this,
And a sweetheart, really a
such
sweet
a
lady.
nice
Yeah,
gal.
sweet girl.
This scene was rewritten and kind of like originally I had written more of a scene. This is supposed to be about Joel's character, like coming to terms with the fact that you can't have a friend like Pierce that you just talk shit about behind his back, like that you just judge him, and lie to him. You either have a friend or you don't have a friend, and even if your friend is like a racist, homophobic kind of like goofball, you have to still be his friend and stick up for him and like have his back, and Joel kind of coming to that realization in this story, but it got kind of butchered and watered down. And
You mean by the Russos?
No.
In the edits?
No, I butchered it.
No. It's sometimes you write a scene and then it's like people want it rewritten. They just look at it and they go, "This is too good. It's too good, Dan Harmon."
Cut it. It's too.
Not that I'm surprised by this because you're the creator, but whenever you get really deep like that, I really like it. When you let me know that you.
Look
you know
what's
what I
going
mean?
on behind
We
the
care.
scene
What
there, Chevy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Chevy, look behind
We
the
care.
scene.
I've
If they
never
cut back
noticed
to
that
that shot.
before.
Wait, what?
I don't know what's happening. Someone's being murdered. I
No,
think.
somebody was playing with someone's
I
hair.
know,
On the,
sitting
I
on
guess
someone's
I think it was the
lap.
dog.
There was
Supposed to be someone's daughter, maybe.
Let's hope.
No, but you guys really care about the show and the characters, and
Anything to
it's really
upstage
awesome
me.
when I hear you guys go off like that about it.
Computers are two things you just can't knock out at the end.
This guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
That's what you really want to hear in the commentary. This guy.
I like playing an asshole,
No,
Like
I'm not talking about performing.
Oh. You mean I just am
This
one?
guy is an asshole.
I like being an asshole.
Lovable asshole.
I love that he adjusted. Chevy, you're great.
Somebody asked as a Twitter question, how did Chevy Chase come to the picture? I mean, miraculously, he walked in the door, having read the script and liking it. And I really did get the hair on the back of my neck stood up because it is an odd thing. I mean, people talk about it, but
I had an erection.
Chevy.
We knew that.
He introduced
Oh,
himself,
Lord.
and I'm shaking this hand, and it is odd because like many of you,
You got him to introduce him to you?
Well,
mean,
he just did. It was probably, he's
Did he
probably
say I'm
thinking
Chevy
like,
chasing your
he'll
ass?
get a kick out of this. I'll
I'm a
introduce
polite
myself.
person.
And somebody else asked, do we really hate Glee?
We
Of course
don't hate Glee.
Well, nobody who works
No,
on
I've just
TV
never
hates a
watched it.
successful show.
Never
We're just,
seen
when
Glee.
you say that you hate something like that, it means you like it.
yeah,
like
it means
it.
we're jealous of it. We're
Exactly.
jealous of mine.
Exactly.
Oh, this is funny.
And we shoot on the same lot,
didn't
too.
see
so we
this
I
one.
them
got
all
in
the
that
time.
with
Yes.
You did?
Danny.
Wait, I have that picture.
Yeah.
Did I ever give it to you? I didn't give it to you. You gave it to me.
I have a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, okay.
and I gave you one
You
with
gave
the
me
kids.
one of me with
yeah,
the babies, yeah. Tyrell and Quasi.
But
My boys.
props to Glee. They're our neighbors on the Paramount
Yeah,
lot.
Yeah, we see them
and
all the
they're
time.
very nice.
When we
They're
do
sweet
those
people.
jokes, what we're doing is we're saying we wish we had their ratings.
Yeah, people watched
Yeah.
us like they watch you.
Well, this has been as much fun as cleaning up the Gulf. Thanks for
Chevy,
having me.
I love you. I love you, Chevy.
I just want to say Yvette Nicole Brown is the greatest actress of all time.
Joel, I hate you.
Thank you so
Ladies.
much.
Black women,
So much.
black women, black women,
Black women rock.
Dumps and drawers.
I had to get up so early for my bus. I caught the tail end of what Cinemax gets up to at night. Subscription canceled. I got
This
that
is
shit on.
Dan Harmon.
This is Yvette Nicole Brown.
This is Hillary Winston.
Wonderful writer.
And this is Chevy Chase.
That's Joel McHale. This is beginner pottery.
Oh, I'll play violin for them, and maybe she can strip to it.
Kind people are always kind, Britta.
You look terrific in this.
I don't. That's another wig that I don't like.
I'm not talking about the wig.
That's a
Just-
wig?
That's everyone says the same thing. Carrie said, "Yeah, it's a wig."
You
knew that, Hillary.
It matches my hair perfectly. That's why you can't tell.
Before each episode, Yvette is in a Darth Vader pod that lowers a wig onto her
A
head.
wig onto my head.
It's attached, but there is part of a skull and scalp as part of the
my
wig.
wig-
Her brain will be
My
exposed
wig
without it.
looks so different. I mean, you like my regular hair, Joel, don't you? Because Joel saw me with my regular
Not a
hair
lot.
and was so used to Shirley's wig
Yes.
that he didn't even recognize
I didn't
me.
even
we were at the
recognize
View.
her.
He didn't recognize
This
me.
outfit was partially revenge against Chevy, who early in the episodes, like he was very, very protective of his character, and he kept saying like, I don't want to be like Ted Knight. And
Yeah,
so,
that's all he was, it was so
Exactly.
funny. He would say that,
Ted
and I
Knight.
was always like, Ted Knight's amazing.
he's a television icon. You should dream of being Ted Knight. But I think for him, Ted Knight is synonymous with being a buffoon or something, and so we dressed him a little Ted Knighty.
A black person on a sailboat? I gotta see this. I'm in.
How about you, David? Want to sail with us? There's black people.
All right. Hello, ladies.
Where you turned and came in that door. That was
Oh
awesome.
yeah. Yeah, that was a good time. That turn.
I love those little.
They
little
they
chaps
basically took a pottery store here in LA and shipped the whole thing to Paramount and then shipped it back out.
Did you guys get to do make things on the downtime? In
Yeah,
between?
it was all we were.
God, I wish I could have.
I did. I made the little vase.
That's
Did you
Allison's,
keep it?
Allison's stand-in next to Rich,
Oh.
just for, I don't know, sometimes that's interesting to know.
Yeah, she's had a couple
And
of
there
Cheryl.
is the
Yeah,
amazing
Cheryl's done
Tony.
a couple of scenes. in
Tony
it.
Hale right
Tony
there.
Hale. Oh, isn't it Dashiki? I like Dashiki.
I owe Cheryl an email. He's so great.
So this character too, that Rich, was named after my first boyfriend.
Oh,
Was he
do you have
like
to pay
this?
him
Yeah.
now? You have to pay him now.
No, he loves the show, and I
you're
thought
still
that was
friends.
nice.
That's
We're still
nice.
friends.
You friends with
yeah.
all your old boyfriends?
Well, we'll wait till my book comes out, and then
I'm friends with all of mine.
maybe they won't like me anymore.
That actor that plays Rich is amazing to me. I think that when you're watching the thing, it's like you hear writers and producers and stuff go, "Oh my God, that's my favorite guy." It's like we're I don't know, we're looking at different stuff or something, but that guy is so, I don't know, I just love that guy. I hope that I want to bring that character
Greg
back.
Cromer.
Greg Cromer, yeah, he was really great to work
Handsome
with.
as well.
So good.
Very handsome, and
Very
those
handsome.
teeth, they're so white.
And he's like Joel McHale handsome. Like they both have those little cute little upturned noses.
Oh,
You just nose is
Yvette.
like a little button.
I'm gonna hold off
there's
from
the
insulting
yummy
you for
tummy
5
stop and
minutes.
go.
Oh, please, can I get 6
So what-
minutes?
oh, here it is.
Oh,
The shot.
God.
That is the
There it is.
At times, this was even more phallic than it is now.
Yeah. Again, like the cleavage shot in the debate episode, the original cut of this scene was 45 minutes of Allison stroking a clay penis.
And Danny is making falafel balls, which is not totally clear. But
Look at Joel. He's upset. Someone's better.
This
at
voiceover
something
joke,
than
like so many clever things I do, had to be fought for.
No voiceover, I'm sorry.
Anything that
Danny
caresses the
Pooty.
fourth wall.
Right.
Danny Pudi is a genius.
is always the result of a huge.
Well, they do it so much on,
Civil War.
on CSI Miami that it would be copying.
Yeah, this was when we were losing the light. This scene.
Yeah.
We lost the light a lot
At
in
the
this
end of
episode.
day three, right?
We were only supposed to do 1 day of shooting on the boat, and we did
got
3
3
days.
days.
And ended in the Paramount parking lot.
I'm Professor Sloan.
There he is. Lee Majors. I loved him. He was the nicest man.
Purchased through government auction.
And also very good at continuity. Like, he's the best person in continuity I've ever seen. He's like, your bag was 3 centimeters to the left on your shoulder. I'm like, wow.
He said that you were really rude to him.
Yeah.
He did not.
He said you took a dump
All
in his glove
lies.
compartment.
I hate you both, and I love Lee Majors.
He said he called it a $6 million
You will
dump.
not defile my relationship with Lee Majors. You will not do it on the commentary. He's
You
amazing.
do know that he was invited here today, but he heard that you were going to do
Joel.
it.
It's not true, everybody.
Yeah. Contractually, we had to stick up for you.
There was a lot of debate about Shirley's hair, to wear the hat, to
In
not
your
wear the hat,
brain.
to take the wig off, to put the wig on. I'm trying to tell people behind the scenes stuff about this episode.
I don't think you realize that you look good without your hair done. Like, just pulled back, your hair looks good.
Thank you.
And I think you felt like it didn't look good.
Taking
I
the
would
hat off, I
agree.
was concerned. Thank you, Joel.
Well, I
That
think
it did not look
season
good.
season 2.
so
Can we just
much.
have the no hair? I didn't even
No
know it was a
wig?
wig.
You didn't know
Just
it was a
leave the
wig?
wig off. Yeah, it's
The thing is, you just don't know what curly hair is going to do, Dan. So it's like with as many times we have to reshoot and stuff, it won't look the same.
I just feel like throughout the season, we peeled things off of the Britta character and laid them on you like a Christmas
I
tree.
know, you
Like
wanna
your
remove
character
layers.
just becomes this
I like Shirley having nice big hair. I like that. I like big hair.
Why don't you grow it out and then you wouldn't have to deal
Because
with
curly hair doesn't stay the same every day.
But maybe
Joel.
this is an episode and we find out that Shirley
here
wears
we
a
go.
wig.
No.
There
that
was-
will never happen because black women don't let that out. There was a movie, Good Hair, came out,
Wait,
and
that's a
people were
thing?
upset. Oh my God, no, you don't talk about black women's hair. Oh no,
Really?
No, you do
you
not do
long
it.
neck weave having bank teller.
Yeah, you don't do that. No, you don't do that. We just glossed over the fact that Ken Jeong was naked.
I think
And I think the greatest improv from Donald when he looked at his half-naked body was calling him a melting alien.
Oh, look at this little face. It was so cute.
This is sort of a mockery. This is sort of semi-autobiographical, but also sort of like, I don't know. Every writer has a fraud complex, and every creative, I think, was probably a little overpraised by their mom. The idea that you can't be, that I could do that if I tried, and then actually trying and failing is like. It's cool that we can do this big, broad, ridiculous boat story and have this was an experiment, sort of. You have your lead character off in some other universe, dealing with his own demons.
I felt like Chevy.
We did okay without you, Mikhail.
Yeah.
We did.
I would say your hair was okay.
Mikhail.
You're too tall to be on the boat.
Hillary, you were on set for all of this.
Oh, Chevy takes a hit. Don't fall, Chevy.
All this boat stuff. It was a real pain to shoot, right?
Oh, it was a pain to shoot.
You guys were out there.
shot it for
We
It was
shot
like
for
Hearts of
3
Darkness.
days,
And it was
14-hour
hot.
days. It was hot. It was
in the 80s, like upper 80s.
Yeah, it was really, really a lot to it.
This is the parking lot of LACC.
LACC.
It's LA
And then we
Community
finished it. The
College.
last scene we did on the Paramount parking lot. And Gillian was very sick that day. I mean, she was green. And we had to rush and get the shot before she, passed out or whatever.
So you see, ladies, it's actually a working
I love. This is when I fell in love with this. What's this actor's name?
Greg Cromer.
Greg Cromer.
So great.
He's so great in this scene. It's just. He kind of reminds me of he's got a Greg Kinnear-ish kind of quality to him.
Yeah.
But it's he's this. He makes such a perfect foil to such a flawed protagonist, and to be able to pull that off, I was so impressed when I saw the dailies.
Yeah, because it seems like Jeff wouldn't be intimidated by just anybody, and to find an actor that could kind of hold his own
Of course,
too,
his
with
Moriarty
Joel.
would be a vulnerable, open, sweet, guy.
He was one of the Joe Russo and Anthony Russo have used him in a number of things. I think
Yeah,
he was
Taco
their
Bell
ace in the
commercials
hole.
that they did. I guess he was the guy.
When he points it, when Joel makes the crack about the basket weaving, and he goes, "That's funny. I like that." There's 8 million ways to do that fall on the side of sarcasm. There's 8 million ways that fall on the side of stupidity. like it's like you don't think that the guy has a low IQ, but you don't think he's a douche. Like he like really he really likes your joke. You made a joke at his expense, and he really likes it. It thinks it's funny, and it's like you bastard. Oh, and that run, like, so great. Like Abed just eviscerating Joel's. Like he's been thinking of doctors and lawyers as equivalent until that moment.
Do you like how I looked like I walked off the set of Perfect Storm?
He's starting to lose it. It's great.
Sorry?
Anything with Danny and Joel, I love. I just love the two of them.
Hey, Rich. Hey.
And he's driving a $100,000 Mercedes.
Yeah. It's better than Alexis, you know, like in your head.
You gonna look at my finger?
Anytime. Doc Pottery would. I like it. No, this is my first.
Of the year?
Ever.
No pottery at doctor school?
He was really excited to meet Lee Majors, too. He was coming one day when Lee was leaving. He was really excited. He's a fan.
Thanks, Yvette.
Well, everybody loves Lee Majors.
I do.
I know you do.
So why does he hate you?
He doesn't hate me. You're jealous.
What's going on over there? I'm trying to watch my favorite TV show.
We're having a fight about Lee Majors, me and Joel.
I loved this scene. I think that's why I kind of got caught up in watching it.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's great. Just simple two shots. Like it's you know the two handsome white guys like battling like beta fish. One of them doesn't know they're in a fight.
I love this scene.
This scene absolutely irreparably changed my relationship with the director Anthony Russo, because we have the Goldbluming joke in here, and they should put the email chain that ensued when he was in the edit bay in the Smithsonian as an example of writers and directors trying to collaborate on comedy. This is a very simple, I would call it a 30 Rockish kind of joke, if I may be so bold.
I love this.
It's like he starts to act a little Goldbloomy, then Abed says, "You're Goldbluming," and then you cut back and he should be maximum Goldbluming, while ironically saying he doesn't know what he's talking about. And then there was there were all these different versions of the scene where it was like, well, he was more Goldbluming the first time.
Wow.
And then he was less Goldbluming the second time. And I ended up driving to the lot in my pajamas. I was trying to work on the paintball episode, and I'm driving to the edit bay, and I called Anthony an asshole at an email. It was the first time. I was first and last time I ever called either the Russos an asshole, kind of sincerely. I said, if you're telling me I got to come to the edit bay, then okay, I'm coming. But you're an asshole. And I said, only before lunch. You're an asshole. And I went to the edit bay, and then like Anthony, like who's a really sweet, quiet guy, like he like uncorked on me and probably had a lot of stuff to say. Like it was the Goldbluming joke. We probably both cringe whenever we hear about it. I wanted to share that.
Colleges where most mental health problems are activated.
It's funny because you know, on set we're just like, hey, another line.
We didn't think anything about
It's gonna be great.
Behind the scenes, Zeus and Hermes are rolling around.
Well, that's how much you care, you know. It's
that's how much we both care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Except
There was a good dramatic turn.
I was right in that story.
I
That was
really
clear,
do.
right?
I really did like. There's nothing I can say.
There's nothing. Thank you, though. You see how the color changed? It went from
That
like
did
night
change.
to day.
the stunt guy that we have for Chevy is awesome. He did that so many times.
Was it? I mean, Walter Scott was the stunt coordinator for this stuff, and I immediately recognized him. I hadn't seen him since 1999 when he was the stunt coordinator on Heat, Vision, and Jack.
I worked with him on Drake and Josh doing stunts.
He was also in Rollerball. You can see him skating around the rink in Rollerball.
Wow.
Walter Scott, a young
Which
Walter
version?
Scott.
Oh, okay.
He's one of the coolest guys you'll ever meet because he's just like he's a perfect archetype of the stunt coordinator. He's like he's a cowboy. You know, it's just like his job is to. You know, he used to jump off buildings on fire. Now his job is to keep the young guys safe while they jump off buildings on fire. It's like, it's a great, you feel like your dad's teaching you to whittle every time you talk to him.
Sorry, Donald's line in his
What?
face
Yeah,
when he said,
that
what in
was-
God's name have we done?
Yeah, I remember
Donald
like
Glover.
weeping with joy and laughter, like breaking the story with Hillary and stuff, like realizing what we could do with that story, like in terms of like
The suspension
doing
of disbelief and the
just like creating the fake storm and the fake drama
Right.
of actually killing somebody. It's
And you believe it. It
You
really
do believe,
doesn't
yeah.
feel
It becomes one of those
fake.
things where you go to oh, I'm gonna scream now.
Richie boy, you are busted.
Joel doesn't get to do a lot in this show, like in terms of what an actor gets. You know, because he's like the Dick Van Dyke kind of like he's like. But in this episode, he gets to be flawed and crazy, and you
Yeah, it was
really
really fun.
get to see how funny you are.
Beginner, Santa Fe.
You really look crazy.
No. I rest my case.
What case?
Throw the freaking hump, imposter!
Joey, no! It's the hilarious guy on guy. The rule I asked you to follow. 1.
Look!
I had it made before he died. It's not in bad taste.
Outwinger!
Fine. That's fine. No, that's fine.
Congratulations. You failed a class.
I love that he points at it.
People passing in the hallway get a contact credit.
I love that line.
Dissing his own class.
That's one of my favorite lines.
Thanks, I wrote that, I believe.
You did.
Now, let me tell you. Okay, watch this. When he.
Yeah.
Pierce, do you still have the number of that private investigator you used when you thought Ross Perot was sleeping with your mom?
Is this about that guy in your pottery class?
Yeah.
Face the facts, Jeffy. This kid's got some natural talent you just don't have.
How would you know?
It's all over the school.
Great. Why aren't you in sailing class?
They drowned me.
Why?
For a better grade. But weren't we discussing your flaws, Jeff? I mean, why are you letting this guy get to you so much? What's really going on?
I made a bad pot. For some reason, I always thought that I was special and different. And I guess I just have a really hard time when I want to be good at something.
We're talking. This is one of Chevy's finest hours.
Yeah, I love this scene with him.
He's
He's
so
really good
great.
in this.
It's like it's weird because I also like I there was a different version of the scene that I had written. It was a slightly different tone to it, and it got rewritten, and I didn't have time to double check, and I was mad at first, but it turned out fine and good, or I don't even know if it was even better than the original, but I remember being mad. That's all I remember. And going like, God damn, who changed the scene? Like it had more to do with Chevy's obliviousness that he was even that he was even able to give advice on being a screw up.
So were you happy with the end result?
The end result is great.
Okay.
I mean, you look back on a season of TV and you remember the times that you got mad.
He really made this or actually worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really
Yeah,
cool.
really.
I mean, there was a
I
string.
think there was a string there,
Yeah,
but the first time he did it, he was like, oh, he actually, the principle still applies to pavement.
And I love that scene too because you actually really learn something about Pierce
Right.
there. You get what makes him tick.
Right.
you know?
That's the first time I felt as a viewer. I felt like, oh, Pierce is okay. I finally got it as a viewer.
It's like why he would do this, go through campus on this, you know.
And I think this is when Shirley actually gets Pierce for the first time. Like she softens towards him for the first time.
That he's always going to put himself out there. You
Right.
Chevy was really unsure about this bit, and he was like, I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know. And then-
Wait, Chevy wasn't sure about a bit?
But as soon as the crew started laughing, as soon as the take ended, he was like, oh, I think it works. I think it works.
Does he know that usually they're laughing for the wrong reasons?
I didn't know what any of these things were. I tried to make everything sound like I knew. I don't Iron Jenny, man, the forward peel, something. I didn't know what any of it was.
Why? Gillian looks like she just walked out of The Legend of Billie Jean.
She just came in. She's
I mean,
in there.
she looks off. Hey, there's
Gills, Stink is here.
I love that character though. That's what I love. That when Gillian auditioned, if you see her audition footage in the special features of the DVD, like just really stripped down. Like Gillian says she was getting over a fever.
Yeah, she was sick.
I hate to use the word, but skank, like but the kind that turns a guy like me on.
funny.
Like,
When I
guys
thought
that
it was
aren't
like
into Annie should be
slut.
into Britta, you know.
I love this shot. It's so
I love that
awesome,
shot.
yeah.
And that was
I do
they
not
built the
think
schoolhouse on the parking lot, like just a wall, 3 walls.
Yeah, and there were
they shot
students
through.
just
Students
sitting in the
on
parking lot. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was awesome the way they did that. I love the music, how the music swells. It's
And
Can
the
I get
bow
back
looks
to how
really
skanky
good.
Britta is?
Sorry,
How
so
dare you.
skanky.
But you look at that audition tape of hers, and I had been cast by then. It was one of those things where you're just like, all right, well, I'd like to see someone try to top that.
Yeah.
And it was really like that
That's
moment
sweet.
where you're like, oh, well, that's her.
Yeah.
And
That's my real hair, by the
I
way.
would. It is?
Yeah,
It looks
go
like a hat that says Captain.
Go on.
Is that your real eyeshadow? And
It's my real
mascara?
face when I wake up.
Is there anything real about you, Yvette?
My boobs are real too.
Wow.
And my teeth.
But see, your hair doesn't look bad there. You thought it did.
Well, no, yeah, it does. It's kind of. It's not. You know.
But the hair gets mussed.
That's true.
That's what happens.
That's true.
There's Gillian waving. She just
Oh,
heard,
Gilly. Hey,
she heard
Gilly.
us talking about how skanky she is.
No, Gillian's an amazing actress and very generous. In our scene where they talked about diarrhea, she gave me a lot of emotion, and it helped me
You really
get to
wanna
a
bring that
place.
back up again?
Helped me get to a place where, you know. But
You
you guys
could-
talked about diarrhea over the entire scene instead of how great me and Gillian worked together that day.
This is why
Intro to
for
Statistics Halloween.
Yvette's
episode.
character has a cake with a knife in it because it's the essence that she shares with the
We
character.
should talk about that because people
the
brought up.
sweetness and the violent, penetrative.
People thought that was something about
Yeah, they
something
thought
else.
about
That's
that thing.
ridiculous.
Really, it was a scathing indictment of the duality of your personality.
Of Shirley's personality.
That's why my character is peering over a wall, but his nose goes much further past the wall.
This baby is so adorable.
Yeah.
His
Yes.
little face. He's got your little nose.
You got that hair. They spiked up that hair.
That's the cutest
I think
thing
that
I've
was a
ever
wig.
One thing that
seen.
doesn't.
No, that was his hair.
Cool.
No, they
Was
cut
that
it. That was his hair. He came
Wow.
in
They
like a
spiked
mullet
it
and they
up.
cut it.
The little kid has like little cowboys all over his bedroom. Is a big cowboy
So
motif.
cute.
found toys
Because,
I played
because
with in
Jeff
his
dressed
room
like a cowboy in
when I was a
Halloween.
That's
Wait till you
based
see
very
the,
much
wait
on
till you see
my
the,
relationship with my mom. My mom told me I could do anything, and I
We had
sometimes
this
feel like-
conversation.
yeah.
We had this conversation.
Shut up, Yvette.
You
We
made a little
did.
frog.
But look, you're doing it.
But then this guy being nuts. And I love this.
Well, that's why he has to come back.
He has to come back.
It was supposed to be you.
Oh, that's horrible. Yay!
End of episode.
No,
God.
that is a hunk of sexy right there. Look at that.
You know that you've fallen into something great with Danny and Donald when people complain after a tag like this.
Oh, they
Where's
miss them.
Troy
They miss
Abbott?
them. They miss
It's like,
them.
"Well, we gave you the naked guy from The Hangover. Naked. Okay, really? Okay, that settles it. Troy and Abed from now on forever.
Where is this locker room? Did we build that? Is that on our...
Yeah, we built that. It was
Are you
just a little
kidding?
swing
Just for
set.
that shot?
Yeah, just for that.
I wonder
Doesn't it
we're
look
over
good?
budget.
Great.
Bye, everybody.
You were great today.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, this is Yvette Nicole Brown.
Gillian Jacobs.
Dan Harmon.
And Adam Davidson.
The handsome and attractively handsome.
There's the brilliant Richard Erdman that we were just talking about.
Richard! And Jim Rash, who is just amazing.
Oh,
And
this
those
is
are
our,
two of our crew members, right, on the cover of the.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
that's right.
that's our production designer,
That's right.
Derek
Yeah.
Hill. This is our April Fool's episode.
Yeah.
Talking about the production design, the whole team, the whole art team,
Amazing.
they're. I've never worked with a team like that. On this show, if you were able to zoom in on any flyer that you see in the background,
They're all real, completely.
Our props department.
yeah, they
Props to the props department.
Nice.
well, it's not just it's the art direction too.
Art direction
the
too.
people who'd make the
But all these
posters
little
and
things,
stuff.
like they do, like those pamphlets, you can read them.
The
cover to
whole thing.
cover.
It's not like just a title and gibberish. It's all good.
Yeah, and it keeps with the tone of the show. It's
Yes.
like it's funny and smart and.
There's one of the Campus Connect posters that's over in the corner that made me cry with laughter when I finally read it on our last day of shooting.
Snake in a can. Donald.
Ascension ceremony, and I will be becoming a level 6 laser Lotus.
You want to talk about how? Sorry, babe.
Oh,
you want to talk about how it was originally supposed to be Abed and Annie as the campus.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, the story was
The
originally
table
when we did the table read, it was Abed and Annie. So Abed was doing his sort of Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon kind of character.
Mm-hmm.
And the tough thing with Abed is because of his personality, he has to have specific types of arcs. Where like
short ones.
You can't have like Abed in the third act of your episode go, oh, now I'm going to be different from Abed from now on, and so it stands the risk of being one note if you're trying to tell a story with him in it. He needs 1 foot out, and so we came up with the idea of making it about Shirley and Annie. and having Abed like literally commenting.
And it
on
also gave great engine to the story because you added the competition between the two of them,
Right.
who, in terms of who's the batter of the two.
Yeah, and this is another famous. This is toward the end of the run. Every director of Community from season 1 will tell you. I hope that they were primarily shooting scripts as they were being handed to them. Which is, you're not supposed to do that in TV. As a credit to our directors, I will say you can't tell because. Like a normal TV show should fall apart when you're working on that hand-to-mouth schedule. But we there were times, and this episode was one of them, and the chicken fingers episode was another. You would literally just write the next day's scene and then show up for rehearsal and figure it out with the director and stuff. And
My friend was TAing a class at Harvard, and their assignment was to write a haiku about a cult. They had to take an article from a newspaper, and instead one girl wrote a haiku about Pierce Hawthorne's involvement with the Laser Lotus, and he sent it to me, which I thought was pretty incredible.
Oh, Jim Rash.
Here they are, being deputized.
48 hours. Your windbreaker.
Me and Allison are essentially the same character, just at different places in their lives, and like maybe slight differences, I think, in their childhoods, right, Dan?
well, yeah, I would if you draw it on a blackboard, I would have you're trying to.
That's something me and Jim came up with because Shirley's hair is so large. Oh, I love Jim Rash. But go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry.
Well, as they say in this episode, like your character Shirley is trying to make sure she's not over yet, and
Right.
Allison's character has no idea what she is yet.
Right.
And so you would think that they would work perfectly together, and yet no. There's no.
Right.
They both are going to compete over the same. Like you want people to know. Well, wait a minute. I still have the option of
Right.
being this person, and Annie's wanting to go. I have that option as well.
Right.
So.
Me and Allison always talk about when we're on one side of the table, our reactions to everything are generally the same. Like we find the same things funny, we find the same things shocking. We're kind of.
I think that both of your characters believe that there's such a thing as right and wrong choices.
I agree.
Here's a particularly
You're not relativists.
Go, Adam.
particularly adorable performance from Gillian here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for this.
It's
film.
really skanky.
That's
a running joke
See,
that
the
might
thing
not
about
read.
it, my skankiness is that I can be wearing many layers of clothing. I have an undershirt, a sweater, and a jacket on, and yet it's seeping out of all of my pores with such a pungent odor that actually I made Joel McHale nauseous with my skankiness in the scene. Thank God for TV.
I was really looking forward to this episode with critics because I thought it was a clear, strong message to them that some of the things that they would sometimes. I don't know if you guys read reviews, but. Like,
No.
Yeah, okay. Well, then why would I even talk about it?
Scared of them. Do it.
It's like it's a sitcom, and Gillian's character by design is like this more real person, and so and she's not supposed to be the hilarious one, and I don't think that intention is clear enough in the beginning of the series. It's clear enough for us creatively, but it wasn't clear enough for critics to not go, well, what's she doing? Why isn't that funny? The answer is because she's not. There's no joke being told there. Like she is we need a character there that is actually real. And this episode I was looking forward to because it actually like says. The funny thing about this character is that she's like all inside out and messed up and like that other people don't think of her as funny, and we did a lot of like really cool stuff with your character this year. I thought.
I agree. It was, I didn't really. Oh,
Sorry, we skipped the whole Cookie Crisp.
Let's talk about this, Gil.
Well, Adam, we should talk about this. Adam really was, such a huge help to me in shooting of this scene because I was acting by myself and
The hardest thing to do.
Yeah, and so Adam was really incredible about guiding me through this beat by beat and making. And I had to pick up a frog, which I never realized that I was afraid of until I had to do. There were a lot of living creatures in that room that
Wasn't
night.
there a porcupine?
There was a
Porcupine in there?
porcupine, there was a monkey, there were rats, there were mice.
How did you come up with the frog and the sombrero idea?
I don't remember now. I don't remember.
Oh, talk about that.
Okay, there's a real dead frog sewed to my
Sewn
coat.
to her shirt.
That's right.
He died of natural causes.
Yeah, he died happy. He's a free-range frog.
He voluntarily
lived a full life.
He committed suicide.
This is what I remember arguing with David Davidson, third beer, about that scene with like the animals in that room. Going like, should there be animals in here or not? That's one of those stupid things that you look back and go, who cares?
It's Craig Kukowski again.
Yeah, Liz Kukowski's brother.
Jay Johnston.
Great driving, Yvette.
Thank you. I did my own driving in that.
Oh, Annie.
Morning, boys. I'm Annie Edison.
There's Jay Johnston from the Sarah Silverman program.
In high school. My partner's a Christian housewife. Can we
I
help
love that Shirley's offended by that.
I tend to play by my own rules.
She loves rules. I only have
Always carrying the bag.
Always. Shirley always has her bag. It's like Linus in the security blanket in Peanuts.
Stay out of mine more.
You know what? This is misdemeanor vandalism.
It's Craig Kukowski.
His face is so perfect.
He was in the STD fair episode.
Yes.
As a security guard.
Yeah, when we got busted in the dean's office.
He got promoted to police officer inexplicably in the Family Day episode.
Happen.
We had the best time shooting this that day. They cut our run at the end. Will the run be? Will the long version be in? With our CSI Miami.
Oh yeah.
Is that going to stay in?
What do you mean?
When we go back. Well, no, go back in. Go in.
What?
Are you going to add it? Is what I'm saying.
And the DVD?
Yeah.
No, we can't do extended cuts of all the episodes because it eats up so much space.
You guys missed something really brilliant between me and Miss Bree.
Yvette's here to tell you everything you're missing on the DVD.
That's right. I'll tell you what you're missing.
From now on, April Fool's Day is
Here's the funny thing the prop department did with these wanted
Oh, yeah.
pamphlets that they're handing out.
second forever.
How do you know it was one of us?
Well, if I may answer.
Look at your face. You're like, oh.
I remember one of the writers, I can't remember who.
Chevy did not understand.
Being on set and going,
He did a really funny take
do you
of that.
realize
though.
the
Remember
threshold
first
we've
time?
crossed with this? Like we have Chevy Chase dressed as a wizard with a cookie wand. Are you watching the monitor? Like there was it wasn't like judging it like they just wanted me to be aware. It's like the Mr. President, the nation's under attack. Like you just need him to like it just go. This is what we're doing, and we're like, yeah, that's it. Cookie wand, and he's going. Okay. New frontier.
That bag of goo was disgusting. Did you want him to have that dripping out like that on purpose, Adam? Yeah, every time it fell out, it was like a glop of just.
Well, we wanted a frog in a bag, and then there was some
No.
rigmarole about there was like a blended goop. This is
she's terrific.
Eve Brent, who is the widow, may God rest his soul, of Mike Ash, who's a Channel 101 guy.
Oh.
Eve also is in some Channel 101 stuff. That's not why she wasn't brought in for that. She was auditioning, and I saw that she was auditioning. And
What I loved about Eve is that she came to the hair and makeup trailer completely made up. Like she came at like 5:30 in the morning with that one little pin curl and everything perfectly in place, ready to go.
she was one of the original Janes. I can't remember which Tarzan.
Really?
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Hence the Tarzan reference in one of the alts we did a Tarzan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Her reading
And
the
her
diary
reading the
is
diary, yeah.
so it got really dirty after a while. I don't think she knew what she was reading.
What is a buzzkill mythology?
Well, the toe tag fits, Britta. I mean, you single-handedly killed an entire school's buzz, not to mention a frog. And according to Glenda, Cadaver Harry had 13 nieces and nephews that I'm not interested in meeting. So
I like this episode a lot, directing it, because it really focused on all our characters and their relationships as opposed to an outside force coming in and doing something.
Yeah, what other episodes? It's like paintball is really just them versus the world.
Wholesome Living magazine, by the way.
Oh, is that what Dina was reading? Love it.
It's called crazy.
Yeah?
This is a great exchange.
Earlier than I did when I got addicted to pills.
Why are you so concerned with being a badass?
Maybe I'm tired of everyone thinking of me as a little girl. Maybe I want to be in charge of how I'm defined.
Well, how do you think I feel?
To be able to do this in the first season of a show, to just, it's not a vehicle for Joel McHale. You're just doing a story with these other. We've gotten a lot of credit from that for in the press, the commitment to the ensemble comedy, where we absolutely we could do a show about any of these people, and you feel that, and that's what makes it feel like a family comedy. Which
I always say that the thing that I love about directing the show and makes it so special, it is a family show. It's just a set of.
That's why the episodes that are fun, like they had the self-containment where it's like, well, it's Little House on the Prairie. Albert is having a problem with. I wish I could name another character from that show, but
Laura?
brother. Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, grandpas and nieces. Like
you got pretty into this, didn't you?
We had a great time. I'm sitting here quietly going, It was a really nice thing to get to frisk Mr. McHale. We really enjoyed it, both of us.
We are also almost always having a fair at Greendale Community College.
Parties, dances, parties, fairs. Joel was amazing, very athletic in this. They didn't use a scene. He jumped over and turned backwards in one take, which was amazing.
I miss my extended chase, of course.
Yeah,
I know.
Adam always comes in. All the episodes that he's directed, he always comes in like trying as hard as he can to make each, to find something really unique and dynamic.
2 hours long.
And I always fight Adam whenever we do a show. I always fight you, but you're always right. You are. By the end, I'm like, okay.
We have that recorded, right? I can.
Your choices are always right.
There was a whole version. I remember walking around the Paramount lot with Adam, and he, the possibility of doing a rooftop chase. She was going to be jumping from rooftop to rooftop, and I remember thinking at the time, like, Adam didn't know much about the paintball episode, but it was like, you know what, that would be awesome, but I wonder if that paintball thing is going to go over at all. If I had known, I think probably would have just rolled up our sleeves and like.
Annie wears a lot of mascara, I think is another thing we've learned in this episode.
We did get to keep Annie spraying herself.
Yes.
Her self-inflicted friendly fire.
I think that was mine. I think that was my ad lib.
It was funny.
I do. I can't prove it, but I think it was mine.
Reason to save my seat.
Have we talked about how a lot of the times we have the same group of extras day in and day out on our set?
We do.
We've gotten to know some of them, others, rotating cast, but if you watch closely, you see the same people over and over and over again.
Yes, community college is a perfect environment for all the assorted extras you can find in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's part of the pitch of the show is that you have this ready-made Springfield. You can create strangers and never see them again, but you can have the ones you like keep coming
Always
back.
come back. I love that.
I wonder if you guys could do.
I love this moment.
Danny Pudi is
brilliant.
It's the best thing ever.
You two, you're an embarrassment to the department. You're off the case and off the force. Your badges, your windbreakers now.
Genius.
Now! I ain't got all day.
Oh, damn.
Agitating my
I
side.
just got a tweet.
No,
It's from Neil Goldman. How's it going? You guys on schedule?
no, of course not. This is Community.
I love Jim Rash looking at me.
Where he's eating the popcorn.
Hey, I say get
I love that top on you, Yvette.
Oh, thank you, Pumpkin. He's very form-fitting.
Pretty harsh.
I love it.
Embarrassing? No. That African-American police chief character Abed was playing was
This is a reshoot day.
No, we did 2 shoots that
Wasn't
day.
this a reshoot day? It wasn't the same day. We came back from another episode and did this.
Oh, I like your pinky.
Thank you, Pumpkin.
Nice frame,
The AKAs will be happy that I snuck that in.
This is a very scary scene for me because, you're down to the last scene. It's like either this episode's going to work or not. The story's going to work or not. Working that way is not the way you want to work, but it's also something to brag about because of all the talented people that we had working for a season. The fact that we could do a show like that, we deserve a special medal for that.
It's funny, don't you, Britta?
No.
Then why is there a photo on your Facebook page of a cat wearing
That's my cat, Vivian.
It's my cat.
And the tie makes him...
Formal.
This investigation is going nowhere. You need a psychic. Perfect. This process may alarm you. Oh, gay, so gay.
This was the day that we found out that we got a second season.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it is.
That's right.
You made a great
At
speech.
lunch.
That's right. I
He
forgot.
tricked us and filmed us without us knowing. And it went viral.
Chevy really liked this.
He loved that part in particular. What were you going to say, Gilly?
I was going to say that it was the day we found out we got the
I
second
tried to
season.
get Gillian to whisper to me because the guys were talking and I wanted to know what she was going to say.
At a bar. Called it.
One thing that I really like about the scene is the reminder that Oh, by the way, there's a foam pad on that table that makes that possible.
Yeah, painted the color of the
exactly
table.
like the tabletop. It's the reminder that Abed and Jeff, they have a very close. There's a lot of overlap with those characters that we see in the episode where they are dorming together. But we're reminded of it here because all the other characters break down into histrionics and all have a group hug. And Jeff is handcuffed to the chair, but Abed sits down next to him and they're spectating. They have 1 foot out, and they both do. And I like that about those characters. And then we reapproach that in the Chicken Fingers episode. The fact that they're birds of a feather. These guys.
That's my favorite Gillian thing.
Yeah.
The knock knock. Oh, Pumpkin.
The only reason I slammed Jeff's head against the table was
And
It's just our touching
amazing.
moment.
Our April Fool's Day episode
Right.
ends with
Evolves
everybody
into
crying. Which is typical of the genius of our show.
And I fought to get in Shirley's age in this. And Allison conspired with me. We both did takes where we said, "You're in your 30s." I think she got it in that one. Because Shirley was originally supposed to be in her 40s, so I'm trying to make them know I'm not that age. Come on.
Robes by accident. I only pretended I was level 6 to impress you guys. I got held back. I don't even deserve this Buddhist meteor wand.
It's not a meteor, it's a cookie wand.
Crying! Donald crying is so
This is
funny.
also the genius of the writing of this show. Where,
It's a cookie
you know,
wand.
It's just not about like how do we have a sight gag of Chevy in a crazy outfit. It like all like is intertwined and unfolds with each character's storyline. I think it's hats off to you.
Donald improvised, however, hats off to the non-writing. Donald improvised. I told him, like, go into detail about the Cookie Crisp thing because there's a whole generation of writers in the writers' rooms going, like, what do you mean Cookie Wizard? And I was like, oh, wait a minute. And that was a save because we got a lot of props for that being an awesome thing, like the recognition that the Cookie Crisp mascot had changed. But honestly, kids, Grandpa didn't know. I forgot that it was a burglar at a certain point and stuff, and like Zach
And now it's
Baez
just a
in the writers'
dog.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's changed over and over again. Like, because you got to keep that Cookie Crisp character relevant.
You did great work in this scene, Gil.
Thank you, Yvette.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Adam.
Why don't you two stop kissing
very
each
good-
other's asses over there?
Why do you hate kindness, sir?
It's easy. My dad
Heavens.
hit me with a belt.
Well, my mom hit me and I'm still kind. Get over it.
Can I
Shut up.
request that she hit you again?
You don't have to request, trust.
Yeah,
So
like
you're
that.
kind of like the Jeff character. You're saying.
Yeah, I'm a little phobic about. Yeah, I got.
You don't like kindness?
Oh,
So this is
people
great.
adore
In
this.
the morning.
I have a question, Dan.
Yep.
Do we have merchandise forthcoming from
Yeah,
the
those,
NBC store?
those coffee cups they're holding, I believe,
about bobbleheads?
will be on
Bobbleheads.
sale. Bobbleheads,
People really want Troy and Abed in the morning mugs.
T-shirts, hoodies, all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
You're gonna.
hoodies?
Yeah.
I love hoodies.
But I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we'll just roll it.
Look at Leonard.
I think Danny looks.
Wait, I mean,
Yeah.
it's my birthday. Danny, what?
I think Danny looks absolutely adorable in
He
that
does
bow
with his
tie.
little bow tie.
What's going on? Where are the cameras?
Oh, we're not filming?
I'd watch this show.
Oh, guys, it's 6 a.m.
But what did he think he was
There
getting
was
up
no camera.
for?
Well,
was
they told him they were doing a show, and
Love it.
I think I'm failing psychophonics.
Hi, Dan Harmon here, joined with my rascally friends.
Hey, I'm Danny Pooty.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
Joel McHale.
Together, we form a robot that will give you commentary on this episode.
Yep.
And believe me when I say I'm the head.
I'm the forearm.
I'm the feet.
The dick.
We teeter up. In our defense, we teeter up.
This
All
is
right.
one of my favorite episodes here. Huge fan of Goodfellas, growing up, and many other mob movies. But I think we do a great job of talking about that and having some really sweet moments as well.
I will be the first to admit there is a slight Goodfellas influence on this episode. But I will stress that it seems like nobody felt it was more of a Goodfellas spoof than the people who clearly had never seen Goodfellas. Like, and it's because this is really more of a Scorsese homage because there's a lot of casino elements, a lot of like,
Right.
and there's also a lot of Godfather.
Like where you put
elements,
the
too.
guy's
It's
head in the
Coppola.
vice and kill him.
Yes. But it's generally the mafia kind of homage.
We should get Joe Pesci on the show.
Oh, that'd be good.
He hasn't been doing a lot.
What is he doing these days?
Dan?
I don't know. I don't know, guys.
Shocker.
Here we go.
Treated the animals you were eating, you would eat them even faster just to put them out of their misery.
After this episode aired, I got so many responses on Twitter and Facebook about different people's cafeteria favorite treats.
Really?
Ice cream day, taco
Lauren
day.
Pomerantz is here.
Lauren's here?
Yeah, I wish you could do a split screen and show like the Britta character. I mean, it's that's awesome.
Great move.
Like it's changed so much. Do you have any insight, Gillian, into what happened in your head as this character was going from the pilot to at this point we're almost done with the season and your character is now so much more comfortable and identifiable and stuff like what?
Well, it was interesting because early on I did a lot of telling Jeff Winger to behave better, you
Right.
know? And it was sort of like we kind of got, you know, we did that a lot. And then I was the butt of a joke.
Right.
And I was like, oh, okay, well,
Got it.
you know, diversify. And then I kept being the butt of the joke.
Right.
And then it became about me being humorless.
Right.
And then it became about me responding to the fact that people found me humorless. And then it became like I feel like we discovered the fact that she's petty, that she's insecure, that she's egotistical,
Right.
and that she's competitive. So all of that made, you know, I think it was more fun for you and for me and hopefully for the audience because being, you know, the reasonable, sensible one with no obvious flaws is not that fun after a while.
Yeah, it makes you an easy target too for anybody that I mean, because it leaves it up to the audience to go, well, I don't like her. You're telling me to like her. I don't like her. So tell them not to like her. That's how you do it.
It also helps that.
So
Gillian's
that
a
was Abed
brilliant
taking a
actor.
big shit on you.
You're taking a shit on me?
That was Abed taking a big
Oh.
shit on you.
Oh.
While we
It's a
were
little bit
talking
of
about
the
that thing.
over honesty.
Tristram Shapiro directed this.
He was great.
Lovely man.
Super British. A lot of people that meet him go, yeah, that guy's really classy. He's a really classy, smart guy. And I always try to make them really think about it and go, really imagine him talking like Rhea Perlman and saying the same things he just said to you. Do you really think he's classy?
It's not
Neil?
classy.
Come on, he's just British.
Yeah.
I like him too, but don't endow him with.
Wanted to be in a mafia movie.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, sorry guys. I'll.
There's the Henry Hill voiceover begins.
But I don't think Rhea Perlman would do what Tristram does, where he's like, Joe, do you think maybe you'd want to try doing maybe just one way you go like, maybe you just do it like that? Just maybe, I mean, if you want to, do you want to? You know, like he was so polite
Yes.
about how making suggestions. I was like, Tristram, what? Why? He's like, well, just walk over there. Okay, great.
Well, first of all, and this may be a bit of a tangent, but the British are not polite. They tax you without representation.
They throw your tea into the harbor.
No, we do
threw
that.
the tea
to
into
make
the
a
harbor.
point.
Oh my
They-
lord!
What are you?
Did you
20?
go to college?
They run
Don't
your
you
country
remember?
for 200
Why would
years.
they throw tea into the harbor?
For those of you just joining us, we are discussing.
Go to a real college.
We're discussing the British's influence on my
all right.
country and my people.
So
half of my country, half of my people.
This is the first of, I believe, 3 montages that serve as sort of tent poles. This is the thing that to me is really cool about Scorsese movies. They're epic. They span indefinite spans of time, and you get storytelling done with voiceover. And it's cool. It's really, really fun to be able to do this for one episode of your show. That-
Lick the table.
I
one of those
love.
takes.
I wanted to see the rest of that interview. Troy dresses a pharaoh.
Lines were for suckers, hacks, sheep.
There it is.
And chicken.
Those things were very greasy.
It reminds me so much the part of Goodfellas when they're talking about robbing the airports.
Oh, I should look at Twitter questions. I didn't look for
Do you
this
guys remember
episode.
that scene right there? Because I had to pull the chicken in front of the camera, and Kirk
Yeah.
was running, and he
Our
was like,
camera operator.
instead of action, he would tell me to start when he would say, and chicken. And then I'd have to put the chicken in the frame.
And Kirk does this thing, our photographer, who when something happens in his shot he doesn't like, during the take he will vocally express how he feels. You'll hear.
And then it'll be like Danny, Donald, Jeff, Joel.
He can't remember our names.
Not the greatest with names.
Sounds great. I'll take 10.
You get fired.
We all go back to eating like.
I wonder if there are takes where you can just hear in the background.
Not the decisions.
There was a sound guy. I think it's our new sound guy. There's a live feed to my office at Paramount because I'm what's referred to as a mogul.
Yes.
And I started to like to sit behind my desk and I drink glasses of scotch, just glasses, and I try to write.
And then Yvette comes in. Would I take a dump in the desk?
And there's a feed to my office, and there's a point where there was a sound guy that would kind of comment on stuff. He would go he'd finish a take, and then he'd go that was a pretty good bit. And I'd just be listening to a guy just going yeah, it's funnier when he's when he comes in from the left. It's like, no, it's a guy. I get it because he's like a mentor. Like, who am I listening to?
I don't know.
Is it Joseph Campbell?
Now this
this
is
is so
an
great.
incident actually where you were watching on the live feed and you came down to set and had them rearrange the entire set.
Yeah.
Remember?
Because it looked more like a chemistry lab and it felt more like a
It looked
kitchen.
like Enter the Dragon.
And it needed to look like a closet, I'm sure I saved the show.
I think you did.
I'm sure I didn't just make everyone
Well, I'm talking
tired.
about your, on the job, critical thinking, decision making abilities to, pull us out of.
Right, but that's Dan.
Really?
And how much he cares and how passionate he is about it.
Yeah.
He runs down whenever anything's going bad.
Passionate about leaving a paper trail of me peeing on everything so that I can make an arguable case that I had an effect on the show. All right.
Britta
There we go.
really wants her hair done.
Most important job of all. He was at the top. He was the boss. He was our leader.
What the hell is going on?
AV kids hooked it up.
How quickly our study group deteriorates,
Just-
right? I mean, just
The golden
it just-
calf is just.
See what happens with power? Immediately.
Okay,
One rule about
another
that
one of
monkey.
those situations. The second time I've worked with a monkey, where they go, "Do not look at the monkey.
Right.
Don't ever.
Don't
make
look
eye
at
contact.
it. Don't get near it.
It's like
don't
Happy Fun
pretend."
Ball. Remember Happy
Yeah,
Fun
it was
Ball?
like Happy Fun Ball.
Programmed to love this backpack.
This is my favorite Britta thing.
And then programming them to replace auto workers.
What?
The stuff that I like is on the edge of the bell curve. I just Britta's outraged about robot
Robotic
dance.
auto workers.
She just she can muster an opinion about anything.
Wasn't there going to be a whole storyline about how I'm addicted to opinions?
Oh.
Well, here's a question from Twitter about this episode. How did you rig the study room to explode with paint? Look, let me explain something about production codes versus airing codes.
Oh.
This that's an understandable. We shot this. This is episode 123 production code, but it aired as 119. All right.
That cleared it up.
That monkey was actually in the episode, the
Ooh.
April Fool's Day episode as well. So that was that monkey's second appearance on our show.
Was,
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Was Abed supposed to be a perfectly reliable narrator in this episode?
Ooh, English paper.
Or did part of it happen in his imagination?
Oh, here we go.
Well, smarty pants. It's not HBO. I don't know the answer to your question.
This is a really great scene, I think.
I really love this scene.
Love this scene.
Yeah. It's always a treat when I get to
I
do
love the way you mix. I truly like the way you casually mix the drinks.
Yeah.
That-
Yes. I think this. What I like about the scene too is that board, which I don't know if you get
love
to.
that board.
Our
You
art
need to
department,
pause.
which you've heard me compliment many times,
Gabe was
this has got to
responsible for
be
this.
one of their crowning glories.
We should have taken a photo of it.
Yeah.
Do we have? I mean,
I
that should,
took a
that
photo
should go
of
in
mine.
that should go in the DVD.
Well, it should be on my wall. It exists somewhere.
Yeah. But it's such an honest. I mean, it's really honest about every character's real needs.
You have no idea how much of a tradition it is, like the art department trying to jump in on the comedy business and it's just you having to give notes and stuff like that. I literally never once this art department in the entire run of the show never had a single note.
Yeah,
Wow.
Quite the contrary. I seek guidance from them. I read stuff like that on the wall and I go, good idea.
Remember when there was actually a description of the scene in the call sheet which made its way into this episode where it said that Abed was drunk on chicken power?
Yeah.
And you read that and then you wrote it into, you gave that line to
Who is
Jeff.
it? Who does?
I think that was Mike, our first AD, who wrote that. He was very proud.
I always look forward to scenes with Joel in the room, and I think this is kind of a fun scene because both of us are kind of battling for the power of the group a little bit.
Yeah. I look forward to scenes with you and Chevy because it's nice not to look down all the time.
Ooh.
At the shortest cast in history.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
How tall are you, Joel?
6'4".
I drank 6
That's
root beer floats
abnormally
that
tall.
day.
Okay, that's not like average height.
Agreed.
Yeah. And Chevy's also 6'4", right?
Yes.
God,
Yeah.
that's got to be hard for you.
Yeah, but he's 375 pounds.
There's there's a little bit of a snafu, a little glitchy poo that you might enjoy. It's something to do with that sign over Jeff's shoulder.
Respect the
Bing bong.
Wait, it aired like that?
Respect the animal of continuity, for it will bite you.
Dan, there's another one of those in this episode
And
as
it's
well.
back. Yeah.
There's the chicken finger one as well.
Annie is fantastic in this scene. I love the phone call that she makes, the message she leaves.
I like your shirt in this episode.
We did a lot of experimenting with Annie, blossoming her. She goes through her hippie Vaughn thing, and it's like, and I kept panicking. I was like, well, yeah, but what we like about Annie is, the little girl, little fuss budget, little Tracy flick. This is a great example of how she can grow up and can continue to be Annie, like going into adulthood. Yeah.
He's not picking up. What did you do with him?
I don't believe people turned out to be. I'm not going to stand here and be...
To be able to love someone that you want to strangle.
Abed, Jeff says you're not listening to him. Does that mean we shouldn't listen to him either? Oh, also, should we make special jackets for our crime family, like blazers with chicken finger patches?
What a great idea for a crime family.
I don't know. Long message. I mean, one thing that's worth noting, so you always sacrifice something to gain anything. In this episode, we're sacrificing a little bit of believability with the group. We're tracking Jeff and Abed. The rest of you guys are very cartoony. And Anthony Russo pointed that out because he works hard to point out things that are wrong after the fact. He just needs to make sure that I know that he's smart. And he is, and he had a really good point. Which is that the rest of you guys are so you're so unified in your movement.
Yeah.
Like you all just become absolutely corrupted immediately. And you move as one unit, and that's not usually the case. This is the heat scene between.
Maybe not. The question is...
Dino Starburns, who started off one scene maybe in a Spanish classroom and ends up being everyone's favorite character.
Key to the kitchen. There's a valve on the back of the chicken fryer.
I got to edit.
Why did he nail the word valve?
So great.
Valve.
That's
That's called genius. You can't. Why question it?
Why not?
I like it.
How petty do you think I am?
I think there was a line that said "pretty petty" before they got cut.
Yeah, it was a variety of stuff. I sat with Jeff Groth, and we cut together a variety of those scenes. The great thing about the end of the season is I got nothing else to do but edit. I can sit there and drive the editors nuts.
But the family's success started to go to their heads.
They didn't have college ruled?
No, sorry.
It's okay.
Ooh.
Abed?
Yeah.
Can I talk to
Hey,
you?
And
he
Chevy
still hasn't learned to pronounce your name.
He's wearing an Ed Hardy hat.
Wearing his Ed Hardy.
I think he liked that hat.
I think he did too.
That was McKenna's idea, I think, right? The Ed Hardy hat.
Travis is his...
He's shrugging outside.
By Travis. No, you go by the door.
See you, Travis.
By the way, Chevy loved kicking that guy out of the room.
You can buy an Ed Hardy shower curtain at Bed Bath & Beyond that costs close to $100.
You can buy Ed Hardy Chardonnay.
What?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Troy's in the... Fat. Lazy. I'd given them everything, and somehow I'd lost their respect. So I did the only thing I could think of. I did what I thought Jeff would do. I sent them a message.
A lot of this voiceover, by the way, was done after the episode, and so we had to time it kind of perfectly. So we had to go out to the barn somewhere in Sun Valley to do it.
Oh.
How much did it cost to buy this song?
Yeah.
I don't know the dollar amount. It's expensive. It's with you get an episodic budget. It's like you have a music budget, and I'll pull a number out of my butt. It's like if you want a moderately well-known song, you pay $50,000 to put it in your episode, basically. And you've got a budget that goes away real fast. So every time you want a little treat like this, you got to spend it from somewhere else.
I wish you had put just one little vignette here where you showed a mafia guy frozen in a meat locker. dead.
Yeah.
Well, that was what the backpack was supposed to be, and we argued endlessly about the order of this stuff. The backpack's really supposed to be Carmine in the cooler, but whatever.
No, I really wanted a corpse.
I know what you want.
Why didn't you do that for me?
Because
it would have made no sense. I know it would have been stupid. Okay.
Chicken, and Tyler Perry has a whole series of movies about why that's wrong.
That little Arab is off his rocker.
He released Annie's boobs. Annie's boobs could be anywhere. Annie's boobs could be on the side
We
of the
got
road.
it. The monkey's name.
Great name for the monkey.
What you don't know is that Annie's boobs is actually in Shirley's hair for this scene. We had to cut out a part where it turns 12 o'clock and you hear a cuckoo and Annie's boobs comes. There's a door that opens in Shirley's hair, and Annie's boobs comes out and hits a bell 12 times.
And didn't Annie's boobs get lost in the hair? And
yeah,
was
Annie's
lost
boobs
for like
was
a day.
writing to the ensemble and going, I don't know where I am. I don't know how much longer I have to walk in one direction. I parked in one of 4 directions. I mean,
the power's back, Joel.
That was a cool discovery on the set. It would probably take 20 minutes to explain, but that wasn't in the script that he's this Fonzie power that he has. We kind of discovered that on set. And sometimes when you write as haphazardly as I did this season.
This was not shot outside.
This scene right here is one of my favorite scenes of the season.
Yeah.
It was very enjoyable.
There was a first draft of the scene where you actually, like, at a certain point go, I don't know what you're talking about. Like for real, like you actually lose your cool. I was like, well, yeah, it's probably not. You don't want Abed to do.
But I was close. I just need a new food, a new system. I'm going to experiment with jalapeno poppers next, and then zucchini zirkles.
I don't get it.
Zucchini circles. Zucchini circles.
I think it's zupas.
Zupas is soup, Polish.
Si, duża dupa.
And there is a 16 Candles homage coming up.
This is a kind of finale scene with an arc goes season long between these two characters. These are the two. This is a very important relationship.
I think they reveal a lot about each other here.
Jeff is cut off from people. So is Abed, but Jeff has a preternatural ability to manipulate people, which Abed covets because he has a neurological inability to do so. So this is really very, very important here. These are the two halves of the writer. One side is overly empathic and like suffering from it and selfish, and the other side is all messed up from something that happened in the womb.
Is that why our skin tones are exactly the same?
They're merging.
You were very tan.
Yeah, how did you get so tan there? A little Jersey Shore action. Huh?
How dare you? I'm not orange. I'm tan. They began after I was naked in the first 12 episodes. I just started spray tanning.
Shout out to Pam.
Pam. I think you should just be pale and Irish. I mean,
that would drive viewers away because you can see the veins and the blood pulse.
Yeah, because everyone hates Nicole Kidman. She's so hard to look at.
I'll put on a leather jacket and make out with an aerobics instructor. You pull around front and comedically startle passersby with your ability to talk.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
He thinks the guy that isn't autistic is a car. All right, strike that from the commentary.
Also, kind of like a callback to Heat Vision and Jack.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Somewhat for the sake of the family.
There it
but
is.
mostly for the sake of Jeff's ego.
Boy, how many chicken fingers and onion rings did we eat in this scene, Joel? Again, we're getting sick eating
my
things.
Lord. It was painful. I remember going, do we have to eat the breading?
This should crush you right here. He's like Henry Hill going back into witness protection. Abed is receding back to a spectator of life.
Richard
and Eric Charles Nielsen.
You know what they'll never make a replacement for?
And here you'll also see the chicken fingers disappear.
Friends.
Okay, thank you. That's great, Abed. But could you just answer the question?
What was it?
Do you know who might have stolen a box of hairnets from the kitchen?
Oh, no chicken fingers.
I'm gonna write that down.
What if Abed originally farts there? There's a big fart.
This was a fun tag.
Mm-hmm.
We had to do a lot of computer-generated corrections to this. No way. This gag did not play out. We had to add a shirt. I'll explain what happened, I think.
You could add a shirt to this, but you couldn't add the signs back in that
We
other
didn't notice the signs. We didn't notice the signs until it was too late.
I got babies.
Because the gag is not clear. It's hard to watch two guys go down and then come back up. and know that they changed clothes. So we had to make that. That was a computer shirt.
Oh, nice.
And then he realizes, oh, we're gay. Hello, I'm Dan Harmon.
I'm Donald Glover.
I'm Danny Pudi.
I'm Chris McKenna.
Adam Davidson.
Adam directed this episode. Adam Davidson. Sometimes we call him David Adamson.
Or Alan Davidson, or
David Allen Greer, I call him.
Call him Davidson University.
These kids who are about to make their first appearance, we love these young kids.
They're so funny.
Some people misinterpreted these kids as like, well, I don't like these kids. Like they're supposed to be incredibly annoying, nauseatingly intimidating, and you're supposed to want to strangle them. So
yes, mission accomplished.
If you found yourself wanting to strangle them, then we nailed it.
That was part of the casting process too, saying, "I want to strangle you right now. You got the job."
Yeah, they played snooty. Like, yeah, watching the episode, like even the points where they were just like shooting them, I was like, oh, those guys are jerks. Like, I just want to get them back.
Yeah.
All of us were just like shaking our heads in the corner watching them and just reflecting on our high school years.
But it was this thing where like you guys did a good job of like writing it, because I felt really, I was just like, how do you fight Schmitty?
Yeah,
like how do you fight that? Because like they're just gonna say Schmitty again.
It's sort of based on all of our, in the writers' room, all of our opinions of youth, the things about youth that intimidate us without us admitting it. One is like just the fact that you don't have to be witty when you're young to win an argument.
No.
And you can also make up your own language.
Yeah.
And McKenna, the duh thing is based on an actual story.
Yeah, I had a friend in high school who in his arsenal of annoyances, this was like his global thermonuclear war, where it was the only way to win is not to play.
Wow.
And one guy tried to win for an hour, 2 hours.
It went on for like 2 hours. I mean, it was just like, it just bummed everyone.
That's a commitment to a battle.
Yeah.
Pierce in a beret. That's just a pleasant sight.
And we'll visit the man in the moon.
That's a real guitar he's crashing.
Yes.
And it's hard to break.
By the way, it's not easy to break a guitar. I realized you had to flip it to the backside to actually crack it. That took a long time.
They're designed not to do that.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly. They're like, well, these are gonna get tossed around a lot. Let's make sure they don't shatter.
So are those Boondocks shirts that you sometimes are wearing? Your character?
Yeah,
that's a Boondock shirt. Which
people
I think is
go crazy for that.
Everyone
on Twitter.
wanted those.
The Twitter game.
It's
People
a
are like
Sony show, I believe.
Yeah, and it makes people think we're hip, but truly, it's just free.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
it's a Sony show.
It's free.
After a lot of episodes, they're always like,
we'd wear a Hitler shirt if Sony was
if
making
he was
a
in
Hitler
Spider-Man
movie.
4.
It was free.
Stand up for a second. Yep, here we go. I don't know if you noticed the sagging in my pants. Foreshadowing.
I wore a unitard in another episode, but for some of this reason, I was very terrified. I was like, "Oh, people gonna see my package?"
Mm-hmm. The Pierce character is in an odd state in this episode. He really bounces back from that smashed guitar because young men are in their underwear.
If you notice, yeah.
He's like, "Oh, who cares about that guitar that I bought for $500?"
And then he does this. I thought this was a great idea. The writers pitched this to me, and I was like, we were almost at the end of the run of our show, and I was like, this is great. Here's why I think it's great. Because, as I've said before, Pierce is our Eric Cartman or our Archie Bunker, but I love accountability. I love the idea of in TV, sometimes it's like that character, the Eric Cartman character, you don't like... let's put him on trial. Let's have the characters be more real, the ones around him, by going, you know what, enough is enough. And it's hard to write a story that would provoke an enough is enough conversation with a character like Pierce, who has already been accepted as racist, homophobic, sexist, in all these ways. So, and then your mind goes to, well, what physically can he do? And then you go, okay, not on a sitcom.
Yeah.
And then this was just a great idea. That's when this was at the end of the year. Many people have said our episodes started getting better and better. We hired a lot of great writers. The writers were great in the first place, but I don't know. We found our footing, and we brought on guys like Chris McKenna and Emily Cutler. who started this show in the home stretch into a new sort of like awesomeness. What am I talking about? Shut up. Just drink your beer and shut up. Fat asshole.
I like Gillian's Walkman Discman right
Oh
there.
my! I laughed so hard when he goes, "Oh my God, is she wearing a disc?" Because he looks legit, like scared, like she can't possibly be wearing a
I've seen that in a
Discman.
museum. So
Yeah.
sad.
The relationship between Britta and Jeff in this show, in this episode, is
awesome.
It's my wildest dream come true that you could create these sibling kind of characters. These two equally petty people. Who barely get along except in matters of pettiness, and they're just so great together. And people, they go, well, "Do you think those characters have chemistry?" I go, "No, I think they have a complete lack of chemistry, and I think that is a form of chemistry."
Yeah,
Chevy really embraced this scene. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in and out, one take a piece.
You're not?
He still assumes I'm a terrorist.
If you're not, I'm sorry. And if you are, I'm a hero. I'm willing to take that chance.
You said
I
I
love
have
that
a
joke.
crafty
Thanks, I wrote that.
He doesn't take a compliment anymore.
Look, either he leaves the group or I do.
You just dug your own grave.
I will point out later, though, speaking of writing jokes, that another important thing about this episode is I was in the edit bay, and sometimes the writers are on the set. Often the writers are on the set, and I'm not at all. And often the director is like, "Can we beat that line?" Or the actor's having trouble with it. The writers do a floor rewrite. This is the first episode right at the end of the run. I'm in the edit bay, and one of these jokes that the writers came up with on the set is truly the best, my favorite line of the entire season. It's an Abed line that comes up later in the second act, and I'll point it out. Chris McKenna came up with it, and I texted him and really, really kissed his ass to make sure he'd stay on the show forever.
I get a co-created by credit.
Oh, here comes Stinky Turd Face. Remember, we don't
Stinky
stop.
turd face. She bought binoculars.
Yeah.
Expensive binoculars. She could have bought a mini iPod. With those, but she bought binoculars instead.
Big equipment. The Discman, the binoculars.
She takes economics next season.
Oh, monies, she'll say.
Clarissa, what time's your mommy picking you up? After she's done shooting the Real Housewives of Greendale County?
Burn.
Real Housewives of Greendale County, duh!
That's a clever retort.
That's a clever retort, duh!
Man, these were so painful to watch, too.
It is so painful to watch. He's like, your parents are the voice. That's where it's like the tower starts crumbling. It's like, I'm just gonna say mean things.
Yeah.
It's like your mom's in a wheelchair. Like it's like awful. With something kids do.
And the moral here has something to do with the fact that you don't try to be young. They've got it covered. If you're 25, enjoy it. If you're 35, enjoy it. Every age has something to offer.
That's something.
Stealing a rival school's mascot was part of Abed's list.
There's another little wild card.
Oh my gosh, that goat was crazy.
Putting at the table, Adam. I think that
that
was just
in Chevy's position
I
too.
couldn't resist replacing Chevy for a scene with a lookalike.
I almost deleted the goat from the script when I was doing a pass through the script because I saw the goat and I was like, well, how funny is that going to be? You put an animal on the thing, and you see that in shows all the time. But I left it in because people were laughing at the table read and stuff, and then I go to this. I look up at the monitor, and the goat is sitting where Pierce used to sit.
Yeah.
And I was like, there was a joke happening I didn't even get, and that's a great example of we talk about the relationships between writers and directors, the collaboration. Like a director looks at stuff like a crazy person.
By the way, this is one of my favorite Donald moments of the year.
Is an scapegoat. I think we should just let this one go.
Sometimes you've got to be pretending.
I love the goat's focus in the scene too. It's really.
I love the I love the part where like we're all cracking up and I'm like, oh, like he's already. I'm already okay with him being part of the group. He's like,
I love that.
Yeah.
I love all that. I love Annie. We do make a lot of fun of a lot of the things you say and do.
I love that.
if you've just tuned in, we love it. We love our show.
Yes,
but
we
it's-
do.
I mean, it was right at the end. These are shot in a different order than you saw them, and I would spend the next 20 minutes explaining that. It's not a bad thing. It was because we got an extra 3 episodes. This was one of the ones that we shot. Wait,
Is this the last,
was the very
this is the last episode we
this was the
shot?
last
Yeah.
episode that we shot. I was afraid to say it. I thought I'd be wrong, but so it's just we are at our absolute peak of these guys knowing each other. You watch the gag reel, you see Danny Pudi telling Gillian she has a booger in her nose for 5 minutes. Nobody around them is even thinking that it's
No one's paying
unusual.
attention.
These
No,
actors
it's
have
fine.
bonded 15 hours a day.
They're like, we're ready to roll once they get the booger out of Gillian's nose.
It was like, fine.
Not.
I love that.
That's actually a 2-parter from her Snake that she did a couple episodes
Yeah,
back.
it's just so perfect.
This concept of a character that's funny because she's not funny is finally understood by everybody on the same page.
Nut.
By the way, those
So
hats,
awkward.
those hats that Donald and I are wearing are actually from Animal House.
Yeah,
aren't
they're
they?
the actual hats from Animal House. No joke. It's so cool.
Like an idiot.
That's one of 8,000 Donald Glover improvs.
There's a picture of us wearing those in black and white, and I was like, we kind of look badass. Me and
Oh,
you.
yeah, I love that
yeah,
picture.
yeah.
Here we go. Everyone's worst nightmare.
Oh, so amazing.
Yep. Oh.
I know you don't want to hear what I have to say. From the moment we first met, I knew you were going to be a very...
Seriously.
I love how that chick, though, is kind of like, I don't really have a problem with it.
Let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear what he has to say first.
I
He
don't
has
remember.
flowers.
She thinks she's being racist. 'Cause she's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, I don't know this white dude. Is that white dude?
That's not my ex-husband.
You get a specific type of acting when you're involving extra. What do they call them now? Background actors, and it's
Yes.
not. It's not because background actors are lower caliber actors. It's because they're not getting paid to talk.
Yeah.
You can't interface with them. So you get there's always that very very specific background actor.
Just like zip. It's like nothing
Just
there.
accept everything.
Just accept it.
One of the funniest things in this episode, it was a second ago, Allison Brie's reaction when
Yes.
she's caught by Shirley is like a squirrel.
Yeah.
It
She's like,
it makes me laugh every
And she
time.
wants to run.
She's
and then
kind of in fight mode, looking around. Like, these guys.
That's what we call a dovetail that you just saw. A dovetail. 2 stories dovetailing together.
I love that it's Britta who comes up with the idea of how to get back.
Yeah. We labored to get this in one shot. Like, we'll watch these 2 together.
One thing, you need to bang that kid's mom. After we fix everything with Shirley.
Whoa! And you like these guys, but they're just terrible people.
They're terrible, but it's so awesome.
I don't want to say they're the opposite of Jim and Pam, but I mean, Office is my favorite show and the best show on NBC. But and we have to do something different, and so those characters are just petty.
Yeah,
you the opposite of adore them. And you root for them and you identify with them, but they're just bad people. Jeff
so
Winger
funny.
and Britta Perry.
Jeff Winger.
It's a great contrast, too, of them pulling into the parking lot. Shirley and Pierce. Shirley in a minivan that's abused.
Yeah, that's just
And
awful.
Pierce shows up in an Escalade.
If you look at that
Chris
van,
McKenna
it
is a-
looks like
That's a Cadillac CTS.
it looks like her kids pee on that van. Like it's so messed up. It's
doesn't even
corroded.
bother washing it.
Well, I try to keep things where they should be.
I know. Peeking over the bush. No one will shut.
The worst commercial.
Adam cast those girls, and that's the end of that sentence. and I said,
Davidson,
are you sure the community All right, I know what's going on. Never mind. We just wanted.
He's just
that's
trying to
not
get us
imply
more
any foul
viewers.
play. That's just.
Trying to help with the ratings.
This was shot.
This isn't 1930s Hollywood. I don't mean anything happened. I just mean we didn't keep with the community college theme, the reality theme with those car wash girls. Oh shit! Sorry, I talked over that. That was awesome.
That was one of those scenes where it was like getting dark and we had to finish it within like
Yeah, we had to shoot it real
2 minutes.
Just so you know, I'm Shirley.
I
Wouldn't
love
want you
this scene.
reaching for me should you get a hankering for pancakes.
That's a great Aunt Jemima joke, just so you guys know. Like that.
Oh no, they want you in the group, and I quit, so you go ahead and hang with them.
I wrote a really weird version of the scene that we reverted. We're at the table read. I kind of dug in, like, oh, that was really Patty Chayefsky, this fucker. It was a little, got odd reactions. Like, it was like, it started involving God and race and stuff. Like, she was like, in this part, she's like, I was at the mall and Britta and Annie were there, and how was I not part of that phone call? I know the only difference between me and the two of them, the only thing they have in common that I don't have involves waistline and age or something like that, like all this weird shit, like really dark, gritty, like, and everyone just sat there and
like a mash, like monologues. Yeah, it's just we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die one day.
Well then, choppers, if you believe in God, then forgive me.
Leave me my name.
I was really proud of myself, but it was 3 a.m. when I wrote it, and I guess sometimes.
And nobody can ever strip you of that, not even me.
You really believe that?
All right.
And that's why you think Pants and me wasn't wrong.
Listen.
The thing that's, if they were sitting next to each other, he would have leaned in for a kiss, like a kiss.
Yeah.
Who blocked that?
I don't know. She just walked out, I think.
But Pierce makes it through this episode without becoming not racist, which I not because we love racism, but because it's important to believe characters like Pierce. You don't like he physically couldn't recognize Shirley from another black woman, and he comes from an older generation and he's a different guy. And yet it's tough to tell stories with characters that you've made up your mind are not redemptive. They're not going to change overnight.
He doesn't even know what that means.
I don't know what. Sometimes on these commentaries, I'll just point out how hard our job is.
No, I think like
that was a high
what were you
jump.
saying with that is like I feel like I know there's other characters like this, but the one thing I learned a lot about that character is like he's not gonna change. We're gonna change learning about him.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like we learn a lot about just like, okay, that guy's not so bad. I mean, he's horrible, right? But he's not
Plus,
like he's trying.
And it's can we get over that? It's like, can
he's
you
like
get
your
over that
granddad.
aspect?
And he's like your granddad. He's like he's gonna be like, you know, when I come over, he's gonna be like, you know, I had a colored friend in the army. Like, but he's trying to be good.
And that was your point when we were talking about the episode to me, Dan, was that you need this person in a group like this.
Yes, you do, yeah.
Without it, there's a vacuum, and hence the...
Plus, in a writer's room, if you can have one character that you don't have to give an arc to.
Yeah.
That saves.
That's what this is about, guys. Making the jokes hit.
One character that creates a setup so that the punchline can be everyone rolling their eyes. Let's be racist, and then cut around the room.
In a lot of ways, though, he's one of the first characters I flip through scripts. I can't wait to see what you guys write for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Toga.
I created with Sarah Silverman the Sarah Silverman program on Comedy Central. And Sarah was one of the I really loved writing for her because that was her act too. Still is. Just that what would be the worst possible thing you could say, and that character is really important.
Yeah.
This is
Chris McKenna's invention. A off.
I don't know if I could last this long.
This was supposed to be like the opposite of the billiards, like triumphant.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to be like so anticlimactic in their heads. They were like going into this awesome battle, but it's not.
Yeah, there was a lot of debate about this. I mean, collaboration can sometimes just create a Mexican standoff. In which case, I don't know who gets to supersede everybody. I bailed by asking the network if they wanted anything to change. So I knew they'd say no because they're the network. And so we just shot it as we did at the table read. But I know Adam had you wanted things about this this third act that the writer didn't, and that I was I remember talking the three of us and sort of trying to figure out what the hell is the tone, what is the point of this last beat here. And it's still a little bit of a mystery, but it turned out good.
But I think at the rehearsal scene, I think we stripped some stuff out so there wasn't so much denouement after this moment. There was a lot of wrap up here.
Yeah, I think in its initial conception, there was a lot of explaining happening in this act, and we just wanted to kind of keep it moving towards the finish.
I mean, your big thing, which I totally agreed with, was we got to get from that food fight to this part.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the dub battle to the food fight really quickly. And so we had to shuffle stuff around.
That was Gabe, our prop guy. Gabe with 2 direct hits to our faces.
So I used my Emmy award-winning original lyrics and music writing skills with Ludwig Göransson to write this song, and I brought Wade Randolph in. He's a Channel 101 buddy of mine.
What was the line? Did we miss Abed's line?
What do you mean?
Which one?
You said there was a funny line that.
Oh shit, we did. I must have babbled over it. The line was the entourage thing. That's this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like
We've lost our Hank Kingsley, our Cliff
He's
Clavin, our turtle, or our
it's,
E, or our Johnny Drama. Man, that show is sloppy. And I saw that in the edit bay, and I screamed. And we edit next door to CSI Los Angeles, and or NCIS Los Angeles, and sometimes they have to come over and go, "Why don't you cool it? We're making a show about pubic hair over there." That was a day that NCIS LA had to tell me to keep it down a couple times because I was shrieking, "Oh my God!" Like, I heard that line. I've never heard that before. And all of a sudden I'm laughing at my own show.
But then you text message me right away, and you're like, "Who came up with that line? Who came up with that line?"
Oh, yeah.
And that was Chris McKenna, who we had a couple of edits. That
he
wasn't
killed it.
Yeah.
Like that. I remember laughing on set about that.
We had a couple of different versions of that joke too.
Watching Abed wonder
Something about
accidentally
Persian
with the
Ross.
realization
Yeah.
that Entourage has major fundamental structural problems.
Discovering that to himself.
Because
too.
that's what it is. He's like, he still enjoys
He loved it,
Entourage.
and then he
He
just
loved it. He's
found
just like,
out.
oh wow.
Yeah. It just becomes a sad moment in my life.
I'm Dan Harmon.
I'm Joel McHale.
I'm Gillian Jacobs.
I'm Emily Cutler.
Emily wrote the episode.
Well, it was a group effort.
That's BS.
Emily, do you remember how the origins of this concept? Like, do you remember when this concept started happening?
Gosh.
In the writer's room?
Gosh. Well, I remember talking about paintball, and I remember talking about different films and zombie movies, and we
Right.
just started riffing on different sort of genres. But I don't remember the exact origin of this. Do you?
As I mentioned in the Halloween episode, I remember working with Justin Lin going like, well, this guy is so good at balancing comedy and action, like for the Batman set piece and stuff, that I think that popped in my head around that time. Like we can do something with if we get Justin Lin back, we can do something like that's sort of a concept episode, which used to used to be something TV shows did all the time, but then became like TV cancer for after a while. And I wanted to prove that you could still do it. And the way we do it is it's not a concept episode because it's not like Dave and Maddie on Moonlighting suddenly doing Shakespeare for an episode.
Right.
It's within the bounds of the reality of the thing. The paintball game goes awry, and that's the secret, I think. We're talking over a great cold open, which is another thing about Justin Lin, is that he brings the thunder with the comedy, working with the actors. You guys like working with him, right?
Love working with him.
He is such a great guy.
He's
so great.
He, I think, brings out the best in all of us as actors. I really do feel like not only can he do the action, and obviously the comedy, but he demands more of us as actors in terms of the emotional reality of the scenes, I think.
Yeah. And for somebody that great, you wouldn't think this is an awesome thing. You wouldn't think that a guy like that would then be so deferent to the writer, which is like,
Right.
He
was as concerned with the comedy as he was with the action.
Yeah, and then
with
the
truth of
whole
the
time
scene.
making sure that the writers are happy, and like how can you be so humble and so great at your job?
And also, he only sleeps about 2 hours a night.
No.
He really
Literally
doesn't
2 hours
sleep.
a night.
He was commuting from
So-
Orange County when he was shooting this episode.
And had a new baby.
Yeah.
So, and no sleep
and
whatsoever.
is prepping 2 movies.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
visual effects that are done in this episode. This is a 28 day. I'm going to call out the references because people
Do
want
it.
me to. That's a 28 days later thing. Also, Ghostbusters 2 kind of starting the thing with like just a stark 1 hour later.
I love this shot.
Yeah. There's no real reference here. It's just the. But I still have the chance. You'll see. We'll try to point out like there's visual effects that we put in here to support the. Paintballs are done in. I don't remember the name of their effects house, but it's Justin Lin's people, And they
My
did
Lord,
a lot
they're
of work
amazing.
on this episode
Mhm.
because, as they said, they were honored to work on this show. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. You guys are.
Remember this?
He did not want to get shot.
He really did not want to get shot, and
They
he was
had
very
these-
frightened, and they had to really talk him into
They
it.
had these low impact paintball guns they would shoot everyone with to show that you'd been shot, and so it looked real. And imagine the way he's talking now. Just increase that by about 50 decibels.
He said it hurts. It hurts. I'm not sure I want to do
So
it.
of course we're in Terminator territory here, but we didn't put him in a leather jacket and sunglasses, thank God. So this is more Terminator 2, like I told Justin, just as a point of reference. But the jumping off the wall, that's just something Pootie came up with on set, I think.
And they had to reinforce the wall, right? They had to put
Yeah,
because he really did it.
yeah. And I really jumped under him. And we had these stunt guys, and they did, and it was like, no, we're gonna do it.
So this is sort of just a general homage to. I told Troy on the set, like, I think you're just basically every black guy from every John Carpenter movie.
This the way he says this.
Yeah, Jeff
I love
Winger.
that.
Thought you were dead.
Dead.
They escaped from New York. Everyone's constantly saying to Snake Plissken that they thought he was dead. They heard he was dead.
It's just wearing these huge cups.
Cups outside the pants.
Surprise. What is this prize?
People asked if there's a what's it called, the Japanese movie where they're on the island.
Oh, Battle Royale.
Yeah, there are Battle Royale references in this. Not
inadvertently, I
not
guess.
consciously.
It basically
yeah.
became Battle Royale.
I
didn't think
actually
about
only saw Battle Royale like some of it once. There's no actual.
Priority registration came from just the idea in college of wanting to get all your classes on one day so that you could just, here it comes, have the longest weekend possible and the least amount of school.
By and large, like, if Community is making a deliberate, direct reference, like, we consider that to be sort of not, it's not comedically sophisticated, but sometimes we do it just because we don't want to rip something off without citing it.
Yes.
But by and large, it's all about genre homage. It's not about like imitating something and saying, if you get this is for the ladies.
Joel was on a diet of lettuce and air for this episode.
I had some egg whites.
A few egg whites as a treat.
That music sting is very Die Hard.
The amount of excitement I had about to shoot the next scene was way too much. It did not match.
This is sort of
I was
Die Hard-ish. The chair. Die Hard is my favorite movie of all time. So if there's anything that's like really borrowed from a lot, it's Die Hard.
I love that last shot.
We had some debate. I thought that made you guys seem too mean, like the but turns out it's fine.
I actually Chevy here was doing. Was doing some
This is
amazing
improv.
improvs
Yeah.
right here. We can't show him, but about the food, it was great.
There's a sort of like just structurally, with so much internal debate because people that have to shoot your show, they always want you to cut things down. They always try to find ways. They always try to find ways to get the cost down, but it's like you can't. I became very irritable during this production of this episode because I was like, we can't. You spend the first act assembling these people, and then you spend the second act peeling them off one by one, and we have to do this whole thing in 20 minutes. Like, that's what an action movie is. It's like it's an epic story, and yet you only have a couple seconds for each beat. This is the idea of
this is amazing. How Justin shot this.
Yeah, it's so great to see this stuff come together. When the concept that there's a little bit of a Warriors element. I mean, just in the idea that there's a scene in the bathroom.
And then now a John Woo reference with everyone pointing guns at each other and not shooting.
Honestly, because I wasn't classically trained in the John Woo before I saw True Romance. Sort of like that scene from True Romance, everybody pointing guns.
We're doing fine on our own.
Yeah? You gonna win the whole game camped on a crapper?
Worked on you.
Did it? Or do you have a gun in your face?
Yeah, kind of matches yours.
I couldn't really hold those guns for very long without my arms shaking.
I had no problem.
There was a little bit of a re-edit. That scene is supposed to happen at the end of Act 1 that you just saw.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a network note, like, can you please, I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. Sometimes they just are a peacock, a beautiful peacock that I'm honored to work for.
Dan.
I love working I'm
Sadly,
honored.
they did not change the campus at all. This is what it looks like.
No, it's a beautiful campus. Thank you for letting us shoot there. We love you.
We love the police helicopter.
Please notice that Gillian is doing all her stunts in about 2 or 3 inch heels.
Yeah,
I think.
Notice Gillian do the whole show in 2 to 3 inch heels.
I don't know how she does it.
It's your freakish height.
Again, no real deliberate references here. It's a trope of the war movie to have the sniper scene. You know, the pin down. The
I'm gonna go.
shots coming from
I'm gonna
nowhere.
say the Thin Red Line then.
Yeah, sure. Oh, the Thin Red Line, definitely, sure.
How do you know it's the Glee Club?
The whole Glee thing. We talked about that on different episodes. No, we don't hate Glee. We're jealous of the ratings. We're being self-deprecating because this is specifically, I don't know if you get this point. It's like she's saying it's so uninspired and Joel's saying, I'm not so sure. I mean, it seems to work, which talking about Glee.
Allison did get a welt
This is
from
our
that
mother.
shot.
Don't-
Yes, she did.
Don't come over here, Pierce. Of course, he comes over.
This does make me think of, I think is it Dr. No? What's the one with Odd Job?
Yeah, it's
James
Dr.
Bond
No.
is out and he's doing the skeet shooting thing. That's a little bit of a, it's not a reference. It's like, it's where I got the idea for how
Here
to
comes the
tell the
big guy.
story, you know?
Write some original songs.
That's just mean.
Unnecessary.
I mean, when they tracked the choreography of the stunts that it's about to come up, these guys were flying through the air.
Yeah, there's a lot of footage that we didn't use because to me, it just broke the reality because they were like vaulting in between you guys. It's like, well, how come nobody's getting shot? You know, it all looked amazing, but it was like watching Solar Babies or something. And
So it's like that's where you're like, I don't buy it.
well,
But when
truthfully,
we're having a fire in the middle,
Wait,
Well,
no, they did cut
there's
the
an
line.
internal logic
Cut the line of
to-
Abed saying that he shot out the generator, which is why we have no power at this point.
which I thought was silly because that's what I'm talking like because who wants to know that one of the characters deliberately created the desolation? Like that doesn't then now
It's true,
that
yeah. You
you
didn't-
violated the reality.
Let's do it.
What I like is that we're really playing a relationship between Britta and Jeff through the whole thing, and the paintball is just coinciding with their own.
here's the Warriors.
There was
Attention.
definitely Warriors reference, which I just heard. I heard the same type of music cue in Hot Fuzz. I think or Shaun of the Dead. Sorry.
Yeah, Shirley's very
Yeah.
badass
Oh.
here. Up.
I was really worried about the guy in the orange jumpsuit being able to complete the stunt that night.
You're worried about the stunt man being able to complete the stunt?
He did try one time, and it did not go so
It
well.
looked iffy for a
Yeah,
while.
Yeah.
I thought
But
there
then
could
he
be
got
some
it.
real injury.
His delivery.
We talked about 28 Days Later a lot when we were doing this episode, specifically because we didn't want to evoke the show-killing ghost of like school shootings. Like all
Oh,
that
wow.
sensitivity.
Wow.
We wanted to keep it on the zombie movie, war movie side, and wanted to avoid it. It was a really graceful kind of thing that we did in the writing of the scenes. Like we made sure that you never associate schools.
I never had
No,
that
you
thought
really
until
don't.
just now.
And me neither.
And now
it
It's
works
now,
because I
now
didn't
it's all
think
I can
about
think
it.
about.
It'll kill your. I've been working in TV for 15 years, and every time something's happened in a school with guns,
What? Oh no.
whatever sketch show you're working on, whatever sitcom you're working on, like you have no idea how easily everything can fall apart. Because for 6 weeks, everyone has to declare this moratorium on God knows what, any mention of guns or anything. The fact that we got through this without this episode being killed, you know,
Yeah.
it was a very, very cautious tightrope act.
Hats off.
Thank you.
Off.
I love the scene with
Yeah.
the two of them.
I also like the
The
light.
master.
Sorry.
If you listen to the sound design in this episode, by the way,
imitating him.
want to give props to Mark Binder and his guys, like the sound design. There's things that you don't realize, like the way that the show is hearing things is different. So there's crows in the background, but in this scene, for instance, the sound design is that of like being in the belly of a spaceship in a like Aliens or something.
I also liked that he was clutching a Dalmatian because as the season went on, there was just subtly more and more Dalmatian paraphernalia in
I
Dean
hope
Pelton's office.
this awakens
Let's all have a moment of
something.
silence for Joel McHale's torso.
Oh, Lord.
A lot
We
of
could.
This is a great.
A lot of women had a lot of gratitude for
starvation.
this.
I edited the hell out of the scene with Steven Sprung. We stayed up for quite a while.
Really?
Picking every take and having lots and lots of debates, and it's just a really important scene to me.
Invented phony. You care about people.
Because not only are we doing action now, we're doing drama.
Yeah.
You know, and it's all.
And it's real between them.
And that spray tan is real.
Emily Cutler, who wrote this episode, like her genius was to insist from the get-go that in spite of being a conceptual crazy action episode, that we had to produce something in this episode that if it wasn't the awesome paintball episode, it would be a monumental episode. And the answer is Jeff does Britta.
Or Britta
Or
does
vice
Jeff.
versa.
Yeah, or
for
we
the
do
ladies.
each other.
And
That's a good kiss.
is the greatest kiss in TV history because it's an
Although-
accidental collision of two egomaniacs.
They
no
did it a
intimacy.
lot.
That gets that buys the.
They
yeah, it
did.
gets
They
the-
rehearsed that quite a bit.
And if you watch the tape, look at this ridiculous thorax. This insect laying on the table.
I had friends come to the set this day, and it was just over and
Yes.
over, and I was like,
Yes,
"I'm sorry
in
that
underwear.
this is the scene."
I was there watching everything very closely.
Practice at putting on panties one-handed while holding
And this is an example coming up of the deliberate reference just to cite Die Hard, the scene between Alan Rickman and Bruce
We
Willis. and-
literally say Hans.
Yeah, so I have him literally say Hans, not because I'm Seth MacFarlane, but because I don't want to, as with the
Not
John
give
Hughes
credit.
stuff in the pilot, I don't want to be just ripping stuff off to tell a story. Like if you don't know the reference, then you think that I'm awesome for writing this thing where somebody took the clip out and they're playing this game of back and forth and then the dry click, click, click.
Yeah.
Oh, you think I'm stupid? Like, you got to cite your references when it's that specific.
Though, assuming that makes you way grosser.
Not when I'm right.
And now the greatest,
Yes, the greatest moment in television
history. I rewound this 20 times.
The
I was
music
like,
is
Yeah,
just
people want to know why
fantastic.
there weren't doves.
and the,
I know.
Oh,
well,
have you
we
checked the
wanted
Twitter?
doves.
Have
Actually
you checked
did
the
this
Twitter
jump.
for the questions?
I haven't.
I mean,
Sorry.
look at-
I did tweet
They
questions. but-
both did the jump themselves.
Yes, I was
heels,
really afraid I
Gillian in
couldn't
heels.
do the jump. I don't know how well I did the jump, but I
Those
I
are
did the
visual
jump.
Ken
visual
just
effects
made a
coming out
meal
of
of this. He
the.
loved it.
Those are VFX coming out of the muzzle by those guys. The sound design. I mean, you wouldn't believe how uncool this scene is without sound
Yeah.
design and very careful editing and special effects.
I love the sound. I mean, you talk about the sound is
Incredible.
The ramping up from the sound of that thing. Then you have two wonderful actors doing this business. Princess Leia and Luke.
Took me a while to be able to do that.
Am I really Luke? Her brother?
Well, for that exchange, you are because you're
Yes.
you're a eunuch.
This
you know, and
this is
she's
Here she
here. I
goes.
mean, watch. I mean, this is crazy. How did they do the? I mean,
This is like a phantom camera. It shoots at an extraordinary high rate so that you slow it down.
how did they do that?
They locked the two guns off, right? They did that shot totally separately.
The idea that Ken's character is so committed to the reality of paintball that he'll lay down and die. So yeah, this is kind of a,
this is. I love it when he says right,
Maybe it's the fact there's no such thing as
when he says "ta-da."
yeah.
Or
People have marked this correctly, I think, as a Predator reference.
Oh yeah.
If you had never intended to be a
the
reference.
Predator countdown clock
Right.
and Alien. Making this jump.
There's
You
several.
did it for about 2 hours.
I know.
They were
love
like,
that.
just go to your trailer. 6
I was like,
hours
no, we
later,
gotta
you're
get it
still
right.
jumping.
I do have a Twitter question: is how long did it take him to clean up the set?
It's still not
Yeah.
thoroughly
Still-
clean.
Still
There's still
finding
paint.
That shot was, by the way, there's several layers. Joel is rotoscoped. He really did this amazing dive,
Yeah.
but then there's all these layers to it. Like then they really did die pack the study room in another layer, and so he had to be rotoscoped over it. This is an absolute Die Hard. I just had to hear those sleigh bells and the.
All I want, I wish that. I mean, the only thing I miss is they didn't show the gun, the pistol tied to my back.
Yeah,
to reveal it, but we knew it was.
It was, in the edit bay, I did do the Die Hard version of it where you reveal it with the sleigh bells behind his back. But it was like, what are you doing? Like it's getting in the way of the actual.
Yeah.
It's if you don't know Die Hard, this is a great scene. And this is a Rambo 2 reference. Just like the idea of the barbaric Visigothic hero in the ivory tower of the bureaucratic.
And also Die Hard when he's shooting up the window to let the cops know, the one cop know that, and he backs out and over the embankment.
Can I make a confession here? I think seen none of the films we're talking about today. And
Gillian.
I love her and I hate her.
Well, I'm saying
All right,
that
let's do some reference for her. In Amelie.
Well, I'm not saying that I loved shooting it and I loved the episode and I haven't seen any of them.
I love it.
Who just blew?
I did. I have to do it every time because it's so great. I mean, Joel's posture when he comes in the room is so it's so John McClane. It's so great.
I watched that scene over and over to make sure that I matched it.
I love you.
And I wish they had given me that coat.
If we've done our job, then you're coming through this. Like after 1/7, after the Family Day episode, it's like, oh, I start to get Britta, and now you're like, you are absolutely in love with her, like because you start to understand that she can do things that no other character in a sitcom can do, and that's why we fucked with you so bad with the finale, because we played this shell game. Like you hated her in the beginning, then you start to identify with her, and then you love her, and then she loses.
You break her down.
And it's all about Gillian Jacobs like coming in the door for that audition.
I hereby award this
Because none of it would be possible.
Yeah, and she looks okay too.
She's all right. She's easy on the eyes, as they say in the
I
showbiz.
guess she's attractive.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess
people
if you like
to look at her.
beautiful blonde women.
I love it. We literally never mentioned Yvette Nicole Brown, who's in the other room,
What?
like specifically to wait to be mentioned. And that's what I love. They're just desserts.
She ran out.
That's the hell she builds for herself.
Actually, I love what Chevy does here. He's like, something's changed, and watch what Chevy does.
Yeah.
One finger.
Just one finger, like
Taking the temperature.
I'm just gonna check
that look
the table.
from Gillian's great.
And
like
from both of them,
Gillian's
yeah.
actually a little more capable of handling this kind of relationship than Jeff.
This is.
Or, I'm sorry, God, the names.
the-
Britta is more capable than Jeff. Sorry.
I love this tag.
Do you really?
I do.
The outtakes are even better.
Yeah, I thought I wanted to do the one where I become horribly abusive. There's ones that I'm really screaming obscenities.
I love the one where he goes, "Yo,
Back the
yo,
fuck
Abbott,
up."
it's Troy."
Yeah.
Back the
fuck because you see him realize that that's what he's doing.
And I'm dressed to do some. I'm doing some training later at a boxing gym.
What is that? What is with the patch?
Here's
on
here's
that
a bit of
sweatshirt?
collective.
hair splitting comedy academics.
Collective.
If
Joel's
the
favorite.
creator of the
Well,
show
yeah,
were in
it's
charge, you would cut.
Hey, Abed, sorry to bother you.
I'd cut there. We're selling past the clothes here comedically.
Yeah, I would agree. And I'm wearing a lot of eye makeup.
Hi, I'm Ken Jung.
I'm Allison Brie.
Dan Harmon,
Donald Glover.
We're doing commentary this episode. And I have some Twitter questions.
Are you gonna do that
for when-
again
No,
this time?
no, there's not that many left. We spent 110 doing them. Now I'm not doing any.
Oh, no!
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Allison pulled an Yvette.
Oh,
She
that's
tops
the
from
meanest
bottom.
thing you've ever said to me.
All right. In this episode, the study group learns a little bit more than they intended.
Bargained for. This is a
We
TV
don't know what
guy.
episode it is yet. It's because we can't tell because we've been doing a lot of these.
Yeah.
And they're out of order.
All right, Dan, what's your Twitter question? What's your first Twitter question?
No, I want to listen to this.
Dan,
One two fills my language requirement.
I guess I just figured we're a Spanish study group, so we just do it.
Allison
Oh,
is
this is
touching Dan.
oh,
right
this is
now.
120. Okay.
Yeah.
Production code 120.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For you guys, 24.
24.
right?
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna be talking throughout the whole thing? I really want to watch this.
They do have great rewatch value. Enjoy it.
I like this group, and I want it to stay together.
That's nice.
What if we just did that? What if we just watched the
Reality.
show?
This is a laugh track, not a commentary.
That sweater that Allison's wearing.
It's a nice raspberry.
Trivia.
What other episode did I wear that in?
104 social psychology. I'm just throwing that out. I just.
Nope.
That's right.
Nope.
This is the full
Oh
sequence.
my gosh, the full sequence.
Doesn't happen a lot.
It's so rare. Oh, they're
The
controversial.
Yeah, I've read about that.
Why is that controversial?
Oh, sorry.
It was it might have
Because
been
of the Nicole Brown.
alleged OJ reference.
There's a
like
knife in the
Brown.
Nicole Brown.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which
I
had
don't know
nothing
why-
to do with it.
I guess, and I don't know why none of us caught that. Like, but people
No,
really
Because
we're not.
because we're doing a show.
Because we're busy.
Because we're like busy,
yeah,
like
we're kind
doing
of
a
busy.
show.
Yeah.
All right, can I do a Twitter question?
Yes, please.
Yes,
I've been waiting.
How did a hilarious show like Community come out of Dan Harmon? Fuck you. All right, real funny, Twitter.
You're not mad at that
that is
person. You're mad
wrong.
at Twitter.
Just Twitter in general.
Did Joel write that
How
question?
why did Twitter let that through?
I know.
Did you model the dean after Andy Dick? No. No, we did
No,
not.
but we did model
No.
Troy's character after Andy Dick.
Yeah.
So
That's why I'm drunk most of the time.
I think Troy's dick was modeled after Eddie Dick.
You might not be able to say, do you have any more amazing movie parodies coming up? Yes, we're going to do a Scream 4 homage.
Oh my god, I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait,
wow.
can't wait,
I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
that'd be
that
great.
sounds
Allison, you
awesome.
could probably help out with that,
Allison?
right?
You know, I don't know why you would think that. So we'll just.
How about wouldn't it be weird to do a Mad Men parody?
We kind of
Like-
did already.
like- oh.
We kind of did.
we?
Remember when Abed is hitting on
Oh, yes,
Allison?
yes, that
Yes,
was.
I
of
like
course.
to call that moment the Mad Men Community crossover event.
that.
But then whenever I say that, people have no idea what I'm talking about.
That scene was so good with Danny and you.
Danny studied
I
it.
got a
I
quarter
think he
chub
was a
watching
little
it. It was,
Yeah.
it
Just a
was
quarter?
like so, just a quarter. That's all I can manage.
Twitter question.
Here we go.
Who writes Troy's amazing one-liners? Me, dipshit.
Dan and the writers.
Sometimes-
Dan and the writers.
And
Fucking
I
knock
think
it out.
most of your ad libs make it more.
Yeah,
but
Troy-
that's a good
Donald-
trivia question, actually. Donald's stuff makes it in the most. I
Donald's
think.
got to have at least, like, what, a 50-50, like,
I think
rate
so.
of...
I think
it's
it's just 'cause
partially because we learned early on, like, let's just write crappier stuff, give it to Donald. If he's going to be funny
If
when
he's
he
gonna-
has
They
to
joke
ad-lib.
about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Joke about that, but like it was this thing about. I mean, like we didn't really know the character when it came up, so like it was just like I remember you being like, just have fun with it and figure it out. And now it's this fun thing where like I'm allowed to do that.
It's just
I'm
like, be
happy
funny
about
now.
Half of the time, half the joy of watching you on screen is like, okay, did Donald come up with that? Was that a writing? And I always like the next day, I always am very.
But I really want to give it up to the
Same
writers,
with you,
because
yeah.
like they
Both
really bring
great.
it. Like
Yeah.
I every time we get a script, I'm like, that's so awesome. Like just one liner, just like bip bip bip. And
Yeah,
they're really
absolutely.
I
I had to
love.
work with the sound guys to come up with the right sound here for this.
I love the fart noise, the chair.
Oh, the
noise.
fart. That's
Yeah, I
right.
really
This
like
was
that
the,
joke. Dan, there it is.
That was a chair.
Good.
Good.
We love our own show.
I know.
It's a good.
Dan,
What?
I have a question.
I mean, yes.
When did you decide that Chang was gonna, not be a real teacher?
That was a Twitter question, too. We're
so in sync.
Pretty late in the game. Chang's a pretty crazy character, and we have some
Yeah.
strange plans for him for season 2. Ken Jeong is obviously a kind of a nutty guy, and I wish I had a better answer to that. I can't remember. It was
But it was
probably,
late.
probably 3/4 of the way through the year. I
Because
don't
you
know,
wanted
but
to be able to use him outside the classroom.
Yeah, I have a really bad memory. There's Jerry
Cool.
Minor.
Jerry Minor,
Jerry
who
Minor's
is a
hilarious.
genius. I love
Jerry
him.
Minor's the man.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Fuck that guy, though. We don't know.
No,
That
that
guy's the worst.
He really
That's-
shit the bed just
that
then.
pro wrestler Lou Redford. I don't know who he is.
We're just kidding. We just Jerry Minor's a friend.
Jerry Minor.
Yeah, Jerry Minor's.
Yeah.
I was afraid to ask Donald if he knew Jerry Minor.
I know, it's just like,
Because
so,
obviously that's a racist question.
Anybody coming on today that you enjoy?
Yeah, I know. Hey.
But then they see each other. Oh, hey, sorry. Thanks for that sandwich yesterday.
no,
You fuckers.
No, but
you do all know
but
each
it's
other.
even worse than that, Dan Harmon. It was even worse because he brought on. He was like, "Hey, man, I saw you at the barber shop the other day," and he did because I had just got my haircut and he was at the
For
barber
real?
shop. It was
Oh,
worse than that.
That is so.
It was
at the
a
barber
stereotype and a half.
I saw you at the barber shop.
The special barber shop.
The special
The special barber shop. Oh my god.
Speaking of hair,
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say that. It's notably large. in
See,
this
that will be
episode.
the new Elaine. That's the Elaine on Seinfeld had the hairdo.
Yvette's hair is a work in progress.
Really?
It
yeah,
grows
it's slowly
all the
becoming
time.
a hat.
It's
and then gradually throughout the third season, the hat will. There's going to reveal another character
Yeah,
is
it's-
wearing the
it's-
hat on top of her head.
And it'll become
own-
like
it's its own little puppet. Like
it'll be
sitting
like
up
the
there.
green guy in the Flintstones.
I'm just
What's
admiring
his name?
I'm just admiring Jim Rash right now. His timing
Welcome
is
to the
so
club.
crisp.
Yeah.
I honestly, he's got the best timing of any actor I've ever worked
Oh,
with.
This
Dr.
is
Escudero.
my aunt.
Yeah, your aunt.
That's a dumb joke I made. I've been
You
really
didn't
bad at
commit to
improv
it.
in my late 30s. Kids, your brain turns to pudding. Exercise your brain every
Yeah,
morning. You
do
will
some
not be Donald Glover forever.
Yeah, do some Sudoku.
Yeah.
See,
Like,
I
do
can't even say
something.
Sudoku. I
Think
said
about
Sudoku. Sudoku. That's something they say in Street Fighter 4.
Every time I try to ad lib, I just got milk.
Just like things that are a little.
Or racism. That's all I can come up with anymore.
Racism does not
And
compute.
racism's not going to be funny forever. It's like, that's the problem.
This is peak oil
This
for
is
racism.
peak oil for racism.
Pretty soon, it's gonna start getting whack.
Whack.
You will be taking a standard exam for students.
Yeah,
at your
whack.
level.
You know, she reminds me of Sonia
37,
Braga, the
slowly
vampire
dying.
kiss girl from '86. I'm
Oh,
really
yeah.
nerding out right now.
I realized that
So
halfway
that's
through, like while she was being really mean to us in that scene, I was like, oh, I'm a little attracted to this.
Really?
I'm a little, yeah, I want girls to scream at me.
And slap rulers into their own
Yeah.
hands.
This is a complicated and very satisfying joke, which I enjoy.
Oh right, this is a car scene.
Yeah.
I remember this.
That one sounded like a brand new Lexus.
My Lexus isn't brand new.
I know. Yours is a 2002. That's the year I heard it.
I love that
Oh,
joke.
for the fans watching,
Thanks,
this is where
guys.
Senior
I love that
Chang.
joke.
If you just joined us, people are marveling at my work.
Yeah, we haven't even discussed the episode. This is where Senior Chang reveals that he faked his degree, much like Jeff Winger. So. I like to say that 10 minutes with.
Wait, were you originally scripted to wear those goggles, or did you
No.
add a line for
no,
safety purposes?
I added a line for safety purposes. I'm such a chicken shit.
I kind of love the goggles. Though.
And then I was such a chicken shit. Tim
Those are,
Hubbard.
in case you didn't recognize them, those are the very
Oh,
Ovid
right.
and Troy
The
esque
Ovid and
guys
Troy.
putting
security
the
guard.
tag.
Bizarro, Ovid and Troy.
Passing your exam, Winger. At one point, I was
Method acting there. I shoved an electrode up my ass just to get a feeling.
I love that. I have a condition.
Yeah, I have a condition.
He admits it.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of admission.
My
on this
favorite
episode.
line in this episode, I think, is I rigged that sink and I put out that cake. And so many people wanted it to be clarified, like spoon fed, like they wanted to see the cake and all this stuff. I'm like, no.
I think my favorite thing was Troy had the chalk and put it in his pocket. That made me laugh so hard in the earlier scene. It was
Put out that free.
Whoa!
Put out that free cake. How do you get a kid to be at a sink?
I know.
You put out free cake, and he will definitely
No-
get it
no
on his hands and need to
utensils.
wash it at the nearest sink.
Or
We kept cracking each other up in this part.
Really?
Yeah, well, because you guys
Staring.
you know each other.
You guys
from
know
the
each
same
other.
barrio.
From the barbershop. You guys hit the barbershop vibe.
I got a lot of people on set were telling me about this V-neck, and people on Twitter also wasn't feeling the V-neck on Troy.
I like
Are you kidding me? They
it.
comment on
that.
wardrobe?
That was from
Really?
I was mad about
I
it.
love it. It's showing Abed's influence on you a little.
really is.
Oh, okay.
Twitter question. Was the Goodwill Hunting part of 120 originally longer but had to be cut down? Feels like it ends abruptly. No, that's actually kind of the joke. That's what I thought was funny
I thought
about
that was
it.
a joke too.
Is that I apparently I have some axe to grind with Goodwill Hunting. I was a
Yeah,
young
seriously.
writer back when it won its Oscar, and I've been really gunning for two of the most successful men in Hollywood forever, my entire life. They're way beyond it, and I'm 49,000 years old, muttering into my beer that wasn't really a very good story. Goodwill Hunting.
And now you finally got your revenge.
Well, you got your closure.
Yeah,
You got your closure now.
I
That's
give me
good.
revenge, but I got my closure.
We're defeated.
Oh, come on, Jeff.
It's like that. If first of all, if you flip the class system in Good Will Hunting, you see it's not a good story. And second of all, if you if you look at it through the eyes of an actual friend, you know, the thing about I hope you're not there when I get there.
Sounds like a lot of if, Stan.
Maybe it's one of
Oh man! If you could see the sad face she's giving me, like while I'm talking, just like someone tell him.
Those doe
It was a good
eyes.
movie.
Doe
The word
eyes
"good's"
of
right in the
El-
title.
Good's in the title. Okay.
Can't get clearer than that.
I defy you. If you're at home and you have Good Will Hunting on top of your TV because you bought it, I bet you bought it within a year of its release. And I bet if you watched it again,
Or you're a film student.
I have Good Will Hunting on DVD, and I bought it with a year with it.
go watch it.
I will watch
I dare you.
I will.
I dare you.
All movies with the title with good in them are good.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
Will Hunting.
All
Good
movies that
hair.
find-
Good hair? I was gonna say good hair.
Hey, you know the name of the name of the character in that movie?
Oh,
Will Hunting. What? What?
I did it. Real
I don't understand. It's like a parody. Good Will Hunt. Hello, my name is Will Hunting. I'm here to be good.
Initially, didn't they write it though as like a murder
over it,
espionage,
Dan.
and then they kind of like the Miramax guys edited it down to a story just
Yeah,
more
I
was
can't
introspective.
get into
murder
that
and
part
espionage?
because I'll start to sound
Oh, so I got
libelous.
questions on
Okay.
Twitter about the Disney face, but it was really non-specific. It was like, tell us about the Disney face thing. Like Dan explained the line about the
Oh.
Disney face, and my answer would be that
That face you
thought
just did
that
just
was
now?
that was the Disney
Right.
face.
That's
Well,
Disney?
that part, Joel ad-libbed the whole thing about her eyes fluttering but never actually closing,
Because
which
he's seen
is
me
my
do
favorite
that.
part of that. Because she's doing it, it's really amazing. I love this scene. You know, that Ark of
Yeah.
the Covenant thing, and this was all very carefully crafted. This is when you really watch the scene. Think about the fact that you could never have done this in the pilot because you don't know these people.
Yeah.
And it's even if you're a first-time viewer, it's just because the actors are now so comfortable. They understand who they are. The writers understand who the characters are, and you can tell a story about people talking. Thank God.
That's the beauty of the show, because towards the end I was like, man, I really know the show. I know the tone. I know everybody. I know myself. I know it's such a cool thing where, you know, unlike a movie, by the end of the season, you really know. I really know what I'm doing. It took me 22 episodes to figure it out, but it's a great feeling to really know it.
Yeah.
Nobody even think about going out.
Some critics pointed out the fact that Jeff seems to have regressed in this episode because he's so sort of callous and I understand how that perception happened. It was
But that was like I truly don't.
It wasn't
But
the
only
intention.
at this
The
part
intention
he
was
comes around by the end of the episode.
Well, but this, I mean, like, I was really angry in that scene. I remember feeling like it's
We
just like it's
all-
not
we
fair.
all brought our
like it's just like you
A-game of
effort.
destroyed a year of work.
Even from the beginning of the episode, Jeff is just very coldly going like, "Well, I'm not going to take Spanish with you guys. I don't want to." He just seems like the pilot version of Jeff. He acknowledges no connection that has formed. That wasn't the intention. The intention was for him to be a little squeamish about it. He's like, "Well, look, yeah, I love you guys, but you know, kind of a
the
little
reality
more
of, like, I
shrugging." But the fact is, this priority weighs a little more, not just a cold, curt, go
No,
fuck yourself kind of vibe. And that was correctly perceived, but you know, that's a tonal thing. Whatever. Why don't you sue me? If you watch my show,
Sue me, fanboys. Sue me.
and I let my guard down for a second. Why don't you sue me?
But if somebody did that to you, you'd be angry though. That's what I don't get. Like, if somebody did that to you, you'd be angry.
Yeah, but I'm saying from the beginning of the episode.
when she's
But
like,
even
"You're
at the
not gonna
beginning of
take
the episode,
class
you're not going
with
to take
us."
class with us. It's just like, no, because I'm an adult and
Well,
like we
that's
can
what I'm
see
saying
each other
about-
outside of class.
That's what I'm saying about the reality of the situation again. It's like as close as they've grown, it's sort of just like, oh, but my life still has this reality that exists in which
Yeah.
I
Right.
want to continue to be a lawyer.
It's
I'm
like,
not just like
how
suddenly
about we
in
just
to
go
just
to
hang out with
Fuddruckers
you guys all the
afterwards?
time.
It's like, yeah.
So you guys are saying I didn't make a mistake?
No, I don't think you did.
I actually didn't think that at all. I thought
No.
Jeff is that the reason why why he has to go to community college is because of this massive, the change in his life.
But I just always just like he's the most adult. I mean, as far as just like he's the most adult in the group. He's just like I don't understand why.
3 extra lines for each of you in the next episode.
We win. We win. Screw you, nerd boy.
I laugh so hard at this moment. Like, Troy, are you happy now?
Yeah. Starburns, my favorite character in the show.
Dude, I just saw a T-shirt that the NBC is going to be selling.
Next to Annie.
A Starburns T-shirt is amazing.
Oh, are you serious?
What?
That's so awesome.
It's like in Kiss font. It says Starburns, and it's like a perfect likeness of Dino, and his hair is curling down.
That's so awesome.
I love this moment coming up.
Dino and I laughed.
I love this moment coming up where everybody has the subtitles. When all you guys spoke Spanish, I wasn't there when you shot this, so I was like, "What?" All the stuff, all the different stuff that you guys say.
We didn't really have an ending for this story. I kind of laid a fart. I was working on paintball.
Annie se está muriendo. Vamos, rápido.
Vamos, rápido.
I really
it makes me think of like
this
Dora
moment.
the
I
Explorer.
love it. This moment where Dino goes in, it made me.
Yeah, a bunch of people on Twitter were like, "Hannah, we love you."
I know it's really that's a catchphrase.
Yeah.
That should
She's
be
our friend
That should be a
too.
callback next season.
I'm friends with Hannah, too. And you can't have an exam without a class. Right, guys?
I basically put my drinking buddy in the
I
show.
love Hannah.
And he's awesome.
Dino just nails it. I mean, I creep out Dino because sometimes I'll just look at him in between takes. I'll just laugh at him, and he'll just say, "What is wrong, Ken?" I just start laughing.
He's so great. I love that. I mean, I just love the character. Like
Well,
all
you
the
think
questions
he's like
I have about
Andrew
him.
Dice Clay. You like to, you like to refer to him.
What was
as-
that screaming?
I was showing Annie the magic.
They really did sample that screaming. I did not scream again for this scene. Notable fact.
That's right. Donald actually uploaded. I was playing Bittersweet Symphony.
Oh yeah.
On it, and we tweeted that.
And we tweeted it. Yeah.
And no one cared.
Everybody was like, "All right."
No one.
You can see an Asian dude playing the guitar everywhere. No, you can't. It's hard to find.
But we see a lot of Asians play the verve. A lot of
I want to definitely do a lot of stuff with your band.
Oh,
I think
man.
you and Pierce should be in
I
a
think
band
me and
together.
Pierce should be.
yeah.
But you both
absolutely.
play keys,
Yeah,
so it's
exactly. I was about to say that we both play keys. There's a
natural conflict.
There's
That's
a natural
awesome.
a natural
conflict.
conflict or the greatest band
No,
ever
that's what I'm
made.
saying. A natural conflict, but it's just like two
The ZZ
keys?
Top of keyboards.
That's so awesome.
Oh my God, Ken's gonna wet his pants.
I have a conniption now.
He's wetting his pants.
That's comedy gold right there.
That is
Me and
comedy
Pierce.
gold.
No drums, no guitars,
Yeah, no drums.
no attitude. We are
Yeah.
nickel and dime.
Yeah. The dueling,
You've just been nickeled and dimed.
dueling keyboard bars, dueling piano bars, those kind of things. Yeah.
Now,
Here's
it
Annie's
says you look like a
Slater-ish.
travel agent. You don't.
But I'm supposed to look more like Slater, and then in the finale,
that's
Slater
the dangers
was wearing a
of people
similar
interpreting
outfit.
things.
Yeah, I read that too. I don't think, but
You
that
should-
wasn't intentional,
I wanted
right?
you-
I don't
You
think
should have
that
been
was
wearing like a
Slater.
blazer or something like that.
You don't think I look dressed like Slater-ish?
Wardrobe, you've been noted by the Notinator.
But in the episode after this, they did dress Slater in a very similar outfit.
You know what? Here's what would have been great. If you looked like a travel agent. All right?
That might have been great. I'm
It'd be
more like,
great-
what would Joel sing on the set? He's
It'd
like,
be
you
great
look
if
like Little House on the Prairie meets
It'd be great if you booked a flight for Jeff
Well, we
Winger.
should have
I
used
think that would
that.
hammer the
then.
point
We
home.
should have used that take. This is why I got to be in the edit
Well,
bay.
where were you, Dan?
I was
Where were
rewriting
you?
another script.
Oh, this is like the first time all of us were in the tag. And the
Oh,
girls,
really?
the girls were all excited to
Really?
be in a tag. But it's like the worst one, so it wasn't
Good
that
hood.
great.
Good hood choice, Donald Glover.
People were getting a little crazy. They're like, "You sure you want to have your hood up?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want to look hood."
Yeah. The hood made the tag.
It did make.
It
the
really
tag.
did.
Because you're the only guy in the tag with the hood. Now I can't stop. I'm only
Now you
looking
gotta
at
look
you,
at it.
Donald, right now. I'm not looking at anybody else.
That was the whole point.
Hey, thanks for making it easy.
I was going to say the same to you.
How smart is Annie, who apparently took an entire Spanish class without realizing she wasn't being taught Spanish?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Yay!
Thanks for joining
Thanks,
us.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
So this is the season finale.
Yes.
Identify yourselves, gentlemen.
Actually, yeah.
Well, no,
Allison Brie.
Allison Brie.
Chevy Chase.
Donald Glover's here. I'm Dan Harmon, and there's Joel McHale
Hey.
and Joe Russo.
Hey, everybody.
Jerks.
So
Season
this
finale.
was actually the actual season finale.
Yeah.
Was the paintball episode.
I would say paintball episode
But what's
was our Betty
interesting-
White episode.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is that they then picked up 2 more episodes, and so we decided to write 2 more finales just for the fuck of it. I mean, right? That was
Yeah.
the sort of. It's kind of how it went down.
No, that's not true. Don't put that on the Wikipedia page and cite the DVD as
we were
a
like,
reference.
whatever. Let's phone these ones in.
it's
Yeah.
not
The
far from the
apex
truth
of
because
creativity was the paintball episode.
well, just because
It was
it's a
all
new
downhill
show, we
after
wanted
that.
to actually create 3 finales, like 3 different types of finale. There's like the big badass paintball episode. Then there's this episode is like the very like relationships goodbye for the summer finale, and the one between the two is like the sort of paper chase like oh shit, are we gonna get our homework and done? Are we do we pass Spanish or do we not finale?
Yeah.
And I wanted to do all 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now is the writer of this episode, Miss Hillary Winston.
Hello, Hillary. Hi.
How you doing, dear?
Good.
Yeah.
See what happened there? She walked in, but we had to adjust her mic, so they paused the run for a moment. And then we got interested in the episode.
So we tried a seamless transition back.
We
in.
got
It didn't
distracted by
work.
Chevy's shirt vest. This was the last one of the season, so.
So they talk about
they kind of gave
how
up.
Donald's hair has grown over the course of the season.
Oh, it's changed a lot.
Yeah, it's changed quite a bit.
On the first episode, it was just short, and I had just moved to LA, so the barber, I didn't have a barber yet, and it's just hard to find a barber, and he like literally just cut off my head. And I remember like kind of crying in the chair, like I kind of knew it was ruined, but he just like he gave me this look like, hey, can't cry in here, it's a black barbershop. Like like I was just like I was done.
I didn't know that was a rule.
It's a rule.
So
yeah.
it's not a wig,
Yeah.
like Shirley.
No, it's not a wig.
It's your real hair.
It's my actual hair, and it's all messed. It grew back eventually though.
What's it like sitting on that end of the table next to Chevy, comedy legend?
It's pretty great because he's like he's kind of like somebody will make something like a joke, and then it's like watching like sound versus light, because like somebody it is because like it's just like somebody will make a joke and it'll take 2 seconds before he'll be like, oh, I get, and then we've already kind of like moved on.
Jim Rash, my favorite. I don't care who knows it.
He's really good at words with friends. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Okay. What is that? Words with Friends.
It's an application on iPhone.
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
that Scrabble? The Scrabble
You know
app?
what? You can go on the web and just use Scrabble Helper.
Oh,
and,
really?
And you can
Destroy
get really
him?
good at
You're
words
saying
with
he's
friends.
cheating? You're saying Jim is cheating.
Hey, listen, I'm not
Why are we not
impugning his
playing that
character.
game?
Right
He's
now.
revealing that he's
That's-
cheating.
We can.
play.
I'm just letting you know I will forget.
What are lady games?
What are lady games? You don't remember that bit we had?
No.
Okay, it was a bit we had where you're like you're good at lady games.
I could name a few lady games. Paper
Donald,
Mario.
I want to loop everybody in. Donald texted me and said, "It's summer. It's time for lady games." I was like,
And we had a bit like a couple like we were texting before. We had a bit. Remember? At the actual like finale party, actually.
Oh, lady games.
Lady games. Remember that when you were like,
okay.
"Oh,
No, I
Donald,
never-
you're good at lady games." Like I was talking
Oh, okay.
talking to girls.
Oh, right.
And-
Guys, for God's sakes, it's a DVD.
There's the amazing Ken Jeong.
Oh, he's good.
Great bit right here.
Yeah, the lipstick runners.
Yeah, that's a good runner.
Wow.
so
Obviously, for
did-
astute viewers, this is a callback to the pilot.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you plan that? Like this kind of like
No, I
lost
didn't plan it,
finale
just-
ending where
There
like,
was
kind
actually
of circular.
there was a bigger runner.
Yeah,
Where
we were originally
Chang
gonna-
through the whole episode was going to
Yeah.
be playing out Jeff's arc from the pilot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember
But
that.
when you have so few people watching your show, you always live in anticipation of the day twice as many people will be watching, and the last thing you want to do is not roll out a red carpet for them. Like you want when they get there to put a layer around their necks, like they're getting off a plane in Hawaii. You want to go like, "We've been waiting for you. We'll get started now." that you're
Everything's
here."
new, like you.
Yeah. Here's the line that destroyed my life.
Yeah, we did a bunch of takes here.
It's running out of light.
Killed me.
Joe, it's in this.
I like this take. I actually forgot to tell you, like, I love the way you take the pill.
I do too.
It's like, bip. Yeah, the swallow
it's
is
a
the
swallow.
swallow is dope. I love that.
We had to do a bunch of takes. Joe did one of his little tricks where if he's directing and you start as a writer, if you start to like try to adjust things, he'll lean back and he'll go like, "Why don't you just give him a line reading?" Because he knows that the writer doesn't want to talk to an actor and give him a line reading. So like that's him saying
line reading.
Look at Donald's dancing right here. Just
wow.
check it out.
And this is KU, the rapper again.
I feel like there's too many black people dancing in that hallway. I feel like that shot is too weird. There's just a bunch of black dudes.
Yeah, let me give you the backstory to it.
Why did that happen?
Here's why.
What's going on out there?
It was an homage to a life moment. We were down.
Is that the chess club?
For a field trip, we went down to Mardi Gras. And actually, Ken Jeong was my roommate while we were down there.
Oh, yeah.
And we, which is another funny story. And we were standing on a balcony watching the street, and everybody was dancing. And there was this group of black guys who were just going at it, man. They were just loving it. And and then I think Danny ran down there. You ran down there. One of you guys ran down there and started dancing.
We both did.
And then they all went to a barber shop and
You know what?
shed a tear.
I think everyone will pick up that reference without hearing this commentary. So
good.
I think when they see it, they're like, "Oh, that's that New Orleans."
People tweet me to this day. Like people
Those are
literally like a
inside
couple
jokes.
of days ago have tweeted me like, "So who made that song in the finale?" I'm like, "You mean the one that says all my boys and all my peeps like to wear nightcaps when we go to sleep?"
I think Dan wrote that in the edit, but like
We kind of did, like you were going like, yeah, we'll just have them make like a song, and you kind of, I think you said like, all my boys and all my peeps. And I was like to wear nightcaps when they go to sleep, because it just seems like that kind of rapper would not confess that that his boys and peeps like to put on little caps.
But it could also be kind of like smooth and just like, when I heard it the first time, I was like, "Does he mean like wave caps? Like so they're wave caps? So their hair doesn't
Super
really
Mario,
swim?"
like
or just like Elmer Fudd like going to
a
bed.
night before Christmas.
Yeah,
It was
before
for
Christmas.
chips.
it was originally used to underscore that moment in the dance episode.
This is not
where
DVD commentary.
Wait, can
This
we
is
point out
just a
too?
conversation
Oh,
happening.
wait, I have
while-
to do this.
while
Hold on.
that episode
that.
is playing.
Sorry. Okay.
People
By the way,
pay
that
for
was
this guy.
Lawrence DeMille who came in there.
Yeah.
We don't even.
Yeah, we've
great.
skipped a
Terrific,
whole. This is
Lawrence
the
DeMille.
finale.
I love
There was
that
actually
top.
a bit. Why don't you talk about the bit? We were going to have a fist fight with Chevy and, but never panned
Bruce
out. Bruce
Hornsby,
Hornsby was going
yeah.
to show up.
Oh yeah.
And do a fist fight with
Gotta
Pierce
get him
over
on.
his song.
Yeah, we wanted Bruce Hornsby to come.
Everyone remember to vote before the coronation. The nominees are identified with sashes that say tranny queen.
Can we let the audience know that Donald's wearing like the shortest shorts I've ever seen?
No,
Oh, weird.
they're not as short as the ones that Allison wore earlier today.
Oh, really?
Because I was like, Allison forgot pants.
Really?
They're really short.
And then Donald walked in and we said, "You took Allison's short."
Yeah.
They did, and that was a reference to something I didn't get, but now I get it.
Exactly. It's a life homage.
Great.
This episode brings to a chapter close the Dalmatian runner with the D.
Really? Is
Until
it
next
closed?
season.
Is it a closed
Next
or
season.
open?
I know. It's like
Yeah.
it's wide open to me. I thought this was the beginning.
It's like the
I
end of the
wanted that
Matrix
YouTube.
when you're like,
Rob Schraub sent me that YouTube clip of the Dalmatian guy, and so I wanted to work it in the show. And then when we had it in the show, then the Studio Network were like, "What's that? Get rid of that. That's weird. I don't like it. That's too
is
human.
that how they talk?
That's too human.
I must destroy.
That's making me look at things
What
about
executive
myself.
talks like that?
that
Hey.
defies the Matrix.
It sounds like the
Is
network.
Andy Rooney, one of our execs?
I don't like when Dalmatians look half human. I think I'm supposed to find it sexy.
Donald, this
I
is
find
this
it
Maybe
annoying.
one of the favorite
the
runners.
cookie runner of
Cookie
Donald's
runner.
is just.
I have gotten legit every time I've like somebody else has paid for a hotel room. Now from that point on, I've gone in the hotel room and there's a big cookie waiting for me.
No
People
way.
have
What?
seen that episode and think I love big
Translation.
cookies.
Well, you
You
know,
do love big
one of
cookies.
the writers, his girlfriend bought him Chris McKenna, his girlfriend bought him a big cookie for his first episode airing and had it in the kitchen.
Did he eat
Where
half
your
of
break
it?
it is.
That's the question. Did he eat
Is
half of it?
that do we take credit for that, Hillary, you and I, or is that
Here-
more of a larger group like coming up with
Yeah, I
the
think
cookie
it
the
wa-
cookie arc?
I feel like it was the two of us, but then, yeah, screw the other people. They're not
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, take credit. Take credit.
Yeah.
Here's a great example, obviously, of Lauren and Gillian just tearing it up and
Yes.
being awesome. And then John Oliver and looking. I mean, look how they look.
This is one of the best parts ever
John Oliver is
in history of television coming up.
We've had a lot of those.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I haven't been here all day.
No, it's
guys.
fine. The more we drink, the more we realize we've made television history this season. But
I'm totally
more
sober.
we drink Gatorade.
And I think we made television history.
more we drink because we wouldn't be doing this drunk.
I've been looking at your
No.
You don't have to be drunk to put on shorts. That's not something.
Maybe short
that
shorts,
happens.
but not.
Last call.
I like that
I
black
was
boobs, by the way. We missed
super-
that.
I was
That was
super jealous.
improv.
Yeah. And we were like, I wonder if this is the series finale.
I was
Not
super
just the
jealous of
season
his
finale.
suit. I really.
It's funny
wanted
because I
that.
thought when we were doing the mix that we said to kill this cue, but then now it's in the final version of the show. So
welcome
maybe,
to my world.
maybe that was just in our heads that we said that.
Asked me to move in with him.
Also, welcome to my world.
More of a spin-off vibe. But you should do it.
I thought we were friends.
We are. Best friends. That's why we shouldn't be roommates. We'll end up fighting and putting a masking tape
Sort of the quintessential representation of the tone we like on this show, where two characters are sort of having a heart-to-heart, and one of them's holding a half-moon cookie.
And the other's
It's
wearing.
archetype at this point.
As we
most
break the
ridiculous
next season,
tuxedo.
every character is always in an emotional moment going to have a giant
A giant cookie.
Yeah.
That's
I remember the
It's a
whole
great
time
one.
thinking like I'm gonna break this cookie, because like in the other scenes they have cardboard behind them, and this one didn't.
And I remember you beginning to feel pretty
I felt
damn
so
ill.
bad.
Well, they had an emergency baker too, which was awesome. You know, props called. We came up with this bit really late at night, and there's a guy in LA who's the midnight baker.
I would just love to hear that
For last
guy
minute.
when they were like, "How much will it cost?" He's like, "Hold on."
guys, it's a scene with Yvette in it. We have to say, Yvette's a wonderful actor.
She is.
Well, you guys haven't been here for when Yvette is doing the commentary. But she tells everyone. She goes, "Oh, you guys, now this scene." We love you.
Well, when she's out,
I actually
outside
do.
the-
This is actually
in this
great.
scene,
Where she's like, "We
love-
sit on that."
I know. I love it when she says, she goes, aha, and psych. Like
Yeah.
the way
Yeah.
she says it is really funny.
This is sort of also representative of how we fight about the tone on this show. These were a little bit of a hot button issue, those Dalmatians.
Yeah.
Both of them had black dudes in them. Was that
Yeah.
purposeful?
Yes. Hey,
bald black dudes were in both of them.
I know.
I like
it
black
was-
guys. What do you
That's
want?
Okay, I don't know. Like, and they were kind of both ripped too.
They were.
Like it was just like you
Yeah.
don't need to know that.
At one point,
audience,
the
but-
Dalmatians are going to be dancing in the hall in that party scene.
It's funny because when you're doing a season finale on a show that the network is behind and everybody's supportive of, there's suddenly a lot of voices there where people have disappeared for 15 episodes, and everybody's questioning everything all over again. Because how are you going to send your show off for the summer? And the Dalmatians were a hot button issue. It was sort of is this
anything
too
that
silly?
anything
Is
that
this
people
too-
can notice. I've
Yeah.
found working in TV. If you notice it,
Yeah.
whether you're
There's a
noticing it because
conversation
it's
to be had about
funny
it.
or
Here's John again, just-
interesting,
Sure.
like you're
And Lauren
asking
killing.
for it.
I mean,
It's like a lightning rod.
I actually put them into the fight. That's how much I like the Dalmatians. That's my.
And
yeah,
you know,
that was a very good addition.
And Jim Rash does a really good job of kind of like, oh, don't fight, but patting them,
He is, I
touching them,
know.
like all over their bodies, like don't fight.
it's every man's
But
fantasy.
that's the side of the line I fell on. More Dalmatians.
No, yeah.
Funnier.
I think the Dalmatians are quintessential, like classic Community. I'll say.
Yo, Goldilocks.
I love this little
Yeah.
exchange.
Yeah.
I know about your grungy tumble, and I'm sure it
Wait a
was the
second.
highlight of your diary, but it was during a pit stop in something real.
You were the pit stop. He used you to numb the pain of not getting with
Killian's gonna say my favorite thing in this
doesn't
episode.
just not wear underwear because Oprah told her it would spice things up. He needs a girl who doesn't wear underwear because she hasn't done laundry in 3 weeks. He's been to
Hillary
flavor
wrote that.
Flavor Country. I love
Flavor
Flavor
Country.
Country.
You couldn't see where she
Yeah.
was hitting
When
with
she
both
hits it,
hands.
like right in her
I
vagina.
know that was
Like
Dan, and she
flavor
makes a V. It's
Yeah.
not even like she points it; she makes like a
V,
V.
like
Points at the
this.
She funnels.
Yeah, like what Nicki Minaj does. Like, bam.
It's just like there she is.
Love this moment.
I've never actually won anything.
She says it has tranny queen on it. It's so great.
She's so proud.
Okay. Christine Hollinsworth.
That's my sister.
Is it
Oh, that's Maggie from Derek Comedy.
Yes.
We just went there.
It's a good shout out.
Good shout out.
We used Maggie and DC and Dom three times, I think, over the course of the
think so.
season.
Do not get back with Slater.
you.
I've never seen this part in an episode. Oh my God. That is such a big deal.
Yeah, it's huge.
Donald.
What?
Really?
I've never seen. I always cut it off right when my story ends.
No, but he also he's like Steven Seagal. He doesn't stick around for his own coverage either. So that he wasn't.
Donald, this part.
the shooting.
I love this part.
So good.
This is when Donald turns into like a. You're kind of like a black genie from an 80s.
From
if you want
a Sid and Marty Krofft show.
If you want to summon me, you just gotta snap your
fingers and click your Nikes.
And there's your wincing, and that is a real wince.
Oh, it's so bad. The worst part is the blue icing because it's so sugary.
Dan, sorry, I'm 37 years old.
Oh, there's pine nuts in this cookie.
Donald, what if there were shrimp in that cookie?
If there's shrimp in that cookie, I'd be in big trouble.
Because you're Jehovah's Witness?
Because I'm Jehovah's Witness, and we don't believe in shrimps.
No, they exist.
Shrimps are tiny devils.
They're tiny devils.
Tiny devils.
They're at the bottom.
I mean, are
of
they fish? Are they?
What are they?
Yeah.
Are they plants? I don't know.
They're here to trick us.
All I know is that you can still eat them even if they're in the oil spill water, and that's kind of
Oh my
weird.
gosh, we believe the BP oil spill is a direct act from God, trying to kill all the shrimps, which we believe are tiny devils.
Oh.
I'm gonna get in big trouble because I make fun of
You've gotta spin
Jehovah's
stuff,
Witness
but that's a great
all
way
the
to
time.
spin
My
it
mom
positive.
is a devout Jehovah's Witness
Wow.
and watches and supports me all the time.
We just did some research in the room on them today.
Oh really? Uh-oh.
If I thought that my religion could produce a kid like you of your talent, I would subscribe to that
that's
religion
sweet.
anytime. My name is Bud Friedman. And I know comedy and I know religion.
John Michael Higgins, the greatest.
He's hilarious.
That's
a way to turn it.
Sort of round the horn on all the characters throughout the season.
And Dino
As Matt
wrote
Jones.
Dino wrote for Conan, which made that line that Dan wrote for him really extra
Really
special.
poignant.
That was all Jim.
Just gonna slip this right here.
Hi, it's
Oh, come on. Who are you choosing?
My heart breaks for her in
I
this episode.
know.
It's really.
I cried almost when I pitched this to the network.
Really?
This episode. Well, yeah.
It is sad.
I cried during this part when I wrote this rap.
Yeah.
Because
here's John,
penis
John
and
also-
I drink lots
of tea.
and he did this thing where he was telling him to drop a beat, and he would
Yeah.
not drop a beat, and he improvised for 5 minutes.
He makes the Gillian V thing
Yeah.
too.
Well, he does it like I think
Like
yeah,
like an
arm.
Who has a Dalmatian fetish?
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that is a oversimplification.
It was important that he say that.
Best word choice
This is a good
best word
ever.
choice ever.
That was Dan.
When
Best
Anth
word
was
choice ever.
14, my brother Anthony got in a fight with a kid at the top of our streets, and there's sort of we'll meet at 4 o'clock for a fight, and the other kid brought a roll of quarters. He's gonna punch Anth in the face with the roll of quarters in his hand.
That's cheating.
That's so I know, but that's it. It was such a great Chang moment.
That's
Chang
so
would
right.
punch somebody in the face with a roll of quarters.
Oh.
I always wondered about that. Like, wouldn't it just be make it harder to
It's just swing your fist.
Yeah, like
No, it's got so
Okay.
much weight and
So if we're
and
gonna talk
it can't
about
collapse.
anything in this episode of substance, we should probably talk about this moment, right?
This is I don't see.
Or should we just?
Well, Donald's
let it-
never seen it.
this
so-
was
I'm-
improvised.
What's going? I've never seen it, so.
Awesome.
It was. If you go listen to the 109 commentary, the debate episode commentary, it was sort of accidental and very, preconceived at the same time. This chemistry between these two characters, and as we talked about earlier, somebody astutely pointed out on the internet that the chemistry works so well because the characters are exact opposites, and that's always sort of your classic, relationship polemic. So over the course of the season, I don't know where it was. I mean, it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks after the debate episode, Dan. I think I remember sitting down, we were all having a conversation with Neil and Garrett and talking about sort of where we should go at the end of the season. And this conversation came up about You know, do we cliffhang?
I
with,
feel like it was Garrett's kind of baby. Like he started talking the earliest on about like you do this shell game, you do Slater versus Britta, because he knew I was pumping up Britta because of people like I just wanted to show people how awesome Britta could be, and he's like, keep doing that. We do Slater versus Britta, and then Annie right at the end. And I was like, well, until someone comes up with a better idea, let's stick with that. I'm not a big fan of planning ahead, but
what's going? Whoa.
Donald, you've never seen this?
What? I thought.
She's an
Watch
amazing
this
kiss.
part.
The look on her face after the first kiss
I don't
is
get,
like
Jesus, guys.
She's
Oh my
18.
God, she's 18. But
She's
it's so
nine-
hot.
Isn't she 19?
She's actually 19 now.
Come on.
She's
She's
19?
19 now, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, my character's 51.
I guess dick makes you older, huh?
What the?
Jesus.
Oh my
Jesus.
gosh, the lady from Sony has already left.
See you next year, everybody.
Bye.
Great, bye.